If granted the opportunity to return to the past and confront once more that person whom you know to be unattainable, would you choose to be lovers or friends this time? Reborn a decade ago, Gu Qiuchu's initial response to this inquiry was, "Let us forget each other and remain strangers." Unexpectedly, on that very day, he found himself cornered by Qin Zhiyi, who had also been reborn, as she pressed him against the wall. "Gu Qiuchu, grant me another chance. This time, I will pursue you." Chapter 1. Past Life, Present Life. That night, a pervasive darkness enveloped the room, mingling with the scent of disinfectant. The patter of raindrops resembled the relentless hand of death striking against the window, while the thunderstorm roared like the tolling bell of the King of Hell. A middle-aged man reclined upon a hospital bed, exuding an unusual calmness. The mobile phone resting on the pillow beside him was dialing a number, casting a faint glow that illuminated his haggard visage. After a few moments of noise, the call connected. Gu Qiuchu exhaled softly, gathering his thoughts, striving to adopt a more relaxed tone. "Qin Zhiyi, I am dying." A brief silence lingered on the other end of the line, followed by a somewhat chilly female voice. "Do not divorce." Taken aback, Gu Qiuchu let out a light laugh. Despite his dire condition, this woman still believed he was pressuring her to divorce. After a pause, he continued to explain, "Stomach cancer. I have been diagnosed and treated, but alas, there is no hope left. I initially intended to keep this from you, but considering you will have to handle the aftermath, I feared you might, in a fit of rage, not even mark my grave, so I thought it best to inform you personally." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi finally realized he was not jesting, and her tone shifted to one of urgency. "Where are you?" Gu Qiuchu took a deep breath, gritting his teeth, and with great difficulty, turned on his side to face the phone. "Along will inform you. Do not worry too much. I read online that in the late stages of cancer, one may experience vomiting blood and swelling. I am managing rather well, not in too much pain, but this wretched illness has indeed tormented me. I have not slept soundly for over a week." He rambled on, his speech gradually slowing, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Meanwhile, on a rain-soaked street, a white Mercedes with its hazard lights flashing came to a halt at the roadside. Inside the driver's seat, a woman clad in a deep blue suit clutched her phone tightly. Her eyes, framed by slender brows, were veiled in mist, her body trembling, her speech quaking with emotion. "Send me your location. Tell me where you are. I beg you." The faint voice on the phone persisted. "Qin Zhiyi, take care of yourself. Eat breakfast on time. Only press the start button on the rice cooker when the green light is on. Do not buy an excessive amount of groceries to cram into the fridge. Try to eat fresh. Do you remember when we got married? You promised to manage our little home well, to be a caring and clingy wife? Yet what has become of that? Qin Zhiyi, you have broken your promise." "Qin Zhiyi, I feel a bit cold. If there's a next life, I—" Gu Qiuchu's voice trailed off, faint and intermittent, soon fading into silence. At that moment, tears began to cascade down Qin Zhiyi's cheeks, her entire being engulfed in confusion and helplessness as she shook her head repeatedly. Gu Qiuchu, do not frighten me. Gu Qiuchu." Yet, no matter how fervently she called, he remained unresponsive. Suddenly, a crucial piece of information, extracted from Gu Qiuchu's prior words, struck her, yet she hesitated to hang up the call. In a swift turn of thought, she hastily restarted the car, making a sharp turn at the intersection. However, before she could accelerate, a large truck suddenly barreled out from the side road. Bang! The two vehicles collided violently, the front of the Mercedes contorting as it rolled over twice, emitting clouds of white smoke. Just then, boom! A flash of lightning rent the night sky asunder, splitting it into two segments that cascaded downward, their convergence erupting in a dazzling display of electric light, akin to a blooming flower of thunder, or perhaps a mysterious passage transcending time and space. Yin City, Yunmeng High School. It was March, and the air was thick with the essence of spring. In a spacious office shared by 8, a young man resting at the innermost desk suddenly awoke with a start. Huff, huff. Gu Qiuchu gasped for breath, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He straightened his back, casting a glance around until he spotted the bright sunlight outside, gradually dispelling the gloom within his heart. This scene was witnessed by a middle-aged teacher standing at the water cooler, filling a cup. Chen Qian set his thermos aside and used a disposable cup to pour half a cup of warm water, offering it to Gu Qiuchu. "What have you been going through lately? I caught you in this state several times." "Thank you, Brother Chun." Gu Qiuchu accepted the cup with both hands, offering a sheepish smile as he fabricated an excuse. "It's nothing, just not sleeping well at night." Chen Qian was naturally skeptical of his words, yet refrained from probing further. He picked up his thermos and returned to his seat, casually remarking, "It's just the beginning of the semester. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. Try to sleep early at night, and if necessary, take a couple of days off to rest." "All right," Gu Qiuchu replied politely, taking a small sip of water before directing his gaze back out the window. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been reborn for half a month. He never anticipated such an extraordinary occurrence would unfold in his life. Initially, he suspected that the so-called past life experiences were mere illusions born from exhaustion. Yet, during this time, he dreamt daily of a scene where he spoke to Qin Zhiyi before his demise, compounded by the haunting reality of the cancer that tormented him, as if it were a constant reminder. He truly has been reborn, returning to a decade prior. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden notification chimed from the mobile phone on the table. Guqiu picked up the device to investigate. The lock screen displayed a message from the WeChat public account, but upon unlocking, a chat dialog appeared, revealing that the contact at the top was Qin Zhiyi. His gaze faltered, and he recalled that he had forgotten to return to the main interface during his midday browsing. Teacher Qiu, what are you up to? Qiu, why have you ignored me for such a long time? Respond to me, please. If the bad man continues to ignore me, I shall make a scene. Observing the time, which remained frozen at yesterday, and the chat history solely composed of messages from Qin Zhiyi, Guqiu felt a tinge of melancholy. In truth, the story between him and Qin Zhiyi was not overly intricate. In his previous life, the two met through a game, gradually developing an online romance that led to a real-life encounter, cohabitation, and ultimately marriage. Everyone, including Guqiu himself, believed they would remain blissfully happy, yet reality often proved to be less than satisfactory. Qin Zhiyi was born into a family that valued sons over daughters, enduring various injustices as she grew up. Having received an education in the modern era, she found herself at odds with the feudalistic ideologies that plagued her upbringing and began to resist these archaic notions after reaching adulthood, frequently clashing with her family. Defying her parents' wishes, she chose not to marry a wealthy heir, but instead wed Guqiu, escalating the existing discord to its zenith. The conflict eventually reached a point of irrevocable estrangement, compelling Qin Zhiyi to resolve to prove her worth and instill regret within her parents. Initially, Guqiu wholeheartedly supported her decision, offering counsel and striving alongside her. However, as time progressed, he realized that Qin Zhiyi had become obsessed. As a researcher in biopharmaceuticals, her talents and efforts garnered her increasing accolades and recognition, yet the time she devoted to Guqiu and their family dwindled, leading to quarrels and prolonged silences. The complete disintegration of their relationship can be traced back to Guqiu's diagnosis of cancer. He could scarcely recall the complexity of emotions that engulfed him as he returned home from the hospital with the test results, sitting alone on the sofa, lost in despair. He distinctly remembered attempting to call Qin Zhiyi to share the news, but before he could utter a word, he received her response. There's been an issue with the project. I'm in an emergency meeting. Don't wait for me for dinner. That evening, Guqiu proposed divorce to Qin Zhiyi while concealing his cancer diagnosis. Paradoxically, Qin Zhiyi did not consent to the divorce, and throughout the subsequent 6 months of his struggle for survival, she consistently rebuffed or deferred his attempts to discuss it, leaving him unable to sever the invisible bond that tethered them until his final breath. Alas, as memories resurfaced, Guqiu sighed. Glancing once more at the chat history, he mused, if Qin Zhiyi could maintain this state, would the outcome be different? After a moment, Guqiu regained his composure. He swiped left to return to the WeChat main interface, noticing the public account from which the message had originated, Qiu Yi Qinyu. He pressed his lips together, contemplating, before recalling the purpose of this account. According to the narrative of his past life, he and Qin Zhiyi should currently be in a relationship that transcended friendship, yet had not yet blossomed into romance. However, he had developed feelings and yearned to break through this barrier, yet his social anxiety and emotional ineptitude rendered him powerless. By a stroke of fortune, he learned of the existence of public accounts dedicated to romance and relationships, prompting him to follow several for guidance. In this moment, as he recalled the scenes of himself ensconced in blankets late at night, inundated by romantic platitudes, Guqiu could only smile wryly. Subsequently, he casually scrolled through the public account, intending to unfollow it, yet inadvertently clicked on it instead. Just as he was about to exit, his attention was captured by the enlarged red text. If you could return to the past and confront that person you know has no possibility, given another chance, would you choose to be lovers or remain friends? Chapter 2. Let us forget each other and remain strangers. Guqiu's brow arched slightly as he stared at the title of an article on a public account. Lost in thought for a few moments, driven by curiosity, he scrolled down the screen. The story recounted the tale of a girl who, due to the tribulations of reality, parted ways with her first love. She fantasized about returning to the time when they were newly together, contemplating changes that might rewrite their fate. The narrative, sprawling over nearly 1,000 words, brimmed with genuine emotion and poignant regret, likely to evoke tears from many a nostalgic reader. The comment section below was filled with responses from readers addressing the question posed by the title. Some declare that they would choose to be lovers 1,000 times over, while others suggested friendship, believing it would allow them to catch glimpses of the other's happiness. However, the most amusing comment, which garnered the most likes, proposed adding an option for wealth, an unexpected twist. In a previous life, Guccio might have refrained from voicing his thoughts or silently scoffed at the peculiarities of human nature, lamenting how one could dwell in memories rather than live in the present. Yet now, he appeared to be the most qualified to comment. After a moment of contemplation, he left a message in the comment section. Let us forget each other and remain strangers. In the days following his rebirth, Guccio's heart had been in disarray, especially whenever he received messages from Qin Zhiyi. He grappled with how to confront her in this life. Reflecting on their past, he could comprehend her desire to shine in the field she loved and excelled at, as well as her wish to prove to her parents that her capabilities far surpassed those of her brother, who had taken away so much of their affection since childhood. However, understanding was all he could offer. He had no intention of repeating past mistakes. He longed for a simpler existence, alone, to quietly navigate the remainder of his days. Or with a partner, perhaps raising a dog or cat, laboring during the day for a few coins, and at night, savoring the beauty of the world together. In moments of leisure, they could either indulge in idleness or embark on spontaneous adventures, allowing love to echo and emotions to endure. He and Qin Zhiyi, being lovers, had already proven unsuitable in the past. Could one truly remain friends with someone they had loved deeply? Thus, it was best for them to part ways cleanly, each on their own path, avoiding further encounters. With this thought in mind, Guccio raised his gaze, seemingly resolute. He scrolled away from the public account and reopened the chat window with Qin Zhiyi. After taking a deep breath, he slowly typed, "I've started dating someone. I'm concerned she might misunderstand, so let us keep our contact to a minimum." However, as soon as he finished typing, Guccio shook his head. Such a statement could easily lead others to think him a scoundrel. Moreover, he and Qin Zhiyi were simply incompatible. She had committed no fundamental wrongs. And given that she had not yet transformed into the cold, work-obsessed individual he had known in his past life, it was best to refrain from saying anything too hurtful. After pondering for a moment, Guccio revised his message. I wish to focus on my career for now, and I may be quite busy going forward. I want to have much time to chat, so perhaps you should make more friends in reality. Reading through his words a couple of times to ensure there were no typos, he pressed the send button. Such an obvious farewell. She should surely understand. Guccio mused internally. To his surprise, a response from Qin Zhiyi popped up in the chat window almost immediately. So, what you said before about never leaving me, was that a lie? I even prepared a surprise for you. Just you wait. After reading Qin Zhiyi's messages, Guccio couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. How dare she bring up promises? In their past life, she had failed to fulfill countless commitments made to him. If she wanted him to wait, then let her wait. Did she really think she could come through the internet and confront him? At that moment, the bell signaling the end of the afternoon break rang through the corridor. Ding, ding, ding. Guccio graduated from a moderately prestigious university in China, majoring in archaeology. However, having harbored a dream of becoming a teacher since childhood, he obtained his teaching qualification early and joined a relatively good private high school in Yin City last year. Currently, he served as a history teacher for the first year, with his first class of the afternoon just around the corner. Shaking his head to cast aside his emotional turmoil, Guccio finished the last bit of water in his cup, organized his teaching materials, and prepared to head to class. Just as he was about to stand up, his gaze collided with that of a figure standing at the door, causing him to freeze momentarily. Qin Zhiyi, had she truly come looking for him? Guccio rubbed his eyes and pinched his cheek, ensuring he was not dreaming. Only then did he continue to stare in astonishment at the young woman entering the office. Her face, slightly cold in demeanor, was adorned with exquisitely sculpted features, and the most captivating aspect was her pair of clear, creek-like eyes, accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye, rendering her utterly enchanting. She wore a pristine white blouse, paired with a matching skirt, and carried a small handbag. Clean and dignified, she perfectly embodied the ideal of a young man's ethereal muse. However, this portrayal of Qin Zhiyi differed somewhat from Guccio's recollections. In their previous life, her attire tended toward mature and subdued tones. Perhaps owing to her tall stature and aloof personality, such gentle whites were almost non-existent in his memories. Yet, one could not deny that she appeared even more beautiful with this change of style. Despite their past familiarity, seeing her now was still breathtaking. Suddenly, Guccio realized that his thoughts were entirely consumed by her beauty. He quickly shook his head, attempting to refocus. No. Shouldn't his primary concern be why Qin Zhiyi was here? The head of the grade, who had entered behind her, soon provided the answer. Kui Jiangguo. The head of the grade was over 40, balding slightly, and of modest height. He pointed toward Qin Zhiyi, smiling as he introduced her. This is Teacher Qin, who has just been specially appointed to our school, temporarily responsible for teaching first-year biology. In the office, alongside Guqiu, there were 5 other teachers, all of whom displayed expressions of surprise. They had all been teaching first-year students and had learned the previous week about the addition of a new biology teacher. Rumor had it that she came from a prestigious background, had received numerous awards, and had published papers. Many speculated she might be a retired professor seeking a quieter life. They never expected the newcomer to be such a young beauty. After a moment of stunned silence, the group began to warmly welcome Qin Zhiyi. Welcome, welcome, Teacher Qin. You are truly lovely. In contrast, Guqiu appeared somewhat distracted. Qin Zhiyi was 2 years his senior, according to the trajectory of their previous lives. She should currently be pursuing her master's degree while being highly sought after by a biopharmaceutical company in Hangzhou. How could she possibly come to this small county town of Yin City to teach? Suddenly, he recalled the message he had just overlooked. Was this the surprise she had mentioned? With this thought, Guqiu couldn't help but glance at Qin Zhiyi, only to find her staring intently at him, her star-like eyes harboring infinite tenderness. Guqiu nervously swallowed, a strange notion emerging in his mind. Had Qin Zhiyi also been reborn? This was their first meeting in this life, yet her gaze did not possess the typical curiosity of a first encounter. Rather, it resembled that of an old friend reunited after a long separation. However, he quickly dismissed this idea. After all, whether drawn from personal experience or the realms of novels and television dramas, the predominant condition for reincarnation is indeed death. How could Qin Zhiyi possibly lose her life under such circumstances? Meanwhile, as the teachers exhausted their compliments, Qin Zhiyi remained unresponsive, prompting Cui Jiangwo to hastily remind her. Ahem. Teacher Qin, would you care to say a few words? Only then did Qin Zhiyi retract her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she bowed in gratitude. Hello everyone, my name is Qin Zhiyi. As I am new here, I kindly ask for your guidance. Upon her conclusion, Cui Jiangwo scanned the room and noted 2 vacant seats remaining. One was across from Guqiu, cluttered with various items, giving off a rather chaotic impression. The other was adjacent to a young female teacher, her desk neat and tidy, adorned with a pot of succulents on the windowsill. A stark contrast indeed. However, before Cui Jiangwo could make arrangements, Qin Zhiyi took the initiative to approach the desk opposite Guqiu and inquired casually, "This seat isn't taken, is it?" As she said this, her gaze again fell upon Guqiu. He instinctively shook his head. Instantly, a smile illuminated Qin Zhiyi's face. "Then I shall take this seat." Due to the angle, others may not have noticed that Qin Zhiyi had been observing Guqiu, but Cui Jiangwo, standing between them, was privy to the entire exchange. Now, with Qin Zhiyi expressing her desire to sit across from Guqiu, he couldn't help but curiously inquire, "Teacher Qin, do you and Guqiu know each other?" Guqiu jolted slightly, hastily responding, "We do not." Chapter 3. This time, I will pursue you. Guqiu feared Qin Zhiyi might inadvertently reveal their online acquaintance, leading to unwarranted speculation. Thus he preemptively answered. Unexpectedly, as soon as he spoke, Qin Zhiyi's gaze was once again fixed upon him. However, this time, there was a hint of melancholy in her eyes. Fortunately, she refrained from contradicting Guqiu and instead explained her choice of seating with a gentle smile. Sitting across from a handsome man is quite pleasing to the eye. At these words, Guqiu's lips twitched slightly. This woman was undoubtedly peculiar. In her past life, she seldom uttered such sentimental remarks in private. Suddenly, an unusual silence enveloped the office, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Thankfully, a female teacher timely lightened the mood. "Teacher Gu is indeed handsome, and Teacher Qin, you are quite beautiful as well. Together, you will be the most stunning sight in our office." Cui Jiangwo chuckled and added, "No worries, now you two are acquainted. Coincidentally, both of you teach the same class, so you will have plenty of opportunities to interact. Guqiu, don't just sit there. Help Teacher Qin tidy up her desk. It's quite a mess." Guqiu glanced at Qin Zhiyi and, picking up a textbook, said, "Cui Gu, I have a class." Just then, the sound of the class bell echoed through the hallway. Ding ding ding. Class is starting. Students, please return to your classrooms promptly. Immediately, the 2 teachers with classes in session grabbed their textbooks, exchanged greetings, and left while chatting. Guqiu shrugged and started walking towards the door. Yet, before he could take more than a few steps, Qin Zhiyi's voice called out from behind. "Teacher Gu, may I audit your class?" Guqiu turned around, perplexed. "You teach biology. Why would you audit my history class?" It seemed she could read his thoughts, for Qin Zhiyi blinked and explained. "As I am new here and unfamiliar with everything, I cannot afford to disrupt the students' learning. I wish to acclimate myself to the environment, especially since we teach the same class. I promise not to interrupt your lesson. May I?" Her earnestness was palpable, and her words flowed seamlessly. Guqiu contemplated refusing, but struggled to find a valid reason, glancing at Cui Jiangwo for support. Cui Jiangwo promptly averted his gaze, his keen observational skills revealing that the two had undoubtedly known each other previously, yet he had no interest in meddling in their youthful affairs. Ahem, I just remembered the vice principal summoned me to his office, he announced before departing without looking back. Seeing this, Guqiu reluctantly returned his focus to Qin Zhiyi, who looked at him with eager anticipation, and he whispered in response, "All right then." Qin Zhiyi beamed in return, setting her bag down on the desk and quickly falling into step beside Guqiu. Class 9 of the first year. Despite having enjoyed an hour and a half of lunch break, many students still felt unsatisfied, lethargically leaning on their desks, until they caught sight of their history teacher entering with a stunning young lady, which instantly invigorated them, and whispers erupted from the back rows. Faced with the students' raucousness, Guqiu's expression grew somewhat awkward. After all, considering the failed marriage in his past life, they could be regarded as a couple. However, the chaos was unbecoming, and he swiftly regained control of the situation. "If you keep chattering, there will be extra homework this weekend." This tactic was infallible, and within a heartbeat, the students fell silent. Qin Zhiyi appeared somewhat pleased, a smile gracing her lips. After exchanging nods with Guqiu, she found a seat at the back, and a considerate classmate even offered her a chair. Guqiu placed his textbook on the desk, opened it, and began organizing his thoughts for the lesson. The three girls in the front row, however, couldn't suppress their curiosity. "Teacher Gu, who is that lady in the back? Is she your girlfriend? You brought your girlfriend to class?" Guqiu initially intended to ignore them, but fearing the students would spread rumors, he patiently clarified, "Don't spread nonsense. She is your new biology teacher." The girls, upon hearing this, grew even more excited, glancing back at Qin Zhiyi before preparing to ask more questions. Guqiu, however, would not grant them the opportunity, asserting, "Class is starting. Please stand." "Good morning, teacher." "Good morning, students. Please be seated." After going through the formalities, the classroom atmosphere improved significantly. Guqiu held his textbook and announced, "Let us review the content from the last lesson. Zhou Yunjian, who discovered the New World?" During the questioning segment, the students, fearing the teacher's attention, wished they could sink their heads into the desks. This stood in stark contrast to Qin Zhiyi, who sat by the back door, gazing intently at Guqiu. Her presence in the class was not merely to familiarize herself with the environment. More significantly, the memories of their past life, fraught with life and death, lingered vividly in her mind. Only by observing Guqiu could she find solace. "It's wonderful to see you again," she mused inwardly, her thoughts drifting further away. In her previous life, after Guqiu proposed divorce and moved out, she began to reflect. She realized she had made numerous mistakes and recognized that what mattered most to her was not her parents' approval, nor fame or fortune, but the companionship of Guqiu, who had been by her side since her youth. Thus, whenever Guqiu broached the subject of divorce, she would concoct various excuses to refuse, seeking to retain him and hoping for another chance. However, just as she had formulated her plans to reconcile with Guqiu, she was met with devastating news. That fateful rainy night, as Guqiu's voice gradually faded into silence, she teetered on the brink of despair. Yet who could have foreseen that in her desperate rush to see him one last time, she inadvertently collided with another vehicle, only to find herself reborn a decade into the past, a twist of fate that granted her another chance. She could hardly believe the reality of it all. However, the moment she contacted Guqiu on her phone, she wished fervently that even if it were but a dream, she might never awaken from it. For as long as he was present, her life, and indeed her very existence, held meaning. Guqiu was ever the dedicated professional, unaffected by Qin Zhiyi's presence during his lectures. Yet once the class bell rang, he fled the classroom as though pursued, harboring no intention of waiting for Qin Zhiyi. On the other hand, Qin Zhiyi remained remarkably composed, engaging in brief conversation with the students before departing. However, as soon as she entered the office, she discovered Guqiu tidying up his belongings. "Mr. Gu, don't you have any classes this afternoon?" she inquired. "Uh-huh," Guqiu replied somewhat reluctantly, his actions unceasing. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi raised an elegant brow. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze fell upon her cluttered desk, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. "Mr. Gu, my desk is piled high with various items, and I can't discern which are useful and which are not. Would you be so kind as to assist me in organizing it?" Guqiu instinctively wanted to decline, but with two other teachers present, he wrestled with his inner conflict and ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the two toiled together for quite some time, clearing the desk and tidying up the space. Before long, they found themselves the only occupants of the office. Guqiu stretched his back, loosening his muscles. "Why must you fidget in that spot when there's a perfectly good chair available?" he remarked. "All right, you can finish the rest yourself. I'm leaving." Yet, scarcely had the words left his mouth when he noticed Qin Zhiyi, a smile gracing her features, advancing toward him. Reluctantly, Gu Qiu took a step back, only to find himself against the wall, with no further retreat possible. What do you intend to do? He questioned, bemused by her audacity, aware that they were still within the confines of the office. Qin Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, her gaze intense. Didn't you claim not to know me? And now you're addressing me as a E. Gu Qiu turned his head to evade her gaze and spoke in a low voice. Didn't I make myself clear? What did you say? That I should work hard or that you intended to pursue a realistic girlfriend? Qin Zhiyi seemed to challenge him, her tone soft and gentle. Over the past half-month, she had endeavored to maintain an ambiguous relationship with Gu Qiu, even becoming somewhat clingy. Yet inexplicably, this incarnation of Gu Qiu appeared to be consciously avoiding her. Reflecting on the possibility that her rebirth might not have returned her to the original world, or perhaps had created a butterfly effect, Qin Zhiyi acknowledged that regardless of the reason, her past transgressions against Gu Qiu warranted her enduring some hardship in this lifetime. Therefore, she had resigned from her job in Hangzhou and sought him out. Since fate had bestowed upon her a second chance, she simply could not afford to overlook Gu Qiu again. In her previous life, it was Gu Qiu who pursued her. This time, Qiu, since you are reluctant to engage in a virtual romance, let us commence from reality. I shall pursue you, if you would be so inclined. Chapter 4. I will undoubtedly become the one most suitable for you. Gu Qiu was calculating the distance, preparing to bypass Qin Zhiyi in one swift motion. However, upon hearing her words, he froze, disbelief flooding his expression. Was she confessing her feelings for him so directly? Observing Gu Qiu's perplexed countenance, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but laugh softly, and then took another step closer to him. With her starry eyes blinking gently, she inquired in a tender voice, "Is that acceptable?" Gu Qiu's throat bobbed slightly. Fortunately, he remained composed enough to avert his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he advised, your talents should not be squandered here. Return to Hangzhou. That is where you can truly shine. I believe you will encounter someone suitable for you in the future, and I desire you most of all. Qin Zhiyi interrupted him, adding, what future? How can you know we are not compatible without even trying? I only know that the present is what matters most. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu couldn't help but smirk internally, thinking not tried. In my previous life, we reached a point of disillusionment, parting ways in despair. It seemed as though a telepathic connection had sparked, for Qin Zhiyi grasped the underlying sentiment. In her past life, Gu Qiu had resigned from his job in response to her plea to avoid a long-distance relationship, moving to Hangzhou to be with her. Enduring the pressures and hardships imposed by her parents before marriage, and steadfastly supporting her career thereafter. All his actions were aimed at becoming the one most suitable for her. In stark contrast, she had failed to be the partner Gu Qiu deserved. Contemplating this, a look of remorse crossed Qin Zhiyi's face, yet her resolve intensified. Qiu, I will undoubtedly become the one most suitable for you. Seeing her unwavering determination, Gu Qiu refrained from further persuasion, letting out a sigh. Suit yourself. Qin Zhiyi's lips curved into a gentle smile. Then I shall take that as your agreement. Gu Qiu did not respond but countered, may I pass now? Given their current position, should they be discovered, it would surely become the talk of the town by nightfall, a scandal from which they could not extricate themselves. Fortunately, Qin Zhiyi understood that pursuing Gu Qiu was not a matter to be rushed and refrained from teasing him further. She took 2 steps back, granting him passage. Gu Qiu grabbed the cloth draped over the chair and swiftly maneuvered past her, striding toward the door. Moments later, he tossed the clean cloth onto Qin Zhiyi's desk, picked up his laptop bag, and departed without a backward glance. Just as he had taken a few steps, he heard Qin Zhiyi's voice, laced with amusement, calling after him, Qiu, did you enjoy my surprise? Gu Qiu halted, momentarily stunned, then retorted with mild irritation, more like a fright. With that, he hastened away. Qin Zhiyi smiled to herself, watching Gu Qiu's retreating figure until he disappeared from view. Suddenly, her phone, tucked away in her bag, buzzed to life. She pulled it out to check, and upon seeing the familiar yet unregistered number, her gentle gaze hardened slightly, and without hesitation, she ended the call. Evening. Teacher's apartment. A slant of the setting sun filtered through the glass window, stealthily illuminating the dimly lit room. Though not particularly spacious, it was impeccably tidy. Gu Qiu, lounging on the sofa, slowly stirred awake, glancing at the sky outside before shielding his eyes with his arm. The school did not mandate that teachers remain in the office at all times, yet Gu Qiu typically stayed behind. He harbored a strong sense of responsibility, fearing that students might require his assistance and be unable to locate him. Additionally, as a relatively inexperienced instructor, he was apprehensive about gossip. However, today, Qin Zhiyi had approached him with such fervor that he felt somewhat drained from the encounter and had retreated to avoid any further commotion. He had intended to rest for a short while, yet before he realized it, the sun was nearly setting. After lingering a few more minutes, Guqiu finally roused himself. He stretched and turned on the lights, retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator in the corner, and took a small sip. Then, he made his way to the bathroom. The mirror above the wash basin reflected a handsome, refined face, defined by sharp features and sporting short, tousled hair. Clad in a black shirt, his figure appeared slightly more imposing, exuding an air of maturity and composure. After scrutinizing himself in the mirror for a moment, Guqiu leaned down to splash some cool water onto his face. Feeling more alert, he returned to the sofa with his cola in hand. Casting a sidelong glance at the lingering hues of twilight, my emotions inevitably grew convoluted. Could it be that I have been reborn into a parallel universe? During my previous existence, the closest moments I shared with Qin Zhiyi were never marked by such overt displays of affection and clinginess as she exhibits now. The notion of her pursuing me with such fervor is rather novel. Perhaps I should entertain the idea? Yet, scarcely had this thought emerged when Guqiu promptly shook his head in dismay. After sipping on a soda to steady his nerves, he muttered to himself, "Guqiu, have you not endured enough hardship? Do you wish to tread the same path once more? Indeed, I must not allow that woman to succeed. I must devise a plan to extricate myself from her grasp." As I contemplated this, my phone, which lay on the table, suddenly chimed. The clock of time traversing through dimensions began to move in reverse, transporting me back to the era when I adored you. Guqiu picked up the device and paused upon seeing the contact name, Along. His full name was Zhao Yulong, with whom he had grown up in the orphanage. Their bond akin to that of brothers. In his previous life, when faced with a terminal cancer diagnosis and nowhere to turn, it was Along who had found him and cared for him during his final 6 months. On the very first day of his transmigration, Guqiu had attempted to call Along, but the latter had been preoccupied, leaving their conversation rather brief. Over the past half-month, Guqiu had been acclimatizing to his new life and had intended to reach out to Along eventually, but unexpectedly, Along had contacted him first. Without further ado, Guqiu pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. In an instant, a somewhat boisterous voice resonated through the speaker. "I specifically called you at dismissal time, and you answer so slowly? Just saw your call." Guqiu chuckled lightly and fabricated a casual excuse. Zhao Yulong then proceeded to tease, "You've been rather busy lately, huh? Ever since our last chat, you've gone silent. You mentioned something about a good thing happening, but I forgot to ask. What's the good news?" Guqiu raised an eyebrow. During their last conversation, he had been overly excited, and although he had not explicitly stated that he had been reborn, his words had implied as much. Fortunately, Along had taken it in stride, merely viewing it as Guqiu's eccentricity. Reflecting on it now, he realized that he had indeed been somewhat impulsive. Such an extraordinary occurrence was best kept under wraps for the time being. Returning to the topic at hand, he couldn't help but think of Qin Zhiyi, letting out a soft sigh. Good news? More like troublesome news. To his surprise, Along's voice turned serious at once. Troublesome news? Have you been bullied? Tell me, and I'll go sort them out for you. Guqiu's lips twitched, but he was well aware of Along's steadfast nature, prompting him to reply hastily, "It's nothing. I can handle it myself. Enough chatter, or I'll come over to find you right now." Hearing this, Guqiu couldn't help but smile wryly. This guy remains as domineering as ever. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "There's just someone at school I prefer not to encounter." Along responded, "Then you must deal with it. Wait for me. I'm bringing some people over." Guqiu interjected quickly, "Wait, calm down. I don't have any major conflict with her. She just keeps bothering me, and I wish to avoid any entanglement." Upon hearing this, there was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by a long voice filled with sudden realization and excitement. "Oh, she's been bothering you? TSK, TSK, TSK. That is not a bad thing. You're quite the handsome fellow. It's about time you found a partner." Guqiu took a sip of soda, responding irritably, "I'm being serious here." Along chuckled and continued, "What's wrong? Not interested in the young lady? If she doesn't catch your eye, that can indeed be quite annoying. Why not switch schools, or better yet, quit, and come work with me as my assistant?" At this suggestion, Guqiu fell into a momentary stupor. Quit. Chapter 5. Can I use a person as compensation? Guqiu contemplated Zhao Yulong's proposal earnestly. Resigning and disappearing indeed seemed like the most effective method to rid himself of Qin Zhiyi. However, he had to consider the students as well. Though they had only recently been divided into science and arts classes, they had spent nearly a month together. If he were to leave abruptly, it would not only cause trouble for the school, but would also significantly disrupt the students' learning progress. With this in mind, Guqiu shook his head. "Let us finish teaching this term first. Be cautious. Indecision may lead to chaos. Zhao Yulong laughed heartily. Gu Qiu chose not to dwell on this matter further and redirected the conversation, asking, "What was the reason you called me? What else could it be? It's been ages since we last saw each other. Let us go out for a drink this weekend and also visit Grandma. She mentioned you just the other day." Zhao Yulong chided, "You really ought to visit her more often, considering she lives just a few streets away." As Zhao Yulong spoke, Gu Qiu's mind conjured the gentle visage of an elderly woman. Just days prior, he had felt as though he had forgotten something important. It turned out to be the visit to Grandma Chun. "My bad, I completely forgot." Sao Yulong replied nonchalantly. "Ah, no worries. I know you're busy." She didn't say much, just reminded you to take care of yourself. At this, Gu Qiu was momentarily taken aback before responding, "Let us go over on Saturday. And we'll bring some groceries." "Sound good. I'll come pick you up." The two made plans, exchanging a few more casual remarks before hanging up. Gu Qiu set his phone down, realizing that the soda in his left hand was nearly finished, and decided to drink it all in one go. He raised the can, aiming to toss it into the trash bin, but his gaze was drawn outside the window instead. Not long ago, the sky had been adorned with the colors of dusk. Yet now it had turned a deep, ominous black. The howling wind whisked a few leaves past the glass panes, while several chirping sparrows flitted low through the air, and the atmosphere thickened with an unsettling warmth. Suddenly, Gu Qiu recalled that a heavy rain was expected tonight, and his brow furrowed instinctively. Having endured that fateful rainy night before his previous life ended, he harbored an aversion to rainy days. Rising from the sofa, he discarded the empty can and checked the windows, planning to grab a quick bite before wrapping himself in a blanket. Ultimately, a torrential downpour arrived stealthily in the dead of night, intensifying until dawn. The office for the first-year students remained shut tight, with umbrellas dripping water hanging from the storage rack, and the slick floor bore the marks of chaotic footprints. A female teacher, plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies, could no longer tolerate the mess and resolved to tidy up. Just as she was about to rise to fetch a mop, a sudden commotion emerged from the office door. Instinctively, she cast her gaze in that direction, her expression shifting to one of surprise. In walked Qin Zhiyi, appearing somewhat disheveled. Her clothes and the bag she carried were soaked through with varying degrees of rainwater. Droplets cascaded from her forehead, causing her damp, unruly hair to cling to her cheeks. This scene quickly caught the attention of the other teachers in the office. "Qin, how did you get so drenched? This rain is truly torrential. You should have brought an umbrella. There are umbrellas and disposable raincoats in the security booth, if all else fails. Just send a message in the group to find someone to pick you up. Let us turn on the air conditioning. We wouldn't want you to catch a cold." In the corner, Gu Qiu, who was nibbling on a steamed bun, stared blankly at Qin Zhiyi. Amid the teacher's exchange of words, he caught snippets of useful information and shifted his chair slightly, reaching into the nearby cabinet to retrieve the remote control and turn on the air conditioning. Qin Zhiyi gently brushed aside the strands of hair that obstructed her view and looked down. Noticing that her attire was appropriate, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had opted for a denim ensemble today. Had she worn a skirt like yesterday, it might have clung uncomfortably to her. After quickly adjusting her demeanor, she smiled and exchanged pleasantries with the other teachers before taking her seat. Immediately, the female teacher who had intended to mop the floor handed her a towel. Qin Zhiyi pursed her lips, hesitating to accept it at first. Noticing this, the teacher added, "It's new and hasn't been used yet. It's gotten colder today. You should wipe your face, or you might catch a cold." Unable to refuse any longer, Qin Zhiyi said, "Thank you." She wanted to express her gratitude, but was unsure of the teacher's name, as she hadn't met her the previous afternoon. The teacher smiled and introduced herself. "I'm Gu Yan, the homeroom teacher of Class 9. If you don't mind, you can call me Sister Yan." "Thank you, Sister Yan," Qin Zhiyi replied. "No need to be formal." "Hurry and wipe your face," Gu Yan instructed, before heading towards the corner where cleaning supplies were stored. Qin Zhiyi quickly dabbed at her face and hair, then retrieved several thick books and lesson plans from her bag. After checking to ensure everything was intact, she placed them aside. She lifted her gaze slightly to observe the position of the air conditioning unit and, realizing it was right next to her, decided to remove her denim jacket to hang it on the back of her chair to dry. Just as she set her clothing down, she turned to find Gu Qiu staring her way and playfully blinking at him. Gu Qiu's brow furrowed slightly, and he quickly lowered his head. A few seconds later, a notification sound from his phone broke the silence. Just as he felt relieved that the message had arrived to alleviate his awkwardness, he was surprised to see that the sender was Qin Zhiyi. "If you want to see it, just look. No need to feel shy." Gu Qiu raised his gaze slightly and indeed saw Qin Zhiyi wiping her hair while playing with her phone. He initially intended to ignore her, but received another message. "Ah Qiu, my nose is feeling itchy. I think I might be catching cold. Do you have any medicine?" to reassure him of her condition. Qin Zhiyi sneezed softly. Sighing, Guqiu replied, "How about some banlangen?" "Yes." Qin Zhiyi responded almost instantaneously, noticing that they were both engrossed in their phones. With messages chiming back and forth, Guqiu worried about drawing attention and promptly silenced his device. He then reached for the drawer to retrieve the medicine. Just then, Chen Qian unexpectedly placed a box of Sanjiu cold medicine on Qin Zhiyi's desk. "Teacher Qin, you mustn't fall ill so soon after starting work. This medicine is what I bought for the students last week, and there's still half left. You should drink a cup." Qin Zhiyi intended to decline, but Chen Qian left the office before she could protest. Guqiu's hand froze as he grasped the drawer handle, and after a brief pause, he withdrew his hand. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Zhiyi's message arrived. "I want to drink banlangen." Guqiu raised an eyebrow and replied, "The cold medicine is more effective. Chen Gu is always so kind-hearted. Don't let his good intentions go to waste." However, Qin Zhiyi was particularly insistent. "Oh, it doesn't matter. Just give me the medicine. If you're worried about being overheard, just pass it quietly from below." Their desks faced each other, with enough space beneath for passing items. "Making such a scene on the first day of work, you're the only one I can count on," Guqiu retorted playfully. After a quick glance around, he swiftly retrieved 2 packets of banlangen granules from his drawer and slid them onto the table. Qin Zhiyi quickly caught them, took out her mini water cup, and tore open a packet, pouring it inside, to honor Chen Qian's kindness. She also took 2 packets of cold medicine and tucked them into her drawer. While getting hot water, she placed the remaining cold medicine back on Chen Qian's desk. After a moment, Qin Zhiyi resumed her seat, holding her phone, and began to complain to Guqiu. "Sigh, last night the wind howled, rain poured, and thunder rolled, preventing me from getting a good night's rest. When I woke up, I was so disoriented that I thought I had an umbrella in the car and rushed to school, only to find none. I was in such a hurry that I didn't even have breakfast, and now I'm cold and hungry. Truly a tragic little bitter melon in this world." Guqiu intended to inform her that breakfast was still being sold at the cafeteria, but something about her last message tugged at his heart, prompting him to ask, "I have a bun left. Do you want it?" "Yes." Qin Zhiyi replied instantly. Thus, they engaged in another round of under-the-table exchanges. Soon, Qin Zhiyi bit into the still warm, pickled vegetable bun and took a sip of the sweet banlangen, her face lighting up with a smile. "Hee, I knew Guqiu was the best." Guqiu, recalling his recent decision to keep his distance from Qin Zhiyi, felt a pang of self-reproach as he had just given her medicine and shared breakfast. He swiftly shifted the conversation, saying, "I'm afraid I should charge you for what I just gave you. The bun is 150, and the banlangen is 2. Qin Zhiyi's beautiful eyes lit up as she pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. "What if I have no money? Can I settle the debt with my services?" Chapter 6. She seems truly different. After a moment of introspection, Guqiu's resolve was steadfast. In the face of Qin Zhiyi's teasing words, he feigned indifference. However, it was clear that her intention was merely to gauge his feelings towards her, and she anticipated the outcome without being overly concerned. Just as the conversation was about to lull, she tightened her grip on her phone, eager to continue the dialogue. At that moment, Cui Jiangwo entered the room. After surveying the surroundings, his gaze finally settled on Qin Zhiyi. "Teacher Qin, I just saw you running in the rain and wanted to offer you an umbrella, but I couldn't catch up with you. In the future, if it rains and you forget your umbrella, don't panic. There are disposable raincoats at the security booth and parking lot. Since you're new here, feel free to ask in the group if you encounter any issues." Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Then, as if struck by a thought, she inquired, "Teacher Cui, the house I rented is too far from school, making my commute inconvenient. Are there any vacancies in the teacher's dormitory?" Cui Jiangwo promptly replied, "Yes. There are plenty of vacant rooms in the second apartment building. Later, you can go to the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building to find Teacher Zhong, who manages the dormitories. He will assist you." "Okay, thank you, Teacher Cui." Qin Zhiyi expressed her gratitude politely. Meanwhile, upon hearing about the second apartment building, Guqiu's expression froze. When he looked up again, he was met with Qin Zhiyi's sparkling eyes, filled with mirth, and an ominous premonition washed over him. That evening, the rain had long ceased, yet puddles remained along the campus path. Guqiu, illuminated by the streetlights, attempted to avoid stepping into them, but inadvertently did so anyway. Having endured 4 consecutive evening classes, he felt extraordinarily fatigued and simply wished to return home to rest, so he chose to ignore the puddles and strode forward with purpose. Upon reaching the base of the apartment building, Guqiu suddenly remembered the arduous task of ascending 5 flights of stairs, prompting an exasperated sigh to escape his lips. He had heard that a teacher suggested installing an elevator in the cafeteria last week. With such idle funds, why not prioritize the teacher's apartments and students' dormitories instead? It was no wonder that students often remark how the school preferred to squander money on trivial matters. As he vented his frustrations internally, he found himself stomping up the stairs with a bit more force than usual, perhaps to alleviate his mounting irritation. Upon reaching the third floor, weariness washed over him. Or perhaps he recognized that such behavior might disturb others' rest, prompting him to restore his composure. Yet, as he lightened his footsteps, he discerned faint sounds emanating from above. In an instant, Gucci's fatigue evaporated, replaced by a tide of curiosity and vigilance. Presently, only 2 households occupied the upper floors, his own and that of a middle-aged physics teacher, who had been dispatched for a 2-week exchange program 2 days prior. There was no way he could have returned at this hour. Given the pervasive surveillance throughout the school and the commendable security measures in place, it was unlikely that a thief would target the premises. Guccio paused, hesitated for a considerable time, and ultimately mustered the courage to investigate. However, mindful of his safety, he took out his phone, pre-dialing the emergency number 110, while also picking up a dilapidated broomstick from the corner of the stairwell. Soon, Guccio stealthily ascended to the 4th floor. It is worth noting that the school's plan to install motion sensor lighting in the stairwell had yet to be realized. Otherwise, inadvertently triggering, it could easily alert any potential intruder. Yet, because of this, the previously faint sounds now reverberated more distinctly through the corridor, heightening the atmosphere of dread. Nevertheless, the source of the noise was evidently still above him. He exhaled slowly, murmuring to himself, "Is it directed at me?" With gritted teeth, he ascended to the 5th floor in a single, determined burst. At the top of the stairs, a flickering light beckoned from the left side of the corridor. Guccio initially thought this audacious thief was brazen enough to steal while leaving the lights on, but as he stealthily peered around the corner, he discovered that the illuminated room was not his own, but rather that of the apartment across the hall. Unlike the other floors that could accommodate 4 households, the 5th floor, due to its shared balcony, contained only 2 units. Previously, the absence of an elevator had led many to prefer lower floors, coupled with the abundance of vacant rooms, resulting in the apartment opposite remaining unoccupied until today. What could possibly be happening? Realizing that no thief had entered the building, he tossed the broom aside, pocketed his phone, and, driven by curiosity, approached the door. The corridor was cluttered with numerous boxes, all leaning against Unit 502, leaving Guccio's own apartment, 501, completely unaffected. He halted at the threshold, preparing to glance upward, when he unexpectedly collided with Qin Zhiyi, who was emerging from the apartment. Startled, he instinctively took 2 steps back. Qin Zhiyi was already aware that Guccio lived across the hall, but feigning ignorance, she displayed a facade of surprise. "Aiki, what brings you here?" Guccio regarded her with suspicion. "Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What are you doing here?" Qin Zhiyi pointed towards the interior of her apartment. "This is the accommodation assigned to me by the school. You must be exhausted after a full day of classes. You needn't help me. Go rest." Guccio gazed intently into Qin Zhiyi's eyes, seeking any signs of deceit in her words. However, whether it was due to her impeccable acting or the inadequate lighting, he discerned nothing amiss and continued to probe. "You truly do not know who lives across from you." Qin Zhiyi shook her head nonchalantly. "No, I don't. I heard that there were only 2 units on the 5th floor connected to a large terrace. It was quiet and sunny, so I chose it right away. It was only when I arrived this afternoon that I discovered someone lived opposite." She paused before her expression brightened with surprise. "Could it be that you live here?" Guccio remained silent, tacitly affirming her conjecture. Instantly, Qin Zhiyi's face lit up with excitement as she exclaimed, "See, I told you we were fated to meet." Guccio maintained an air of indifference. He still suspected that Qin Zhiyi had deliberately chosen to reside opposite him, especially considering the peculiar glances she cast at him while discussing accommodation with Director Cui that morning. Yet, lacking any evidence, he felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. Otherwise, he might appear overly self-involved if she truly bore no ulterior motive. As he pondered, Qin Zhiyi resumed her task of moving items. The cardboard boxes were filled with a considerable number of belongings, appearing quite heavy, and she struggled to lift them. Observing this, Guccio intended to offer his assistance, but suddenly recalled that in his past life, whenever new items were added or old ones replaced, he often managed much larger boxes nearly all by himself, with Qin Zhiyi rarely offering help. With this thought in mind, his intended words shifted to, "With so many items, why not have a moving company assist you?" "I didn't hire a moving company," she replied. "It may look like a lot, but it's not really. I made 2 trips in my car." At this, Guccio's expression grew serious. "You carried all this luggage by yourself?" "Yes." Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, sending him a gentle smile. Though she spoke with ease, only she knew that her unaccustomed feet had developed blisters from the exertion of climbing stairs. Nevertheless, she wished to spare Guccio any worry and was eager to see just how arduous these once overlooked tasks could be. Guqiu stood there dumbfounded, watching Qin Zhiyi bustle in and out. She truly seemed different. Chapter 7. Now you are my target. Guqiu silently marveled, his emotions becoming increasingly complex. In truth, prior to their marriage in his past life, Qin Zhiyi had been adept at managing her life. However, a single marriage had altered her profoundly. While much of the blame could be laid at the feet of her eccentric parents, her own obsessive nature also played a significant role. Observing her thrive now, even more than in their previous life, filled Guqiu with a sense of comfort. Suddenly, he blurted out, Qin Zhiyi. Qin Zhiyi, laden with a massive box, paused and looked at him expectantly. Guqiu had initially intended to advise her not to be overly concerned with others' opinions, to live true to herself, but felt that such sentiments might be out of place at this moment, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just then, however, fatigued and with little strength remaining, Qin Zhiyi lost her grip, dropping the box onto the floor. She took a deep breath, raising her hand to wipe the sweat from her brow. Just as she prepared to lift it again, Guqiu intervened, taking the box from her. Take a break, he uttered, swiftly carrying the box into her apartment. Qin Zhiyi slightly pursed her lips, a smile blossoming on her cheeks. Rather than resting, she seemed to be revitalized, brimming with newfound energy. With only about 20 boxes to go, the two of them worked in tandem, clearing the hallway in no time. However, most of the boxes were filled with clothing, making them quite heavy. Guqiu was tasked with the largest and heaviest ones, leaving him rather fatigued after just a short while. Leaning against the shoe rack by the entrance, he inquired, How long have you been in Yin City? Almost 10 days. Qin Zhiyi began organizing and categorizing the boxes as she replied casually. Guqiu blinked in confusion. In just 10 days, you managed to acquire so many items? Keep in mind, before I arrived, there were already over 20 boxes piled up in this apartment, totaling nearly 50. This woman has indeed changed, becoming even more extravagant than in her previous life. Qin Zhiyi merely shrugged and explained, Not at all. Most of these items were purchased in Hangzhou. Upon hearing this, Guqiu pressed on. So you've moved everything from Hangzhou here? What about your house? Qin Zhiyi pushed 2 boxes filled with kitchenware to the kitchen door and continued. I've already sold it through a real estate agency. Guqiu's gaze followed her figure. Are you truly planning to stay in Yin City indefinitely? Are you giving up on your studies? Wasn't your goal to attain a doctorate? Qin Zhiyi paused briefly, glancing back with a smile. That was in the past. My current objective is you. Guqiu lowered his gaze, earnestly stating, Zhiyi, you shouldn't forsake your beloved studies and career for me. Don't let your years of hard work go to waste. I hope you'll reconsider. Mom, I understand. Qin Zhiyi nodded vigorously. She recognized Guqiu's concern for her well-being. Yet the outcome of choosing that well-trodden path in her past life resulted in losing the one who loved her most in the world. Now, even the price of pursuing that path had transformed into a parting of ways with Guqiu. There was no way she could entertain that notion. Moreover, she was a reborn soul, possessing the knowledge and research achievements from her past life, acquired through the expenditure of significant human, material, and temporal resources. If she desired, wealth and fame would not be difficult to attain. But as I mentioned earlier, her sole goal now was Guqiu, unaware of her true thoughts. Guqiu felt it was time for him to leave. It's getting late. I should head back. Don't work too late yourself. With that, he made no further delay and exited through the door. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow and called out to him, Oh, Guqiu, I've made some snow fungus soup. Would you like a bowl? Guqiu paused, momentarily taken aback, and finally declined politely. It's too late. I'm not hungry. In reality, he was an absolute dessert enthusiast. Had Qin Zhiyi made the offer 10 minutes earlier, he likely would not have turned it down. Yet, having just lectured her, it felt inappropriate to indulge in her hospitality. So he suppressed his craving and hurried home. Half an hour later, Guqiu emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, tossing the towel he had just used to dry his hair onto the rack. He was about to recline on the sofa and play on his phone when he was interrupted by an unexpected knock at the door. He walked slowly to the door, peering through the peephole to see Qin Zhiyi standing outside. After a few seconds of hesitation, thinking it best not to engage too much at this hour, he reached out to turn off the hallway light. However, before long, a message popped up on his phone. You're turning off the lights while I'm outside? Isn't that a bit redundant? Open the door. I have something important to discuss. After reading it, Guqiu sighed softly, turned the light back on, and opened the door. The first thing to catch his eye was the bowl of snow fungus soup that Qin Zhiyi was holding. Raising his gaze, he noticed that the black sportswear she had been wearing earlier had been replaced by a white spaghetti-strap sundress. The proximity allowed him to catch a glimpse of the delicate curves between her fair skin. Realizing his gaze had lingered too long, Guqiu quickly averted his eyes and inquired, What is it? Qin Zhiyi handed him the bowl of snow fungus soup. then revealed a toiletry bag she had been concealing behind her. It seems there's an issue with my water heater. It won't produce hot water. Would it be convenient for me to shower at your place? Guqiu raised an eyebrow. Is that true? It sounds like a cliché plot from a TV drama. Noticing his skepticism, Qin Zhiyi pouted in a playful manner. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. But Guqiu, being straightforward, took her words at face value and, without hesitation, set the snow fungus soup down nearby, intending to investigate. Just as he stepped outside, Qin Zhiyi exclaimed, "Oh no, I've left my keys behind." Guqiu's expression remained impassive, yet his eyes conveyed his exasperation. It must be said, this forgetful habit aligned perfectly with the impression Qin Zhiyi had left on him. In her past life, she frequently misplaced documents at home and would call him to deliver them to her at work. Meanwhile, after futilely tugging at the doorknob, Qin Zhiyi turned around helplessly. Just as she was about to speak, she discovered that Guqiu had also closed the door behind him, and he was still in his bathrobe, clearly without his keys either. Now we are both without a home. It's my fault. I'm so sorry. Guqiu observed her resembling a remorseful child, head bowed, and he couldn't help but recall her once proud and aloof demeanor. In contrast, he found this more endearing version of Qin Zhiyi to be quite charming, prompting a faint smile. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Qin Zhiyi took hold of his hand. Let's go to a hotel and get a room. Guqiu's eyes widened in shock. A hotel? Get a room? What kind of brazen suggestion is that? Hey. He steadied himself, stopping Qin Zhiyi. It's late, and we're dressed like this. If we go out together, we'll definitely make headlines on campus tomorrow. Qin Zhiyi initially intended to say she didn't mind, considering they were husband and wife in their past life and were destined to be together again in this life. However, fearing that such casualness might tarnish her image in his eyes, she continued, surely we can't just stay in the hallway all night? It's quite late. It wouldn't be appropriate to trouble the other teachers. Troubling the other teachers is fine, but troubling me is not? Guqiu mumbled to himself, intending to turn back, only to realize Qin Zhiyi still held his hand, so he quickly withdrew. He returned to his door, gently slid the lock open, and placed his thumb on the fingerprint recognition area. With a chime, the door swung open. After completing this, he glanced back at Qin Zhiyi, his expression seemingly conveying that he was not as foolish as she might think. In truth, he had switched to an electronic lock due to a previous incident where he had forgotten his keys. Qin Zhiyi played along, displaying a look of surprise and admiration, and resumed the conversation. I know you well. As she spoke, she slowly stepped closer, her big eyes fixed intently on Guqiu. Guqiu sighed, ultimately unable to let her spend the night in the hallway, and opened the door wide. Gumin, I knew Guqiu was the best, she exclaimed. But just so you know, I only have one bed. You'll be sleeping on the sofa tonight. Can't we squeeze together? Hee, just kidding. As long as there's a place to sleep, I'm fine. Chapter 8. Is he dating someone else? Guqiu led Qin Zhiyi into his home. He rummaged through the shoe cabinet for a clean pair of cotton slippers, tossing them at her feet. They might be a bit large. You'll have to make do. Qin Zhiyi didn't mind. It would be unusual for a single man to have women's items in his home. She took off her little white shoes. But as she tried to change into the slippers, she inadvertently aggravated the blister on her foot, causing her to frown and gasp in pain. Hiss! Guqiu, holding the bowl of snow fungus soup, approached the sofa, stealing a glance at her from the corner of his eye. Qin Zhiyi, refusing to act coy, quickly adjusted her demeanor and expression, walking to the center of the living room and surveying her surroundings. She had learned from the teacher managing the apartments that the layouts of the faculty apartments varied in size. Spacious apartments are typically reserved for couples or elderly retirees, while the younger, single educators like Guqiu often find themselves residing in modest 50-square-meter flats. Although the space is not expansive, it is adequately equipped with essential amenities such as a kitchen and bathroom, sufficient for solitary living. Guqiu's room lacks exquisite decor, making it nearly indistinguishable from her neighbor's fully furnished abode. Yet, every arrangement here is flawlessly executed, and coupled with its immaculate cleanliness, it offers a delightful aesthetic. In a fleeting moment, Qin Zhiyi recalls how, in her previous life, Guqiu always ensured their home was beautifully maintained. In stark contrast, she often neglected to assist him, and even when she enjoyed the fruits of his labor, she would forget to commend him. This realization stirred a pang of guilt within her. As Qin Zhiyi lost herself in thought, Guqiu had already tidied up the towel he had carelessly tossed aside and neatly stored the clothes he had changed out of in the bathroom. He then brought forward a fresh towel and presented it to her. The bathrobe is gone. You can continue wearing what you have on after your shower. While saying this, he stole another glance at Qin Zhiyi and voiced his earlier curiosity. By the way, why did you change clothes if you haven't showered? As he began speaking, Qin Zhiyi snapped back to attention, her lips curling into a soft smile as she replied, Because I wanted to see you. Since her rebirth, she had been striving to effect change, and among her more conscious efforts was the subtle transformation in her appearance before meeting Guccio. She had even applied a light touch of makeup and styled her hair before heading out. Unfortunately, this foolish man seemed only to notice her attire. Meanwhile, Guccio felt a peculiar sense of novelty upon learning that Qin Zhiyi had dressed up specifically to see him. In his past life, such gestures had been a rarity. However, he bore no resentment towards her. After all, that foolish woman had once devoted herself entirely to her work, paying little heed to her attire, merely seeking to appear presentable. Their thoughts diverged, yet in the next moment, they exchanged a tacit glance. When their eyes met, an involuntary tension surged between them, rendering the atmosphere slightly awkward. Fortunately, Qin Zhiyi quickly broke the silence. She grabbed her toiletries bag and headed towards the bathroom, turning her head just before closing the door to mischievously wink at Guccio. I'm going to shower. You wouldn't dare peek, would you? Guccio instinctively opened his mouth to respond. It's not like I haven't seen it. But fortunately, he caught himself in time and retorted, what's there to see? Oomph. This miss has such a great figure. You're missing out if you don't look. Qin Zhiyi mumbled a few words under her breath, ensuring he could not hear. As she shut the door behind her, Guccio, undeterred, made his way to the sofa. His sofa was of a foldable design and when fully extended, resembled a small bed. He had never utilized this feature before, but surprisingly, it was Qin Zhiyi who was the first to benefit from it. After moving the coffee table aside and laboring for some time, he finally had it set up. He then retrieved a box of ointment, 2 blankets, and a pillow from the bedroom. Just as he finished making the bed, his phone rang unexpectedly. Approaching slowly, he glanced at the caller ID and instinctively turned his gaze towards the wall clock. Noticing it was nearly midnight, he quickly answered, surprised to hear, Grandma. Why are you still awake? There was a slight pause on the other end, followed by a tender voice. Aren't you awake as well? This morning, Along told me you would come over on Saturday, but my memory is poor, and I forgot. I dreamt of you and suddenly remembered, fearing I would forget again. So I decided to call. I didn't expect you to still be awake. Achio, you must take care of your health and not overexert yourself. Guccio patiently listened, then responded with a smile. Something came up today, but I'm usually not very busy. Upon hearing this, the voice on the line suddenly bore a hint of reproach. If you're not busy, why don't you come visit your grandma? Do you dislike this old woman? Guccio quickly denied, not at all. I miss you. How could I possibly dislike you? Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, the sound of running water in the bathroom had ceased. Had Guccio turned a glance, he would have certainly noticed the enchanting silhouette pressed against the frosted glass door. Yet at this moment his heart was entirely occupied with the phone call. All right, I know I was wrong. Didn't we agree that I would come over on Saturday? I'll buy some groceries. It's been a while since I've cooked, so I'm not sure if my skills have deteriorated. I'm not a child anymore. Okay, I'll go to sleep. Listening to this unusually intimate exchange, Qin Zhiyi's eyes dimmed. She suddenly recalled Guccio's mention of returning to reality the previous day, initially thinking it was merely an excuse to avoid her. But now it dawned on her that he might truly be in a relationship with someone else. Qin Zhiyi could no longer afford to ponder this. Hastily dressing and rushing out of the bathroom with her damp hair cascading down her shoulders, Guccio had just hung up the phone when he was taken aback by the radiant sight of Qin Zhiyi, as though she had emerged from the water like a lotus flower. Suddenly snapping back to reality, he cleared his throat and advised, "The hairdryer is in the cabinet under the sink." Then, recalling his promise to his grandmother to go to bed, he stood up and yawned. "I made your bed. I'm feeling a bit tired, so I'm heading to sleep now." With that, Guccio turned and walked towards the bedroom without looking back. Qin Zhiyi watched his retreating figure until he disappeared from sight. Once the door closed, she sank despondently onto the sofa. She had wanted to clarify so many things just moments ago. However, upon reflection, she and Guccio were merely friends at best. Even if he were in a relationship, he was under no obligation to disclose it to her. This was not how things were meant to unfold. Or was this the universe's way of punishing her for her past misdeeds towards him? Qin Zhiyi's emotions spiraled into chaos, and 2 streams of warm tears unwittingly slipped down her cheeks, mingling with the droplets from her hair. Fearing that Guccio might hear her sobs, she bent down and buried her head in the pillow. Time passed, and eventually, Qin Zhiyi cried herself out, though her chest still heaved with emotion. Turning her head, she took a few breaths through her mouth. In the next moment, her gaze was drawn to the empty bowl and the ointment on the table. Quickly sitting up, she reached for the bowl that had contained the white fungus soup and checked the ointment, discovering it was intended to alleviate blisters. Instinctively, she glanced at her feet. No, this didn't add up. Given Guccio's character, how could he possibly spend the night with another woman now that he had a girlfriend, let alone consume her food and thoughtfully provide her with ointment? It was known that he was quite handsome, and even in her previous life, despite being together, he would often be approached by others when out, yet he always rebuffed their advances. Even after their marriage, despite her mistreatment of him, he had never engaged in any indiscretions, nor had he even confided in another woman. In an instant, her spirits lifted considerably. But then again, who was that person he had just spoken to on the phone? Qin Zhiyi was desperate to uncover the answer, but felt utterly helpless. Running her fingers through her damp hair. Ah, that infuriating Guqiu, she muttered in frustration, suddenly struck with the audacious idea of sneaking into the bedroom to rummage through his phone. Unexpectedly, as Qin Zhiyi lifted her gaze towards the bedroom, the door swung open, startling her. Guqiu, his eyes hazy, glanced at her and then displayed a look of confusion. Sister, why haven't you dried your hair yet? If you're not sleepy, you could at least turn off the light. The light seeping through the door keeps me awake. As he spoke, he moved to turn off the light, but noticed the redness at the corners of Qin Zhiyi's eyes, his expression faltering. Have you been crying? Qin Zhiyi pouted and huffed. It's all your fault, you insufferable man. Guqiu felt a bit bewildered. How is this my fault? Am I disturbing your sleep? Do you really want to sleep in the bedroom? Remember, this is my home. Don't push your luck. His murmurs seemed to strike a chord of amusement in Qin Zhiyi, prompting a fleeting chuckle from her. However, she quickly shot him a glare, coldly retorting, never mind. Go back to your sleep. Guqiu, unable to grasp the situation, chose not to provoke her further and left with a parting remark. Just remember to turn off the light. Once the door closed behind him, Qin Zhiyi clenched her fists in silence. Saturday, is it? I must see who this person truly is. 3 days later, on Saturday afternoon, the students had already been released from school, leaving the campus quieter than usual. Yet, at the school gate, a figure pushing an electric scooter appeared particularly agitated. After a few steps, he couldn't help but voice his frustration. I will never trust that guy again. The speaker was Guqiu, referring to Along, who had previously agreed to meet him for lunch. Originally, Along was supposed to come and pick him up, but he had overslept and, after washing up, received a call from Along saying there was an unforeseen issue at the restaurant and he would be late. Guqiu expressed his understanding, thinking they could still meet to visit Grandma Chun, as the school wasn't too far away. However, his electric scooter ran out of battery midway, and just as he reached the school gate, it completely died on him. After the recent rain, the days had been filled with bright sunshine, and the temperature was steadily rising. As Guqiu walked back to the electric scooter shed in front of his apartment, he was already drenched in sweat. He charged the scooter and wiped the sweat from his brow, exhaling a sigh of relief. Then, he planned to return home for a brief rest before deciding on his next move. At that moment, a white Mercedes-Benz pulled up on the nearby road. The driver's window rolled down, revealing Qin Zhiyi waving at him. Guqiu, stop shouting, I can't hear you. Guqiu hastened over, focusing his attention on her. Since Qin Zhiyi had stayed over at his place for a night, she hadn't caused any more trouble. She seemed relatively normal, except that whenever he was playing on his phone in the office, he would often catch her staring at him, leading to moments where he felt as if he had been caught by a teacher for using his phone in class. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thoughts and asked, What is the matter? Qin Zhiyi rested her arm on the car window, speaking softly. Is your scooter out of battery? I can give you a ride. Knowing only that Guqiu was going out today, she had been watching from the window since early morning and finally spotted him coming down at noon. Without much complaint, she followed him. Having driven behind him, she witnessed his turn back midway and the earlier scene of him pushing the scooter. After some contemplation, she reasoned it was better to take the opportunity to offer him a ride than to risk being discovered while sneaking around. However, the next moment, Guqiu shook his head. I appreciate the kindness, but I wouldn't want to trouble you. He then turned to leave. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi swiftly grabbed his sleeve. You said it was kindness. Refusing me now seems a bit inconsiderate, doesn't it? The place I'm going isn't far, really. Guqiu declined once more, attempting to pull his sleeve free, but she held on tightly, making it difficult to escape. At that moment, a van approached from behind, and a middle-aged male teacher who recognized Guqiu leaned out of the window. Gu teacher, who are you talking to? Can you move a bit forward? I have some things to carry home. The narrow path couldn't accommodate two vehicles side by side. Guqiu quickly responded with a smile. Just a moment. Then, he shot an annoyed glance at Qin Zhiyi. Stop messing around and make way. Qin Zhiyi smiled slyly. This unexpected support was too good to pass up, and she motioned towards the passenger seat. Then get in. Understanding Qin Zhiyi's stubborn nature, Guqiu sighed helplessly. Let go. Realizing he was conceding, Qin Zhiyi slowly released her grip, pressed the unlock button, and don't you need help opening the door? No, I'll do it myself. With that, Guqiu quickly moved to the side, opened the door, and sat inside. Qin Zhiyi wasted no time and drove off. As the Mercedes entered a bend, the middle-aged teacher finally recognized the driver murmuring, "That seems to be the new teacher, Qin. The young ones today are quite bold, getting together so quickly." Before long, Qin Zhiyi arrived at the school gate. She turned to Guqiu, only to find him with his head down, body leaning forward, seemingly unwilling to be seen by those outside the car. She chuckled lightly. "You're acting as if you have a girlfriend, sneaking out with me like this. Are you that afraid of being misunderstood?" Her words were both playful and probing. Guqiu raised an eyebrow, retorting, "After all, my skin isn't as thick as yours." Despite his words, he adjusted his posture. Qin Zhiyi followed up, "You can't win someone over without a thick skin. Just fear ending up with nothing after trying to chase." Guqiu casually quoted an internet saying. However, Qin Zhiyi merely gazed at him, unfazed. "No witties. If there is no outcome, just enjoy the process." Her voice was soft, as if she were speaking to herself. If in this lifetime, Guqiu were to truly fall for someone else, or if they couldn't end up together, she wouldn't harbor any resentment. Instead, she would cherish the memory of pursuing Guqiu as a treasure, safeguarding it for a lifetime. In her previous life, she had not believed in fate or the supernatural. But after experiencing rebirth, she secretly hoped for another chance in the next life to meet Guqiu again, wishing for them to be together, happily so. Realizing she might be asking for too much, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle. In contrast, Guqiu's attention was more focused on the road conditions. Noticing her distracted smile, he quickly reminded her, hey, pay attention to the road." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi withdrew her gaze. "Where are you headed?" Initially, she had wanted to ask about his destination when she first saw him, but the topic had veered off course. Thankfully, she had kept the car at speed slow, and they had only just reached the intersection in front of the school during their conversation. Guqiu raised an eyebrow in thought. In his previous life, Qin Zhiyi's personality had been introverted and aloof, yet Grandma had taken an immediate liking to her upon their first meeting. Now, the eloquent lady seems to have a greater chance of winning the old man's favor. Grandmother is undoubtedly one of his few vulnerabilities. If this woman gains control over her, there will be no refuge for him, regardless of where he hides. Although he and Qin Zhiyi have known each other for over 5 years, having disclosed his family background to her, their relationship has merely remained at the level of acquaintance without any deeper interaction. Thus, his only task now is to ensure that Qin Zhiyi does not encounter his grandmother. He promptly exclaimed, "Yulong Bar," even though Qin Zhiyi was aware of Along's existence. Along had grown up alongside him and would never betray him. However, he failed to notice the glimmer in Qin Zhiyi's eyes as she murmured to herself, "Right? How could I forget the person he values the most? Once I secure Granny Chun and Along, I refuse to believe you can escape from my grasp." With her target in sight, Qin Zhiyi felt invigorated and was about to accelerate when she suddenly realized something and asked sheepishly, "By the way, where exactly is Yulong Bar? I don't even know the location, yet you want me to come along?" Guqiu furrowed his brow, somewhat speechless. At the same time, he took out his phone and opened the map navigation. Qin Zhiyi smiled knowingly, stating, "Well, I've only just arrived, so I'll familiarize myself with the place after a couple of visits. Buckle up, we are off." Chapter 10. Is there something wrong on your end? Following the navigation's guidance, Qin Zhiyi drove westward to Yunfeng Street, about 10 kilometers away. The streets of Yunfeng are organized into a grid-like pattern, resembling a 9-square layout. Although the area is not vast, it is highly developed, featuring large supermarkets, small scenic spots, and pedestrian food streets, making it quite prosperous within the small county of Yun City. The Mercedes-Benz slowly came to a halt on the outskirts of the street, and Guqiu opened the car door, turning to Qin Zhiyi. "Thank you. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Qin Zhiyi, with her hands resting on the steering wheel, replied with a bright smile, "Let us make it a deal, but don't think too much. I'm at a meal at the school cafeteria." Guqiu tossed out a remark and stepped out of the car. I can eat at the cafeteria too," Qin Zhiyi muttered softly, lowering the window of the passenger seat. Following Guqiu's path, she quickly spotted an exceptionally eye-catching sign for Yulong Bar nestled among a row of small buildings. The 4 artistic characters floated gracefully, with a dragon logo prominently positioned in the center. The entrance, adorned in shades of gray and red, featured many trendy design patterns etched into the walls and strings of lights hanging about, although they remained unlit due to the daylight. Just as Qin Zhiyi became engrossed in the view, a middle-aged man in a security uniform approached, reminding her, "Hello, parking is not permitted here." Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then retracted her gaze and drove forward. Before long, as Guqiu entered the bar, he sensed something amiss. From his recollection, Along's establishment typically boomed with activity every weekend, opening at 10 in the morning. However, today, there were no patrons coming or going, and even the blaring dance music was conspicuously absent. As he ventured deeper into the interior, He first noticed that the usual colorful ambience lighting had been replaced by bright overhead lights, illuminating the space unusually well. Next, he was greeted by the sight of overturned tables and chairs, with a group of servers diligently cleaning up shattered bottles scattered throughout the establishment. Guccio furrowed his brow and stopped a passing server. What's going on? Did someone cause trouble? The young server, having seen Guccio a few times and remembering that the boss had instructed to take special care of him, was about to offer an explanation. However, he was interrupted by a voice from the side. Aki? The voice belonged to a young man towering over 1.8 meters, clad in a white shirt, with muscles subtly visible beneath his sleeves. His skin was sun-kissed, and though his features were not particularly refined, they were well aligned, with a casual 3-segment hairstyle that added to his charm. Guccio turned to face Zhao Yulong. It was the first time seeing him since his rebirth, causing him to feel a bit dazed, but he was more concerned about the unfolding situation and pressed. What has happened? Zhao Yulong shrugged, tilting his chin toward the server's cleanup efforts, and replied, I ascend, it obvious? Someone caused a scene. To summarize the tale, he continued, this morning, a cheating woman brought her lover here, and her husband found out. The brother put on quite a show, beating up the lover and kicking the mistress, nearly leaving them for dead. In the end, the police took them away. My brother was quite considerate. After the ruckus, he immediately compensated, swiping his card for 100,000. I didn't pursue the matter further. The police just sent someone over to take pictures for evidence, and it should be all cleaned up soon enough for us to continue business. As he spoke, he led Guccio to the bar counter. What would you like to drink? Guccio was still processing the information he had just received. This incident had also occurred in his previous life, but at that time, he had only heard Along mention it casually without delving deeper. Regardless, it was good that no trouble had come knocking on their door. Once he collected his thoughts, he replied, just a simple drink will do. Before long, the two found themselves each holding a glass adorned with a bubbly beverage. Zhao Yulong took a hearty sip from his drink and asked, Where in tea, we supposed to meet at Granny's place? Why did you come here? Just as Guccio was about to respond, a beautiful woman walked in, only to be stopped by a server. Imisori, Mom. But we are currently closed for business. You can return in an hour. Qin Zhiyi remained unruffled, pointing towards Guccio's location. Then why are they being served? The server was momentarily at a loss for words. She wished to explain that those were the boss and his brother, but felt it might come off as disrespectful to the other patrons. Observing the situation, Guccio felt a pang of worry as he slapped his forehead. This is never-ending. Noticing that Guccio knew the woman, Zhao Yulong's interest peaked. He instructed the server to serve Qin Zhiyi normally and then nudged Guccio's shoulder. Who is she? Guccio, aware of Along's inquisitive nature, decided not to conceal anything. It's the person I mentioned before. She's the one who brought me here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong's eyes widened as he scrutinized Qin Zhiyi closely. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi settled at the bar counter, where a well-dressed bartender promptly approached her. Madam, what would you like to drink? Do you have coffee? Regardless of past or present, Qin Zhiyi felt a mix of resistance and unfamiliarity toward bars due to her lack of friends. The bartender paused, taken aback. Coming to a bar for coffee? Is this a new trend? Despite his confusion, he maintained a smile. Yes, we do. Please hold on. After observing for a moment, Zhao Yulong slowly turned his gaze away. He placed an arm around Guccio's neck and, in a tone only the two could hear, asked, Hey, what is going on with you? I thought the women pursuing you would either be too old or not very attractive, but she's clearly a beauty. Guccio sipped his drink through a straw and remarked nonchalantly. Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she becomes. With a scoff, he added, yet he still ended up with Zhao Min. Zhao Yulong responded casually, glancing at Qin Zhiyi and shaking his head repeatedly. TSK, 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 with looks like yours. How can you not be interested? Noticing Guccio's silence, he jested. Hey, you wouldn't happen to have some issues, would you? Suddenly, Guccio furrowed his brow. The issues are on your end. No, I meant here, Zhao Yulong said, poking Guccio's chest and added, You're not harboring any peculiar preferences, are you? Get lost. Guccio, uninterested in banter, turned away but then caught sight of Qin Zhiyi raising her freshly brewed coffee to toast him from a distance. And he couldn't help but sigh. What kind of misfortune am I enduring every day? Hearing this, Zhao Yulong ceased his teasing and raised an eyebrow slightly. How about I talk to her and ask her to stop pestering you? Huh, Guccio replied dismissively, choosing to lay his head down on the bar. He had already told Qin Zhiyi several times to no avail. If what Along said could work, it would be a miracle. Zhao Yulong, not overthinking it, approached Qin Zhiyi. Miss, how should I address you? If you're the same age as Achio, you ought to call me sister. Qin Zhiyi smiled gently and added, Qin Zhiyi. Zhao Yulong was surprised to discover she was indeed older than Guccio. but her ability to address him in that manner indicated her affection for the young rascal. Regretting this, he sighed again and advised, "Teacher Qin, I know you have feelings for Achio, but he already has someone he likes." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's face paled visibly, her smile freezing in place. "Oh really?" Chapter 11. Online Dating Girlfriend? Zhao Yulong observed the color drain from Qin Zhiyi's face and immediately felt a pang of guilt and melancholy. However, having grown up alongside Guqiu, he understood the boy's character all too well. If Guqiu had no feelings for her, no matter how beautiful she was, any pursuit would be in vain. As the saying goes, a forcibly picked fruit is not sweet. Rather than subjecting them both to torment, it would be better to put an end to this sooner rather than later. With this thought in mind, Zhao Yulong sat down, cleared his throat, and spoke earnestly. "Achio has always been low-key. It's normal that you're unaware of his romantic affairs. Honestly, I believe you and my friend Achio would make a fine match. But love often hinges on timing. Alas, perhaps fate is simply too shallow. However, with your qualities, what kind of man could you not attract?" He rambled on, only to be interrupted by Qin Zhiyi. "So, you really came here today for a date?" Her tone was somber, tinged with a hint of reluctance. Zhao Yulong was taken aback, instinctively replying, "What date?" His online romance isn't even at that stage yet. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi turned to him, her expression curious. "Online Nihonmazi." Her voice rose in pitch, echoing throughout the hall, drawing the attention of several servers. Guqiu, who had been resting his head on the table, abruptly lifted it, staring at the two. Though he was intrigued by the conversation between Alung and Qin Zhiyi, he hesitated to intervene, fearing complications might arise. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong regretted his hasty words. Since he was already fabricating a story, why not go all the way? Internally grumbling, he quickly added, "Well, with the internet so advanced, having an online relationship is quite normal. Let me tell you a secret. Achio has known his online girlfriend for over 5 years. You should have seen him glued to his phone, eager to chat with her at every opportunity. Their relationship is quite strong. They often exchange gifts. For her birthday, he even sent 520 roses and 999 stars along with a necklace. In return, she generously gifted him a watch worth several thousand. Just the other day, I heard Achio mention he plans to visit her during the summer break to solidify their relationship, so you shouldn't waste your time." At this point, Qin Zhiyi's mind had already drifted far away. Roses and stars. Was that exactly what Guqiu had sent her on her birthday 2 years ago? As for the necklace, she absent-mindedly touched the 4-leaf clover necklace around her neck. Reflecting back, she indeed chose a black, expensive watch as a return gift for Guqiu on his birthday. Everything Zhao Yulong mentioned aligned perfectly with their interactions. Most crucially, according to the timeline, this year marked the 5th anniversary of her acquaintance with Guqiu, and he had similarly traveled to Hangzhou to meet her in July of the previous year. Thus, could this so-called online girlfriend actually be herself? Whether Guqiu had publicly claimed this or was merely Alung's speculation, it didn't matter. This was undoubtedly good news. A smile crept onto Qin Zhiyi's lips, her complexion regaining its color as she turned to Alung for confirmation. "He doesn't have another girlfriend, does he?" Zhao Yulong reacted strongly. "What do you mean? While my brother may be somewhat oblivious in matters of the heart, he is sincere. He would never engage in a double life." Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement. She trusted Guqiu's character unconditionally. However, this brought the question back around. Who was the person he had been talking to on the phone that night? In a daze, Qin Zhiyi recalled Guqiu mentioning going grocery shopping to cook. Suddenly, she feigned a look of regret and sighed. "Well, since he has someone he likes, it's pointless for me to persist any longer. How about I treat you to dinner tonight, just to put a close to this matter?" At her words, Zhao Yulong couldn't hide his delight. He turned to Guqiu, smugly lifting his chin while internally thinking, "Isn't this girl quite agreeable?" In truth, he only knew that Guqiu had been quite involved with a girl online, but just how far their relationship had progressed was something Guqiu had never disclosed. So the notion of an online girlfriend was purely his own fabrication. Upon reflection, if the online connection didn't lead anywhere, he would genuinely regret Guqiu, the oblivious boy, missing out on a beautiful girl right in front of him. Shaking his head, Zhao Yulong set aside his thoughts. Facing Qin Zhiyi again, he noticed her wide-eyed anticipation for his response, and he hurriedly said, "Ahem, Teacher Qin, I sincerely apologize, but Achio is quite busy. He finally found some time today, and we plan to visit Grandma in a bit. Of course, I'm not saying this to turn you down. I'll have Guqiu arrange a meeting with you another day, and I'll treat you then. How's that sound?" Listening to Alung's explanation, Qin Zhiyi's starry eyes flickered. Having known Guqiu across 2 lifetimes, she was well aware of his background. The only person he would refer to as Grandma must be Grandma Chun. In that moment, She recalled eavesdropping on Gu Qiu's phone conversation, where his tone indeed felt more affectionate than what one would expect between romantic partners. As Qin Zhiyi reflected on her recent suspicions about the seemingly innocuous Grandma Chun, a wry smile formed on her lips. In the future, it will be far more prudent to directly seek clarification from Gu Qiu. After all, should any misunderstandings arise, it would only be her who ends up embarrassed. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong misinterpreted her smile as a sign of unrequited affection, feeling a sense of helplessness from the lack of opportunity to even share a meal. Just as he was about to reassure her, Qin Zhiyi preempted him. "Thank you, Along. There's no rush regarding the meal. We can plan for it later." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong exhaled in relief, only to be drenched in cold sweat when Qin Zhiyi's next words pierced through the air. "You're still single, aren't you?" Zhao Yulong felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. What did this girl mean? Was she planning to turn her affections towards him now that she couldn't have Gu Qiu? If she couldn't be a wife, would she settle for being a sister-in-law? Fortunately, Qin Zhiyi continued, "I once learned a bit about face reading from an elderly mentor. According to your features, the person destined for you has already emerged, yet you failed to seize that opportunity in the past. If you keep dwelling on it, that connection may gradually fade. So remember to seek her out sooner rather than later." In her previous life, Along had not found a partner until his 30s, and she learned from Gu Qiu that this was due to his lingering feelings for a girl he had secretly admired in high school. It wasn't until he was well into his 30s that he mustered the courage to search for her, only to discover that it was too late. After a long pursuit, he found out she had passed away, now with her rebirth. Regardless of whether it was due to Along being Gu Qiu's only true friend or her desire to help him resolve his inner turmoil, she wished to assist him. Yet, as they had only just met in this life, she feared that being too forthright might lead him to think her mad. Thus, she recalled the methods used by protagonists in reincarnation novels, unsure if Along would believe such superstitious claims. Zhao Yulong, taken aback by her words, appeared lost in thought, his dark eyes reflecting a depth of contemplation. After a moment, he shook his head and chuckled. "I've only ever heard of palmistry predicting fate. I didn't realize Teacher Qin's skills extended to face reading." After exchanging pleasantries, he engaged in casual conversation with Qin Zhiyi before bidding her farewell and hurrying back to Gu Qiu. "Sorted," he exclaimed. "What sorted?" Gu Qiu queried. She agreed not to pester you anymore. Zhao Yulong replied, his pride evident. "Is that for real?" Gu Qiu asked incredulously. "Absolutely." Zhao Yulong beamed, then recounted their earlier conversation. After listening, Gu Qiu's expression darkened. "What online girlfriend? Are you out of your mind?" Chapter 12. Does being a teacher require fortune-telling skills? Zhao Yulong squinted slightly. Puzzled, he had just helped Gu Qiu out of a predicament, yet the latter showed no gratitude and wore a look of melancholy instead. "I didn't say anything wrong, did I? You were chatting so animatedly with your online friend. Wasn't it only a matter of time before you became a couple?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu's demeanor shifted from exasperation to a sense of utter desolation. He turned his head to glance at Qin Zhiyi, who was beaming with delight, seemingly savoring her coffee. Sighing, he thought, with his so-called online girlfriend title, she would likely become even more audacious in the future. While internally grumbling, he shot a glare at the instigator. Zhao Yulong remained bewildered by Gu Qiu's inexplicable mood. After raising an eyebrow and contemplating, he ventured, "Could it be that you don't like that girl from online? Then what was the point of everything you did before?" Gu Qiu, uninterested in further explanation to avoid making a fool of himself, drained his drink and said, "Do you have anything else to do? If not, I need to leave. I promised to cook a meal for Grandma." Zhao Yulong lifted his gaze, scanning the area. The cleanup in the hall would likely take some time, but thankfully, the supervisor who had gone to the police station to record statements had returned, relieving him of any further concerns. He quickly briefed the supervisor and was about to invite Gu Qiu to leave when he caught sight of Qin Zhiyi. "What about her?" he asked. "Why should we care?" Gu Qiu replied, eager for Qin Zhiyi to linger a bit longer in the hall. Otherwise, if she followed them to Grandma's, it would spell trouble. With that thought, he disregarded all else and stood to leave. As Zhao Yulong prepared to follow, he inadvertently locked eyes with Qin Zhiyi, momentarily stunned. "Hee, Teacher Qin. Qiu and I have something to attend to, so we'll take our leave first. If you're not in a hurry, feel free to stay longer. Just let the waiter know what you'd like to drink, and it's on me." Qin Zhiyi's beautiful eyes blinked subtly as she waved her long, fair hand. "Goodbye." Zhao Yulong returned her smile, hastily catching up with Gu Qiu. Once the two exited the hall, Qin Zhiyi leisurely turned her round stool around, gazing towards the entrance with a gentle smile. "Foolish Qiu, do you think you can escape?" Moments later, Zhao Yulong drove a black SUV out of the parking lot and onto the main road. Just as he was about to speak to Gu Qiu, He noticed that Gu Qiu was fixated on the rearview mirror, seemingly uneasy as he leaned slightly out of the window to glance behind. You can't possibly be worried about her following us, can you? Gu Qiu observed for a moment, not spotting the Mercedes, and finally released a sigh of relief. Adjusting his posture, he turned to Zhao Yulong. How do you think she entered the bar? It's highly likely she followed you inside, but it's also possible she deduced your presence there from the bar's name. However, he had yet to discuss Grandma's matters in detail with Qin Zhiyi in this life, so he doubted she could find her way to the shop. Seeing Gu Qiu's tense expression, Zhao Yulong teased, if you could learn to drive sooner, you wouldn't have a trouble anyone, and there wouldn't be so many issues. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized his misstep. His smile replaced with an apologetic look. With a soft sigh, he inquired, still can't overcome it? Gu Qiu didn't think it was a taboo subject and calmly shook his head. When he was 2 years old, his parents had taken him out, only to be involved in a tragic car accident. Under his mother's protection, he emerged as the sole survivor, becoming an orphan. Although he survived, cars became a source of psychological torment for him. Over the years, he managed to adapt and confront his fears. He could now bear to sit in a car and even ride a slow electric scooter, but that was the extent of it. In his previous life, he never obtained a driver's license. Having been granted a second chance, he was determined to rectify that regret. Noticing Gu Qiu's silence, Zhao Yulong assumed he was lost in thoughts about his origins and quickly reassured him. Hey, I was just saying that offhand. You know me, I speak without thinking. To be honest, driving isn't all that exciting. Once I have a bit more money, I'll hire a driver. When you need a ride, just a phone call will suffice. As a good friend, Gu Qiu understood his intentions well. In truth, the memories of his childhood had long since faded, and he gradually learned about his origins as he grew older. Though he lacked parental affection, he received plenty of love, not least from the very person beside him. Like him, Along had also faced family upheaval and was sent to an orphanage at a young age. Thus, the two played together and grew up side by side. However, the idyllic times were short-lived, as a tragic incident occurred during their first year of high school. A rumor circulated that led to Aunt Lan's suicide, and the orphanage began to falter. At that time, Along took the excuse of his poor academic performance to venture into the workforce, striving to support Gu Qiu's education with his meager earnings. Fortunately, they both eventually endured hardships and found promising futures. Gu Qiu was accepted into a prestigious university, while Along, through a fortunate turn of events, garnered the attention of a prominent figure in society, gradually thriving in his endeavors. Nonetheless, Gu Qiu always believed that without Along, he would not be who he is today. Thus, he wholeheartedly acknowledged this brotherly bond. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, Along's career had flourished, yet his romantic life was fraught with difficulties. A predicament tracing back to the girl who was inseparable from him during their first year of high school. At once, Gu Qiu interrupted the ramblings of Zhao Yulong. Along, have you been in contact with Song Qing? Zhao Yulong paused, momentarily taken aback, instinctively tightening his grip on the steering wheel, causing the car to veer. The vehicle beside them swerved to avoid a collision, and the driver shouted curses through the window. Damn you, do you want to die? Zhao Yulong snapped back to reality, quickly regaining control of the car. He took a deep breath and forced a sheepish smile. No, why would I contact her? Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. According to the script from his previous life, Along would awaken to the realization of his feelings at 30, desperately searching for Song Qing, only to receive the tragic news of her suicide due to depression. Unfortunately, during that time, he and Qin Zhiyi were embroiled in frequent conflicts, leaving him oblivious to the reasons behind Song Qing's depression. Yet now, with 7 years remaining until they turned 30, Song Qing was undoubtedly still alive. This time, he could not allow his good friend to harbor regrets. With this thought, Gu Qiu continued, weren't you quite close to her back then? Considering the time, she must have graduated from university by now. Have you not thought about inviting her for a meal or catching a movie? Ahead lay an intersection with a complicated traffic situation. Zhao Yulong focused intently on the steering wheel, not dwelling too much on Gu Qiu's words, though he recalled that Qin Zhiyi had previously encouraged him to seek out someone he held dear. He couldn't help but chuckle. Do teachers now need to be fortune tellers? Chapter 13. Isn't a lifetime of entanglement enough? Gu Qiu felt perplexed by Along's words. Fortune telling? Earlier at the bar, Zhao Yulong had only mentioned how he used his online girlfriend to dissuade Qin Zhiyi, concealing the part where she read his fortune concerning his romantic life. But since the topic had arisen again, he briefly explained it. After listening, Gu Qiu fell into a stupor. The cryptic words spoken by Qin Zhiyi essentially urged Along to seek out Song Qing. If his memory served him right, he had yet to discuss Along's romantic issues with Qin Zhiyi. Even if he had, it would be abnormal for her to suggest that Along pursue someone he had lost contact with for so long. Fortune-telling and face-reading were surely nonsense. The only reasonable explanation seemed to be that, like him, Qin Zhiyi knew about Along's future. The fleeting thought that had crossed his mind earlier was likely true. Qin Zhiyi had also been reborn. Lost in thought, Gu Qiu recalled the moments he had spent with Qin Zhiyi in recent days. Since you don't want to pursue an online relationship, let's start from reality. I'll pursue you, all right? Qiu, I will strive to become the person most suitable for you. What if I have no money? Can I pay with myself? That was in the past. My current goal is you. Countless memories flooded back, causing him a headache. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, he exhaled deeply. Silly woman, isn't a lifetime of entanglement enough? Zhao Yulong stole a sidelong glance at Gu Qiu. He couldn't quite catch what Gu Qiu was muttering, but refrained from asking further to avoid revisiting the earlier topic. Regarding Song Qing, he had his own considerations, or rather, internal conflicts. He wished to inquire about her, yet feared discovering that she was with someone else. He longed to see her, yet felt he had not yet made a name for himself. Thus, the two brothers, each with their own burdens, fell silent, with only the sound of wind filtering through the car windows accompanying them. An hour later, in the Yunmeng district, on a relatively bustling street, Zhao Yulong parked the car in a public space and retrieved various groceries and supplements from the trunk with Gu Qiu. Their spirits lifted after a trip to the supermarket as they chatted and laughed while making their way into a modest establishment named Grandma Chen's Noodle House. Compared to some chain stores nearby, this simple eatery, with its minimal decor, appeared rather unassuming. However, its well-arranged and clean environment added to its charm, while the enticing aroma wafting from within tantalized the senses. It was already past midday, and the noodle house was relatively empty. Aside from an elderly woman and a young girl seated at a table on the right, there were no other patrons. Zhao Yulong's gaze landed on the white-haired old woman, and he greeted her with a smile. Grandma, I brought this little rascal, Gu Qiu, to see you. Grandma Chun had noticed them upon their entrance and paused her conversation with the young woman across from her. Her eyes swept over the two before settling on Gu Qiu. Immediately, she rose and walked over slowly. Grandma Chun was not tall, coming only up to the shoulders of the two young men, and her form appeared slightly stooped. Yet, her face, crisscrossed with wrinkles, bore a healthy flush, exuding vitality. Her eyes were filled with warmth as she looked at Gu Qiu. Qiu, it's been a month since I last saw you. How have you lost so much weight? With the food at your school, it's hard not to lose weight. Zhao Yulong chimed in, but he soon noticed that Gu Qiu stood frozen in place, elbowing him to snap out of it. Hey, Grandma's talking to you. With that, he curiously followed Gu Qiu's gaze and realized that the figure he had previously overlooked appeared somewhat familiar. After a moment of focus, his eyes widened in surprise. Qin. Zhao Yulong quickly turned to Gu Qiu, silently mouthing, "Are you really being followed?" But Gu Qiu could only let out a resigned sigh. If the earlier speculation that Qin Zhiyi was also a reborn individual had a probability of around 60, her arriving at the noodle house without needing to follow him had undoubtedly pushed that probability above 90. Yet, he had no time to dwell on Qin Zhiyi's matters now. So he smiled at Grandma Chun. Grandma, don't listen to his nonsense. The food at school is quite decent. I've just been too busy lately, which is why I've lost a bit of weight. I came here to find you to improve my diet, as he had previously thought. The individuals who had given him love and kindness since childhood were not only Along, but also two women. One was Aunt Lan, whom he referred to as Mom, and the other was this dear Grandma Chun, who treated him like her own grandson. Aunt Lan, whose full name was Shun Yuelan, was the head of the Rainbow Orphanage. Under her nurturing care, a group of lonely and forsaken children, including Gu Qiu and Along, found a home and thrived. But alas, good people do not live long. 7 years ago, a journalist, in pursuit of sensationalism, concocted a baseless report alleging that the director of the Rainbow Orphanage, Shun Yuelan, had embezzled donations to purchase luxury cars and mansions. This malicious rumor incited a torrent of scorn and harassment from various sectors of society, plunging Aunt Lan into a crisis that ultimately led her to leap from the rooftop of the orphanage, ending her life. Once the truth was unveiled, public ire shifted towards the journalist. Yet, despite the appropriate consequences meted out to him, such repercussions paled in comparison to the loss of Aunt Lan's life. Fortunately, fate often exacts its toll on the wicked. 3 years after Aunt Lan's passing, the journalist met his end in a devastating fire. The orphanage, however, could not escape its tragic fate, with the other children gradually being adopted by various welfare organizations. Only Gu Qiu and Zhao Yulong remained, concerned that Grandma Chun, having lost her daughter, might succumb to despair and act foolishly, resolutely choosing to stay by her side. In the days that followed, with their companionship, Grandma Chun gradually emerged from her grief and continued her charitable endeavors in memory of her daughter. She had previously invested her earnings in Guqiu and Zhao Yulong. And once they had acquired the ability to be self-sufficient, they sought out two underprivileged children, using the profits from their noodle shop to fund their education. Grandma Chen extended her roughened hands and playfully pinched Guqiu's cheek. Just days earlier on the phone, she claimed to be busy, yet now she was involved in a flurry of activity. Regardless of how busy you are, you must eat well. The school is not far from here. It only takes 3 to 5 minutes by bike. In the future, just come back for a meal whenever you can. All right, I will heed your advice. Guqiu replied softly. However, deep down, he was reluctant to burden his grandmother. Still, considering her need for companionship, he resolved to visit her every weekend. During their conversation, Zhao Yulong placed his belongings on the table and moved to sit across from Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, what brings you here? Qin Zhiyi spooned some noodle soup in her mouth and smiled. I was hungry on my way back to school, so I decided to try this old establishment. What a delightful surprise to run into you both. Zhao Yulong squinted slightly, a look of disbelief crossing his face, as if to ask, do I look like a fool to you? Meanwhile, Grandma Chun, noticing the interaction, hurriedly interjected, go on. It's not every day we have a guest. Don't scare the young lady away. Before Zhao Yulong could respond, Qin Zhiyi turned back with a smile. It's all right, Grandma. She then waved at Guqiu. Hello, Guqiu. In response to Qin Zhiyi's greeting, Guqiu merely shot her a cold glance. Yet Grandma Chun's eyes lit up as she glanced between the two and inquired, Guqiu, do you know each other? Guqiu felt it unnecessary to feign ignorance at this moment, and not wanting to deceive his grandmother, he nodded slightly. A colleague. Grandma Chun clapped her hands in realization. So that's it. This young lady mentioned she is a teacher, and I thought it was quite a coincidence. Turns out you work at the same school. Qin Zhiyi then set down her chopsticks, stood up to adjust her black flared pants, and smiled warmly. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. Grandma, my name is Qin Zhiyi. Qin Zhiyi, what a lovely name. Grandma Chun thoughtfully noted her name while offering her praise. Despite having felt the warmth and kindness of this elder in a previous life, facing her again filled Qin Zhiyi's heart with warmth and solidified her determination to remain in Yun City. After returning a gentle smile to Grandma Chun, Qin Zhiyi glanced at Guqiu and remarked, Grandma, I heard you say you haven't seen each other in over a month, so I want to disturb your time together. With that, she picked up her bag and flashed a smile at Guqiu. Guqiu, let us have dinner together sometime soon. Grandma Chun, ever perceptive, noticed the glances exchanged between Qin Zhiyi and Guqiu, as well as the tone in which she addressed him, concluding that their relationship was indeed special. Before Qin Zhiyi could take a step away, she promptly asked, Did you two already make plans to eat together? Suddenly, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi responded in unison, no. Taken aback by their apparent synchrony, Qin Zhiyi quickly added, Grandma, we just agreed to arrange something in a few days. Grandma Chun, undeterred, looked at Guqiu with exasperation. Oh dear, Guqiu, why shouldn't I come over? You and Teacher Qin are colleagues. You should interact more often. Guqiu couldn't help but grimace slightly. Who was just complaining about me not visiting often a few minutes ago? Grandma Chun's little eyes darted around, landing on Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, are you busy? Qin Zhiyi shook her head gently. Grandma, just call me Xiao Qin or Zhi. I'm not busy. Good, Zhi. If you're not busy, why don't you stay for dinner? Qin Zhiyi had initially come merely to make an appearance and had no intention of staying for dinner, her expression reflecting mild surprise. Is that really appropriate? As she spoke, she glanced at Guqiu, seemingly seeking his approval. Guqiu was momentarily unsure if her hesitation was genuine or feigned, and shot her a look, only to find Grandma Chun's gaze on him, compelling him to relent. It's just a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks. If Teacher Qin doesn't mind, she can stay. Feeling that further politeness would be superfluous, Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement. All right then, I'll impose. Grandma Chun beamed with delight, even taking Qin Zhiyi's hand in hers. Impose? Nonsense. You two are busy, and it's rare for you to gather. With you here, it'll be even livelier. She then asked, have you had enough of the wontons? If not, I'll get you another bowl. Come, let us go sit inside. I'll show you a little something. Watching as Grandma Chun led Qin Zhiyi into the inner room, Guqiu felt a headache coming on. His greatest worry had materialized. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong, who had remained silent, leaned closer to Guqiu. This is bad. It seems like Grandma has taken a liking to her as a potential granddaughter-in-law. He then lowered his voice. Why not just accept it? I think this girl is quite nice, far better than that one you can't even see online, right? Guqiu shot him an exasperated glance. You talk too much. Hurry up and take your things inside. That evening, in a modestly sized living room, a large table was adorned with more than 10 dishes, a feast befitting the highest of gatherings. While the food was undoubtedly exquisite, the atmosphere at the table was decidedly polarized. On one side, Grandma Chun incessantly served Qin Zhiyi, inquiring about her family and experiences. To which Qin Zhiyi responded with warmth and openness, creating a scene so cozy that an outsider might mistake them for a pair of actual grandmother and granddaughter. On the other side, the atmosphere was far more subdued. Zhao Yulong had intended to join their conversation, but was met with a glare from Grandma Chun, forcing him to focus on his food instead. Gu Qiu, meanwhile, was still grappling with the fact that he had promised to cook, only to have his grandmother insist on showcasing her culinary skills in front of Qin Zhiyi, who eagerly assisted, ultimately pushing him out of the kitchen. He absent-mindedly played with his chopsticks, casting glances at Qin Zhiyi from time to time. Before he realized it, nearly 10 minutes had slipped by. As Gu Qiu indulged in his reverie, he was suddenly roused by a pair of chopsticks delicately placing a piece of rib into the bowl before him. Lifting his gaze, he realized that it was Qin Zhiyi who had served him, prompting him to cough lightly. "Ah Qiu, you haven't touched your food. Are you feeling unwell?" Qin Zhiyi inquired with genuine concern as she withdrew her chopsticks. Soon after, Grandma Chun also expressed her worry. "Ah Qiu, you used to have quite the appetite. What seems to be the matter? Should we take you to the hospital?" Zhao Yulong picked up the last grain of rice stuck to the edge of his bowl and tossed it into his mouth. After a hearty belch, he turned to Gu Qiu and jested. He is too busy admiring the beauties to eat. Gu Qiu shot a glare at Yulong, signaling him to refrain from such banter, and replied with a smile, "Not at all. I was just pondering over work matters." With that, he eagerly lifted his bowl and began to eat heartily. Grandma Chun shook her head in exasperation and then turned to Qin Zhiyi, advising Zhiyi, "You know how Ah Qiu is. When he gets busy, he often forgets to eat. Please keep an eye on him at school." "Don't worry, Grandma. I'll make sure he eats well," Qin Zhiyi replied, her beautiful eyes blinking as she nodded slightly. She had not forgotten that Gu Qiu had perished from stomach cancer in his previous life. This time, she was determined to prevent such a tragedy from recurring. After a brief moment, the dinner finally came to an end. Gu Qiu and Zhao Yulong scrambled to clean their bowls before returning to the living room to chat with Grandma for a little while before discussing their next steps. Grandma Chun was the first to inquire about Qin Zhiyi. "Zhiyi, where are you living now?" "Grandma, I'm back at school." "Oh, in that case, let Ah Long take you and Ah Qiu back. My Ah Qiu can't drive for certain reasons." "No need, Grandma. I have my own car." "Is that so? Then you should take Ah Qiu with you." Hearing their conversation, Gu Qiu quickly interjected, "Grandma, tomorrow is Sunday, and I can still spend time with you. Why don't I stay over?" To his surprise, Grandma Chun, who usually relished having him stay, immediately waved her hand in refusal. "The rooms upstairs aren't tidy. There's south no place for anyone to sleep." "But Grandma, I can take Ah Qiu home just the same." Zhao Yulong attempted to help his good friend out. Yet Grandma Chun remained steadfast. "They're going the same way. Why do you need to make a fuss? Besides, I have something to discuss with you." Thus, under Grandma Chun's arrangement, Gu Qiu ultimately left with Qin Zhiyi. Standing at the shop's entrance, Grandma Chun gazed at their retreating figures, a smile spreading across her face that smoothed the wrinkles. "What a perfect match." Zhao Yulong, standing nearby, couldn't help but comment, "Grandma, you didn't even ask if Ah Qiu likes teacher Qin. Isn't that a bit presumptuous?" At this, Grandma Chun huffed lightly. "Can my judgment be flawed? That girl looks at Ah Qiu in a way that could weave threads. And don't be fooled by Ah Qiu's nonchalance. If he truly didn't care, he would have stolen glances at Zhiyi during dinner, lost in thought. You, my dear, still have much to learn. By the way, Ah Qiu seems to have finally come around. What about you? You're not exactly a child anymore. When do you plan to find a partner?" Zhao Yulong's mouth twitched in response. "Seriously? Being pressed 3 times in a single day is quite enough." "Enough? You're 23 already. In 2 years, you'll be 25. Just think, 30 isn't far off. If you don't start looking now, will you still find a good girl?" All right, if you keep going, I might as well be buried." The car sped through several streets, finally arriving at Yunmeng Middle School. Qin Zhiyi initially intended to drop Gu Qiu off at the dormitory, but he declined, citing the late hour and the need to avoid disturbing the teacher's rest. Thus, they emerged from the parking lot, walking along the campus path, one in front of the other. The weather was pleasant, a bright half-moon hanging in the sky, casting moonlight that elongated their shadows, intertwining them together. Gu Qiu walked ahead of Qin Zhiyi, contemplating how to inquire about her remarks to Yulong at the bar, seeking to confirm her identity as a reincarnator. However, every time he nearly spoke, the words eluded him. While he wrestled with his thoughts, he suddenly felt a touch on his sleeve. Glancing sideways, he discovered that Qin Zhiyi had inconspicuously approached him. Gu Qiu instinctively took a half step to the side, startled by her proximity. Qin Zhiyi, seemingly unfazed, pouted slightly and softly said, "I'm sorry." Taken aback by her immediate apology, Gu Qiu blinked in surprise and responded, "Why are you apologizing?" Looking up at the night sky, Qin Zhiyi placed her hands behind her back and explained gently, I've been trailing you all day, first at the dormitory, then at the bar, and finally at Grandma Chen's noodle shop. Did it annoy you? Not at all. Then why do you always act so cold towards me? Guqiu found himself at a loss for words. If Qin Zhiyi were not a reincarnator, he might have felt it unfair to treat someone who had not harmed him with such indifference. Yet, facing her with memories of her past life, he felt this apparent aloofness was not unjust. His brow furrowed slightly as he pondered how to articulate his feelings. Just then, Qin Zhiyi unexpectedly stepped in front of him. Qiu, I understand. I won't pressure you too much, but please don't push me away. Just let your heart decide if it can accept me. All right? At her words, Guqiu's heart quivered. For most of the day, he had yearned to ascertain whether Qin Zhiyi was indeed a reincarnator. Yet he had not considered how to confront the implications of her being one. Listening to her now, he felt an unexpected sense of tranquility and a flicker of intrigue. Unknowingly, he nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi's lips curled into a slight smile as she suggested, "Then let us start as friends, shall we?" Guqiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating. All right, being friends should help her become more rational in the days to come. However, if I refuse, who knows what she might do? With that, Qin Zhiyi extended her hand toward him. Since we're friends now, a handshake wouldn't be too much, would it? Guqiu took a deep breath. He scanned the area to ensure no one was watching, then extended his hand to gently shake hers. Unbeknownst to them, this moment was captured by a nearby surveillance camera, leading to unforeseen complications in the days to come. Chapter 15. Preventing future troubles the following day. Well into the morning, sunlight streamed through the partially opened glass window, illuminating a corner of the living room, while a playful spring breeze sneaked in, gently stirring the pristine sheer curtains. In the washroom, Guqiu had just finished brushing his teeth. Facing the mirror, he wiped away the remnants of toothpaste from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. His complexion appeared more vibrant than usual, the sunlight enhancing his attractiveness. Since his reincarnation, his mind had been in a tumultuous state, often leaving him perplexed and anxious, unable to pinpoint the reasons behind his emotions. However, ever since he agreed to become friends with Qin Zhiyi the night before, he felt considerably more at ease, even enjoying improved sleep. Guqiu attributed this newfound comfort to his emotional reliance on Qin Zhiyi, or perhaps it was due to other reasons. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to delve too deeply into it. After all, this sense of relative freedom felt quite pleasant. He dampened a towel with warm water when a sudden knock echoed from the front door. Wiping his face, he made his way toward the entrance. Peering through the peephole, Guqiu discerned that it was Qin Zhiyi. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately opened the door. Qin Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, a smile gracing her features. "Good morning. Teacher Gu, I knew you had just woken up. Here, I brought you breakfast." With that, she handed a bulging paper bag to Guqiu. He placed his towel aside, refraining from reaching for it, and instead fixed his gaze upon her. "You haven't forgotten our agreement from last night, have you?" Qin Zhiyi's beautiful eyes flickered momentarily. "Of course not, but it's only natural for friends to bring breakfast for each other, right? There are 13 items in total, and after deducting the buns and banlangen you gave me last time, that leaves 11 and a half. Don't forget to transfer the amount to me later." Although she had neglected Guqiu in the past, it did not imply that she understood him completely. Offering it for free would make him feel indebted, as if he were still entangled in their past. Thus, she rationalized that it would be better to charge him. Guqiu found no fault in her words and bit his lip. "Thanks. I'll give you the money shortly, but from now on." He had intended to say that he would no longer trouble her, but recalling how she had emphasized the word naturally moments ago, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Qin Zhiyi, though aware of Guqiu's sentiments, did not press the matter further. "Teacher Gu, do remember Grandma Chen's advice. You must eat well, especially breakfast, or you might risk developing stomach cancer." "Ugh, cancer and all that. You're bound to be healthy." With that, she waved goodbye to Guqiu and turned back toward her home. As Guqiu listened to her mention of stomach cancer, his expression momentarily appeared dazed. He continued to gaze at her figure until the door across the hall closed, slowly retracting his gaze. Suddenly, he chuckled softly to himself, thinking, "Do you truly believe you are the only one who has been reborn? I shall see what you plan to do next." Before long, Guqiu drew the curtains halfway to shield himself from the harsh sunlight. He settled down on the sofa and opened the breakfast bag that Qin Zhiyi had brought, retrieving a purple rice ball, a packet of soy milk, 2 small buns, and a xiaomai, unable to suppress a smile. "These are all my favorites. How considerate of you to remember." After his moment of reflection, Guqiu picked up his phone and opened the chat with Qin Zhiyi, transferring her the 13 yuan. The recipient quickly accepted, but a moment later, she returned a transfer of 15 yuan with a note stating all settled. Guqiu shook his head in resignation, accepting the refund. He then took a sip of the soy milk, finding the taste quite satisfactory, and bit into the rice ball. He had initially intended to find a show to watch on his laptop, but Qin Zhiyi's earlier words echoed in his mind, where you might risk developing stomach cancer. As he continued to slowly chew his food, he fell into deep contemplation. In his previous life, his stomach cancer had indeed shown early warning signs. Yet it had been masked by his pre-existing stomach issues, causing him to miss the best opportunity for treatment. This time around, whether it be stomach cancer or mere stomach ailments, he must take preventive measures to avert the fate often depicted in novels, where destiny obstructs the protagonist's attempts to alter their fate. He needed to prepare a contingency plan, namely, treatment. When it comes to stomach cancer treatment, money is an undeniable necessity. Although Gu Qiu aspired to a simple and tranquil life, it did not imply that he was indifferent to wealth. Moreover, aside from his own health, he knew that Along would encounter difficulties in 3 years' time, and his grandmother would face mortality in 6 years. While having money might not change everything, lacking it would certainly make matters worse. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Qiu narrowed his eyes, a newfound determination glimmering within them. As if he had resolved to take action, he quickly finished his breakfast and opened his mobile banking app. Despite having worked for only 6 months in this life, he had been diligent during his university years, amassing over 30,000 yuan in savings. After a moment's contemplation, he set aside 10,000 for emergencies and withdrew 20,000 to invest in gold on a trading platform. According to the trajectory of his previous life, conflicts and wars would erupt worldwide in the coming years, leading to economic downturns and a rise in gold prices. In the aftermath, any spare funds could be wisely invested in gold. Furthermore, although the compensation at Yunming High School was decent, the salary still fell short. He needed to find a side job, but what could he do? Gu Qiu stroked his chin, pondering deeply, when a sudden idea struck him. Short videos. Although short videos have been around for several years, their monetization potential remained undiminished. In fact, with the gradual refinement of the e-commerce system, short video creators were earning more than ever before. In his previous life, he had come across numerous videos of teachers and students interacting, many of whom had gained hundreds of thousands, even millions of followers. As a fellow educator, Gu Qiu believed his lessons were quite engaging and decided to give it a shot. Without hesitation, he opened his phone once more. Currently, there were 2 mainstream short video apps on the market. One, a well-established platform with a vast user base, and the other, a newer and more dynamic app that had recently gained substantial backing. Gu Qiu unhesitatingly chose the latter, although it appeared to be less influential at present. He was aware that in the coming years, it would flourish and evolve into a significant entity, with its founder becoming one of the wealthiest individuals in China. Having previously downloaded the app while watching the Shima Professional League, he merely updated it and began modifying his personal information. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Qin Zhiyi, donned in a white dress, was seated at her desk, engrossed in her phone. Her expression was serious as she focused on the screen, which displayed a trading platform, her fingers deftly tapping and executing commands. Before long, a notification popped up. Your plan to provide a dowry for Qiu has successfully deposited 23 yuan. Click to view details. Instantly, she stretched contentedly. All set. After thoroughly reviewing the details and confirming their accuracy, she turned her attention back to the computer. On the screen appeared a table titled Strategies for Winning My Beloved Qiu, with the first row labeled Feeding Plan. Qin Zhiyi tapped the keyboard, continuing her edits. The plan is proceeding smoothly, with initial success achieved. Chapter 16. A surprise prepared for whom? The delightful weekend often passes swiftly, and before long, a new week commenced. Every Monday during the major recess, a flag-raising ceremony was held, with the stirring national anthem resonating throughout the campus. Just as the song concluded, Gu Qiu entered the office. At that moment, only Qin Zhiyi and Gu Yan occupied the space. Ever since Qin Zhiyi had caught a cold from the rain and Gu Yan had offered her a towel, the two had grown closer, forging a friendship. As they engaged in light conversation, both women turned their attention to Gu Qiu in unison. His eyes were notably red-rimmed, and his hair was tousled on one side, giving him a disheveled appearance as he stifled yawns. He carried a computer bag and cradled a cartoon-wrapped box in his arms. Gu Yan held a cup of water in her hands, her concern evident as she inquired, "Teacher Gu, did you not rest well last night?" "Somewhat," Gu Qiu replied politely. He's a man of action. Yesterday, after deciding to create short videos to document his teaching routine, he immediately began formulating plans, coming up with numerous interesting ideas to enhance his students' learning. However, after toiling away, it was already 4 in the morning, and his current state was indeed lacking. Gu Qiu placed the items in his hands sequentially on the table, only to hear Qin Zhiyi's inquiry shortly after. "Teacher Gu, would you like some coffee?" Looking up, he saw her wide-eyed gaze fixed on him, gently shaking 2 packets of instant coffee in her hands. Guqiu hesitated for a moment, realizing he indeed needed a boost. So he did not refuse. He intended to reach out for the coffee, but unexpectedly, Qin Zhiyi took his cup from the table and walked towards the water dispenser. Guyan's attention remained on Guqiu, and after a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Teacher Gu, I've noticed that your condition has been rather poor these past 2 weeks. Perhaps you should consider taking a leave to recuperate?" Having worked alongside him for 6 months and being a fellow subject teacher, she had observed Guqiu's dedication, but when issues arise, it is essential to address them promptly, not only to ensure his health, but also to prevent any disruption to the student's learning. Guqiu raised an eyebrow. He understood that Guyan was linking his current state to the nightmares he had experienced previously, but in reality, ever since Qin Zhiyi had come into his life, he had not had any recurrences. With this thought, he unconsciously glanced in her direction. Just then, Qin Zhiyi returned with the brewed coffee, placing it on his desk. "Be careful, it's hot. I have a class in the 9th period this afternoon. Shall we switch?" Guqiu quickly averted his gaze and shook his head. "No need. I'll be alert in no time." He then turned back to Guyan, saying, "Teacher Gu, I'm already making adjustments. There is no need for leave at the moment." Seeing his determination, Guyan could only nod in response, choosing not to press further. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi curiously examined the box on Guqiu's desk, her mind drifting back to the previous day. As dusk fell, she had returned to her apartment building, carrying nearly 10 parcels of various sizes. After climbing 5 flights of stairs, she found herself slightly out of breath. Pausing in front of Guqiu's door, she suddenly recalled how, in her past life, it had always been him who fetched her packages and takeout. Although there had been an elevator, it still took considerable time and effort, especially when she purchased a lot of items. While managing such small tasks for a day or two is not challenging, maintaining it for several years is no easy feat, which speaks volumes about Guqiu's patience in caring for their home. Regrettably, she had failed to cherish such a wonderful person. With a sigh, Qin Zhiyi slowly refocused her thoughts. She placed 3 parcels, which she had separated earlier, on the shoe rack in front of Guqiu's door and knocked gently. Internally, she vowed, "Achio, the kindness you have shown me, I will repay 10-fold, 100-fold in this lifetime." Moments later, Guqiu, now dressed in casual home attire, approached the door. He peered through the peephole for a while, but saw nothing. However, knowing that this unit housed only single teachers, he felt assured that there would be no mischievous children around, especially since he was on the top floor. So he opened the door. Scanning the area, he quickly noticed the parcel boxes. Guqiu's expression shifted in surprise. The school naturally did not permit delivery personnel inside. Packages were uniformly stored and managed at the school gate. While it was normal for teachers to assist each other with deliveries, especially on a weekend, he surmised that the only one who would deliver them to his door was. With that thought, he raised his head to glance across the hall. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi was peering through the peephole, watching Guqiu's actions. Feeling his gaze upon her, she became a bit anxious. She turned away, carefully leaning against her door to avoid making any noise. The reason she didn't wait for Guqiu to come out, but returned home directly, was that she feared he might think she was being clingy. She did not wish to impose pressure on him or create any negative impressions. She preferred to subtly let him recognize her kindness. Leaning gently against her door, she prepared to make a move once Guqiu returned home. However, after waiting for a while without hearing the sound of the door closing next door, she instead heard a knock from behind. Qin Zhiyi's gaze froze momentarily, but she quickly adjusted her emotions. After a brief pause, she opened the door with a smile. "What is up? Thank you for bringing my package," Guqiu replied, his voice deep and resonant as he kept his head slightly lowered. Qin Zhiyi feigned nonchalance, shrugging her shoulders. "It was nothing really." "Yes." Guqiu nodded slightly, but showed no intention of leaving. Qin Zhiyi bit her lip, tentatively asking, "Do you need anything else?" "Just let me know if you need my help." Guqiu exhaled softly, inquiring, "Do you still have the cardboard boxes you used when you moved?" "I need to borrow one." Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she smiled gently. "I thought you had something important. I still have them. How big do you need?" Guqiu replied nonchalantly, "Nothing too big." "All right, just wait a moment," she responded, darting back into her apartment. Guqiu stood outside, surveying the interior decor of Qin Zhiyi's home. To his surprise, she had adorned her space in a soft palette of pink and white. Could it be that the typically icy Qin Zhiyi possessed a girlish heart? How peculiar. Why had he never noticed this in his previous life? Just as he was lost in thought, Qin Zhiyi returned, handing him a box adorned with a Kuromi cartoon design alongside a simple brown cardboard box. "Which one would you like?" Guqiu quickly diverted his gaze, looking down at the options, and ultimately chose the cartoon box. This unexpected choice caught Qin Zhiyi off guard, prompting her to ask instinctively, "Are you planning a surprise?" Guqiu blinked his dark eyes. "A surprise? I suppose you could say that." With that, He inspected the box to ensure it was in good condition before taking the package and returning to his home. Thanks. Let me know how much I owe you, and I'll transfer it to you. Bye. Watching the door close across the hall, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but pout, murmuring softly, "You didn't even say who the surprise is for." Chapter 17. Have I encountered a rival? Qin Zhiyi's expression hardened as she collected her thoughts, returning to reality. She gazed at the Kuromi box before her, which appeared unchanged, save for the fact that the top was sealed shut, while the middle section had been opened to reveal a circular hole larger than a fist, resembling a lottery box. Suddenly, stepping forward, she leaned against the box and indeed spotted some slips of paper inside through the round opening. Curiously, she pulled one out and unfolded it, revealing the contents. 1 cup of milk tea. She blinked her sparkling eyes, speculating, "Teacher Gu, is this for the students?" Guqiu blew away the steam, rising from his coffee, and took a small sip. Yes. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi lowered her gaze, her emotions swirling within her. Last night, Guqiu had mentioned preparing a surprise. Although she knew it was unlikely to be for her, she still held a flicker of hope, only to realize it was all in vain. Fortunately, it was not for someone else, alleviating her concerns. At that moment, Guyin approached, glancing at the slip of paper in Qin Zhiyi's hand before pulling one for herself. "A pen," she exclaimed. "Teacher Gu, what kind of tricks are you up to this time?" Guqiu shrugged, smiling lightly. "Just some small rewards to boost the students' enthusiasm for learning." Guyin nodded slightly, meticulously folding the note before placing it back into the box. Youngsters are always brimming with innovative ideas. It is no wonder that students feel such camaraderie with you. However, while these may appear to be mere trifles, the cumulative expense could amount to a considerable sum. I cannot allow you to bear such costs alone. Please provide me with our class's gift list, and I shall take care of the procurement. Guqiu, however, shook his head. "Sister Yin, your generosity puts pressure on me. I dare not unleash my creativity. Rest assured, I can certainly cover this modest expense." Upon hearing this, Gu Yin pursed her lips, choosing not to argue but still reminding him, "Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." "All right, I won't hold back if trouble arises." Guqiu replied with a smile. Gu Yin nodded gently and returned to her seat. Qin Zhiyi also folded her note back and noticed Guqiu frowning over his coffee, which prompted her to chuckle. She had always remembered his penchant for sweetening his coffee with copious amounts of sugar. Unfortunately, her own coffee was intended solely for her to stay alert, and she had not prepared any sugar. However, she soon placed a hidden white rabbit milk candy on the edge of the table, reflecting, "Thank goodness I didn't rush to consume the candy Sister Yin gave me." Raising her gaze, she noticed Guqiu was already looking at her. With a playful wink, she turned and walked back to her workstation. Guqiu's eyes followed her fleeting figure for a moment before settling back on the white rabbit candy. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, accompanied by a bittersweet smile as he mused, "Was my previous invitation to the cafeteria lacking in sincerity?" After a brief, internal deliberation, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. He reached for the candy, unwrapped it, and ate it alongside his coffee, relishing the blend of bitterness and sweetness. Having consumed a good portion of his coffee, Guqiu felt invigorated. As he glanced at the rather cluttered desk, preparing to tidy up, he noticed a handheld pancake and a bag of soy milk nestled beneath his laptop bag, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Puzzled, he picked them up only to find they were already cold. Most teachers are quite amiable. It is common for them to bring breakfast for each other. Yet, the key point is that he had not troubled anyone. Suddenly, Guqiu recalled that it was Qin Zhiyi who had conveniently brought him breakfast yesterday, and he discreetly glanced across the room. Qin Zhiyi had already donned her glasses, intently browsing an academic website related to biomedical sciences. However, as if sensing his gaze, she lifted her hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, locking eyes with him. A hint of curiosity flickered in her clear eyes as she awaited his next words. Quickly, Guqiu lowered his head and began tapping on his phone. Qin Zhiyi followed suit, picking up her phone, and upon entering their chat, she saw his message. "How much of the breakfast and coffee?" "Actually, I am quite diligent about having breakfast, especially from Monday to Friday. I typically eat in the cafeteria before heading to the office. After that, I won't trouble you anymore." After reading the message, Qin Zhiyi's expression remained puzzled. Peering at Guqiu, she soon noticed the items he was holding. She had anticipated that Guqiu would indeed have breakfast regularly from Monday to Friday, so she had only planned to prepare for him on the weekends. However, Guqiu's inquiry indicated that this breakfast had been placed on his desk by someone else. In an instant, Qin Zhiyi's brows furrowed, her eyes brimming with suspicion. What was happening? Had her plan to provide for him encountered competition right from the start? Sensing her unease, Guqiu squinted slightly, his mind racing. Suddenly, he recalled that someone had also brought him breakfast at this time in his previous life. But despite his inquiries, he had been unable to discover who. This situation had only persisted for a week. And since the math teacher from the neighboring class was also being fed by students, he had assumed it was a gesture from them, thus not dwelling on it. Having reached a conclusion, he sent a confirming message to Qin Zhiyi. Was it not you who brought it? Qin Zhiyi's expression grew somewhat grave as her fingers tapped the screen multiple times. It was not me. Suddenly, unable to contain herself, she added, "It seems that you are quite popular among your colleagues." Gu Qiu blinked, glancing at the message before turning his gaze back to Qin Zhiyi. Observing the way she bit her lip, he couldn't help but wonder, was she feeling jealous? This scene reminded him of when they had first started dating in their previous life. He had been approached for his social media contact. And Qin Zhiyi had turned into a jealous whirlwind, playfully demanding to see the girl's contact details while clinging to him as if to stake her claim. Reflecting on this, Gu Qiu chuckled softly. Qin Zhiyi caught this reaction, her expression deepening with melancholy as she typed again. Are you that happy? Do you really enjoy handheld pancakes that much? Or do you find the person who brought you breakfast too considerate? Seeing the messages, Gu Qiu coughed a couple of times, quickly adjusting his demeanor. What nonsense! Perhaps it belongs to another teacher who accidentally left it on my desk. Qin Zhiyi was not convinced by this explanation. After all, she had been sitting right there since the morning study session and had seen no other teacher approach Gu Qiu's desk. Moreover, who would leave their breakfast unattended for such a long time without searching for it? Yet, deep down, she genuinely hoped it belonged to another teacher. The two waited for several minutes. The morning meeting had concluded, and teachers began to return. However, no one inquired about the breakfast that Gu Qiu had deliberately placed in a conspicuous spot. He sighed softly. It seemed the circumstances mirrored those of his previous life. Nevertheless, he disliked feeling indebted to others, especially with a jealous Qin Zhiyi seated across from him, fearing her imagination would run wild. He decided it would be best to inform the class later. Just then, a stocky boy with a plump build entered, clutching a stack of practice books, looking just as dispirited as Gu Qiu had moments before. This immediately caught the attention of Guyan, the homeroom teacher. Jiang Yunqing, what were you up to last night? Jiang Yunqing looked up, bewildered. Huh, I didn't do anything last night. Then why do you look so lackluster? Guyan pressed, her expression serious. Jiang Yunqing was among the upper-middle achievers in class, with a commendable attitude towards his studies. She was concerned that he might be sneaking his phone and staying up late. However, it soon became clear that her worries were unfounded. Jiang Yunqing placed the history assignment from Class 9 on Gu Qiu's desk and rubbed his stomach, displaying a look of helplessness. Sigh, my meal card is out of funds. I didn't have breakfast, and I'm starving. At this, Guyan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly rummaged through her drawer for her meal card to hand it over. There's still time. Hurry to the cafeteria and see if there's anything left to eat. In the future, if you encounter such a situation, borrow a meal card from a classmate. Jiang Yunqing pouted, explaining, I had made plans with my best buddy, but he got carried away and forgot to bring me any. Just as he was about to reach for the meal card, Gu Qiu interrupted. Can you eat this? It's just a bit cold. Jiang Yunqing had indeed noticed the handheld pancake on Gu Qiu's desk, but had never dared to snatch breakfast from a teacher. However, now that Gu Qiu was offering it, his face broke into a wide grin. Wow, old Gu, you are truly wonderful. I adore you. Yet, scarcely had the words left his lips when he felt the penetrating gaze of the homeroom teacher upon him, prompting an immediate retraction. Ahem. Thank you, Teacher Gu. With those words, Jiang Yunqing picked up the breakfast and prepared to depart. However, just as he turned, a voice from the side halted him. Classmate Jiang, please accept this. Following the sound, Jiang Yunqing turned to find Teacher Qin, revered by her classmates as the most beautiful girl in Yunming, beaming as she offered him a packet of chips. His body stiffened involuntarily, and internally he exclaimed, What? Is this bliss? He had not anticipated that a trip to the office would yield such a bounty of snacks. And a newfound desire to frequent this place blossomed within him. With a silly grin, Jiang Yunqing bowed in gratitude to Qin Zhiyi. Hee, thank you, Teacher Qin. You're welcome. Qin Zhiyi replied gently. Although someone had brought snacks for Gu Qiu, she was quite pleased with his act of sharing them with others. Naturally, the appearance of this little chubby boy was perfectly timed, and rewarding him with a packet of chips was only fitting. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow in mild exasperation, interrupting the two. All right, since you're here, help me take this to the classroom. With that, he gestured towards a nearby cardboard box. Jiang Yunqing nodded. Without further ado, he hoisted the box. After bidding farewell to several teachers, he turned and strode towards the exit. Glancing at his phone, Gu Qiu noted the limited time before class began and followed suit to the classroom. Chapter 18, The Historical Points Competition. As Jiang Yunqing walked and munched. Upon returning to the classroom, He placed the box on the podium. This scene instantly piqued the student's curiosity, prompting a flurry of inquiries. Chubby, what's this? Where did it come from? Fat bro, what's inside? Jiang Yunqing shrugged. He had asked Gu Qiu along the way, but the latter had been mysteriously evasive. I don't know. Wait for old Gu to arrive, and you can ask him yourselves. As he spoke, he returned to his seat. No sooner had he settled than a petite girl from the front row slowly turned to face him. This girl possessed a delicate, pale, oval face with large, clear eyes reminiscent of water, and a ponytail that, despite the unattractive and oversized blue and white school uniform, did little to diminish her charm. Yet her words carried a different flavor. You chubby boy, what is actually in that box? Jiang Yunqing took another bite of his pancake and casually replied, Why don't you go up and see for yourself? Upon hearing this, Su Yutian shot him an annoyed glare. Her gaze then drifted down to the chips on the desk, and without hesitation, she snatched them up. Hey, shorty, these are from Teacher Qin. Jiang Yunqing attempted to reclaim them, but she had already turned her back. He pouted, muttering, Next time, I'll change seats. I'll claim the last row and see if I can avoid you. Before long, Gu Qiu entered the classroom just as the bell rang. He had originally walked alongside the chubby boy, but had to turn back halfway because he forgot his laptop, thus delaying his arrival. Upon his entrance, the students once again erupted with chatter. Old Gu, what is inside? Is it a surprise for us? Don't tell me it's another stack of test papers like last semester's literature teacher. That would turn a surprise into a scare. Agreed. Seeing the box had aroused the students' curiosity, Gu Qiu smiled nonchalantly. He did not keep them in suspense. Instead, he swiftly opened the projector and connected it to his laptop. Soon, a PowerPoint presentation appeared on the screen. Fun historical activities to make learning history more motivating and engaging. After viewing, the students understood that their teacher was about to initiate something exciting. Simultaneously, Gu Qiu activated his phone's video recording function, adjusting it to the front camera, placing it on the desk, and commenced the lesson. Class is in session. The class monitor was a beat slow, but quickly caught up. Stand up. The students rose in unison. Good morning, teacher. Good morning, students. Please be seated. Gu Qiu scanned the room before continuing. After more than a month of adaptation, the vast majority of you have been able to resonate with me during lessons. Our class ranked third in the liberal arts during the last monthly exam, which is commendable. Yet I feel it is merely satisfactory. Thus, I have decided to organize some engaging activities. He paused, switching to the next slide of the presentation. This slide contained a wealth of information, but the most striking element was undoubtedly the 4 bold characters. Historical points competition. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. Elaborating. In the upcoming activities, I will assess various aspects such as homework completion, classroom engagement, knowledge inquiries during lessons, and examination results, adjusting points based on your performances. Points will be summarized monthly, culminating in a grand summary at the end of the term, with corresponding rewards for each summary. He added, of course, I do not wish to impose any pressure on anyone. Participation in this activity is purely voluntary. Those who are uninterested may choose to ignore it without facing any penalties. And I will not harbor any biases or treat anyone differently. He briefly summarized the finer details of the PowerPoint. The students nodded in agreement, subsequently questioning the topic they were most eager about. Old Gu, what rewards are there? It wouldn't be a set of test papers, would it? If you go astray, be careful. We might stop loving you. Exactly. If it's test papers, I won't help you snatch seats in the cafeteria anymore. Gu Qiu maintained a calm smile, raising his hand to signal for quiet, then switched to the next slide. This slide displayed a table outlining 3 reward tiers. I know this is what you're most concerned about. Here are the rewards for the end-of-term points summary, categorized into 3 levels. Level 1, 1 person. The student with the highest total points can choose one from the following: a Switch, a mermaid-themed diamond watch, a luxurious steak meal at Yunhade for $16.88, a ticket to any celebrity concert, or a sports camera valued at 1,800 yuan. Level 2, 2 people, a cash prize of 500 yuan. Level 3, 5 people, a cash prize of 100 yuan. The students stared in astonishment at the contents of the PowerPoint, and as Gu Qiu concluded his explanation, they erupted with excitement and surprise. Wow, how fantastic! So, everyone in the top 8 will receive a reward, right? Long live old Gu. Teacher, I suggest adding a 648 test paper package as an additional reward for the first place. Big courage, boot him out. Amidst the clamor, some students seized the opportunity to clarify. Teacher Gu, if someone doesn't make it to the top 8, do they get nothing? Wouldn't the 9th place feel wronged? Gu Qiu shook his head, saying, Hold on, I'm not finished yet. What I just mentioned was the end-of-term grand summary. There will also be monthly mini-summaries. He placed his hand on the Kuromi box, continuing, Every month, we will conduct a mini-summary of points, and after the summary, Everyone can spend 10 points to enter a lottery, where the rewards range from a few to several dozen yuan. But as long as your points are sufficient, you will certainly reap substantial rewards. The lottery points can be accumulated for joint usage and do not affect the total points summary. In other words, our points can be divided into static accumulation and dynamic usage. As Guccio noticed that the crowd seemed to be struggling to comprehend, he raised an eyebrow and pondered for a moment. Let me provide an example. For instance, Jiang Yunqing earned 30 points in the first month, which translates to 3 chances for a lottery draw. He can choose to use them within the month or save them for the following month, but they must be utilized by the end of the semester. Regardless of whether he uses these 30 points, they will be included in the final semester assessment. Is that clear now? Shortly after, the more astute students had already grasped the rules, while a few slower thinkers began to understand with the help of their classmates' explanations. Guccio pressed his lips together, which felt somewhat parched, and continued, "So, are you interested?" "Absolutely." As students, what Teacher Gu proposed was inherently their responsibility. Moreover, with no repercussions for inaction, naturally, nobody declined, and they responded in unison. Jiang Yunqing finished the last sip of his soybean milk, grinning widely. "First place is in the bag for me. Hee, a steak dinner at Yunhai Pavilion, the finest Michelin restaurant in Yunqing." However, before he could finish, Su Yutian let out a scoff. "You dreamer, you haven't even competed yet, and you're already imagining victory? That ticket to see Sister Tang Yao in concert is mine for the taking." Jiang Yunqing curled his lip dismissively. "Since last semester, you've only surpassed me once. And that was because I had a stomach issue halfway through the exam. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had a chance. If you want to compete with me, you still have a long way to go." Teacher Gu has stated that the points are based on comprehensive performance, not solely on grades. Su Judan Zito, clenching her teeth in determination. Guccio nodded, slightly in agreement. Su Yutian is correct. Don't be disheartened if your grades aren't as high as others. Our points will be awarded from various aspects. Even for grades, it's not just about the score. Students who make significant progress or maintain consistent performance will also earn points. Jiang Yunqing shrugged. "Regardless, I will do my utmost to claim the first place." Su Yutian chimed in, "Then let us compete. Shorty, I have enough historical knowledge to outshine you. Chubby, don't get too cocky. We'll see. Stop blabbering and return my chips." "Uffed. Who even wants them? You don't want to eat half?" "Oof." Guccio observed the banter between the two with a helpless shake of his head. Before they became adversaries, neither had particularly impressive grades, but through their relentless competition, they had both surged into the upper middle tier. Currently, Su Yutian ranked 5th in the class, consistently placing in the top 3 for history. Although Jiang Yunqing struggled with English, remaining outside the top 10, he had a profound interest in history and consistently held the top score in that subject. This youthful experience would surely be fondly remembered by both, though it seemed a bit too rambunctious at the moment. With that, Guccio cleared his throat twice to regain the group's attention. He also turned off the recording on his phone and stated, "All right, that's enough for the points competition discussion. I will review and address any gaps later, and if everything is in order, we will implement it starting from the next class." Suddenly, he was reminded of something. "Oh, by the way, did anyone bring me breakfast today?" In an instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Oh, someone brought you breakfast? Who is it? We certainly don't have the spare cash. You should treat us instead. Could it be someone has a crush on you? Teacher Gu? I think Teacher Qin has her eye on you. It might have been her, or perhaps the vice principal. She has a penchant for the young ones. You wouldn't have caught her attention, would you?" Guccio felt utterly speechless and slapped his forehead. "What do I even ask you for?" As the evening rolled in, the faint sound of rain began to patter against the window. In his bedroom, the soft glow of the desk lamp intertwined with the light from his laptop. On the other side, he caught a glimpse of himself yawning in a small mirror. After working diligently for nearly 2.5 hours, he had finally finished editing the classroom video recorded earlier in the day. Glancing at the electronic clock, which indicated it was nearly 11, he decided to conduct a final review. Guccio maneuvered the mouse and clicked the play button. The video, lasting 2.5 minutes, featured solely him on screen, but it also captured the voices of the students. After editing, he added subtitles and voiceovers, resulting in a piece that was both entertaining and heartwarming, particularly the segment featuring the banter between Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian. He intended to consult the two about their appearance in the video later, should they grant permission. After another review and slight adjustments to one section of the voiceover, he proceeded to export the video. As the loading took some time, Guccio planned to wash up first, but just as he was about to rise, his phone, charging nearby, suddenly chimed. Noticing the caller was along, he pressed the answer and speaker button. "What brings you to call me at this hour?" Zhao Yulong's deep voice quickly filled the air. "Ah, my grandmother summoned me today to inquire about you and Teacher Qin. I've managed to keep everything under wraps for you, except I accidentally mentioned the dinner invitation, and now she forbids me from meddling. So you'll have to take her out yourself." Upon hearing this, Guccio closed his eyes briefly and shook his head. All right then. This guy was reliable for major issues, but utterly unreliable for the minor ones. He had long since grown accustomed to it. Zhao Yulong continued, "Well, that is all I needed to say. By the way, why are you still awake at nearly 11? I was just about to wash up when your call came in." After Guccio explained, Zhao Yulong didn't linger. "Get some rest. I'll hang up now." Suddenly, Guccio recalled the topic they hadn't finished discussing on Saturday in the car and quickly spoke up. "Hey, we didn't finish our conversation last time. You didn't tell me what your current feelings towards Song Qing are. Do you like her?" There was a moment of silence on Zhao Yulong's end before he finally replied. "You should focus on yourself first. I can handle my matters, so you needn't worry." With that, he abruptly ended the call. Guccio could only sigh in resignation. Along was usually carefree, but when it came to feelings, he became hesitant. It seemed that helping him remedy past regrets would not be an easy task. However, Guccio was eager to get some sleep to ensure he would be in good shape for work tomorrow, and he would have to plan for a long situation later. He lifted his gaze slightly and noticed that the video had successfully exported, so he forwarded it to his phone. Subsequently, Guccio opened the dream-seeking app. After making a few simple adjustments in settings, he titled the piece and clicked to publish it. "Hello dream-seeking, let the story begin. Soon." A notification popped up within the app, confirming the successful publication. Immediately, Guccio navigated to the homepage, opened the video to watch it again, liked it, and then exited. He hoped that upon waking, the video would have garnered hundreds or even thousands of views. After murmuring to himself, he set the phone down, stretched lazily, and headed towards the bathroom. Meanwhile, Zhao Yulong, clad in a black bathrobe, sat on the sofa with a half-burnt cigarette in hand, lost in thought as Guccio and Qin Zhiyi's words echoed in his mind, urging him to reconsider his stance. As he pondered, the agitation within him grew increasingly unbearable, prompting him to run his fingers through his hair. After taking a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaling slowly, he reclined heavily against the sofa, staring blankly at the chandelier and the ceiling for what felt like an eternity. Zhao Yulong suddenly clenched his fist and sprang upright. He grabbed his phone and scoured through his contacts on WeChat for what seemed like ages before finally locating his target, Huang Yueqi. Immediately, he entered the chat window but found himself momentarily frozen, managing to type only a single word. "Are you there?" Within 10 seconds, a reply came through. "Oh, Mr. Zhao, what a surprise to receive a message from you. Have you struck it rich and are planning to treat me to a meal?" Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yulong continued the conversation. "A meal is merely a matter of a few words. Just choose a day and a place." "Oh, Mr. Zhao, how generous. You're not trying to ask me for a favor, are you?" "Cool. If you need something, just say it. I studied law in college. Although I'm still a novice, my professor is quite formidable. He can assist you if you're in trouble. Actually, I wanted to ask if you're still in contact with Song Qing." With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Yulong sent the message. Yet he was met with an unsettling silence. However, it wasn't long before Huang Yueqi initiated a voice call. Zhao Yulong hesitated for a moment before answering. A delicate and gentle voice came through. "Brother Long, I used to chat with a Qing almost every few days during our freshman year, but I lost touch with her starting from sophomore year. I couldn't reach her anymore, and her number appeared to be disconnected. At one point, I even thought something terrible had happened and reported it to the police, but they assured me she was safe, which left me feeling quite embarrassed. It seems she no longer uses her old number. Not only did she delete me, but she even left our high school class group. Given how close you both were, I assumed it would be easier for you to find her. Can you not reach her either?" Listening to her explanation, Zhao Yulong felt an inexplicable wave of anxiety wash over him. Song Qing was vivacious and chatty. She couldn't possibly have cut off contact with Huang Yueqi, her close friend. What could have transpired to cause such a drastic change? "Hello, Brother Long, are you there?" Huang Yueqi's voice pulled him back to reality. Zhao Yulong shook his head sharply to clear his thoughts. I'm also no longer her friend. After dropping out of school, he had been preoccupied with working and earning money, leaving little time to respond to Song Qing's messages. Over time, they had lost contact. He was unsure what to say anymore. He would often check her moments, but one day he discovered her post had been reduced to a mere line. Realizing he had been deleted, now that he thought about it, this coincided with the period Huang Yueqi had been unable to reach Song Qing. The thought filled him with even greater concern. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of contemplation, Huang Yueqi responded, "I see. Let me see if I can help you look into it, though my connections and resources are rather limited, so I hope the chances are not too slim. Brother Long, you should also think of a way yourself." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong promptly replied, "All right, thank you, Aki. Remember to contact me when you return to Yunqing. I'll treat you to a meal. Rest assured, I won't stand on ceremony," she said. Let us leave it at that for now. I have things to attend to. After hanging up, Zhao Yulong tossed his phone aside and lit another cigarette, his gaze becoming vacant and dazed. Time slipped away unnoticed as he recalled Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi, his earlier words, murmuring to himself. Did they already know something? The next day, in the morning, the sun, adorned with a rosy halo, had only just begun its ascent from the eastern horizon. A few industrious birds perched atop the treetops, chirping animatedly as they observed the throng of students and faculty hurrying toward the lecture halls, as if debating why humans too must rise early. Some regarded this as a mundane daily task, while others viewed it as a formidable obstacle on the path of fate. Yet, as Qin Zhiyi ascended the stairs, she seemed to harbor other motives. Having only joined the faculty a month after the semester commenced, despite her remarkable abilities, her lack of teaching experience necessitated time for adaptation, leading the school to assign her 2 liberal arts classes for the semester. By all accounts, her teaching load was not particularly burdensome, and she was not required to attend morning classes, making her early arrival unnecessary. Nevertheless, she was consumed by curiosity over the origins of the breakfast that had appeared on Gu Qiu's desk the previous day, prompting her to come early in hopes of uncovering the mystery. Upon reaching the second floor, the office was located to the left of the hallway. She took a deep breath, mentally chiding herself for needing more exercise, when she suddenly noticed a woman in a white dress emerging from the office. An instinctive alertness surged within Qin Zhiyi. She recognized all the teachers who regularly occupied the office, yet this unfamiliar woman was a stranger to her. What could she possibly be doing there at such an early hour? Simultaneously, the appearance of Qin Zhiyi startled the woman, causing her to tremble slightly. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, offering Qin Zhiyi a faint smile and a slight nod before hastily departing. Qin Zhiyi, today attired in a shirt paired with a jacket and loose black flared pants, presented a striking contrast to the woman, reminiscent of a clash between black and white. Once the sound of the woman's footsteps faded, Qin Zhiyi slowly turned, her gaze following her silhouette until it vanished from sight. Subsequently, she entered the office, determined to validate her suspicions. The instant she switched on the light, a small bag and a bottle of lactobacillus drink resting on Gu Qiu's desk came into view. She approached the desk with heavy steps, narrowing her eyes as she scrutinized the breakfast laid out before her. How dare she attempt to steal my man? Moments later, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian appeared outside the office, their feet barely crossing the threshold when they noticed Qin Zhiyi, deeply engrossed in her computer, prompting them to retreat in unison, exclaiming, "Report." Yet, Qin Zhiyi seemed oblivious, still intently reading the content on her screen. Seeing this, Jiang Yunqing cleared his throat and raised his voice slightly. "Report." This time, Qin Zhiyi looked up, glancing at the pair. "Please come in," she invited. Currently, the office was devoid of students seeking her attention, and having previously experienced other teachers responding to student reports, she and T paid much mind to these minor occurrences, unaware that she was now alone in the office. Naturally, she dismissed the triviality of the situation, returning her focus to her work as the two entered. Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutan, noticing Gu Qiu's absence, momentarily stationed themselves by his desk. Jiang Yunqing's attention was quickly drawn to the breakfast on the table, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. He nudged Su Yutian with his elbow. Su Yutian shot him an annoyed glare, but upon seeing his conspiratorial expression, she curiously followed his gaze, only to roll her eyes and mutter, "What are you doing? Are you planning to pilfer old Gu's breakfast?" Jiang Yunqing rolled his eyes in response, lowering his voice to explain, "Do you remember what old Gu said about someone bringing him breakfast yesterday?" At his words, Su Yutian's expression shifted as realization dawned on her. Right? The absence of old Gu raises the question, where's the breakfast? In an instant, the two seemed to have a simultaneous epiphany, their gazes converging on the industrious Qin Zhiyi. Su Yutian, as if privy to some scandalous revelation, exhibited a glimmer of excitement and curiosity in her eyes while casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yunqing. Could it be? The likelihood was indeed high. Jiang Yunqing nodded slightly. Just a few days prior, some classmates had witnessed teacher Gu departing from school alongside teacher Qin, igniting rumors of a potential romantic entanglement between the two. He had scoffed at such notions, believing that a man like old Gu, who was wholly devoted to his career, would not be in pursuit of love. Yet, it now appeared that old Gu's lack of pursuit did not preclude love from seeking him out. Thus, the two concluded that the breakfast before them was a gift from Qin Zhiyi to Gu Qiu. They exchanged whispers, contemplating how to subtly probe Qin Zhiyi with questions to satiate their curiosity. However, before they could utter a word, they noticed Qin Zhiyi, visibly perturbed, lift her head. She was attempting to uncover the identity of the woman in the white dress on the school's official website, Yet after a thorough search, she found nothing. Even she, a new teacher who had just joined a week ago, could access fundamental information. How could the other party not be traceable? Was it possible she wasn't a teacher? Qin Zhiyi murmured softly, only to realize that the two students were observing her intently. She suppressed her internal doubts and inquired, "What are you two doing here? Do you need something from me?" Jiang Yunqing shook his head, grinning as he explained, "We are waiting for Teacher Gu to come and grade the papers." Just as he mentioned Gu Qiu, the man himself appeared, munching on a bun as he entered the office. His gaze quickly swept over the trio, briefly lingering on Qin Zhiyi, internally questioning, why is she here so early when she doesn't even have morning classes? TSK, the workaholic reputation is well-deserved. As he mused, Gu Qiu approached his workstation. Upon sitting down, he noticed the breakfast on his desk and frowned. Here we go again? He picked up the meal, scrutinizing it closely. It seemed to be pot stickers and soup dumplings. Alas, too bad I'm already full. After muttering to himself, Gu Qiu cast a sideways glance at the chubby boy beside him and promptly offered, "Do you want this? It's still warm." At this, Jiang Yunqing instinctively glanced at Qin Zhiyi. He observed her first gaze at the breakfast in Gu Qiu's hand, then turned to him with a subtle smile that sent a shiver down his spine. Quickly averting his eyes, he recalled the scene from the previous day when Qin Zhiyi had given him chips. Suddenly struck by a realization. Could it be that her gesture of offering me snacks wasn't merely out of concern for my hunger, but rather a warning to refrain from competing with old Gu for breakfast? Indeed, the breakfast Qin Zhiyi had meticulously prepared for old Gu was not meant for anyone else to consume. Having already taken the chips yesterday, eating old Gu's breakfast today would be utterly ungrateful. What if Qin Zhiyi decided to make things difficult for him in the future? With this thought, Jiang Yunqing hastily took a step back. "Old Gu, I've already had breakfast." Gu Qiu was taken aback and puzzled. The usually gluttonous chubby boy was actually refusing his offer. Yet, he thought little of it and turned his attention to Su Yutian. If Jiang Yunqing could grasp the situation, Su Yutian surely wouldn't be oblivious either, as she waved her hand dismissively. "Teacher, it's too greasy. I want to eat it." Upon hearing the two sequential rejections, Qin Zhiyi's hand, which was reaching for the drawer, froze. She had intended to offer them some chips as a reward for helping to finish off the breakfast. Chapter 21. His seriousness is still handsome. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow, not overly concerned about Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian's consecutive refusals. He set the breakfast aside for the moment and retrieved 2 exam papers from the left-hand drawer. Last semester, the academic rivalry between these two adversaries had commenced when Jiang Yunqing privately created a set of exam questions, which he then brought to Gu Qiu for grading and explanation. Upon discovering this, Su Yutian had also joined in. At that time, as a new teacher, Gu Qiu faced their persistent inquiries without any complaints, finding immense satisfaction in assisting them with their academic challenges. Over time, the three developed a tacit understanding and made adjustments, such as utilizing the same exam paper and establishing times for writing, grading, and discussing the exams. Perhaps it was fate. After being reshuffled into different classes, the three found themselves grouped together once more, and barring any extraordinary circumstances, it seemed unlikely they would be rearranged again, thus continuing this tradition. Gu Qiu reviewed the exam papers that Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian had just completed the previous night during self-study. However, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian's attention was inexplicably drawn to the breakfast, and they exchanged glances filled with unspoken communication. "Do you think that if we hadn't come, Teacher Qin and old Gu would have had the chance to have an honest conversation and reveal their feelings?" "That seems likely. Teacher Qin prepared breakfast for 2 consecutive days, and old Gu hasn't eaten any. She must be quite upset. I'm afraid she'll take it out on us. Shall we sneak away?" "I think that is a good idea." Just then, Jiang Yunqing raised his hand to clutch his stomach, but had barely begun to feign discomfort before Gu Qiu interjected. "Jiang Yunqing, come here. Can you identify the most apparent difference between these 2 exam papers?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing froze momentarily, then stepped forward. After glancing back and forth between his and Su Yutian's papers, he quickly realized something. Gu Qiu noted the change in his expression and proceeded to reveal the answer. "Your handwriting resembles a chaotic scrawl. It's genuinely exhausting to decipher. You should practice it properly." Jiang Yunqing scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "I'll definitely do better next time." After the reminder, Gu Qiu didn't linger and took out a red pen to begin grading. Referring to an exam he had already marked the previous week. In less than 5 minutes, he had written down the scores on both papers. Su Yutian, Jin Mui Hai. Jiang Yunqing, 97. Gu Qiu handed the papers back to them. The fundamental questions posed no issues, but Yutian, your approach to question 42 was somewhat misguided. As we discussed, Roosevelt's New Deal. His demeanor was calm, and his tone was friendly as he patiently analyzed the questions. Aside from Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian listening attentively, Qin Zhiyi, seated across from them, rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at Gu Qiu. A gentle smile graced her cheeks as she reflected. He looks so handsome when he is serious. After cohabiting in a previous life, she had discovered this truth, often finding herself lost in thought while watching him concentrate on his work, even fantasizing about how blissful it would be to gaze at him perpetually. Unfortunately, the events that transpired afterward, coupled with her own transformations, had filled her life with impatience, making it difficult to calm her heart. But this time, she vowed it would not be the same. No matter who or what, nothing would disrupt her infatuation with this beautiful moment. After a brief interval, Gu Qiu completed his explanation. He moistened his slightly parched lips and glanced at his empty water cup. This scene did not escape Su Yutian's keen observation. Swiftly, she seized the cup and filled it with warm water from the dispenser before handing it to Gu Qiu. You worked hard, old Gu. Have some water. Gu Qiu accepted it graciously, taking a sip as he inquired with concern. This problem is not particularly difficult. It merely presents a bit of a twist. Did you grasp it? Standing nearby, Jiang Yunqing shook his head and smugly remarked, the practice book contains similar types of problems. You've explained it in such detail. If she still doesn't understand, she can simply restart. Obese fool. Su Yutian retorted without hesitation, stamping her foot on his instep. Jiang Yunqing instantly grimaced in pain. Gu Qiu, accustomed to their playful banter, continued, the last question is somewhat beyond the syllabus. It's commendable that you both have secured the basic 6 points. If you have time this afternoon, I'll explain it to you thoroughly. All right, the two replied in unison. Gu Qiu nodded slightly and turned to retrieve 2 new test papers from the desk cabinet, presenting them to the duo. This set contains numerous actual exam questions or adaptive problems. I had originally planned to wait until after the midterm exams for you to tackle them. But since you've grasped the foundational questions quite well, let's raise the difficulty. Jiang Yunqing eagerly accepted, exclaiming, the more challenging the questions, the more exhilarated I become. Su Yutian shot him a disdainful glance before taking the other paper. From now on, alternate between these 2 sets of papers. If you encounter any difficulties with this set, feel free to consult your resources. If you still can't solve them, leave them blank for my explanation. Gu Qiu casually reminded them, then stretched her arms and inadvertently noticed that Qin Zhiyi was gazing intently at her. She quickly withdrew her actions, cleared her throat, and addressed the troublesome pair beside her. All right, the morning reading session is about to conclude. If you have nothing else, you may return. Su Yutian, not wishing to be a third wheel, simply bid farewell to Gu Qiu before preparing to exit the office. However, Jiang Yunqing seemed to have entirely forgotten about breakfast, wearing a mischievous grin as he inquired. Old Gu, since I've voluntarily taken on extra study tasks, shouldn't you reward me with some points? Gu Qiu shrugged, responding with an expression that conveyed a lack of points and a nonchalant attitude. Observing this, Jiang Yunqing pouted, stingy. Yet, as soon as his words left his mouth, Su Yutian seized his ear. You only completed a single test paper, and you haven't even achieved full marks, yet you shamelessly demand points. Hey, don't you know that men and women should maintain a distance? If the director misinterprets this, we're both doomed. Huh, I'd have to be blind to be interested in you. You fat fool. TCH, as if I would ever fancy you, you little shrimp. After the two quarreled their way out, the office fell into a profound silence. Gu Qiu's gaze returned to the breakfast before him. After some contemplation, he decided to leave it there for a while, hoping to find an opportunity to gift it to another teacher. Otherwise, he would have to consume it himself, for it would be a shame to waste food. Speaking of which, I arrived rather early today, yet still failed to catch the person delivering breakfast. Wait a moment, when I arrived, Qin Zhiyi was already seated here. I wonder if she noticed. After a moment of internal musings, Gu Qiu raised his eyes to look across the table, only to find Qin Zhiyi still fixated on him. Instinctively, he averted his gaze, but the next second he saw her raise her phone and tap it twice, seemingly signaling him to check his phone. Gu Qiu momentarily froze, then picked up the phone that lay face down on the table. It was only then that he noticed a message Qin Zhiyi had sent over 10 minutes ago. Do you need my assistance in resolving this? Chapter 22. Leave it to me from now on. Staring at the message on his phone's lock screen, Gu Qiu's gaze faltered slightly. He swiftly opened the messaging app. Just as he was about to type a reply, he noticed Qin Zhiyi had added another note. I was referring to breakfast. Gu Qiu's brows quivered slightly. He certainly understood it was breakfast. Otherwise, what else would she wish to assist him with? How perplexing. Moreover, they were seated face to face with no one else around. Why not speak directly instead of sending messages? Is data truly free? After a moment of internal grumbling, Guccio raised his dark eyes and glanced at the breakfast on the table. After a brief contemplation, he lifted his cup and downed its contents, then stood to approach the water dispenser, casually placing the items on Qin Zhiyi's desk before returning to his seat after refilling his cup. Qin Zhiyi found his cautious demeanor amusing. Subsequently, she opened the plastic bag and retrieved 2 takeout boxes, one containing pot stickers and the other soup dumplings. At that moment, Guyin walked in, just as the morning reading bell rang. "Good morning, Teacher Gu, Teacher Qin." "Morning, Sister Yin." Guccio and Qin Zhiyi responded in unison with polite greetings. Guyin strolled over to Qin Zhiyi's side and noticed a stray leaf caught in her hair, promptly helping her remove it. Qin Zhiyi turned slightly, acknowledging her gesture with a grateful smile, while simultaneously opening the takeout boxes in her hands. "Sister Yin, would you like some?" Although Guyin had already had breakfast, she did not decline the offer. "I'll have a pot sticker to try." Qin Zhiyi served her too, glancing at Guccio with her eyes for confirmation. Seeing him shake his head, she had to give up. Guyin promptly offered her appraisal. "It's quite tasty." Qin Zhiyi took a small bite, nodding in agreement. Then, her gaze shifted as she picked up her phone again and half-jokingly sent Guccio a message. "How about I handle breakfast from now on?" She could sense Guccio's reluctance towards this breakfast, unsure if it was due to her presence. If that were the case, it would imply that Guccio still held some regard for her. Naturally, she felt obligated to assist him in resolving his troubles. If not, well, that hypothetical simply didn't exist. After reading the message, Guccio responded with a hint of annoyance. What a lovely thought. While the person delivering breakfast had good intentions, his unwillingness to accept it turned it into a nuisance. Once he located the individual, he would definitely return the money. In other words, he was currently, in a sense, treating Qin Zhiyi to breakfast. However, he still hadn't inquired whether Qin Zhiyi had seen the person. Guccio glanced at Qin Zhiyi, only to find she had already put down her phone and was chatting with Guyin while eating and drinking. After several moments of internal conflict, he ultimately shook his head. "Forget it. Perhaps I'll arrive a bit earlier tomorrow." Guccio chose not to dwell on the matter further as he suddenly recalled the video he had sent out last night. A night had passed, and he wondered how the data was faring. With a surge of anxiety, he opened the Xiaoming short video app. To his dismay, the next second, the sound from a video in the recommended channel blared out. "Darling, I need a hug." Guccio jolted in surprise and hastily pressed pause. But it was too late. Qin Zhiyi, Guyin, and the newly arrived Chun Qian all turned their attention toward him. Guccio could only smile to mask his embarrassment while scrolling down to show everyone he was merely watching videos. He had always used Olong. While he understood that Xiaoming's data might not accurately reflect his preferences, there was no need to start with such an embarrassing blunder. After a brief moment, once he noticed the group's attention had shifted, Guccio sighed in relief. He then muted the media sound and navigated to his personal page. After a quick check, he discovered that the video he had filmed last night had amassed over 50,000 views, received more than 800 likes, and garnered over 200 comments. With his follower count increasing by over 100, Guccio raised an eyebrow. He was quite pleased with these figures, especially considering it was his first video. Following that, he clicked into the comments section of his video, where the highest-rated comment caught his eye. "It is inadvisable to engage in such activities, for I have yet to encounter a teacher of this caliber." Guccio chuckled softly, continuing to scroll down. Have history teachers become so handsome these days? If this reward were to be exchanged for our teachers, it would undoubtedly consist of exam papers, practice workbooks, and the like. Ha ha ha. The banter between these two rivals is utterly delightful. Why were they not allowed to appear on screen? How disingenuous. The video features only him. We cannot even ascertain whether the audience consists of students or if their voices were artificially synthesized. Go Teacher Gu, eagerly anticipating the next update. Overall, the majority of reviews were favorable, although some negative comments were met with counterarguments. Guccio even spotted a reviewer who had assigned ratings. The humor of the video, 8/10. The script, 8/10. Creativity, 8/10. The vlogger's looks, 9/10. Charisma, 9/10. Filming, 6/10. Image quality, 5/10. My personal commentary is as follows. I have followed the vlogger. The creative direction is commendable and shows potential for greatness in the future. However, the perspective of the video is rather one-dimensional. I suggest incorporating more shots of the students. The vlogger likely filmed with a phone. I recommend upgrading to superior equipment, such as a professional recording camera, to enhance image clarity. He attentively read through this lengthy comment, which had been split into 2 segments to meet the word count requirement. After a moment of contemplation, he clicked the like button. The 2 main points emphasized by the commenter resonated with him. The inclusion of student shots was something he had already contemplated and would certainly implement in the future. As for upgrading the equipment, he had sensed something amiss while editing the video the previous night, And only at this moment did he realize it was indeed a matter of image quality, an aspect of considerable importance. With this thought, Guccio turned to glance at the phone he had purchased with a month's worth of part-time wages during his sophomore year. Despite having endured 4 years of wear and tear, it remained functional and showed minimal signs of deterioration due to careful maintenance. Yet, he had to concede that both the camera specifications and memory were significantly outdated. It was indeed taxing to use it for video recording. He shook his head and sighed softly, remarking, "It seems I cannot escape this financial burden." Nevertheless, Guccio understood the adage that one must invest wisely to reap rewards. If he intended to create short videos, a quality set of equipment was imperative. He exited the dream-seeking platform and navigated to the Jingxi Mall, browsing a sports camera he particularly favored, which had been featured as the top prize in the points competition. However, before long, as Guccio inquired about the product with customer service, a tall and robust man entered. He surveyed the room and placed a stack of papers on the table. The schedule for next month's sports competition, including events and rules, would soon be announced in the school's group chat. Teachers were requested to read carefully and relay the information to their students. Here are the registration forms for each event. Each class must submit their lists by next Friday at the latest. Furthermore, this year's faculty sports event is divided into 2 groups, young and middle-aged older. Interested teachers may come to the office downstairs or contact me via WeChat to register. After he finished speaking, several teachers who were having breakfast began to chatter excitedly. The physical condition of our class students is truly a topic of great concern. Teacher Song, your class's PE teacher is always sick and takes leave. It's no wonder the student's health is poor. With the faculty divided into 2 groups, does that mean I no longer have to compete with the principal? Brother Zhao, you're 50 this year, right? Which group do you think you'll be in? Ha ha ha. Brother Zhao declares that although he is old, his spirit remains youthful. He's determined to join the young group. Meanwhile, the earlier speaker, PE teacher Sun, noticed Guccio, who was gazing downwards, and quickly approached him. Guccio, you look quite hunched over. This semester is quite busy. I assent it. We hardly see you on the court. Guccio snapped back to attention. Basketball was one of his few hobbies, and during the previous semester, he would often head to the playground on weekends to play. By chance, he encountered Sun, and though they initially sparred, they soon became friends, frequently challenging each other to matches. Unfortunately, with an increased teaching workload this semester, he found little time to indulge in his passion. With a sheepish smile, he replied, "Indeed, I'm utterly exhausted every day. I can hardly match your carefree demeanor." Sun E, however, shrugged nonchalantly and asked, "There will be a basketball tournament at the sports meet. Would you like to participate?" Guccio raised an eyebrow. Considering the upcoming sports meet, he realized he likely wouldn't be too busy and could afford to engage in some physical activity. He nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Sun E smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Then I'll help you sign up." Meanwhile, sitting across from them, Qin Zhiyi, having overheard their conversation, blinked her starry eyes. It seemed she hadn't seen Guccio play basketball in many years. Chapter 23. Is crowding healthier? 2 days later, during the midday break, the throng of ravenous students surged towards the cafeteria. However, a few less enthusiastic individuals, such as the weary-looking Guccio, mingled among them. For 2 consecutive days, he had risen early to wait in the office for the breakfast delivery, but the other party seemed to have anticipated this and had already placed the food on the table long before him. This back and forth, coupled with 4 consecutive evening study sessions last night, left him in less than ideal condition today. Nevertheless, Guccio had come to a realization. Rather than scurrying about like a cat chasing a mouse in search of the other party, it would be better to let things unfold naturally. Eventually, they would reveal themselves. Notably, during these past 2 days, the breakfast he received was passed on to Qin Zhiyi. For some reason, he found the mysterious origins of that breakfast rather unsettling. In the blink of an eye, Guccio had entered the cafeteria. Since he had no classes for the day, he planned to eat his fill and then return for a much-needed nap. Meanwhile, several students from Class 9, positioned at the front of the queue, spotted him and waved eagerly. "Old Gu. Over here, old Gu." Guccio raised his hand in acknowledgement and strolled over. The second floor had a designated area for teachers to dine, offering relatively more sumptuous meals. However, Guccio did not favor the atmosphere there and preferred to eat with the students unless invited. Given his good rapport with the students, especially the enthusiastic Class 9 pupils, they often called him over to cut in line whenever they spotted him. In reality, teachers were permitted to bypass the queue when serving themselves at the student counters. Yet, Guccio refrained from disclosing this, viewing it as a charming little interaction between him and his students. He utilized their position to serve himself a meal and casually found a seat. However, just as he had taken a few bites, his line of sight was obstructed by a figure. Guccio looked up and, in the next moment, found himself locking eyes with Qin Zhiyi, who was carrying a tote bag. Today, Qin Zhiyi donned an adorably refreshing green and white checker dress, tilting her head cutely and offering a gentle smile. Teacher Gu, may I sit here? Gu Qiu, chewing his food, glanced sideways and noticed plenty of empty seats around. He felt a twinge of exasperation, inwardly grumbling. First in the office, and now in the cafeteria. Do you truly enjoy sitting opposite me this much? What happened to maintaining distance? Yet, this was a public seating area, and he had no right to claim it. So he reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Thank you. Qin Zhiyi responded sweetly, settling down across from him. She then proceeded to extract 4 lunchboxes from her tote bag. One by one, she opened them, revealing that each box was divided into 2 sections, containing salt-baked ribs, oil-braised shrimp, fried chicken cutlets, and stir-fried tomatoes with eggs, a total of 5 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, making 8 dishes in total. The rich aroma swiftly infiltrated Gu Qiu's nostrils, compelling him to steal a glance despite his deliberate avoidance of eye contact. Gazing at the 4 boxes of dishes, each a feast for the senses, he couldn't help but feel as though he had been relegated to consuming scraps. Qin Zhiyi, perceptive to his gaze, broke into a gentle smile. Teacher Gu, I cannot possibly finish all this. Perhaps you could help me share some? No need, I'm quite satisfied with these dishes. Gu Qiu replied, somewhat begrudgingly, before countering, why did you come to the cafeteria when your meal is so lavish? Qin Zhiyi blinked innocently. I only prepared the dishes, not the rice. Gu Qiu curled his lip in disbelief. He found it hard to accept that this woman had the time to prepare such an array of dishes, but neglected to cook some rice. Qin Zhiyi, unfazed by his skepticism, took her lunchbox and headed to the window, soon returning with a serving of white rice. With a hint of excitement, she shared her discovery with Gu Qiu. You won't believe it. Getting rice is free. That is hardly surprising. My meal didn't cost anything either. The school provides a food subsidy. Gu Qiu responded offhandedly. Yet, internally he thought, if they charged for such unpalatable dishes, it would be a travesty. Having just claimed the dishes were quite good, he didn't wish to contradict himself. Unaware of his inner turmoil, Qin Zhiyi chuckled. I wouldn't know. This is only my 2nd visit to the cafeteria. The first time, it was Yin Jie who treated me. After explaining, she settled down across from him. She watched Gu Qiu for a moment before playfully offering him a piece of rib. Eat. I can't finish it all by myself. You made so much. Yet you can't finish it? Gu Qiu quickly retorted, returning the rib to its place. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Su Yutian. Believing the two had made some progress, approached to gossip. To her surprise, the dense Gu hadn't yet realized what was happening. He had rejected Qin Zhiyi's breakfast and remained indifferent to the sumptuous spread before him. Resolute to assist Qin Zhiyi, she quickly devised a plan and drew her friend closer. Teacher Gu, Teacher Qin, what a coincidence. There are no seats left. Could we squeeze in with you? At her words, Gu Qiu raised his eyes, scanning the area. The surroundings appeared much the same as before, with plenty of empty seats still available. What is going on today? Is squeezing in healthier? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yutian plopped down beside Gu Qiu and turned her gaze to Qin Zhiyi's lunchbox. Teacher Qin, did you make all this? Not entirely. These 2 simpler boxes are mine, Qin Zhiyi indicated. Su Yutian nodded, attempting to smooth things over. Of course, ribs and chicken steaks are quite labor-intensive. Qin Zhiyi smiled faintly, pushing her lunchbox forward. I can't finish it alone. Could you help me out? Well, then I want to be shy. With that, Su Yutian promptly snatched a rib for herself and then added a few shrimp for her dear friend. Ah, you hear? Your favorite prawns. In a swift motion, taking advantage of Gu Qiu's momentary distraction, she surreptitiously piled a slew of food onto his plate, deliberately mixing it with the original dishes to feign goodwill. Teacher Gu, you should eat too. Gu Qiu lifted his head, staring at the unexpected addition to his plate, momentarily dumbfounded. Don't you dislike this? No worries, just try the dishes made by Teacher Qin. Su Yutian replied, adding more from the other lunchboxes. Noticing Gu Qiu's incredulous stare, she leisurely explained, Teacher Gu, I haven't eaten yet. My chopsticks are clean. However, since this food has now touched your plate, returning it would be rather impolite. Gu Qiu's lips twitched. After all that, he had managed to fend off Qin Zhiyi, yet he had not anticipated this mischievous girl. Chapter 24. Surely, there's a place for me in your heart. Gu Qiu lowered his gaze, contemplating the dishes before him. To his surprise, Su Yutian added another hefty portion onto his plate. Startled, he instinctively shifted his plate aside. That's enough. Hee. I noticed you hadn't touched your chopsticks and thought you found the food lacking. Su Yutian grinned, her eyes twinkling as she turned to Qin Zhiyi, continuing, or perhaps you're hoping someone else would serve you. Before she could finish, Gu Qiu interrupted, his voice low and firm. So delicious that it can't satisfy your appetite. Huh? Su Yutian playfully stuck out her tongue. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu, to prevent her from continuing her chatter, finally focused on his meal. According to Qin Zhiyi, the tomato and scrambled eggs, green pepper beef strips, stir-fried chicken legs, and spicy baby cabbage were all her handiwork. And they were precisely the dishes Su Yutian had piled onto his plate. Gu Qiu paused momentarily before sampling each one. The ingredients were tender, the seasoning just right, and the spiciness perfectly suited to his palate. His eyes widened, yet his thoughts lingered on a few specific dishes. Qin Zhiyi's culinary skills were exceptional. In their past life, she had often cooked for him, but those days had faded into memory. He had assumed that after such a long time, he would have forgotten the taste, yet a single bite revived those long-buried memories. Suddenly, he recalled that Qin Zhiyi rarely indulged in spicy food. Even when she did, she could only handle mild heat. Yet, 5 out of the 8 dishes before him were generously spiced, indicating they could not have been prepared for her, but rather, specifically for him. With this realization, Gu Qiu couldn't resist a furtive glance at Qin Zhiyi, who was delicately eating her meal, her gaze entirely fixed on him. Given her recent behavior, it seemed she genuinely regretted her past actions and was sincerely apologizing. But he mustn't be foolish. Her temperament was capricious. Who could say she wouldn't revert to her old self tomorrow? He couldn't afford to leap into the flames again. That was close. Almost swayed by a mere meal. Meanwhile, within the depths of Qin Ziyi's heart, a vibrant narrative unfolded. Zilly man, how could you not like the dishes I meticulously prepared for you, stubbornly putting on a front before me? You may refuse the breakfast from others, but you will ultimately accept what I offer. So, Achio, you must harbor feelings for me in your heart, right? That's wonderful. I shall leave the rest to time. In our past life, I failed to be a worthy wife. In this life, I shall prepare countless delightful meals for you. If only that woman who brought breakfast were here, I would show her the difference. You are mine in this life, just as you were in the last. And no one can take you from me. After a brief moment, Su Yutian set down her chopsticks first, sensing their objective had been achieved, and signaled her friend. In the next instant, both stood up simultaneously. Su Yutian winked at Qin Zhiyi, a soft smile gracing her lips. Thank you for the lovely meal, Teacher Qin. Love you. You're welcome. If you encounter any difficulties with your studies, feel free to seek my assistance. Besides biology, I'm also quite proficient in math and chemistry. I hope I can be of help. Qin Zhiyi replied gently. Today, a successful feeding session owes much to Su Yutian's assistance. If it weren't for Gu Qiu's presence, she might have turned the tables to express her gratitude. Notably, this young lady seems to possess an acute understanding of her sentiments. It appears that her aid will be indispensable in the future. Thus, it seems prudent to stockpile an assortment of snacks and beverages in the office. Su Yutian arched her delicate willow-like brows and intended to share a jest with Gu Qiu before departing. However, Gu Qiu seemed to anticipate her move, lowering his expression and fixating on her intently. Have you eaten enough? Should I assign you some additional homework to aid in your digestion? How fierce! No wonder he struggles to find a girlfriend. Su Yutian couldn't help but retort, making a silly face at Gu Qiu before dragging her friend away. Once only the two were left at the dining table, Gu Qiu refrained from serving himself more food and instead resumed eating his original dishes. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi hastily interjected, Teacher Gu, I'm full now. You might as well finish the dishes on my side. After all, they're quite expensive. It would be a shame to waste them. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu paused, then decided not to be polite any longer. He picked up the last piece of rib and, while chewing thoughtfully, inquired nonchalantly, Are you free tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Qin Zhiyi blinked her beautiful eyes. Sure. Are we dining in the cafeteria? Gu Qiu slightly shook his head. Let us eat outside. Although he had previously mentioned inviting her to the cafeteria, after Along had offered to treat her to a grand meal, which even reached his grandmother's ears. Coupled with her recent caring inquiries, it would seem remiss not to invite her out for a proper dinner. Upon hearing his proposal, Qin Zhiyi's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pressed, Just the two of us? Gu Qiu subtly pressed his lips together. Yes. Along has something else to attend to and one be able to join. If you're unwilling, then we can forget it. Qin Zhiyi quickly shook her head. Willing. She had initially wished for Along not to interfere, allowing her to share a meal alone with Gu Qiu, now that her dream was realized. How could she refuse? She then suggested, How about you wait for me at the school gate after class tomorrow? Gu Qiu pondered for a moment, feeling that it would be too conspicuous. Rumors about the two of them had already circulated in the class. If they were seen together, it would likely lead to misunderstandings. I'll find you in the parking lot instead. All right. Qin Zhiyi understood his concerns, but she had already decided to take her time with Gu Qiu, so there was no need to dwell on it further. She readily agreed. Just as their conversation concluded, Su Yutian returned. She placed a cup of fruit tea beside Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, after you've enjoyed so many delicacies, I feel a bit guilty. This is my treat for you. Qin Zhiyi's beautiful eyes fluttered. Although she had only been there for a week, she was already well versed in the school rules. There was no tea shop on campus, nor was it permitted to bring mobile phones, let alone order takeout. Thus, this cup of fruit tea was a rare commodity, reflecting Su Yutian's heartfelt gesture. Making it even harder for her to accept, she quickly declined. I don't really like these. You should drink it yourself. Liar. I saw you drinking it in the office just the other day. Su Yutian pouted in a slightly proud manner. No way, you must accept it. And don't worry about me going without. I can share a cup with my classmates. Faced with her insistence, Qin Zhiyi found it difficult to refuse any longer. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. Su Yutian waved her hand and then turned her attention to Guqiu. Sorry, old Gu, there's only one cup. If you want to drink it, you'll have to share with Teacher Qin. Ha ha ha. Guqiu, who was busy wrapping up lunch preparations, nearly choked upon hearing her words. However, when he looked up, he found that Su Yutian had already dashed away, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Just wait. Chapter 25. Pursuing him is not so easy. The following day, as noon approached its conclusion, the clouds in the sky flowed like murky stream water, occasionally concealing the sun. The gentle breeze tickled the verdant trees lining the campus paths, causing the rustling leaves to collide, creating a melancholic symphony. At this moment, a figure passed by. Guqiu, holding a selfie stick with a pristine camera affixed to the top, was eagerly capturing his enthusiastic demeanor. After finishing his meal in the cafeteria yesterday, he had returned home to rest until today's midday, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the camera he had long desired, which brought him immense physical and psychological relief. Considering the quality of the footage, he hadn't filmed any videos over the past 2 days. And although he had explained this in the comment section of his first video, a handful of viewers had chosen to unfollow him in despair. Now that his new equipment was in place, and with a class scheduled for the afternoon, he was filled with vigor, ready to record new material. Guqiu made his way to the teaching building and entered the office. The class bell had already rung, and only a middle-aged male teacher occupied the office. Noticing the other was engrossed in work, he chose not to greet him and directly sat down at his desk. Guqiu's class was the third period, which meant he had another hour and a half to prepare. He contemplated fiddling with his camera for a while before organizing his lesson plans. At that moment, a petite figure clad in a white blouse, looking somewhat refined, passed by the doorway. She deliberately glanced inside and, upon spotting Guqiu, abruptly halted. After a brief moment of adjustment, she walked toward him. Guqiu noticed her approach and paused his actions, contemplating for a moment before recalling her identity. He raised an eyebrow, smiling as he inquired, Teacher Zhang, is there something you need? Zhang Ailin also smiled, dragging a chair beside her and sitting down before speaking. What could I possibly need? I'm just a bit bored, wandering around. I saw you here and thought it had been a while since we last met. So I'd come to catch up. Are you busy? If so, I want to intrude. Guqiu squinted slightly, suspicion creeping into his dark eyes. This Zhang teacher had taught a class with him last semester, but aside from swapping lessons once, they had little interaction. Moreover, she was focusing on teaching the second-year students this semester. What history could they possibly have to reminisce about? Despite these thoughts, he adhered to the adage of not striking a smiling face and replied politely, I'm not busy. Upon receiving this response, Zhang Ailin nodded and continued. I heard that you haven't been in great spirits lately. Though you're young, there's no need to push yourself so hard. Listening to her incessant advice and concern warmed Guqiu's heart, yet his suspicion only deepened. He could feel her ulterior motives, but chose to remain silent and observe the unfolding drama. After some pleasantries, Zhang Ailin sighed and gradually steered the conversation towards her familial conflicts, then spoke about her son's early romantic endeavors before finally broaching the main topic. By the way, Teacher Gu, you're not so young anymore. Haven't you considered dating? Guqiu's gaze sharpened. Truly, as a language teacher, she wove her questions seamlessly, yet her eagerness was rather overt. After a moment's thought, he smiled casually. I prefer to focus on my career for now. Matters of the heart can wait. That mindset is problematic. We teachers earn a meager salary. What further development can we pursue? Zhang Ailin countered his statement, then presented her viewpoint. Besides, starting a family and establishing a career are not mutually exclusive. Life's significant matters must be addressed sooner or later. If you do not seek a suitable partner while you're still young, you may find it challenging to find one as you grow older. Ultimately, she conveniently offered a solution. Our school has numerous beautiful teachers around your age. How about I play the matchmaker and help you make a connection? Guqiu's shoulders slackened slightly as he secretly sighed in relief. Initially, after hearing Zhang Ailin's endless chatter, he nearly developed the misconception that she was interested in him. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly have to resign and flee, considering Zhang Ailin was old enough to be his mother. However, it is worth mentioning that when he heard the word around the same age and beautiful, the first person that sprang to his mind was actually Qin Zhiyi. Was she the one who sent Zhang Ailin as a negotiator? That seemed unlikely. That woman couldn't even recognize the first-year teachers. So how could she possibly be connected to Zhang Ailin? Meanwhile, noticing Gu Qiu's silence, Zhang Ailin hastily added, "You could try getting to know them. It doesn't necessarily have to lead to a relationship." Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu collected his thoughts and resolutely shook his head. "No, thank you. I still believe being alone is quite satisfactory. I appreciate your concern, Teacher Zhang." He initially intended to extract the identity of the person who had commissioned Zhang Ailin as a negotiator, but feared that excessive inquiries might lead to misunderstandings. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best to decline outright. Suddenly, Gu Qiu turned his gaze toward the stack of practice books on his desk, feigning a look of realization. "Right? I haven't corrected my assignments yet." With that, he promptly retrieved a red pen and began to review them. Zhang Ailin understood that Gu Qiu was unwilling to continue the conversation and, feeling somewhat helpless, stood up, offered a brief farewell, and exited the office. After stepping outside, she turned back to glance at Gu Qiu. She was a negotiator, yet she had not been commissioned by anyone. 3 days prior, she had unexpectedly encountered the English teacher from the class, sneaking into the office. After observing and inquiring, she learned that the teacher was bringing breakfast for Gu Qiu. Seeing that several days had passed without success, she thought about playing matchmaker, not expecting Gu Qiu to reject her so firmly. Zhang Ailin shook her head, murmuring softly, "Xiaowan, pursuing him won't be as easy as you think." Gu Qiu dismissed the incident of Zhang Ailin playing matchmaker from his mind. After busily occupying himself in the office for a while, he finally awaited his last class of the week. This lesson was not with Class 9, but rather with another liberal arts class, Class 15. Upon entering the classroom, Gu Qiu scanned the room from the podium. The environment and discipline in Class 15 were somewhat better than in Class 9, yet the students were far less lively. Nonetheless, many gazes directed toward him sparkled with enthusiasm. Gu Qiu positioned the action camera in one corner of the podium and made a few simple adjustments to ensure it could capture him without obstructing the student's view. The girl in the front row, closest to him, gazed at his actions before finally speaking up, her voice barely above a whisper. "Teacher, are you recording a video?" "Yes, just documenting life." Gu Qiu replied with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the girl, who was not particularly tall and appeared quite slender, blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes and fell silent. After a moment, Gu Qiu completed the pre-class etiquette process and immediately got to the point. "Last time, I introduced the historical score competition, and today I bring you the first classroom point game, the question-answer relay, Chapter 26, Negligence. Let me briefly explain the rules of the question-answer relay. I will pose the first question and call on a student to answer, with a time limit of 5 seconds. The student who answers will then call on another person and pose a question within 10 seconds. If they fail to do so in time, I will take over. Students who complete both answering and questioning will earn a point, while those who exceed the time limit or fail to complete their task will not earn any points. Also, before every student has been called once, no one can repeat names. Is that clear? Gu Qiu deliberately quickened his pace while announcing the rules to create a tense atmosphere. The students indeed became more engaged and responded enthusiastically. "Understood. Good. To ensure we don't take too much of your class time, we will only involve about half of you in this game. The other half will wait until next week." With that, Gu Qiu pulled out the roll call sheet wedged in his book and took out a pen to record the names called. Once prepared, he raised his gaze, eventually fixing it on the girl who had spoken to him earlier. "Let's get started. Gomeon, Su Xiaowan." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan instantly sprang from her seat. Gu Qiu casually flipped open a page in his book, scanned it briefly, and posed his question. "What were the negative impacts of the policy of seclusion?" Su Xiaowan hesitated for a moment, gazing up at the ceiling, and after some quick contemplation, stammered her response. It hindered the expansion of overseas markets and suppressed the original accumulation of capital. It obstructed the exchange of economic and cultural ideas between China and foreign countries, leading to China being isolated from the world for an extended period and gradually falling behind global trends. It allowed the feudal natural economy to persist for too long, enabling feudal rulers to entrench themselves. Gu Qiu listened attentively to her answer, nodding slightly. "Not bad. You should add that it also impeded the development of capitalist sprouts. All right, now you can call on the next person to pose a question." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan pursed her lips and directed her gaze toward her deskmate. Her deskmate, also a girl, looked anxious and said, "Su Xiaowan, I advise you to be kind." But Su Xiaowan paid no mind and directly said, "Chen Xiyu." Qin Zhiyi pouted and stood up. After a brief moment of thought, Su Xiaoan posed her question. What is the name of the world's earliest paper currency? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi was taken aback. Gu Qiu had asked her this question previously, and she had not been able to answer at the time. So, she had specifically memorized it afterward. Thus, Su Xiaoan was intentionally giving her an easy question. As the seconds ticked by, Su Xiaoan wondered why Qin Zhiyi had not answered yet, and reached out to tug at her sleeve. Qin Zhiyi suddenly snapped back to reality, but before she could speak, Gu Qiu interjected, "Time's up." "Ah, Teacher Gu, you didn't even count down?" Qin Zhiyi exclaimed in frustration. Gu Qiu glanced at Su Xiaoan and chuckled. "Your kind desk mate specifically chose such an easy question for you, and you couldn't answer it instantly? And you still expect me to count down?" At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom had become lively, with some students engaging in discussions. Exactly. Even with an easy question, you couldn't seize the opportunity. But isn't that a bit unfair? If everyone calls on their desk mates and asks easy questions, wouldn't that mean free points? Haha, I definitely wouldn't do that. After all, my dear desk mate prefers challenging questions. Don't you dare leave after school. Gu Qiu raised his hand to interrupt the chatter, smiling. As for who you call and what questions you ask, I'm not concerned, as long as it relates to the knowledge points in our textbooks. Feel free to take revenge, express gratitude, or aim for double points. It's all up to you. For the average students, Gu Qiu hoped they could firmly grasp the foundational questions, so asking some simpler questions to enhance memory was certainly not out of the question. Regarding the matter of points, considering there are 4 lessons each week, each individual can earn a maximum of merely 2 points. Even if the entire class exploits a bug, he remains undeterred, unhesitatingly declaring, "The final interpretation, rights belong to me." Gu Qiu did not ponder further and urged, "All right, let's continue. Qin Zhiyi, please select a person and present the question." For the next 10 minutes, everyone was engrossed in this mini-game, deriving immense joy while simultaneously acquiring a wealth of knowledge. After concluding, Gu Qiu meticulously reinserted the recorded list back into the book. Subsequently, he connected the USB drive to the class computer, activating the whiteboard and projector. Well, that concludes today's points game. Let us now commence our lesson. As he spoke, Gu Qiu maneuvered the mouse to open a video from the USB drive. Yet he did not rush to play it. Instead, he inquired, "How many of us have flown on an airplane?" Instantly, 7 or 8 hands were raised across the classroom. "And what about high-speed trains?" This time, a significantly larger number of hands shot up. Gu Qiu casually pointed to one individual. "Qin Zhiyi, where did you take the high-speed train to?" "To Haiqing to visit my dad." "How long was the journey?" About 3 hours." "Do you know the running speed of the high-speed train?" "Around 200 to 300 kilometers per hour." After a lively interaction, Gu Qiu resumed the previously paused video. The footage featured a travel blogger documenting their journey aboard a high-speed train, departing from Kyoto and heading south, highlighting the train's speed and the other trains encountered along the way. The video, lasting nearly 15 minutes, became somewhat tedious in the latter part, prompting him to switch to another clip after about 3 minutes. The second video was an excerpt from the classics of Huaxia, showcasing Su Xiao's reactions upon encountering high-speed trains and airplanes. Once both videos had concluded, Gu Qiu rested his hands on the podium, smiling gently as he asked, "So, having watched these 2 videos, what are your thoughts?" Suddenly, the students erupted in exclamations and discussions. The pace of progress is astonishing. Indeed, my mother mentioned that when she was young, they would rely on others' tractors for transportation. Back then, even minibuses were scarce. Now we have airplanes, high-speed trains, and cars. Even the least fortunate households possess an electric scooter. If we were to traverse into the future and behold even more remarkable modes of transport, I fear we might end up like that old fellow. I would prefer to return to ancient times, crafting firearms and cannons to overturn the current state of affairs. That's hilarious. Someone who flunks every subject in math and science would hardly survive 3 days in the past. Nonsense. I would just be a charming scholar, basking in the sunlight as Levi gazes over the cliff. Just as the laughter filled the air, a figure suddenly appeared outside the window along the corridor. The newcomer was a middle-aged man in his 40s, of average build, clad in a blue plaid shirt. He sported a crew cut, his round face taut with a sharp gaze that scrutinized the classroom's occupants. In an instant, the lively chatter ceased. Gu Qiu, catching a glimpse of the man from the corner of his eye, could not help but retract his smile. Exhaling a sigh, he continued, "Well, what you all mentioned is quite pertinent. This indeed is the theme of our lesson today, the advancement of transportation and communication tools." Unbeknownst to them, the class came to an end. Gu Qiu returned to his office, poured himself some water, and planned to review the recorded videos for clarity. However, before he could act, Cui Jiangwo abruptly entered the room. "Ah Qiu, what were you doing in class 15? Gu Qiu was taken aback. "Me? I was just conducting a normal class." What else could I do? Chui Jiangwo approached him, his expression serious. Teacher, Yin just spoke to me, claiming you were neglecting your duties during class. What? Chapter 27, A Bet on Grades. Hearing Chui Jiangwo's words, Gu Qiu was utterly astonished. He would not dare to proclaim his teaching prowess. Yet he maintained a proper demeanor and rarely slacked off during class. His teaching pace was among the top in the grade. How could anyone suggest he was neglectful? After a moment of bewilderment, he retorted, Brother Chui, are you certain Teacher Yin is referring to me? Before Chui Jiangwo could respond, Gu Yin chimed in. Could there be a misunderstanding? I believe Teacher Gu's class is perfectly fine. At that moment, Yan Jingya entered the room with a stern expression, unhurriedly declaring, there is no misunderstanding. It is precisely as I and Teacher Chui have reported. Teacher Gu, I have long maintained that our class lacks foundational knowledge. There is no need for you to waste excessive time on textbooks. Simply increase the volume of exercises for the students. Yet, you persist in your own ways. With only one of the 4 classes dedicated to practice work, while other classes conduct weekly quizzes, you have never arranged such assessments. Today was even more egregious. You spent 15 minutes before starting the lesson and 20 minutes before addressing the main topic, failing to cover even 3 pages before the bell rang. I inquired with the students, and they informed me that you initially engaged them in a points game and filmed it. Is this not neglecting your duties? After his lengthy tirade, delivered with a severe tone, Chui Jiangwo hurriedly attempted to placate him. Old Yin, calm down. Meanwhile, the commotion in the office attracted a few curious teachers and students. Among them, a woman in a white dress stood at the forefront. Her gaze fixed intently on Gu Qiu as she sought to comprehend the situation. Yan Jingye brushed aside Chui Jiangwo's hand resting on his shoulder and continued coldly. Today's youth constantly seeks to employ novel and innovative teaching methods that appear flashy yet are fundamentally misguided. Hearing this, Gu Qiu, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke up. Teacher Yin, you surely understand the principle that a solid foundation dictates the structure above. If the students have not grasped the knowledge in their textbooks, what significance is there in merely having them complete exercises? As for the arrangement of class time and content, that is my prerogative. You may deem my teaching methods as flashy and misguided, yet I believe that in a vibrant and enjoyable classroom atmosphere, students can absorb far more knowledge. He did not raise his voice or create a ruckus. Instead, his demeanor was remarkably calm, yet it exuded an inexplicable pressure. However, Yan Jingye, with over 20 years of teaching experience, remained unperturbed. If you believe your teaching methods are without fault, then may I inquire why our class ranked second to last in the history section of the last monthly exam? Even some science classes scored higher than us. As the subject teacher, do you not reflect on this? Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu's lips twitched. Were it not for his professional integrity, he would have felt tempted to slap this old man. Was it not true that Class 15 had performed poorly in history on the last monthly exam? Wasn't it the case that apart from the English subject he taught, all other subjects had floundered? The root cause lay in Yan Jingye's excessively stern approach towards the students, which encompassed not just their studies but also their daily routines, discipline, and various aspects of life. However, students are not machines. They experience fatigue and can succumb to negative emotions. Yet, Mr. Yin remains oblivious, assigning a copious amount of homework the day before the monthly exam and extending class time late into the night, resulting in a lack of preparedness among the students for the following day's assessments. Rumor has it that some students, struggling academically, have heard that their exam results may affect their homeroom teachers' bonuses, leading them to deliberately underperform as an act of retaliation. Under such circumstances, it would indeed be a miracle for Class 15 to avoid being at the bottom of the rankings. As he harbored these thoughts, Gu Yin once again spoke up on his behalf. Mr. Yin, if you were to evaluate Gu Qiu's teaching methods based on results, I must respectfully disagree. He teaches history to our class as well. Yet we ranked 3rd in the last history exam, and students have expressed optimism about further improvement in the upcoming assessment. Therefore, sometimes it's vital to refrain from placing all the blame on others and reflect on the situation yourself. Before she could finish, Yan Jingye interjected again. Teacher Gu, your Class 9 students inherently possess a stronger foundation. Is there truly a basis for comparison? To put it bluntly, no matter who teaches Class 9, they likely wouldn't perform poorly. At these words, Gu Yin nearly choked on her own indignation, her face betraying a flicker of anger and disbelief. The initial class allocations were made to ensure an even distribution of students, clearly indicating that the overall academic levels were comparable across classes. Was he not speaking sheer nonsense? Furthermore, what did he mean by suggesting that anyone could teach Class 9? Was he dismissing the efforts of the current educators in Class 9 with that one statement? Noticing that she had momentarily fallen silent, Yan Jingye turned to look at Chui Jiangwo. Director Kui. I had previously mentioned to you that I would prefer not to assign young teachers to our class. I wonder how you arranged this? Is it too late to request a teacher change? I believe teacher Huang Yuqing from class 17 would be a good fit. Kui Zhangguo frowned slightly. He had attended Gu Qiu's class during his routine inspections and, as someone who teaches political science, felt quite familiar with history. He did not perceive any issues with Gu Qiu's teaching. In fact, it was Yan Jingye who had received multiple complaints from students in class 15. Moreover, decisions regarding class assignments are made collectively by the school's research group, leaving him with little influence over the matter. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office shifted, with a palpable sense of discontent directed toward Yan Jingye, who remained blissfully unaware as he continued to expound his flawed reasoning. Outside the door, Li Yuan had grasped the situation. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to step inside and advocate for Gu Qiu. However, just as she began to move, a figure darted past her, accompanied by two other students, one tall and one short, peering curiously through the window to observe the unfolding drama. Wow, is there an office showdown happening? Exclaimed Qin Zhiyi, who had just finished her class with the 9th grade students and had been chatting with Su Yutian and Jiang Yuqing for a brief moment. Unaware that such a ruckus had erupted in the office, she had overheard Yan Jingye's intention to replace the history teacher and instinctively positioned herself protectively in front of Gu Qiu. Mr. Yan, do you harbor such strong opinions about young teachers? May I ask if you have never been young yourself? Or do you believe that young teachers are inherently inferior to seasoned veterans? Her three-pointed questions carried a notable weight and an underlying chill. Gu Qiu, seated in his place, raised his gaze to observe Qin Zhiyi's silhouette. How fitting. This was indeed the cold, formidable woman he remembered. However, while her icy demeanor had once felt unnerving, it now warmed his heart. Although Qin Zhiyi had not ascended to the role of CEO in her previous life, she had steadily climbed the ranks to become a senior executive in a large corporation, her commanding presence silencing not only Yan Jingye, but even startling Cui Zhangguo. Yet, upon realizing that she was merely a 20-something with dyed hair, both men eased their tension. Yan Jingye promptly launched a rebuttal. Teacher Qin, please do not distort the facts. This matter does not concern you. Gu Qiu shifted his gaze slightly and noticed that more and more figures were gathering outside the office. Concerned that the situation might spiral out of control, he interrupted Yan Jingye. Mr. Yan, since you mentioned grades, how about we make a wager based on them? In the next monthly exam, provided you grant the students ample rest and refrain from imposing excessive pressure, I can assure you that Class 15's total history score will place within the top 5 of the ordinary classes. If I fail to achieve this, I will personally request to be reassigned from Class 15. If the school denies my request, I will resign. Conversely, should I succeed, you must apologize for continually undermining my teaching methods today and vow to refrain from interfering with my instruction in the future. Upon hearing this, Yan Jingye narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Gu Qiu for a moment. Sensing the seriousness behind his words, he scoffed and nodded in agreement. Very well, I accept your wager. In the presence of witnesses, Gu Qiu and Yan Jingye established their bet. Subsequently, Yan Jingye turned and left, and the office finally returned to a semblance of tranquility. Cui Zhangguo regarded Gu Qiu with a sigh. Do you feel confident? The first-year cohort comprises 26 ordinary classes, with 12 in the liberal arts track. Class 15 had previously ranked second to last in the history standings, meaning Gu Qiu must lead them to surpass 6 other classes. Nearly 260 students in total, a daunting challenge indeed. Gu Yan eyed him with concern. Sigh, you shouldn't have been so impulsive. What if you lose? Yet Gu Qiu appeared remarkably at ease, a gentle smile gracing his features. I have faith in my students. Besides, if I lose, it simply means fewer classes to teach, which would lighten my load considerably. As the subject teacher, he was acutely aware of his students' recent academic state. Following the last monthly exam, the students of Class 15 had expressed their apologies to him and had been diligently studying ever since, a fact evident in their classroom engagement and the completion of assignments. Furthermore, he believed he was one of the few teachers in Class 15 who maintained a relatively relaxed course atmosphere, fostering a joyful and harmonious environment. And he was confident that those overworked children would strive to ensure his continued presence. This conviction was what led him to resolutely set the wager. Qin Zhiyi's demeanor had softened, her previously frosty expression replaced by warmth. She firmly believed Gu Qiu would prevail. Of course, if he lost, it wouldn't matter. She would simply accompany him in leaving. She returned to her seat, casting a sidelong glance out the window, only to find that the figure she had noticed earlier had vanished into the crowd. With a slight pout, she dismissed the thought and picked up her phone to message Gu Qiu. Are you still in the mood for dinner? Shall we reschedule for another day? Gu Qiu promptly replied, I'm not so easily affected by trivial matters, No need to postpone. After reading his message, Qin Zhiyi chuckled softly and tapped the screen. All right then, I'll head back to change my clothes and wait for you in the parking lot. With that, she tidied her desk and picked up her bag. Guyan noticed her movements and inquired with a smile. Are you leaving this early? This isn't like you. Don't you usually stay until school is out? Qin Zhiyi blinked her beautiful eyes and smiled brightly. Today is different. Oh, are you going on a date? Yeyam T-sit. Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. Something like that. As Guqiu perused the camera footage, he abruptly halted his movements upon hearing her response. What nonsensical ramblings was this woman uttering? Wasn't it supposed to be a meal together? How had it morphed into a date? Having spent some time together, Guyan could discern Qin Zhiyi's interest in Guqiu and instinctively glance his way before shaking her head with a smile. Well then, enjoy yourselves. Sister Yin, why don't you ask me who I'm with? With whom? It's a secret. Get lost. Meanwhile, in Class 9, the school bell had rung 5 minutes prior. Yet the final period on a Friday belonged to the homeroom teacher, and it was highly likely a class meeting would be convened to summarize the week's learning. In accordance with tradition, the students engaged in lively chatter until Gu Yan's arrival. Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian, who had gone to the office with Qin Zhiyi to fetch snacks, rushed back into the classroom. The stout boy leaped onto the podium, exclaiming, "Damn it! The homeroom teacher from Class 15 has declared war on old Gu." This proclamation piqued the interest of the entire class. What war? Has it turned into a fight? Where? Goodness, how dare they lay a hand on our old Gu? Let us go. Let us go. We must assert our dominance. The homeroom teacher from Class 15 was known for his taciturn demeanor, mercilessly tormenting his students, and now he had the audacity to bully old Gu. Su Yutian, noticing several boys in the back row gearing up to charge out, quickly intervened, giving Jiang Yunqing an irritable glare before succinctly relaying the information she had just overheard outside the office. To her surprise, the revelation only escalated the fervor among them. What nonsense is this? Questioning old Gu's teaching methods? I've been in his class for so many years, and where's the problem? It's always been easy and enjoyable. Don't speak recklessly. Our old Gu is excellent. Perhaps some people should reflect on their own abilities instead. Huh? After all these years, have they improved or merely tormented students? Are you out of your mind? But I must admit, you've got a point. If old Gu's teaching methods are flawed, how do we manage to secure top spots? Didn't you hear what Mr. Yin said? Our foundation is solid. Anyone could teach us. Huh. If that surname, Yin, were to teach me English, I'd surely go insane. The stout boy, fueled with indignation, slammed his palm on the table and continued. Damn it. It's infuriating to think that old Gu, who is so good, is being criticized. Class 15 must rank in the top 5 to win. Let's South aim for first place and show that surname Yin what old Gu is truly capable of. At this, several voices chimed in support. I'm in. Count me in. I hope Class 15 can redeem themselves and not let old Gu down. Heh, I actually hope old Gu stops teaching Class 15. That way, we might snag more prizes in the points competition. From now on, let us all study history diligently, achieve stellar results, and slap the faces of those who look down on old Gu. All right, for old Gu, let us charge ahead. And just like that, the students of Class 9 unanimously resolved to review diligently, aiming for first place in the upcoming monthly examination. An hour later, school had been dismissed. Guqiu returned home for a quick freshening up and changed into another set of clothes before heading to the parking lot to find Qin Zhiyi. However, as he turned onto the small path outside the apartment building, he noticed a figure standing by the roadside. Upon recalling Li Yuan's identity, he hesitated, contemplating whether to greet her, only for her to preemptively call out to him. Teacher Gu, I hope the breakfast I prepared for you this week suits your taste. At her words, Guqiu's eyes widened in astonishment. You prepared breakfast? Yes, when I bought some for Nyonyo, I thought to bring you a portion as well. Li Yuan explained with a smile, then turned her gaze towards the path ahead, invitingly suggesting, shall we walk together? Guqiu paused for a moment, contemplating, before ultimately deciding to seek clarity. Little did he know, the scene of the two walking side by side was captured by camera not far behind them. The photo was subsequently sent via WeChat, accompanied by a message. Teacher Qin, someone is trying to steal your boyfriend. Chapter 29. Are you going on a date with Teacher Qin? On the way, Guqiu stole a glance at Li Yuan beside him. His acquaintance with her stemmed from the mention of Nyonyo. It was late September of the previous year when Guqiu, while retrieving teaching materials left in the office, stumbled upon a drowning girl by the small pond on the eastern side of the campus. He swiftly rescued her and administered first aid, saving this delicate life. The girl's name was Li Xining, affectionately nicknamed Nyonyo, and she was Li Yuan's daughter. That day in the hospital, Li Yuan tearfully expressed her gratitude, nearly kneeling in appreciation, insisting on giving him a reward, which he adamantly declined. Eventually, unable to resist her insistence, he accepted her invitation to dinner. It was at that gathering that he learned of Li Yuan's plight from her inebriated father. During her university years, she had fallen for a senior, only to find herself unexpectedly pregnant. The man had fled, unwilling to take responsibility. Yet, she chose not to terminate the pregnancy and insisted on bringing the child into the world. Gu Qiu refrained from judging her choices, and in the time that followed, they had little contact, save for the occasional meeting where Niu would greet him or cheer him on from the sidelines during basketball games. He had no intention of entangling himself with Li Yuan, and he was taken aback to discover that the breakfast provider was indeed her. What could her motives be? Surely she was considering finding a stepfather for Niu. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Qiu's eyes widened slightly. While he felt sympathy for Li Yuan's circumstances, it did not translate into acceptance. After all, he himself was still a fledgling without any offspring. Gu Qiu adjusted his expression, inwardly hoping he was merely overthinking or misinterpreting the situation, and slowly spoke, "How is Niu doing these days?" At the mention of her daughter, Li Yuan's smile brightened. "She is doing great. She often talks about you. Just the other day, she asked me why Uncle Gu Qiu hasn't been playing basketball lately." Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. "I've been rather busy lately." "Yes, I understand. After the division of arts and sciences, the teaching workload does increase." Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Feeling her warmth, Gu Qiu grew increasingly uneasy. After a moment's pause, he resolved to address the breakfast situation. "Li teacher, the second apartment, building ISN, far from the cafeteria. It's no trouble for me to grab breakfast myself, so please don't feel obligated to bring it for me. I know it must be challenging for you to care for Niu alone. And this week's breakfast must have cost you quite a bit. Let me reimburse you later." Detecting the subtle hint of rejection and distance in his words, Li Yuan's sparkling eyes dimmed slightly, though her smile remained intact as she quickly sought a diversion. Last Saturday, while Niu was having breakfast, she saw a scene in an animated show where someone fell into water and suddenly thought of you. She mentioned how delicious her breakfast was and wondered if Uncle Gu Qiu had eaten yet, saying she wished to share her breakfast with you. I didn't think much of it at the time, but when I bought breakfast on Monday, I remembered and brought you a portion. It's not a bother, though I suppose it must have caused you some inconvenience. I understand now. I won't do this again. As for the money, let us forget about it. It wasn't much." Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow. From the fervor displayed by the other party just 2 days prior, engaging in a competition of who could rise earlier, it is evident that this casual pretext lacks credibility. However, the matter has been elucidated, his objectives achieved, and there is no need to dwell on the truth. With a gentle smile, she softly remarked, "How about this? When I find some free time, I will take Niu out for breakfast. Though I must warn you, it might be a slight inconvenience for Teacher Li." "Not at all." Li Yuan quickly shook her head. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier promise with her daughter and added, "Teacher Gu, Niu mentioned that she misses you dearly, so I came to invite you, however." Before she could finish her sentence, the sound of a car horn interrupted from behind. Gu Qiu turned to glance and saw a white Mercedes gliding alongside them. The passenger window slowly descended, revealing the exquisite profile of Qin Zhiyi, clad in a black jacket, sporting sunglasses atop her forehead and casually resting one hand on the steering wheel, exuding an air of cool detachment. Yet in the next moment, she pivoted her head, her starry eyes playfully fluttering, a mischievous smile dancing across her face. "I was beginning to think something had happened to you for taking so long to arrive. I didn't realize you were having a clandestine meeting with a beautiful lady," she teased, nodding towards Li Yuan in greeting. Li Yuan abruptly halted, waving her hands in protest. No. Teacher Gu and I just happened to run into each other." She then turned to Gu Qiu. "Do you already have plans?" "Yes, I have made arrangements with Teacher Qin to dine together," Gu Qiu replied courteously, casting an irritated glance at Qin Zhiyi. They had agreed to meet in the parking lot, yet this woman had brazenly sauntered out. Although school had been dismissed for a while, there was no guarantee they wouldn't be seen, especially by students. Having already been embroiled in rumors due to a bet with Yan Jingye, he wished to avoid any further scandal. Surprisingly, Qin Zhiyi did not shy away. Instead, she proudly lifted her chin. The interaction between them was keenly observed by Li Yuan, stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. Just then, 2 figures suddenly emerged from a nearby path. Jiang Yunqing, munching on a snack, wore a mischievous grin. "Oh, Teacher Gu, it's barely after school, and you've already changed your outfit. Are you off to a date with Teacher Qin? Where are you headed? Don't forget your ID." Su Yutian stood nearby, winking at Qin Zhiyi through the car window. Living close to the school, she had been kept behind by her homeroom teacher to assist with grading papers, which explained her late departure. Unexpectedly encountering Gu Qiu with an unfamiliar female teacher and being a staunch supporter of the Qiu pairing, She could not allow a third party to intrude. She promptly snapped a photo and sent it to Qin Zhiyi while discreetly enlisting Jiang Yunqing to follow them. With the main heroine present, they certainly had to step in to uphold the scene. Upon hearing Jiang Yunqing's audacious inquiry, Guqiu felt a flush of embarrassment creep onto his face, then retorted, "You little rascal, daring to make jokes about teachers. I think you're far too idle. I'm assigning you an additional 5 assignments from the new worksheets. Hand them in during Sunday's evening study session, and if you fail to score above 80, just wait and see how I'll deal with you." With that, Jiang Yunqing fell silent. Realizing Guqiu was still watching him, he hesitated before pulling Su Yutian away. As they distanced themselves, Su Yutian suddenly turned back and shouted, "Teacher Gu, Sister Z, have fun. Don't forget to add 5 more. Teacher Gu, what did you say?" "I didn't hear," clearly watching the duo retreat into the distance. Guqiu shook his head, feeling a tinge of melancholy. What a troublesome girl. As the surroundings quieted once more, Li Yuan withdrew her gaze from Qin Zhiyi and remarked, "In that case, I shall not intrude any further. Enjoy yourselves." Guqiu felt that explaining his relationship with Qin Zhiyi at this juncture would only complicate matters, so he refrained from saying more. Recalling that Li Yuan seemed to have something left unsaid. "Teacher Li, you mentioned something about Nyonyo earlier?" Li Yuan managed a slight smile, replying, "Oh, it's nothing much. She asked me to convey that the next time you play basketball, she will be there to cheer you on." Guqiu nodded. "Once things settle down, I will definitely go." "Very well." After a brief agreement, Guqiu, wary of being spotted by others, hastily opened the passenger door and slipped inside. Qin Zhiyi, having learned how to address him from Guqiu, wore a look of satisfaction and bid farewell with a smile. "Goodbye, Teacher Li. Goodbye." Chapter 30. I can also give birth. Li Yuan watched the Mercedes disappear into the distance, only averting her gaze when the taillights were no longer visible. She then turned at the intersection, heading towards the apartment building. However, it wasn't long before the images of her earlier encounter with Qin Zhiyi outside the office, where she had stepped protectively in front of Guqiu, and their recent interaction replayed in her mind, prompting her to murmur to herself. It seems that morning encounter was no mere coincidence. Today in the office, you were oblivious to the happenings, yet the moment you saw him being challenged, you didn't hesitate to step forward. Beautiful, decisive in love, courageous, and fiercely possessive. Forget how special Guqiu treats you. Even if I were a man, I would surely be captivated by you. In a humorous twist, I found myself feeling like an unwelcome third party in someone else's romance just now. But perhaps that merely confirms that you two are indeed the perfect match. Sigh. It appears I am destined to be estranged from love in this lifetime. Perhaps I should cease my futile struggles unbeknownst to her. Li Yuan had already reached the base of the apartment building. At that moment, a small girl with 2 braided pigtails, adorably sweet in appearance, stood at the staircase, gazing outside. Upon spotting her mother, her face lit up, and she dashed over to greet her. "Mommy." Hearing her daughter's call, Li Yuan quickly gathered her thoughts. As the little girl reached her, she crouched down and embraced her tightly. "Nyonyo, didn't I tell you to stay home and wait for Mommy? Why'd you come down?" Li Xining bota, jiggling. "Because Nyonyo hasn't seen Mommy for 2 hours, and Nyonyo misses you. Plus, isn't Uncle Guqiu coming too? Nyonyo wanted to come and greet you both." Afterward, she tilted her head back to look behind Li Yuan, yet saw no one else, leaving her puzzled. "Mommy, where's Uncle Guqiu?" Li Yuan gently explained. "From now on, you should call him Brother Guqiu. He has some matters to attend to today and couldn't come. But he promised to visit you in a couple of days." Understanding that Guqiu would come in a few days, Nyonyo didn't throw a tantrum, though she was somewhat confused by her mother's earlier words. "Weren't we always calling him uncle? Why do we need to call him brother now?" Li Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering for a moment before explaining. "Because brother sounds younger than uncle. If you call him Brother Guqiu, he'll be very happy. And when he is happy, he'll come to play with you more often." The little girl, with her innocent thoughts, brightened at her mother's words. "Really? Then I'll call him Brother Guqiu from now on. When can Brother Guqiu come and play with me?" Just then, Li Yuan's phone, which she held in her hand, chimed with a notification. She casually checked and discovered a transfer from Guqiu along with a message. The microchat shows a transfer of 200 yuan. "Teacher Li, I feel a bit guilty about not paying for the breakfast you brought for a week. If there is anything left, please buy some milk and snacks for Nyonyo. It's a small token of my appreciation." This marks the first conversation between the two since they became friends. In her initial imaginings, she anticipated feeling nervous, excited, or at a loss for words. Yet in reality, she remained remarkably composed. With a gentle smile, she accepted the transfer and replied, "All right." At the same time, Nyonyo repeated her earlier question. "Mom, when will Brother Guqiu come and play with me? There will be opportunities. What will we do with all the dishes you prepared if Brother Guccio doesn't come today? Indeed, what should we do? Perhaps Ñoño should eat a bit more today. Can I have sweet and sour ribs? Of course, today you're allowed to indulge. Yay, that is wonderful, Mom. I think it's quite nice that Brother Guccio isn't coming. Haha, you little foodie. The mother and daughter shared a heartwarming conversation as they walked hand in hand towards the stairs. In truth, Li Yuan's feeling for Guccio can be traced back to a moment when Ñoño, while watching Guccio play basketball, suddenly said, "If only Uncle Guccio were my dad." This innocent remark, imbued with longing, was like a seed sown deep within her heart, gradually taking root and sprouting. However, just moments ago, it seemed she had uprooted this somewhat playful yet beautiful wish. Nevertheless, Li Yuan had frequently mentioned Guccio in front of Ñoño lately, especially today when she had expressed her desire to invite him over, aiming to lessen the little girl's longing and dependency by adjusting Guccio's perceived status and gradually redirecting her attention. Meanwhile, in the Mercedes, the passenger window had been raised early on. Upon seeing Li Yuan's straightforward and cheerful response, Guccio felt a sense of relief wash over him. Suddenly, he was struck by an intense thirst. He pressed his dry lips together and turned to Qin Zhiyi, asking, "Do you have any water in the car?" Noticing his hoarse voice, Qin Zhiyi quickly pressed a button on the central console. In the next moment, the small drawer in front of the passenger seat slid open, revealing a small bottle of mineral water. Guccio grabbed it, opened it, and took a couple of swigs. "Thanks." Just then, they hit a red light, and as Qin Zhiyi brought the car to a halt, she turned her gaze towards him, her eyes fixed intently. "You seem to have a good relationship with that teacher, Li. Huh? And who is Ñoño? Is she your child?" She knew full well that this was impossible. She merely sought to provoke Guccio into speaking. As expected, Guccio's eyes widened in surprise. "What nonsense are you spouting? Ñoño is indeed teacher Li's child, but she has no connection to me whatsoever. I merely saved that little girl's life." He quickly recounted the incident of saving the drowning child, along with the information that Li Yuan was the one who had been bringing him breakfast. After listening, Qin Zhiyi's expression was quite intriguing. She had heard about the incident with the drowning girl in her previous life from Guccio, but never did it involve so many complications. By her intuition, it was clear that Li Yuan harbored feelings for Guccio. However, she firmly believed that Guccio would not engage with a single mother, as he possessed a strong emotional purism, desiring both physical and psychological purity. In their past life, she and Guccio had been each other's first love, sharing all their first together. Though they encountered some issues after marriage, they never severed ties, no matter how busy they became, and always adhered to their initial agreement, sending recordings of their nightly routines to their little group whenever they were apart. In a moment of reflection, Qin Zhiyi's thoughts turned to another crucial piece of information: children. Not long after their marriage in their past life, Guccio had hinted at wanting a child, whether a son or daughter. Unfortunately, at that time, her mind was consumed by her career, viewing motherhood as an obstacle to her ascent, and thus she never fulfilled that desire for him. With this realization, a wave of regret and self-reproach washed over her. She gently pressed her lips together and suddenly spoke, "If you want a child, I can bear one." Guccio, having just spoken at length, took another sip of water, but before he could swallow, her words registered, and his eyes widened in shock. Splutter. Chapter 31. Let's create a child for Guccio. Upon hearing Qin Zhiyi's bold declaration, Guccio instantly spat out the water he had swallowed, followed by a couple of coughs. Cough, cough. What does your ability to have children have to do with whether I want one? Is it as simple as wanting to have one? Traffic resumed its order, and Qin Zhiyi lightly pressed the accelerator to follow the vehicle ahead. She raised an eyebrow, her eyes sparkling brightly. In truth, she had initially intended to keep this thought to herself, but had accidentally voiced it. Since Guccio had already heard it, she decided to embrace the moment. She shrugged casually and replied, "Why can't I have children? Haven't you seen that video where a good buddy helps his friend have a child? If a good buddy can do it, a good friend should be able to as well, right?" Guccio's mouth twitched. Are these two even in a position to have children together? Nevertheless, he recalled how many times he had broached the subject of children with Qin Zhiyi in their past life, only to be met with her evasions. There was even a time when he had removed a child as clothing midway, resulting in all his descendants ending up in her mouth. Now, she was willing, but he couldn't discern whether it was genuine desire for a child with him or a sense of guilt stemming from their past life. If it were the latter, he had no interest in it. Noticing Guccio's silence, Qin Zhiyi felt it best not to continue the conversation. Although guilt lingered in her heart, she was genuinely inclined to give Guccio a child, for even at the onset of their cohabitation, children had featured in the dreams of happiness Guccio had shared with her. She had once fantasized about their love's fruit, a child calling her mom, and had promised to bear Guccio a daughter. This regret must be rectified in this lifetime. Yes, she decided. She would add a new plan. Let us create a child for Guqiu. While Qin Zhiyi internally set this flag, Guqiu, upon thinking of children, was struck by a series of vivid images, and with the leading lady of the story beside him, he felt an inexplicable fire surge within him. Quickly rolling down the window, he shook his head to divert his thoughts. Cough, cough. What do you want for dinner? Qin Zhiyi, feeling the heat of the sensitive topic, flushed slightly, but as she was driving, she remained relatively composed and replied softly, Aren't you the one treating? You should decide what we eat. Guqiu shook his head, countering, If I'm treating you to dinner, the dishes should cater to your taste. Don't you know what I like? Qin Zhiyi pressed. Although they had yet to live together in this life, after 5 years of knowing each other online, she had long shared her preferences with him. Guqiu rolled his eyes. Huh, I indeed know your tastes. You eat everything except spicy food, and you don't have any particular favorites. It's almost as if you have no taste at all, making it impossible for me to choose. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi seemed to realize this point, playfully winking at him. Shall we first find a place to stroll before deciding what to eat? All right. In response, Guqiu nodded thoughtfully. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi casually remarked, It's still better in Hangzhou. When in doubt about what to eat, KFC is always an option. At her words, Guqiu was suddenly reminded of his past life in that city, which netizens derisively dubbed a culinary desert. Whenever they struggled to decide on a restaurant, they would simply order KFC delivery. No indecision, no need to step outside, a perfect solution. He couldn't help but emit a light chuckle. Qin Zhiyi shot him a sidelong glance. What are you laughing at? Nothing. Guqiu shook his head, choosing to remain silent. Qin Zhiyi pouted, but said no more. However, she suddenly recalled how Guqiu would often urge her to return whenever she mentioned how nice Hangzhou was. Yet this time he said nothing. Could it be that her efforts over these past few days had not been in vain? With that thought, her spirits lifted, and she tapped the central control screen to play a song, humming along. Half an hour later, at Yundream Tiandu, Yundream Phase 1 Walking Street. Yundream Tiandu is located in the northern part of Yundream District, bordering Yinfeng District. It is a large commercial plaza developed in recent years, with only half of the area currently operational while the other half remains under construction. Situated merely 3 kilometers from Yunqing High-Speed Railway Station and surrounded by trade and cultural districts, its advantageous location, coupled with enticing incentives and benefits offered by the development group, has rapidly attracted numerous businesses. After more than a year of operation, it has become quite prosperous. After parking the car, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi began to meander along the street. As Qin Zhiyi surveyed the bustling crowd ahead, she couldn't help but reminisce, pouting slightly. You once told me Yunqing was a dilapidated little county. I actually believed your nonsense, but it seems to be developing quite well, while others extolled and promoted their hometowns. You, on the other hand, relentlessly tarnished yours. At her words, Guqiu raised an eyebrow. He and Qin Zhiyi had shared their backgrounds online not long after they began chatting. Upon learning that she was from Hangzhou, an inexplicable sense of inferiority washed over him. He felt that someone from a small county, like himself, shouldn't converse with someone from a major city. Naturally, his descriptions of his hometown lacked some enthusiasm. However, after living in Hangzhou for a few years in his previous life, such notions had dissipated, whether it be a big city or a small county. Each has its own merits. Personally, Guqiu found that although Yunqing was far less developed than a metropolis, the corresponding pressure of life was significantly lighter. Moreover, compared to the tumultuous, solitary existence elsewhere, here he had family and friends, a warmth that made it an ideal place for leading a simple life. This realization prompted Guqiu to sigh. Yet, he chose not to delve into this topic with Qin Zhiyi, instead gesturing toward the nearby Western restaurant, asking, Shall we eat here? Qin Zhiyi glanced in the direction he indicated and smiled gently. Western cuisine? This establishment appears quite upscale. Are you not concerned about a significant dent in your wallet? As long as you don't order anything too extravagant, I can afford it. Guqiu replied nonchalantly. He had set aside 10,000 yuan for living expenses, spent around 3,000 on a camera, and budgeted 2,000 for daily expenditures, leaving him with ample funds for her meal. Nevertheless, after a moment of contemplation, Qin Zhiyi shook her head. I don't feel like having Western food. Let's keep looking. Thus, they continued along the path for a while longer. Approaching an intersection, Qin Zhiyi's gaze was suddenly drawn to a promotional sign outside a crab pot restaurant. After quietly skimming through the content, she turned to Guqiu and proposed, Let us eat here. Are you sure? Guqiu glanced at the sign, then peered inside. The overall red decor appeared quite festive, suitable for casual dining with friends. But he felt that this establishment might not match the level he wished to offer Qin Zhiyi as a gesture of goodwill. However, before he could voice his concerns, Qin Zhiyi seized his hand and strode towards the entrance. Absolutely, this is the place. The server at the door greeted them promptly. Table for two? Yes. Very well. Please come in. Guided by the young waitress, they chose a table by the window. Soon, another server approached with a teapot and placed a paper menu on the table. Here you go. This is the menu. You can also scan the QR code at the corner of the table to order. Noticing Gu Qiu's inactivity, Qin Zhiyi picked up the menu and began to peruse it. The server poured water for both of them and then stood beside Qin Zhiyi, glancing at them before recommending options from the menu. Ladies and gentlemen, may I draw your attention to our limited time 5 sets available for 10 days. For 2 people, I recommend the 108 yuan signature fresh crab set or the 138 yuan shrimp and crab set, which also includes 2 side dishes and drinks. Plus, you can participate in our limited time event to win a chance for a free meal. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu set down his cup, intending to inquire about the event details. However, before he could speak, Qin Zhiyi quickly pointed at the menu and declared, "All right, we'll have the shrimp and crab set, and I'll add a portion of shrimp in this snack platter. What level of spiciness would you like for the set?" The server inquired. Qin Zhiyi raised her eyebrows. Looking at Gu Qiu, "Mild will do," Gu Qiu replied calmly. "Then we'll go with mild." Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement. "Very well, please hold on a moment." The server noted their order and departed. Gu Qi hesitated. Qin Zhiyi blinked her sparkling eyes. What's wrong? Gu Qiu had intended to ask her if the menu mentioned the details of the promotional event, but he reconsidered, fearing that inquiring about discounts while treating might come off as stingy, and thus shook his head. Nothing. Chapter 32. What on earth is this? A moment later, the server brought to their table a pot brimming with crab, the 2 complimentary side dishes, drinks, and the snack platter Qin Zhiyi ordered. "Here are your dishes. The rice is on that table, and it's unlimited. Would you like me to serve some for you?" Gu Qiu smiled and replied, "We can manage it ourselves." "All right. I wish you both a pleasant meal." With that, the server turned and left. Gu Qiu glanced at the dishes, nodding slightly. The presentation is quite nice. I wonder how it tastes. Just as he intended to reach for his chopsticks, Qin Zhiyi halted him, raising her phone. "Wait a moment. I need to take a picture." She opened her phone's camera, holding it high above the table, constantly adjusting the arrangement of the dishes. After a futile struggle to capture a satisfactory shot, she slumped back in her seat, disheartened. Suddenly, she recalled her earlier attempts at self-taught photography, where others could effortlessly snap breathtaking landscapes, yet everything under her lens appeared mundane. Eventually, even her teacher had suggested she first cultivate her ability to discover and appreciate beauty. However, with that thought, Qin Zhiyi instinctively stole a glance at Gu Qiu. He always manages to arrange their home in a manner that is both exquisite and perfect. The photographs he captures for his social media are highly aesthetic, to the extent that even a few travel photos from his past life were taken by him. Therefore, he must possess that capability, right? As a couple in this lifetime, Gu Qiu naturally understands Qin Zhiyi's photographic skills and just happened to catch her gaze. After a brief pause, he set down his chopsticks and extended his hand towards her. "Hand me your phone." "Oh." Qin Zhiyi took a moment to respond, quickly passing her phone to him. Gu Qiu stood up, scrutinizing the table for a short while, and soon formulated an idea. He set the beverages aside and arranged the other items on the opposite side of the hot pot. Yet, he felt something was still missing. After a moment of contemplation, he served 2 bowls of rice, made a few simple adjustments, and, with the warm light from the restaurant cascading down, pressed the shutter. Thus, a photograph emerged that looked sumptuous and delectable, radiating warmth and a sense of homely vibrancy. After admiring it for a few moments, he changed angles and took a few more shots. Once he finished, Gu Qiu returned to his seat, scrolling through the photos, only to inadvertently tap back to the album's homepage. As he was about to navigate back, he inadvertently glanced at a photo taken earlier by Qin Zhiyi, revealing himself dozing at the table. In an instant, Gu Qiu's eyes widened in astonishment. He scrolled up the screen, and to his surprise, discovered she had taken over 20 candid shots of him, and alarmingly, they were all unflattering. Gu Qiu took a deep breath, raising the phone and directing his gaze at Qin Zhiyi. "You better give me a reasonable explanation." Upon seeing the photos, Qin Zhiyi was first taken aback, then bowed her head, letting out a soft chuckle before stammering, "I initially intended to capture a couple of handsome shots of you for admiration, but my photography skills are rather lacking. However, don't you think you look rather adorable in these?" Gu Qiu frowned slightly and retorted, "Adorable my foot. I'm deleting these." "Oh, come on, please don't. I won't take any more. Let these serve as a keepsake for me. I promise I won't share them." Just as Gu Qiu was about to take action, her playful and conciliatory words halted him. Raising his eyes, he met her pleading gaze. Reluctantly, he returned the phone, but not before issuing a mock warning. "If a third party sees these." Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Zhiyi gleefully snatched the phone, assuring him, "I won't let anyone else see them. or I'll have 8 babies at once. Such adorable photos were far too precious for her to share with anyone else. Simply storing them in her phone's gallery wasn't secure enough. She needed to back them up on her computer. No, better yet, she should print them out and create an album. Hearing her make such a dramatic vow, Guccio felt a sense of relief. However, the thought of her occasionally pulling out his unflattering photos for a look still left him feeling somewhat uneasy. It seemed he would have to keep a closer watch on her to avoid any future candid shots. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi began perusing the delectable food photos Guccio had just taken, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, "It's such a pity you don't pursue photography." Guccio chose not to respond, instead picking up his chopsticks. "If you don't eat soon, it'll get cold." At his words, Qin Zhiyi smiled sweetly and set her phone down. Suddenly, she noticed a couple seated nearby, where the young man was feeding peeled shrimp to the young woman. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. After a moment of consideration, she donned a pair of disposable gloves and began to pile shrimp into her bowl, slowly peeling them. Guccio initially didn't pay much attention until he noticed the shrimp shells in her bowl accumulating into a small mountain, causing him to feel somewhat dazed. He contemplated saying something, but the words repeatedly caught in his throat. After a brief moment, Qin Zhiyi checked the pot, ensuring all the shrimp had been fished out. She then skewered the shrimp with her chopsticks, ultimately managing to thread over 30 shrimp onto 2 sticks. However, one stick was piled high with shrimp, leaving only a small grip space at the bottom, while the other stick bore a mere 6 shrimp. Qin Zhiyi presented the generously filled shrimp skewer to Guccio. "Here, this is your reward for helping me with the photos." Guccio was taken aback and protested. "That was just a casual task. I peeled the shrimp just as casually. So hurry and take it." Qin Zhiyi insisted, her tone gentle yet firm. This scene quickly caught the attention of the neighboring couple, both displaying expressions of envy. The young man's gaze fixated on the mountain of shrimp shells in Qin Zhiyi's bowl, perplexed as to why, despite being out for a meal, his girlfriend only ever expected to be served. Meanwhile, the young woman's attention was riveted on the shrimp skewers before Guccio, realizing that such a photo opportunity would surely leave her friends envious, leading her to feel a twinge of disdain towards her own boyfriend for not thinking of such a thoughtful gesture. Instantly, her expression darkened. "I want mine skewered like that too." The young man, attempting to convince himself to give his girlfriend more time, believed she would eventually come around. Yet, upon hearing her words, his daydream shattered. He suppressed his frustration and gently replied, "Jiao Jiao, we don't have many shrimp left. And have you noticed that the shrimp skewers were made by that girl?" Unexpectedly, his simple words ignited a fierce reaction in the young woman. "What do you mean? Zhang Jian, you want me to peel shrimp for you? I just did my nails yesterday. They want to look good after peeling shrimp. Besides, isn't it normal for guys to peel shrimp for girls? Honestly, it's so frustrating. I'm already accompanying you to such a place for dinner, and you still expect me to do these little things. My friends are right. You're utterly unreliable. I must have been blind to have liked you." With her outburst, Zhang Jian could no longer contain himself and slammed his chopsticks on the table. "Song Jiao Jiao, I've truly had enough of you. You always say love requires mutual effort, yet I'm the one spending money and putting in the effort, only to be treated like a dog, seeking your approval in return for nothing but mockery and disdain. Whoever wants a vain and demanding woman like you can have you. I'm done." With that, he angrily shoved the last peeled shrimp into his mouth, removed his gloves, and stormed off. Song Jiao Jiao, witnessing her boyfriend's fury for the first time, stood frozen in shock. As she watched Zhang Jian's figure disappear, tears streamed down her face. She attempted to rise and chase after him, but was intercepted by a waiter. "Excuse me, ma'am, could you please settle your bill first?" Faced with this unexpected situation, both Guccio and Qin Zhiyi were left in a state of bewilderment, simultaneously exhaling a sigh. What on earth was that? Indeed, what was that? Chapter 33, The First Kiss. The sudden quarrel between the couple drew the attention of other patrons in the establishment, listening to the cacophony of chatter and criticism from onlookers. The abandoned young woman completed her payment through tears before hurriedly fleeing the scene. Qin Zhiyi blinked in surprise. She had anticipated that by merely mimicking the act of peeling shrimp, she would inadvertently contribute to the unraveling of this couple. However, helping the young man see the truth about his partner might be a silver lining. Guccio, concerned that prolonging the situation with Qin Zhiyi might inadvertently affect others, took the shrimp skewers from her hands. Noticing her gaze fixed upon him, he suggested, "Shall I share half with you? I have had my fill." Qin Zhiyi shook the other chopstick in her hand, simultaneously biting into a shrimp. Following that, she picked up a ladle and gestured to Guccio, "Pour some soup. It will enhance the flavor." Guccio hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed the shrimp skewers into the pot. Observing her tilting her head as she scooped up a ladle of broth, delicately drizzling it over the chopsticks piled with succulent shrimp. A glimmer of starlight shone in his deep black eyes. Perhaps Guccio himself was unaware of the subtle curve forming at the corners of his mouth, and the unconscious reduction of his prejudice towards the woman before him, replaced with a burgeoning sense of anticipation. Before long, Qin Zhiyi set down the ladle. Guccio retrieved the shrimp skewers back into his bowl, exchanging a glance with her before gradually bowing his head to take a bite. How does it taste? Cook. I bit into a Sichuan peppercorn. It must have been from a soup, ha ha ha. You're laughing so heartily. Was that intentional? Who said that? I simply couldn't resist. This marked the second time in their lives that they sat face to face enjoying a meal together, and the atmosphere was decidedly more delightful than their previous lunch in the cafeteria. After they had eaten their fill, Guccio prepared to settle the bill. But he inadvertently noticed a peculiar phenomenon. It seemed that most of the diners in the establishment were couples. However, today did not appear to coincide with any romantic holiday. Did it? Yet he dismissed the thought and walked straight to the cash register. Hello, table 18, I'd like to settle the bill. The cashier swiftly checked the order on the computer and replied, Sir, that will be 186 yuan. Slightly raising his gaze, he noticed Qin Zhiyi standing beside him and added, Currently, we're celebrating our grand opening alongside the 10th wedding anniversary of our owners. If you're interested, you can check out our promotional activities. Participating couples can enjoy a 10% discount, with a chance to win a free meal. Guccio had been curious about the promotional details, and upon hearing it was related to love, his pupils flickered. He then turned his attention to the promotional poster pointed out by the cashier. To celebrate our opening, the following activities are available. Newlyweds can receive a classic crab pot meal worth 99 yuan for free upon presenting their marriage certificate. Other couples may complete a kissing challenge to receive corresponding discounts or a free meal. Kiss to enjoy a 10% discount. Kiss for 1 minute to receive an 18% discount. Kiss for 3 minutes for a 60% discount. Kiss for 10 minutes while shouting I love you to enjoy a complimentary meal. After quickly scanning the content, the corners of Guccio's mouth twitched. He finally understood why there were so many couples in the establishment. However, he could not fathom which eccentric mind had devised such a promotional scheme. To ask people to kiss in public, surely many would prefer to pay normally rather than endure such an embarrassment. But in the next moment, he spotted a couple at the corner of the counter, locked in an embrace, perplexedly pointing at them. Them? These two have been at it for 7 minutes. Aiming for a free meal, the cashier casually explained. Guccio shook his head in disbelief. 10 minutes? Aren't they afraid of suffocation? He then took out his phone and said to Qin Zhiyi, Let us just pay normally, however. Before he could finish, Qin Zhiyi unexpectedly leaned in, planting a fleeting kiss on his lips. This scene was captured by a staff member recording nearby. Qin Zhiyi's face flushed, unable to look Guccio in the eye. She turned to the cashier and asked, Is this acceptable? Of course. 186 minus 10% comes to 167. Just give me 167 and scan here. The cashier, noticing the couple's striking appearance and their lack of the typical couple's greasy demeanor, felt a bit amused and responded politely. The unexpected theft of his first kiss left Guccio in a daze. After scanning the payment, he followed Qin Zhiyi out. As they walked down the street, it wasn't until he noticed her sly smile, as if her trick had succeeded, that he suddenly came back to his senses. You saw the promotional details beforehand and deliberately brought me to this place? He lamented that he should have glanced more towards the cash register upon entering. Should have clarified with the staff during ordering and regretted not paying without looking at Qin Zhiyi earlier. But, alas, there was no point in dwelling on the should-haves. Guccio felt like crying without tears and grumbled. That was my first kiss. Qin Zhiyi stopped in her tracks, hooking her finger around his sleeve, and softly replied. It was my first kiss too. She had only intended to plant a kiss on Guccio's cheek, but when he suddenly turned to face her, she got carried away and couldn't help but press her lips against his. Seeing Guccio's lack of response, she turned her sparkling eyes towards him and added, Don't be angry. If it's really a problem, I can let you kiss me back. With that, she disregarded the bustling crowds around them, tilted her head, pouted her lips, and closed her eyes, presenting herself as if for the taking. Guccio shot a sideways glance at Qin Zhiyi. He wanted to be angry, yet for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't muster any rage, only a growing irritation. Sighing out a breath of frustration, he gently shook off her hand and walked ahead. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi felt a jolt in her heart, her expression turning anxious. In their past life, whenever she and Guccio had a dispute, they would communicate, argue, or even go into a cold war. Yet, these actions were clearly laden with emotion. The only instance she did not sense Guccio's emotions was when he proposed divorce. That night, Guccio had uttered those 6 words in the most indifferent tone. Let us just end it here. His voice was laced with weariness, sorrow, disappointment, and even despair. Each time she recalled it, she felt Gu Qiu drifting further away from her, while she remained helpless against this process. A sensation that was frightening and terrifying. Now, with Gu Qiu turning to leave without a word, she was once again engulfed by this feeling. Qin Zhiyi's body trembled, her shadow stretching long under the slanted light. She forgot to breathe, blocking out the surrounding cacophony, as if concentrating all her senses on her eyes. Thankfully, after a chaotic search through the crowd, she finally locked onto Gu Qiu's figure and immediately chased after him. Thus, they moved through the throngs of people, one following the other. After an indeterminate amount of time, Gu Qiu slowed his pace, unable to resist glancing back. Yet, that single glance revealed a sight more shocking than the loss of his first kiss. There were two prominent tear streaks on Qin Ziyi's usually composed face, with a steady flow of tears cascading down. In his mind, Qin Zhiyi was strong and aloof, never one to shed tears easily. The last time he had seen her cry like this was on their wedding day. What was going on with her today? He stood frozen for a moment before turning back to her. Are you still crying? You're making it seem as though I forced a kiss on you. Though his words were teasing, his tone was gentle. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi threw herself into his embrace. Soda. I know I was wrong. Please don't leave me. Her unexpected action caused Gu Qiu to stiffen, but after taking a deep breath, he gently patted her back, offering comfort. What did I ever say I wanted to abandon you? The school is so far away. I was counting on you to take me back. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi slowly lifted her head. At that moment, she resembled a pitiable little creature, pouting as she asked, Really? Then why are you walking so fast? Gu Qiu was momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain of the reason behind his actions. Perhaps it was a matter of pride? Or perhaps he was testing whether she would chase after him. After much contemplation yielded no answers, he shifted to an innocent tone. What if I said I was merely digesting my meal after eating? Would you believe me? At his joking remark, Qin Zhiyi paused for a moment, and as the earlier tension dissipated, she let out a gentle sigh, her anxious heart finally at ease. Immediately, she wriggled free from Gu Qiu's embrace. Who would believe that? Gu Qiu, retrieving a packet of tissues from his coat pocket, handed her one. You're not a child anymore, crying in public. How embarrassing. If it's still your fault. Qin Zhiyi murmured. Nevertheless, she came to realize something profound. Resolving conflicts need not always involve theoretical debates, arguments, or cold wars. Sometimes, it merely requires lowering one's pride, especially when the other party is willing to extend a helping hand. This approach is not only swift and effective, but also preserves and even enhances the relationship. Reflecting on this, she recognized how foolish she had been in her previous life to harm the one she loved most for the sake of a meaningless pride. Thankfully, she had discovered this truth early in this life. Having cried in front of him today had alleviated her psychological burden. In the future, when disagreements arose, she would first employ a strategy of charm, softness, and humility, and if that failed, she would seek other methods. After this epiphany, Qin Zhiyi wiped away her tears, only to suddenly notice an elderly man selling balloons by the roadside. She sniffled and pointed in his direction. Gu Qiu, I want a balloon. Are you really treating yourself like a child? He retorted. Regardless, I want one. All right, I'll buy you one. Gu Qiu, unable to resist her stubborn yet endearing demeanor, acquiesced. At that moment, the balloon vendor had just finished attending to two children and, upon seeing the duo approach, inquired with a smile, Young lady, which one do you like? Having been in this business for a long time, he was well aware that couples often purchase balloons because the girl desired one. Without hesitation, Qin Zhiyi looked up and, after a brief selection, finally pointed to a tricolored parrot. This one? Yes. All right, I'll get it for you. Gu Qiu, observing the rather juvenile design and mismatched colors of the parrot balloon, found it increasingly unattractive. He pouted and remarked, Your taste is quite questionable. Out of so many beautiful options, you chose this ugly one. Qin Zhiyi shot him a glare. I think it's adorable. Besides, no one will buy this one, making it even more unique. Gu Qiu had no retort to her logic and ultimately conceded. Soon enough, the vendor retrieved the tricolored parrot string, trimmed it from the bottom, and handed it to Qin Zhiyi. She accepted it graciously, asking, Thank you, sir, how much is it? 10 yuan. Immediately, Gu Qiu scanned the QR code and completed the payment. They continued walking, and after Qin Zhiyi played with the balloon for a while, she proudly declared, Look, we saved over 10 yuan on our meal, so this balloon is practically free. What a bargain. Quite the bargain, indeed. Gu Qiu rolled his eyes. Her words implied that his first kiss was worth merely a few dozen yuan, and to top it off, it was exchanged for such an unattractive object. His frustration only deepened. Just as he was lost in thought, Qin Zhiyi abruptly halted him, her sparkling eyes shining brightly as she tugged at the balloon. If that isn't worth it, then what about my first kiss? Gucci's expression froze as he felt her intense gaze. His breath quickened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. However, he quickly regained his composure, turning his head aside to walk on. It's getting late. We should keep moving and head back. Yet, Qin Zhiyi gleaned the answer from his nervous demeanor and let out a satisfied chuckle as she hurried to catch up with him. As they walked further, they unknowingly arrived at a plaza. The Tiandu Plaza was of standard size, yet its environment was exceptionally beautiful. To the north, it bordered a river, adorned with lush greenery and trees, interspersed with various twinkling light strips that resembled stars. Other areas featured fitness zones for the elderly, a small basketball court, a children's playground, and scenic rock formations. At the center of the plaza stood a brightly lit small fountain, surrounded by a gathering crowd. Qin Zhiyi's ears perked up, and she led Guccio toward the source of the music that became clearer as they approached. Days passed like those sleepless nights. She chews gum, dreaming aloud of aspirations. Hey, Southern girl, we are all enduring the long. Southern girl, is it the high rises that obscure your hope? In the midst of the crowd sat a young man with long hair, dressed somewhat untidily. He perched on a tall stool, cradling a guitar and passionately singing into a microphone. Before long, the song concluded, and he recounted the story of this folk song with a gravelly voice, earning applause from many in the audience. Two middle-aged men, evidently moved, even took the time to scan a QR code for tips. The busker cleared his throat and spoke into the mic. Thank you all for your support. Allow me to take a dinner break. If any friends wish to sing, feel free to come up. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi pressed her lips together in contemplation before turning to Guccio. Guccio recognized her intent. You want to sing? Yes. As the saying goes, when one door closes, another opens. Despite Qin Zhiyi's average aesthetic sensibilities, she possessed a remarkable talent for singing. Not only did she have a voice akin to an angel's, but she also had an innate ability to learn music without formal instruction. Therefore, Guccio had no worries about her embarrassing herself and nodded slightly in encouragement. If you want to go, then go. Qin Zhiyi glanced at him sideways and inquired, do you have a song in mind? Guccio shrugged, signaling his indifference. It wasn't that he didn't want to suggest a song, but rather he felt that as someone who had been reborn, she had become so consumed by work in her previous life that she had lost touch with her hobbies. She likely didn't remember many songs, so it was best for her to choose herself. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she pondered for a moment before formulating an idea. Then, she turned to Guccio and extended her hand. What for? Although Guccio was puzzled, he complied and extended his hand. In the next moment, Qin Zhiyi tied the balloon to his wrist and secured it with a bow. Please hold on to this for me. Guccio shot a disdainful glance at the tricolored parrot, his expression rife with disapproval. Yet, he grasped the string tightly, effectively adding a second layer of security, and casually placed his hand behind his back. However, his subtle actions did not escape Qin Zhiyi's notice, and a sweet smile blossomed on her fair cheeks. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi turned around and walked straight up to the busker. Greetings, may I get a try? The wandering minstrel, engrossed in his meal, noticed the crowd gradually dispersing and had intended to have a couple more bites before resuming his performance. Unexpectedly, a striking young lady approached, prompting him to nod hurriedly, swallow his food, and say, of course. Do you need accompaniment? Qin Zhiyi shook her head. I have learned a bit of guitar. Upon hearing this, the minstrel regarded her with newfound appreciation and vacated his spot. Please. Without hesitation, Qin Zhiyi took a seat on the stool and accepted the guitar he offered. To her surprise, although he appeared disheveled and surrounded by dilapidated belongings, the guitar was pristine, clearly well-maintained. Not dwelling on this, she simply adjusted her sitting posture on the microphone before closing her eyes to find her rhythm. Her presence drew the previously scattered crowd back together, and the audience had noticeably increased. Meanwhile, Guccio shifted to the side, creating space for a couple that had squeezed in behind. Thank you. They both chimed in unison, eager to observe. Oh, it's a young lady. I wonder what she will sing. I hope it's Encounter or perhaps a new single by Tang Yao, with the shepherd. Oh, I've learned both of those. I'll sing them for you when I get back. Respect, right? Of course, respect. Hee, you're so sweet, baby Mua. The couple's affectionate banter left Guccio feeling a twinge of jealousy. Yet he too was curious about what Qin Zhiyi would perform. Unbeknownst to him, memories of the song Qin Zhiyi had promised to sing for him resurfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi slowly opened her eyes and began to strum the strings. A melodious tune emanated, resonating throughout the square. In an instant, Guccio looked up sharply, his expression filled with disbelief as he murmured, "Can this really be guessed?" The girl beside him reacted as well. "Ah, it's Love in the Year Before Christ. A song by J. Cho, quite tasteful." The boy concurred. After a few seconds of melody, Qin Zhiyi parted her lips. The code of Hammurabi, inscribed on black basalt, dating back 3,700 years. You stand before the showcase, gazing at the inscriptions, while I quietly admire. The enchanting voice captivated the onlookers, yet plunged Gu Qiu into a whirlpool of memories from 4 years ago, in mid-January, one evening. Fresh from a hot shower, he lay on a bright red bedspread adorned with flowers. Since the beginning of winter break, he had been working tirelessly to save for tuition, leaving him utterly exhausted, yearning only to close his eyes and rest. Just as he was about to pull up the covers, his phone, placed beside his pillow, rang. Suppressing his irritation, Gu Qiu turned to pick up the phone. Upon seeing that the caller was Qin Zhiyi, his spirits lifted considerably, and he quickly pressed the answer button. The next moment, a gentle voice emerged. Qiu, why did you take so long to answer? I just finished my shower. Oh, are you tired today? Not really. That's good. By the way, do you remember our previous agreement? At this, Gu Qiu's heart raced with nervousness. It seemed they had several agreements, and he was unsure which one she referred to. Realizing this, Qin Zhiyi added, just a reminder, it's related to singing. Suddenly, Gu Qiu's expression brightened in realization. Over 2 weeks prior, after learning that her favorite singer was Jay Chou, she had asked him to choose a song for her to practice and sing for him. He had selected Love in the Year Before Christ, and under her persistent coaxing, he had agreed to a video call to hear her sing. Days had passed without her mentioning it, and he had assumed she had forgotten. Little did he know, she had been secretly practicing. However, he wasn't ready for a video call with her just yet. Sensing his silence, Qin Zhiyi's voice took on a hint of disappointment. Are you trying to back out? But you promised you wouldn't deceive me. Gu Qiu lowered his gaze, murmuring, I don't look good. Despite having known each other for only 6 months, their rapport had grown remarkably close, tinged with a hint of ambiguity. Yet he understood the vast difference in their backgrounds. He didn't even possess a decent outfit, so how could he face her? On the other side, Qin Zhiyi, lying on her blue bedspread, recognized his self-doubt. With a gentle sigh, she reassured him. There's a saying that in reality, interest in someone often begins with their appearance, while online interactions emphasize the resonance of souls. You silly boy, you mentioned long ago that you thought you looked average, yet I still sought you out to chat consistently, which indicates that I value more than just looks. I simply wish to share my life with you. To have a clear image of you in my mind when I wonder what you're doing, rather than a vague blur, you understand? Hearing her words, Gu Qiu felt considerably uplifted. He slowly lifted his head, though a trace of timidity lingered in his eyes. But, before he could stammer his thoughts, Qin Zhiyi interrupted him. No boots. I'm calling you for a video chat right now. Just wait a moment. Gu Qiu attempted to protest, but the call was already disconnected. Moments later, she initiated a video call. He contemplated hanging up, but, caught in a moment of nervousness, ended up pressing the answer button. Faced with this situation, he hesitated to hang up, adjusted his posture, and positioned the camera toward himself. Qin Zhiyi gazed at the screen, and upon seeing Gu Qiu's face, her expression fell into a daze. Having heard him lament about his looks, she had accepted that perception, forming a mediocre image of him in her mind. But the handsome figure on the screen was an entirely different story. Realizing she had been deceived, she pouted in indignation. Is this what you call not good looking? Gu Qiu, you big liar. I will never believe you again. We're through. Gu Qiu bit his lip. For some reason, he had felt anxious before, but upon opening the camera, he found himself calm and at ease. He then maintained a composed demeanor and smiled faintly. Aside from his face being somewhat presentable, everything else. As he spoke, he slightly lowered the camera. Qin Zhiyi then noticed that although he was dressed neatly, his clothes appeared somewhat worn. Tiny bits of fluff from his puffy jacket were scattered on his shoulders, and his black sweater was starting to pill. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu continued. I believe one should assess a person's appearance as a whole, but in my case, I simply cannot present myself well. Frankly speaking, I have no idea why someone like me, with such a stark difference in our backgrounds, ended up connecting with you. Hearing this, Qin Zhiyi found it both amusing and exasperating, and softly said, Silly Qiu, let me tell you why. It's all about fate. If you feel too embarrassed to face me dressed like this, then I shall generously provide you with a few new outfits. Gu Qiu, however, shook his head. Though I may be impoverished, I am aware that one should not accept rewards without merit. I cannot take your possessions without cause. Qin Zhiyi's heart sank slightly at his distant demeanor, yet she managed to smile and tilt her head. Despite your struggles, your resolute spirit remains undeterred, never relinquishing your lofty aspirations. It is precisely because you possess the courage to decline my generous offer that I believe you shall undoubtedly achieve greatness in the future. And, please, do not view me as a mercenary. Had I cared about your background, I would have walked away after hearing your story. Why would I still be here, calling you sister and brother, or rather, brother who is not short? He, him. In any case, you ought to be more self-assured. There is no need to be so reserved around me. I have promised to stand by your side, regardless of what your future holds. This is our first agreement. Her words flowed into Guccio like a warm current, momentarily easing his burdens and bringing a smile to his face. I understand. That's more like it. Do you still sing? You know, sounds rather old-fashioned. Just call me sister. Sister. Sing? Wait for me to fetch my guitar. After a bit of fuss, Qin Zhiyi positioned her phone, winked at the camera, and began to strum and sing. The king of Babylon decreed, the code of Hammurabi, inscribed on black basalt. My love for you is written in B.C., buried deep in the plains of Mesopotamia, discovered centuries later. The inscriptions on the clay tablets remain legible. As the evening breeze caressed, swaying the parrot balloon, it pulled Guccio from the vortex of memories. He shook his head and raised his gaze to the young woman at the center of the crowd. Indeed, after that day, he had often felt insecure in her presence. But she had consistently soothed his worries, patiently teaching him how to love and accompany another. Thus, even after their marriage, when her temperament shifted, Guccio chose to quietly await her. Coincidentally, the time from their acquaintance to marriage, and from marriage to his proposal for a divorce, spanned precisely 2 7-year periods. Therefore, it seemed that in their past life, neither owed the other anything. They were even. But what of this life? Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi, clad in a black jacket, passionately singing, locked eyes with the boy in the crowd who was perpetually insecure yet inexplicably captivating to her. Her gaze as tender as in years gone by. Everything repeated. Love in B.C. Love in B.C. As the song concluded, Qin Zhiyi let out a sigh of mild fatigue. Yet her heart was crystal clear. Silly, in this life, we shall reenact our love. Her melodious voice enchanted the audience, eliciting applause, with some patrons even scanning QR codes to offer tips. Ho Ting, sing another one. Keep going. I want to hear Rice Aroma. Despite the audience's enthusiasm, Qin Zhiyi stood bowed and exited the stage. The song Love in B.C. had been etched in her heart for long, and performing it posed no challenge. However, she had not engaged with music in ages and was uncertain of the quality of her next performance. The wandering singer, noticing the surge in audience numbers, did not hesitate to showcase his talents. The audience soon realized that the girl in black was merely a passerby. That passerby sang so beautifully. I'm in love. Strategist. Within 3 minutes, I want all the information on that girl in black. Forget it. Look over there. She already has a boyfriend. How infuriating. I was planning to ask for her WeChat. Damn, what has $52 to me now? Can I get a refund? Seeing the chaos unfold, Guccio and Qin Zhiyi decided not to linger and left the square directly. On their way back, Qin Zhiyi playfully winked at Guccio. Why have you been so quiet? Do you have no comments on my performance today? Guccio blinked his dark eyes, returning the balloon to her, and stubbornly replied. It was passable. Clearly it was delightful. Qin Zhiyi retorted. Just then, she noticed the crab pot restaurant where they had dined earlier, her mind flashing back to the wall adorned with pictures of couples kissing during the event. It struck her that a photographer had been present when she playfully ambushed Guccio. With sudden inspiration, she dashed ahead. Wait for me. Where are you going? To the restroom. Guccio had no choice but to wait in place. 5 minutes later, Qin Zhiyi emerged, humming a tune, and playfully remarked, I thought you had fallen in. I inquired whether they will hold this event again next year. They said there might be one on Valentine's Day. We should come together. Qin Zhiyi playfully stuck out her tongue. Guccio rolled his eyes. Who would want to accompany you? He quickened his pace, heading straight for the parking lot. Qin Zhiyi, unfazed, followed behind him. After observing him for a moment and confirming he was not paying attention, she discreetly pulled out her phone, muted the volume, and opened the video she had requested from the restaurant. Watching the footage of their lips meeting, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Moments later, she heard Guccio's voice urging her. Qin Zhiyi, stop playing on your phone. Hurry up. Coming. Chapter 35. To lighten his burden. The new week commenced swiftly. Ever since Guccio clarified matters with Li Yuan last week, he had not received breakfast from her. Her understanding of the situation and her unwillingness to persist was perhaps the best conclusion to this matter, and it was something he was pleased to see. However, with one trouble resolved, another arose. The Qingming festival was approaching, signifying that March had reached its academic peak, and the school required an examination to assess the students' learning progress and the teachers' instructional quality. The monthly exam was scheduled for Thursday through Saturday, spanning 3 days. Guccio, bound by a wager, could not honestly claim the absence of pressure. Yet he found solace in the fact that the students of Class 15 seemed to stand united with him, a sentiment evident in their collective attitude towards learning. For instance, just after the second evening class on Thursday concluded, Guccio had barely returned to his office, and taken a sip of water when several students entered, eagerly clutching their practice books and exam papers. Teacher Gu, I have a question I can't solve. Old Gu, look at my question first. This question is a classic. Listen up. I guarantee it will be on the exam tomorrow. The question on economic structure was just covered in the last lesson. It's clear you weren't paying attention. This scene sparked a discussion among two teachers nearby who were grading papers. Our class can exhibit such enthusiasm for learning. I must be dreaming. I envy that. Why don't you make a wager with someone too? All right, let us bet. How about we just compare average scores? Loser buys a Zhonghua. Roll. A packet is just about right. TCH, your wife must be managing all the finances. In response to their playful banter, Guqiu chuckled and shook his head. He lifted his cup for a sip of water, then organized a few students into a line, meticulously explaining the problems to them one by one. Before long, the bell for the third period rang. Guqiu had just finished explaining a problem to a boy named Kaikafa when he noticed that only Su Xiaoan remained in the back. He turned to the former and said, Kaikafa, could you ask Su Jinlin to help me manage the classroom discipline? I'll join you in a moment after I finish explaining to Xiaoan. Sure, the boy readily agreed, quickly exiting the classroom. Subsequently, Guqiu accepted the test paper that Su Xiaoan handed him, carefully reviewing the questions she had marked in red. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze toward her. Xiaoan, if I recall correctly, you didn't pass your history exam last time, did you? Yes, I missed passing by 3 points, Su Xiaoan replied quietly, her head lowered. Guqiu raised an eyebrow. He had previously examined the grade reports for Class 15, and while this student excelled in her 3 main subjects, particularly mathematics, where she scored 145 in the last monthly exam, prompting the math teacher to lament her choice of not studying science. The results in her elective courses left much to be desired, often teetering on the edge of passing. Yet, the choice of whether to study literature or science was hers alone. He had no right to intervene. Returning to the matter at hand, he turned to the lower drawer and retrieved a different test paper, presenting it to her. This set of papers is quite challenging and not suitable for you at the moment. Why not give this one a try? Spend some time writing it out. And if you encounter any problems, feel free to come and ask me. Mastering this set should significantly enhance your performance. Originally, he intended for Su Xiaoan to take a test like that troublesome duo from Class 9 and then bring it to him for grading and explanation. However, considering the intense study atmosphere in Class 15, he chose to abandon that idea. Su Xiaoan accepted the paper, cradling it like a treasure, and inquired, Teacher, how much does it cost? No charge. If you find it unsuitable, just treat me to a cup of milk tea next time. Guqiu replied casually, then picked up a red pen to continue explaining the previous problem. This question is slightly beyond the syllabus, as it pertains to Wang Angshi's reforms, which won't be covered until the elective courses. I'll go slow, so just listen carefully. If you don't understand, that's fine. It won't be on the exam at this stage. This spring loans and summer harvests, summer loans and autumn harvests is just. As he spoke, a figure hurriedly entered the room. Both teacher and student exchanged curious glances, only to realize that it was Qin Zhiyi. Guqiu felt a pang of confusion. What is she doing here? She doesn't have evening classes. Upon noticing Guqiu still in the office, Qin Zhiyi let out a sigh of relief. She flashed a faint smile at the two before returning to her seat with a canvas tote bag. Guqiu shook his head lightly, dismissing any further thoughts, and continued his explanation. 10 minutes later, after listening to Guqiu's analysis of the 3 sub-questions, Su Xiaoan grasped the foundational concepts, albeit with only a partial understanding of the advanced material, and planned to digest the content further at home. She gathered her test paper and said, Thank you, Teacher Gu. Guqiu took another sip from his water cup. You're welcome. He then casually mentioned, Your attitude toward learning and your foundational skills are commendable. If you find the right methods, it's only a matter of time before your grades improve. Receiving Guqiu's praise and encouragement, Su Xiaoan's face lit up with a sweet smile, and she nodded slightly. Suddenly, she recalled something and said, Teacher, your video was quite impressive. It's bound to go viral. Hearing this, Guqiu's eyes widened in surprise. You saw it. Some classmates shared it in the class group. Guqiu raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes blinking. The video he recorded last Friday had seen a significant increase in clarity, accompanied by a surge in views. Yet it had only just crossed the 100,000 mark. He expected it to reach the students. However, he had no intention of concealing it, especially since he planned to involve his students in future recordings. Guqiu smiled lightly. Then I shall take that as a good omen. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation while holding her phone, gazed at Guqiu, lost in thought. Moments later, after watching Su Xiaoan leave, Guqiu stretched his stiff neck and noticed the cluttered desk. Just as he prepared to tidy up, he saw Qin Zhiyi pull a cup of 8 treasure porridge from her tote and offer it to him, leaving him perplexed. You came all the way here at night just to deliver this? Since that dinner invitation, their relationship seemed to have undergone a subtle shift. He no longer deliberately avoided conversing with Qin Zhiyi or her gestures of kindness. They were progressing toward a friendship as previously agreed. Qin Zhiyi's starry eyes blinked as she feigned disdain while casting a glance at him, though a smile tugged at her lips. Stop being so self-absorbed. Who has the leisure to bring you food? This 8-treasure porridge was something I made this afternoon. I didn't want it to go to waste, so I thought I'd bring it to you. Furthermore, the school has assigned me evening study duties. I'll be covering the last 2 periods of evening study for class 15 every Thursday, so you can rest at home. Upon hearing her words, Gu Qiu's eyes widened in disbelief. You're taking evening study for class 15? A science teacher overseeing a liberal arts class? The school has never made such an arrangement. Qin Zhiyi shrugged, a hint of pride in her demeanor. If there is no precedent, then I shall create one. Gu Qiu remained skeptical, recalling that course adjustments were typically announced in the school's group chat. He picked up his phone to verify, and the results confirmed Qin Ziyi's earlier statements. He set the phone down, curiosity piqued. Did you volunteer for this? Why? Why so many questions? If I had to give a reason, it's simply that I'm bored. Qin Zhiyi replied, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. Why? Of course, it's because watching you, this fool, teach 4 consecutive classes is exhausting. I wanted to alleviate some of your burden. Gu Qiu, finally catching on, realized her earlier claim of being too busy contrasted sharply with her current assertion of being bored. The only explanation was that she wanted to lighten his load. Qin Zhiyi noticed the gratitude in his eyes, which made her feel satisfied. She then stood up, leaving him with a parting remark. All right, you have an exam to supervise tomorrow morning, so you should head home and rest. Gu Qiu blinked. After some contemplation, he felt that her visit was for his sake, and leaving immediately might not be appropriate, so he sought an excuse. Tomorrow's history exam is approaching, and I fear the students may have unresolved questions, so I'll stay a little longer. Qin Zhiyi understood he had a wager to fulfill and that the history exam was imminent, so she nodded slightly. All right. Suddenly, Gu Qiu's gaze returned to the 8-treasure porridge on the desk. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up a straw and inserted it. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi looked at him expectantly. Is it good? Not bad. It's just a tad bland. I ran out of sugar at home. I'll make it sweeter next time. Next time? Ahem. That's for me to enjoy myself. Chapter 36. History has nothing on my charm. Class 15. After finishing the 8-treasure porridge, Gu Qiu felt considerably more energized. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the students as both he and Qin Zhiyi entered the classroom, he inwardly chastised Yan Jingye for not notifying the students in advance and briefly explained the adjustments to the evening study session. Before Qin Zhiyi's arrival, the students of Class 15 found their history lessons to be the most leisurely. However, ever since they began watching Man in Nature and Animal World during biology class, this young and enchanting biology teacher naturally became another beacon of light in their hearts. Thus, when it was announced that Qin Zhiyi would lead the evening study session, the students swiftly accepted this news with evident delight. Gu Qiu had initially intended to leave the podium for Qin Zhiyi, but to his surprise, she was the first to meander about the classroom. Feel free to ask me any questions you may have about mathematics, biology, or chemistry, she proclaimed. The examinations for the 3 core subjects were scheduled for every morning, with mathematics set for tomorrow. Furthermore, as the second-year students were also preparing for their assessments, they were required to study not only literature and science, but also the 3 auxiliary subjects, all of which would be tested. However, the impending history exam in the afternoon was crucial for Gu Qiu's continued teaching in Class 15, prompting a focused review among the students. Thus, a comical scene unfolded. Gu Qiu, seated at the podium, found himself encircled by eager students, while the wandering Qin Zhiyi was left unattended. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi had no choice but to pull a chair and sit by the back door, enjoying the evening breeze while playing a game. Approximately 20 minutes passed. In a moment of triumph, she seized the dragon with Jiao Chan and achieved a remarkable 4 kills near the dragon pit. Just as she was about to secure a pentakill, a phone alert popped up. TSK. She frowned slightly, instinctively reaching to hang up, but upon noticing that the contact was labeled Granny Chun, she halted her actions. The last time she had dined at a noodle shop with Gu Qiu and the others, Granny Chun had requested to exchange phone numbers. Yet, she had never called, and she was puzzled as to why the elderly lady was seeking her at such a late hour. Curiosity piqued. Qin Zhiyi quickly exited the classroom and pressed the answer button. Hello, Granny Chun. The voice on the other end sounded slightly anxious. Zhiyi, could you help me find a Qiu? I can't get through to his phone. At this, Qin Zhiyi glanced toward the window, where Gu Qiu was actively engaging with the students at the podium. Regaining her composure, she quickly reassured, Don't worry, Granny. Gu Qiu is right in front of me. Would you like me to pass the phone to him? There was a brief silence on the other end, and then Granny Chen's tone seemed to soften considerably. Is he busy? If so, it's all right. Just let him call me back later. Raising an eyebrow in contemplation, Qin Zhiyi decided to inform Gu Qiu, saying, please hold on. Granny. She then swiftly approached the front door and cleared her throat twice to capture Gu Qiu's attention. This action not only drew Gu Qiu's gaze, but also turned the eyes of the entire class toward her. Feeling a tad embarrassed, Qin Zhiyi lowered her head slightly and waved at Gu Qiu. Oh, wow. The classroom erupted in a chorus of playful teasing. Gu Qiu, bewildered, mentally grumbled. What on earth is she up to this time? Nevertheless, he quickly made his way over. What is it? Qin Zhiyi's cheeks flushed slightly. She said nothing further, merely turned her phone screen towards him. Upon seeing the contact name, Gu Qiu paused momentarily and inquired, is she looking for me? Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly. Gu Qiu hastily rummaged through his pockets, realizing he had left his phone in the office. Such incidents had occurred before, prompting Granny Chun to come to the school late at night to find him. Without further thought, he took the phone from her. Hello, Granny. What could it be? I just left my phone in the office. Yes, I have class tonight. Don't worry. She is right here beside me. I would forget Qing Ming even if I forget everything else. After class on Saturday. Along, and I'll come to pick you up from the orphanage for a few days. As Qin Zhiyi stood by, listening to him mention Qing Ming and the orphanage, she felt a fleeting sense of disorientation. Oh right, Qing Ming is approaching. He must be going to visit Aunt Lan. Meanwhile, a group of students had gathered near the door and windows, eavesdropping and whispering amongst themselves. What's going on? Why is Gu holding Teacher Qin's phone to take a call? I heard him say Granny. Huh? Are Gu and Teacher Qin related? That shouldn't be, right? Didn't Gu say he was an orphan? Where would relatives come from? Wait, could it be that they've met each other's families? No way. Teacher Qin just arrived 2 weeks ago. Before long, Gu Qiu concluded his conversation with Granny Chun and handed the phone back to Qin Zhiyi. Granny wants to have a word with you. Once she accepted the phone, he turned to return to the classroom and restore order. Qin Zhiyi walked back to the back door, placing the phone to her ear. Hello, Granny Chun. At this moment, Granny Chin's mood had improved significantly. Her words laced with laughter. You silly girl, you're being too formal. Didn't we agree you'd call me Granny? You promised to visit me whenever you could. It's been days since I've seen you. Have you grown tired of this old woman? Qin Zhiyi seemed to forget she was on the phone, instinctively shaking her head. Granny, how could I ever grow tired of you? I've just been busy settling into my new job, but once I find my footing, I promise to come by regularly. In contrast, emotional women, regardless of age, tend to engage in lengthy conversations when gathered together. Consequently, Gu Qiu, having finished his tasks, glanced back toward the back door, only to see Qin Zhiyi still holding her phone and chatting away with a smile. He sighed softly and returned to his work. After a moment, Qin Zhiyi finally hung up and strolled back to him, grinning as she asked, Aren't you going to rest? Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment, then nodded slightly. I'll take my leave then. He promptly stood, addressing the entire class. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves. Just do your best on tomorrow's exam. Even if you don't make it into the top 5, I'll hold it against you. You needn't feel guilty. The path of learning is one you must walk on your own, with or without my presence. Also, don't solely focus on history. It would be wise to review mathematics for the upcoming exam. If you have questions, feel free to ask Teacher Qin. With that said, I'll be off. As his words echoed, Gu Qiu turned and headed for the door. At that moment, a voice rang out from behind. Old Gu, we'll definitely help you in the bet, and keep you here. Following this, the entire class echoed. Teacher Gu, we'll make sure you stay. The chant reverberated throughout the classroom, resonating deeply within Gu Qiu's heart. He nodded appreciatively, moved by their support. I believe in you. After lingering for a moment longer, he finally departed. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi took over the classroom, occupying the space Gu Qiu had just vacated. She suddenly noticed Su Xiaoan seated directly in front of her. Her sparkling eyes narrowed as she leaned closer, whispering in a tone only they could hear, Xiaoan, what is Gu Qiu's Douyin account name? Su Xiaoan, who had been working on her history exam, looked up, met her gaze for a brief moment, and then quietly replied, Teacher Qin. Teacher Gu's videos are uploaded on Xiuming Short Videos. The account is called Little Gu Loves History. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi murmured to herself, Xiuming, Little Gu loves history. Subsequently, she smiled in gratitude at Su Xiaoan. After resuming her seat, she proceeded to download the Dream-Seeking Short Video app from the mobile software store. Upon completing the installation, she meticulously silenced the media volume and managed to find Gu Qiu's account. Qin Zhiyi briefly perused the 4 videos currently available, then returned to his homepage. Gazing at the account name with a slight pout, Loves History, she murmured to herself, her brows arching with intrigue, her starry eyes sparkling with a newfound idea. She promptly followed Guccio, then navigated to her personal homepage, found her phone number, and altered her account name to History Can't Compare to My Charm. Chapter 37. Returning Together. 3 days later, on Sunday, the first day of the Qingming holiday, the black Ford SUV parked in front of Grandma Chen's noodle shop, and the doors of the driver and passenger seats swung open in succession. Zhao Yulong cast a glance at the large bag of exams left by Guccio on the seat and, while closing the car door, scoffed. A holiday should embody the spirit of leisure. What else with assigning a mountain of tasks to teachers and students? The leaders of your wretched school must be out of their minds. Once I strike it rich, I'll buy your school. Anyone who dares to slack will be expelled. Guccio, uninterested in his boasting, made his way directly to the noodle shop. Yet, he had not taken more than a few steps when he spotted a familiar figure from afar. At the same time, Qin Zhiyi, clad in an apron and serving wontons and noodles to customers, noticed Guccio and raised a hand in greeting. Guccio hurried into the shop, puzzled. What brings you here? Am I not allowed to be here? Qin Zhiyi tilted her head slightly, smiling gently in response. In the next moment, Grandma Chen, who was tidying up dishes nearby, approached Qin Zhiyi. He invites it here. Little he promised to tell me a couple of days ago. She arrived before dawn and has been assisting me since. Look how considerate she is, and then look at you, two tardy rascals. You were supposed to come over last night, yet here we are, delayed until today. You two just keep deceiving this old woman. Zhao Yulong smirked. Oh no, the legendary other people's child has appeared. Guccio nudged him with his elbow, then eagerly stepped forward to take the dishes from Grandma Chen's hands. Grandma, we were wrong. It won't happen again. Oh no, I promise there won't be next time. Please sit and rest. We can handle this small task. Zhao Yulong, equally perceptive, began to help, chiming in, Don't worry, if this guy dares to break his word again, I'll drag him here myself. Just hand me that bowl. I suppose you two scoundrels do have a bit of conscience, Grandma Chen huffed. Qin Zhiyi, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. The noodle shop primarily catered to breakfast, and with its affordable, clean, and delicious offerings, customers flowed in continuously. It wasn't until around 10 o'clock that the four of them were finally free. After a brief discussion, they decided to have a light meal and tackle lunch early. Zhao Yulong stirred his noodles a couple of times, lifted a hefty mouthful, blew on it, and took a bite. Chewing thoughtfully, he mumbled, selling breakfast isn't as easy as you said, Grandma. Just a short while, and I feel like my bones are falling apart. You're getting on in years. You shouldn't have to work so hard. With me and a Chio to support you. Why not just take it easy? Upon hearing this, Grandma Chen, seated across from him, added a fried egg to his bowl. You know, some folks can't sit idle after a lifetime of toil. If you don't want me to work, then you two ought to settle down soon and give me a grandchild to dote on. Each time Grandma Chen mentioned marriage, Zhao Yulong felt overwhelmed. But then he remembered that there was indeed a couple sitting nearby. He patted Guccio on the shoulder with a knowing grin. Guccio, did you hear that? You should hurry up and give Grandma a grandchild to play with. Guccio shrugged off the shoulder pad while adding a fried egg to Zhao Yulong's bowl. If you're tired, eat more and talk less. Grandma Chen's gaze flitted between Guccio and Qin Zhiyi, as if struck by a thought. She leaned closer to Qin Zhiyi and inquired, Little E, are you staying for 2 or 3 days this time? Did you bring your luggage? I left it in the car, Qin Zhiyi promptly replied. Guccio raised his gaze slightly, looking puzzled. Luggage? Upon hearing Qin Zhiyi's response, Grandma Chen felt reassured and proceeded to explain to Guccio, Little E has only been in Yun City for half a month and has no friends here. With the holiday and nowhere to go, if we leave, she'll be even lonelier. So, I invited her to join us for a couple of days in Yunxi. Zhao Yulong continued eating, not offering any opinion, while Guccio slightly lifted his gaze and exchanged a glance with Qin Zhiyi. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? We're returning to pay respects for Qingming. Grandma Chen shot him a disapproving look. Having watched Guccio grow up, she could sense his feelings for Qin Zhiyi. Yet, precisely because of this, she found it perplexing that the girl was making an effort, while he seemed either resistant or evasive. Could it be embarrassment? But she had never noticed him to be shy before. After pondering fruitlessly, Grandma Chen shook her head and chose not to dwell on it further. Nor did she intend to alter her decision. What's inappropriate about it? Our visit to the grave and having little E join us for fun aren't mutually exclusive. It's settled then. You all finish eating, and I'll tidy up in the back. Once done, we'll set off. With that, she gave Guccio no chance to argue, rising to walk toward the kitchen. At this point, Guccio felt he could say no more. He raised an eyebrow at Qin Zhiyi, only to see her wink at him, prompting him to respond with a look of disdain. At noon, in the eastern suburbs of Yun City, in Yunxi town, the black SUV cruised along the asphalt road. Guccio, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out at the unfamiliar yet familiar scenery, feeling a deep sense of reflection. 5 years prior, Yin City had been upgraded from a county to a city, with certain areas undergoing replanning, and among them, Yunxi, Fengling, and Yuan towns in the eastern suburbs were placed under the jurisdiction of a new district named after Yunxi. In truth, Yuan town had the strongest overall capabilities among the three towns back then. Hence, the naming of Yunxi sparked considerable dissent and dissatisfaction. However, in the end, the authorities not only maintained the original plan, but also enacted multiple policies in subsequent days to fully support the development of Yunxi town. Consequently, each time he returned, he noticed immense changes. While such progress was undoubtedly positive, the rapid development of his hometown rendered his childhood increasingly hazy, which inevitably evoked a sense of melancholy. Moments later, the vehicle turned onto a concrete path, navigating through the old streets before finally halting outside a two-story house with a yard. As the car door swung open, a middle-aged woman, accompanied by a child, hurried over to assist Grandma Chun. Godmother. Guchio's gaze fell upon this plump woman with short hair, and memories flooded his mind. Her name was Sun Afong, a woman who had endured much hardship. Her husband, a bricklayer, had tragically fallen to his death while working, and the compensation had been deceitfully taken by her brother-in-law's family, leaving her to fend for herself with her only 2-year-old child. With little education, she faced numerous obstacles in her quest for survival. Just when she had exhausted all options, she was taken in by Aunt Yun and found work as a cook in an orphanage. After the incident at the orphanage, Sun Afong did not seek another path like others. Rather, she busied herself with numerous matters, even exhausting her meager savings to resolve lingering disputes following Aunt Lan's passing. While her grandmother wallowed in the sorrow of losing her daughter, Sun Afong remained by her side, later even taking her as a godmother. Initially, after establishing himself in the city, Along intended to bring his wet nurse and her son to live with him, but Sun Afong declined, citing her duty to care for Director Shun's household, thus choosing to remain there. At that moment, after responding to Sun Afong, Grandma Chun turned her gaze toward a boy around 10 years old. Xiaozhe, you've grown taller. A proper young man now. Sun Afong smiled and reminded him. Xiaozhe, don't forget to greet everyone. Grandma, Brother Xiao, Brother Along. Xiaozhe's eyes flitted between the individuals, but halted at Qin Zhiyi, pondering momentarily before seeking assistance from his mother. Sun Afong had already noticed Qin Zhiyi's presence and inquired with curiosity, "Who is this?" Grandma Chen quickly grasped Qin Zhiyi's hand, introducing, "This is Xiao Yi, a Chio's colleague, here to play with us. Xiao Yi, she's my goddaughter. You can call her Sun Ani, just like a Chio and the others." Possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, Qin Zhiyi recognized the mother and son before her, but could only feign first-time acquaintance, greeting with a gentle smile. "Hello, Sun Auntie." "Hello, Xiao Yi," Sun Afong responded warmly, sensing the special bond between the young woman and Gu Qiu. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi handed Xiaozhe a blue cartoon character keychain she had just purchased a couple of days earlier. "Since it's our first meeting and I didn't bring any gifts for you, please accept this for now. I'll make it up to you later." Xiaozhe, being quite considerate, did not accept it immediately, but turned to his mother instead. Sun Afong cheerfully urged, "Aren't you going to thank Sister Xiao Yi?" Only then did Xiaozhe accept the keychain. "Thank you, Sister Xiao Yi. You're welcome." Shortly after, Gu Qiu and Zhao Yulong, who had been silent until now, greeted Sun Afong. Zhao Yulong even produced a remote-controlled car from the trunk as a gift for Xiaozhe. "I heard you ranked first in your class again, so here as a little reward from your brother." "Wow, thank you, Brother Long. It's nothing really. By the way, Qiu, what about your gift?" "Sister Qin has brought something. Surely you didn't forget." I got so busy that I completely overlooked it. Should I find a bookstore and buy a couple of exercise books? Are you a devil?" Watching the harmonious scene unfold before her, Sun Afong shook her head with a gentle smile. When she first arrived at the orphanage, a Qiu and Along often helped care for Xiaozhe, and seeing their bond still thriving filled her heart with joy. Once her thoughts settled, she turned her attention to her guests. "Don't just stand outside. I prepared some food. Come in and let us eat while we chat." "Afong, didn't we say we'd come after having our meal?" "Oh dear, godmother. A Qiu and Along are young men, and with Xiao Yi here, just some noodles won't do. Besides, Xiaozhe and I need to eat anyway. It's just convenient. Sigh, I can't argue with you." Chapter 38. Let me show you around. Unable to resist Sun Afong's enthusiasm, Gu Qiu and the others relented and joined her for a meal. As a first-time visitor, Qin Zhiyi found her bowl never lacking in food, and feeling too polite to refuse, she ended up overly full. After the meal, she planned to help in the kitchen to work off some of the food, but was intercepted by Sun Afong midway. "Xiao Yi, let me handle this. You go to the living room and keep Grandma company while watching TV. Would you like something to drink? There's juice and milk in the fridge." Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi resigned herself to abandoning the kitchen idea and smiled, waving her hand. No need for now. Grandma Chun seemed to sense her discomfort and approached, saying, Xiao, he only has one stomach, just after a hearty meal. You want her to drink this and that? Are you trying to make her sick? Come on, since I also ate too much. Let us take a stroll, and I'll show you around. Seeing her grandmother's understanding, Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with delight as she nodded eagerly. She stepped forward, linking arms with the elderly woman as they left the dining area. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to join along and Xie in playing with the remote control car, but ultimately decided to follow along. Though it was merely a two-story building, its space was quite generous, enhanced by recent renovations. The kitchen, living room, and bathroom appeared slightly dated but were impeccably clean. Qin Zhiyi noted that in all of Gu Qiu's apartment, Grandma Chun's noodle shop, and now this old residence, the furnishings and arrangements were always both practical and aesthetically pleasing, likely a reflection of Grandma Chun's past passion for painting and art. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi understood why Gu Qiu's photography skills were so exceptional. It was because Grandma Chun had subtly instilled in him an appreciation for beauty. Reflecting on this, she glanced enviously at Gu Qiu. Noticing her gaze, Gu Qiu initially felt puzzled, then inexplicably intrigued. Just then, the trio entered a side hall adjacent to the living room. This area, once used for entertaining relatives and friends during the new year, had fallen into disuse after the orphanage incident severed those ties. Inside, a large dining table and a few miscellaneous items were stored, but what stood out most were the walls adorned with a myriad of certificates. Grandma Chun led Qin Zhiyi to one wall. That girl, Yulan, treasured these certificates above all, each time she saw the children proudly displaying them. It brought her immense joy. She always said she wanted to see the children grow up to be useful individuals in society and to the country. Oh, what a pity! Grandma Chun's eyes shimmered with sadness, quickly suppressed as she pointed to a corner of the wall. Qiu was the brightest and most diligent child in the orphanage, receiving a total of 76 certificates from childhood to now. As she spoke, she gestured to illustrate his height at that time. He was about this tall and would always declare he wanted to be a teacher when he grew up. Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Qiu, smiling softly. Teacher Gu has achieved that. He is diligent, capable, and deeply cherished by his students. Truly a wonderful teacher. Grandma Chun's gaze followed, filled with pride and contentment. Indeed, Qiu has always been responsible. Though, there's one downside. He neglects his health and often skips meals when busy. Qin Zhiyi nodded in agreement, adding, Grandma, I'll help keep an eye on him from now on. Good, with you around, I feel at ease. Gu Qiu, the subject of their discussion, felt a bit embarrassed and shook his head, suddenly questioning the wisdom of following them. Just then, Zhao Yulong approached. However, accustomed to being at the bottom of his class, he felt indifferent to the wall of certificates, but noticed a barbecue grill in the corner. Wow, how did this grill end up here? No wonder I couldn't find it last time I searched the house. Gu Qiu followed the gaze of the others and recalled that this grill had been purchased by Long during the New Year celebrations 2 years prior. Initially, he had been exuberantly eager to have barbecues, but after indulging for 3 consecutive nights, the novelty wore off and the grill was left neglected. Given this fellow's habit of discarding things at will, it was not surprising that it had gone missing. Son Afong, having finished washing the dishes, approached and explained. I found it while cleaning the yard and thought to wash it and put it here, but I forgot to mention it to you. Zhao Yulong briefly inspected the grill and, seeing it in pristine condition, his eyes sparkled with inspiration. Why don't we have a little barbecue tonight? It would be a nice treat for Sister Qin. Grandma Qin glanced at Qin Zhiyi and remarked, Unfortunately, I'm past the age for such delights. You young folks enjoy yourselves. Son Afong pondered aloud, then I'll need to go out to buy some ingredients. However, Zhao Yulong confidently declared, Aunt Son, you can relax. I will take care of the ingredients. With that, he strode purposefully toward the door. Xiaozhe, come on, brother will take you shopping. Oh, forget it. My English is terrible. I'll take you out to enjoy. Qin Zhiyi chuckled at his clumsy attempt at English, while Gu Qiu shook his head in bemusement. Meanwhile, Grandma Chun continued to stroll with Qin Zhiyi. Before long, they passed through a corridor and stopped outside a room at the far end. Unlike the other reddish-brown doors, this one was a vibrant orange, the doorknob slightly chipped and rusty, suggesting it had not seen frequent use. Grandma Chun paused momentarily, then gently tugged at the doorknob. Creak! The door slowly opened, revealing a pitch-black interior, but soon the delightful scent of osmanthus wafted out. Afong, where did the osmanthus come from at this season? She inquired. I bought a sachet online, thinking the director would like it, so I place one in here occasionally, Son Afong replied softly. Grandma Chun nodded slightly. How thoughtful of you. With that, she pressed the light switch beside the door, and a warm white light flooded the room. It was filled with an array of items. creating a somewhat cramped atmosphere. But the most striking feature was the 4 pale blue walls. On the left wall upon entering stood a row of 4 large bookshelves, brimming with various books ranging from the 4 great classical novels to foreign literature, modern tales, and children's books, easily numbering in the thousands. The other 3 walls were adorned with an assortment of frames of varying sizes, styles, and subjects, yet all featured a serene, gentle-looking woman as their subject. Grandma Chen paused, turning to smile at Qin Zhiyi. You know, all these items belong to that girl you well on. If it bothers you, we needn't go in. Qin Zhiyi quickly shook her head. It's fine, Grandma. Hearing this, Grandma Chen stepped into the room. Gu Qiu followed behind, his expression dim and his mood somewhat heavy. Grandma Chen wandered around the room, her hands exploring the surroundings, finally resting on a particular frame. Gazing at a photograph of a girl in her early 20s, she murmured. This was taken when she had just graduated from university. That girl's beauty was inherited from her late father, but her love for beauty certainly comes from me. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to another photograph of Shen Yuelon in her 30s. You know, she was pursued by boys throughout her childhood, yet she never found anyone to her liking. Eventually, time caught up with her. She then pointed at the photos on the wall, explaining one by one. This one is from a trip to the beach with friends. This one was taken when she took over the orphanage. And this one features a puppy born to a stray dog she adopted, but sadly, it was stolen by dog thieves. Can you recognize these children? Yes. That S.H.O. and here S.A. Long. These words seemed directed at Qin Zhiyi, yet they also felt like a soliloquy, an effort to preserve these cherished memories against the inevitable passage of time. Before long, Grandma Chen appeared weary from her reminiscence. She walked to the innermost bookshelf and retrieved an album from the second row on the left. Returning to the bedside, she sat down and began to leaf through it silently. Moments later, tears streamed down her cheeks, splashing onto the photographs. Observing this, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi instinctively moved to offer comfort, but Sun Afong stopped them with a shake of her head, gesturing for them to step outside. Gu Qiu suddenly remembered how strong-willed Grandma Chen was and that she preferred not to burden others with her worries. Perhaps at this moment, she desired solitude more than solace. With this thought in mind, he promptly turned and left with Qin Zhiyi. Sun Afong sighed softly, following the two and gently closing the door behind her. Soon, the trio heard faint weeping from within the room. Lama, my poor daughter. Chapter 39, A Final Meeting. Zhao Yulong's enthusiasm for the barbecue was dampened by a sudden rain. Fortunately, the next day dawned bright and clear, and a spring shower broke the rising temperatures of the previous days, making it seem even more fitting to indulge in a barbecue. Thus, beneath a starlit sky, the grill was set up. Various skewers sizzled and crackled over the glowing coals, and with a sprinkle of secret barbecue seasoning, the enticing aroma wafted through the air, enticing the nearby children. Zhao Yulong reclined in an old wooden lounge chair, legs crossed, savoring the moment. He picked up a skewer of grilled lamb from the bowl that Xieja had brought over, devoured it in 2 bites, followed by a sip of beer, enjoying the flavor with a satisfied smacking of his lips. Heavens, at least you have some sense today. No more tears falling. Tomorrow, I'll burn some paper money for you, 10, no, 100 billion bills. I'll burn you a stack, and you can spend it freely. Gu Qiu, grilling nearby, shot him a disdainful glance. It was no wonder this fellow loved barbecues. He had bought the ingredients, sprawled out in comfort, and let everything else slide, while he himself had grilled 30 or 40 skewers without tasting a single bite. With this thought, Gu Qiu swiftly grabbed a freshly cooked piece of pork belly, ready to pop it into his mouth. Qin Zhiyi's eyes widened in alarm as she hurriedly caught his hand. That's just been grilled. It's very hot. Saying this, she snatched the skewer from Gu Qiu's hand and presented him with a plate of beef skewers that had cooled down. She then picked out 2 skewers and held them to his mouth, sweetly adding, "Here, eat this." Gu Qiu was taken aback, but slowly reached out to take them. "Thanks. I can manage on my own." Taking a bite, he found it spicier than his own grilling, but it suited his taste perfectly. He glanced at the seasoning bottle in Qin Zhiyi's hand and smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi placed a napkin in front of him and said, "I left the enoki mushrooms and chives in the kitchen. I'll go fetch them." "Oh, all right." Zhao Yulong observed the interaction between them with keen interest. Once Qin Zhiyi departed, he leaned back in his chair, cleared his throat, and inquired, "Hey, Qiu, what is the status between you and Sister Qin? Is it a flirtation phase?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu instinctively turned to glance behind him, relieved to see that Qin Zhiyi had already walked far away. He then retorted with irritation, "What ambiguous phase? She and I are merely friends." Zhao Yulong curled his lips and imitated him, saying, "We are just friends." He then added with a hint of sarcasm, "Do you even believe that yourself? Which friend clings to each other like that every day? I've only seen that kind of behavior in couples." He continued, "By the way, what about that online girl you have while you're with Sister Qin? Don't tell me you're planning to play both sides. Just then, Qin Zhiyi returned with a tray in hand, fortuitously overhearing his last two remarks. She sat beside Guqiu and offered him a faint smile, saying, "That is not out of the question. After all, both boats belong to me. I can tread as I please." In an instant, both Guqiu and Zhao Yulong wore expressions of astonishment. Zhao Yulong then shook his head and lamented, love-struck. There is no hope. Nevertheless, the scene of Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi sitting closely together, one grilling and the other seasoning, filled him with envy, prompting memories of what Huang Yueqi had told him over the phone 2 days prior. Longa, I managed to contact a college classmate of Qin, but she said that a Qin dropped out after her freshman year. The instructor mentioned it was due to personal health reasons, but the specifics are still unknown. Don't rush. I will continue to inquire through others. He understood Song Qing. Although she loved to fool around, she would never joke about her future, indicating that something serious must have prompted her to withdraw. Unfortunately, despite his exhaustive investigation over the past few days, he still had no leads. Suddenly, Zhao Yulong glanced back at the pair grilling and recalled how they had once urged him to seek out Song Qing, which made him feel they might know something. He instinctively asked, "Qiu, why did you encourage me to find Song Qing back then?" Guqiu initially intended to share that the girl he had been chatting with online was indeed Song Qing, but before he could articulate his thoughts, he was interrupted. He blinked, raised an eyebrow in contemplation, and replied, "Well, I just thought it wasn't ideal for you to remain single. And since you've always had a good relationship with Song Qing since childhood, I figured it was worth a shot to suggest you go after her." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong's demeanor dimmed as he cast his gaze downward, then turned to Qin Zhiyi. "Sister Qin, don't you read faces? Could you help me figure out where Song Qing is?" Qin Zhiyi felt a bit awkward. It seemed that Along had encountered setbacks or failures in tracing Song Qing's whereabouts, but her ability to read faces was merely a fabrication. Suddenly, an expression of regret crossed her face as she found herself torn between concocting another excuse to deceive him or confessing the truth. If she were to confess, how would she explain her previous statements? Just as she was caught in this dilemma, Guqiu curiously interjected, "You haven't found Song Qing?" Zhao Yulong sighed, briefly summarizing what Huang Yueqi and his investigations had revealed, then expressed his concern. "You don't think she might have contracted some terminal illness, do you?" Guqiu raised an eyebrow, deep in thought. Based on the timeline from his previous life, Song Qing might have chosen to end her life 4 to 5 years later. And while the possibility of a terminal illness could not be ruled out, he personally deduced that it was unlikely. However, it was futile to dwell on this now. The immediate priority was to locate her. He couldn't help but feel regretful. If only he had asked more questions in his previous life. He could have been of assistance to Along. Shaking his head to dispel those thoughts, he suggested, "Why don't you seek the police for help in your search?" Zhao Yulong sighed again. "I've already been there and even leveraged connections, but their response was that she is perfectly fine, just unwilling to meet me." While speaking, he anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. "I even contacted her parents, but those two scoundrels said they were busy with their new family and hadn't seen Song Qing in years, so they had no idea about her current situation." "Damn it, how can parents be like that?" Seeing his distress, Qin Zhiyi quickly offered reassurance. "I know a private investigator who is quite reputable in the field. Let me contact them for you." Zhao Yulong suddenly raised his gaze, his once dim eyes sparkling again. "Really? It's worth a try. There's always a way out, right?" Qin Zhiyi smiled in response. Zhao Yulong nodded slightly. "All right, just let me know how much it costs." Moments later, due to the gravity of Song Qing's situation, the previously joyful barbecue atmosphere had turned heavy and oppressive. Sensing the shift, Zhao Yulong sought an excuse to step outside for some fresh air. Strolling along the deserted, dilapidated street, he reminisced about the precious moments shared with Song Qing during their fleeting first year of high school, mumbling to himself, "After all these years, I can barely recall your face or voice. That day I got drunk and talked about you, and everyone said that was not love, but rather an obsession with youth. To be honest, I can't even articulate my feelings for you. But whether it's love or obsession, I wish to see you again." As Zhao Yulong continued to murmur, he lost track of time until he finally stopped at the roadside, reaching for his pocket to pull out a cigarette. However, upon opening the pack, he discovered it was empty. Frustrated, he crumpled the pack and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. The next moment, noticing a convenience store nearby, he intended to head over, only to realize he had left his phone and wallet behind, stomping his foot in frustration. Damn it, out of options. Zhao Yulong had no choice but to turn back. Just then, a young woman brushed past him, heading straight for the convenience store. "Qing, I'm here to cover your shift." Chapter 40, Qingming. The following day, Qingming. The sky was overcast, and the air felt stifling, as if a heavy rain was imminent. Zhao Yulong stood by the well in the courtyard, filling a cup with water from a small bucket at his feet, while simultaneously squeezing toothpaste, grumbling as usual. This weather changes faster than a person's mood. Damn it, if it's gonna rain, at least wait until we return from the tomb visit. Otherwise, I want to give you that pile of 100 billion I promised yesterday. Sitting at the table in front of the inner door, Guccio urged him. You're still chattering while brushing your teeth. Hurry up. We need to set off soon. Meanwhile, Grandma Chun had been calling out for Qin Zhiyi outside the guest room for quite some time, but received no response. Curiously, she opened the door only to find the room empty, turning back to step outside. Achio, where Zhiyi? As soon as she spoke, Grandma Chun realized her question was futile. After all, she had risen much earlier than Guccio and hadn't seen Qin Zhiyi, let alone him. Guccio looked puzzled as well. Isn't she in her room? Just then, Sun Afong placed 2 large bags of paper gold ingots by the front door and, upon overhearing their conversation, quickly joined in. Xiao He left before dawn. She was on the phone, looking quite anxious. And hasn't T returned yet? Hearing this, Grandma Chun's face filled with concern. That child is unfamiliar with the area. Why can't she consult with us about anything? What if something happens while she's wandering alone? Guccio remained relatively calm, pausing his video, scrolling to send a message to Qin Zhiyi on WeChat. Where are you? A swift reply came from the other side. I am currently enjoying breakfast outside. Upon seeing the message, Guccio felt a wave of relief and continued to type. Why did you leave without a word? Grandma is quite worried about you. After a brief moment, Qin Zhiyi sent back a voice message. Guccio played it through the speaker. It is my first time in Yunqi, and I thought I would wander around and take some photos. Last night, I came across a video stating that one can witness the sunrise from Yunli Mountain. So I set out early. Who would have known that the weather would change unexpectedly? I'll just have to meander around here for now. Let Grandma know not to worry about me. By the time you return from the tomb sweeping, I should be back too. Hearing her voice, Grandma Chun let out a sigh of relief, murmuring, this silly child. It's all this dreadful weather's fault. I wanted to take her out for some fun, but it seems we'll have to wait for another time. However, Guccio furrowed his brow slightly. Qin Zhiyi had mentioned she was having breakfast, yet the unmistakable sound of wind in her voice message aroused his suspicion. Nevertheless, he found it futile to delve deeper into her thoughts and chose to set it aside. Before long, everyone finished breakfast, and after a brief tidying up, they gathered a plethora of offerings and boarded the vehicle heading towards the North Mountain Cemetery. Within the Yunqi district, there exist 2 notably prominent mountains. One is Yunli Mountain, previously mentioned by Qin Zhiyi, boasting an elevation of nearly 300 meters and has since been developed into a tourist attraction. The other, North Mountain, rises only 100 meters but is infamous as a burial ground, featuring 2 cemeteries halfway up its slope, the ordinary North Mountain Cemetery for the deceased and the expansive Martyr Cemetery, leading many to refer to it as Hero Mountain. North Mountain is situated in Fengling Town, requiring nearly 30 minutes of travel from Yunqi Town. When Guccio and the others arrived, the morning had already passed its halfway mark, yet the access road to the mid-slope was congested, consuming a considerable amount of time in queuing and searching for parking. By the time everyone settled down, it was nearly 10 o'clock. Zhao Yulong unloaded the items from the trunk and slammed the door shut with a thud. I can't believe it. This wretched place buries so many people every year, and yet they don't even think to expand the roads and parking. At his remark, Grandma Chun gently patted his shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? Your Aunt Lon is resting in this very place. Mind your words. Guccio cast him a sidelong glance. You ought to amend your loose tongue. At least be mindful of the occasion. Zhao Yulong felt a tad embarrassed and scratched his head. Ahem. I suppose I've gotten too accustomed to it. I'll certainly make an effort to change. Sun Afong, feeling unwell from the car ride, advised, time is slipping away. Let us head up. The others nodded in agreement, lifting their offerings and hastening towards the cemetery. The North Mountain Cemetery had undergone an expansion, now divided into 2 major sections. With the annual increase in graves, they nearly lost their way. But fortunately, Zhao Yulong recalled the path from memory, ultimately arriving at Shun Yuelon's grave. As they halted, Zhao Yulong noticed a bouquet already placed before the tombstone and remarked, Oh, it seems we have company this year. Grandma Chen followed his gaze and smiled faintly. Your Aunt Lon did so many good deeds in her lifetime. It is only natural that someone remembers her and comes to pay their respects. Sun Afong nodded in agreement, and then handed her prepared bouquet to Xie. Xiao Zhe, go and present the flowers to your Aunt Lon. Xie obediently complied. Among the 5, only Guccio stood in a daze, gazing at the bouquet composed of carnations, white chrysanthemums, and baby's breath, softly murmuring, You could have come along with us. Chapter 41, Because Our Mother Loved Them. In a past life, When Qin Zhiyi was 27, she accompanied Gu Qiu back to Yun City for the Qingming festival to honor their ancestors, marking the second year of their relationship. They set out early to assist Grandma Chun in purchasing offerings, followed by a visit to the flower shop to collect the pre-ordered flowers. Unexpectedly, due to the owner's busyness, their order was mixed up, but luckily, there were ready-made flowers available, albeit wasting some of their time. As they exited the flower shop, Qin Zhiyi, dressed in a simple black long dress, lowered her gaze to the bouquet in her arms. With her jade-like eyes blinking, she inquired coolly, "Why did you choose two primary flowers?" Typically, bouquets consist of a single type of flower or a primary flower paired with a secondary one. Yet the bouquet she held was encircled by baby's breath, with alternating carnations and white chrysanthemums at its core. The overall color palette was warm. While the combination was not unpleasant, it felt somewhat peculiar. Gu Qiu adjusted the items in his hands, smiling gently as he explained. "The white chrysanthemums symbolize my remembrance of Aunt Lon, and the carnations are because my mother loved them." Qin Zhiyi appeared perplexed by his words and turned to look at him. Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow and elaborated, "Back in 3rd grade, my friend Along and I saw a wealthy kid in class buying flowers to please his mother. With Mother's Day approaching, despite our modest means, we managed to scrape together enough money to buy a bouquet of carnations for Aunt Lon. I remember, upon receiving the flowers and hearing us say Happy Mother's Day, she stood there in shock, and once she collected herself, she hugged us tightly while crying. Eventually, that bouquet withered, but she couldn't bear to throw it away and turned it into a keepsake instead. We witnessed her joy, which has remained etched in our hearts. From that year onward, every Mother's Day, we would present her with flowers. Aunt Lon once said, in terms of fragrance, her favorite was osmanthus. But in terms of sentiment, she cherished that bouquet of carnations the most." As he spoke, his expression grew complex, infused with melancholy, sorrow, and nostalgia. Observing this, Qin Zhiyi quietly embraced his arm, softly adding, "It's also for my mother." At her words, Gu Qiu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, because our mother loved them." Upon learning this story, I, along with the Qiu, named this bouquet the 3 remembrance flowers, derived from the significance of all 3 types of flowers representing longing. Additionally, I suggested that we personally prepare the 3 remembrance flowers for you from now on, and we truly began nurturing them at home, though regrettably, it only lasted for 2 years. In the early morning, Qin Zhiyi, clad in casual attire, half-squatted in front of the gravestone inscribed with the name of her beloved daughter, Shun Yuelan, recounting the origins of the 3 remembrance flowers she held in her embrace. Her starry eyes fluttered as she slowly began to speak. "Lang, do you know that I am a person reborn? If you are aware, then you must also understand how much your precious Qiu was hurt by me time and time again in my past life. I can only imagine how heart-wrenching that must have been for you, wishing not to see me, hoping that I would not entangle him again in this life. But forgive me, for I cannot comply. I assure you, whether in the past or present, my love for him is profound. I was simply too foolish and inept before, failing to learn how to love him properly, and I inadvertently brought him my own suffering. I vow that in this life, I shall not repeat those mistakes. I will regard him as the center of my world, with the aim of ensuring his happiness and joy, accompanying and loving him. So I implore you, grant me another chance, will you?" Not long after her words fell, the mountain forest suddenly echoed with the joyous calls of magpies. Qin Zhiyi's expression grew solemn as she stared blankly at the gravestone. "Is this your way of agreeing?" "Thank you, Aunt Lon." As her words fell, she placed the 3 lotus flowers delicately before the gravestone and knelt on the ground, sincerely bowing 3 times. Subsequently, Qin Zhiyi half-squatted beside her, leisurely recounting the events that had transpired between her and Gu Qiu since her rebirth. As her narration drew to a close, a sudden notification chimed from her phone. Noticing that Gu Qiu and Grandma Chun were worried about her, she hurriedly sent a voice message lasting several dozen seconds. Thereafter, Qin Zhiyi slowly rose, took a deep breath, and softly spoke. "Aunt Lon, I must take my leave. After all, I have resolved to remain in Yun City for this lifetime. Whenever I have the time, I will come to report to you about the progress between me and Ah Qiu." She stepped back 2 paces, her gaze once again falling on the 3 lotus flowers. In her previous life, she had never inquired when Gu Qiu began bringing Aunt Lon these flowers, nor did she know how he would react upon seeing this bouquet. Would he feel that there was someone in the world who resonated with his heart? Would he perhaps even think that person was herself? Let us now shift the timeline 3 hours forward. Gu Qiu stood before the gravestone, and upon gazing at the familiar 3 lotus flowers, he instinctively thought of Qin Zhiyi. He then glanced down at the similar bouquet he held, which, from a certain perspective, could indeed be deemed a shared sentiment. Beside him, Zhao Yulong placed the basket containing offerings next to Grandma Chun. After observing that Xie had finished presenting his flowers, but Gu Qiu remained still. He patted him on the shoulder. "What are you thinking? Hurry and place your flowers." Startled by this unexpected gesture, Gu Qiu took a breath and placed the 3 lotus flowers on the other side of the gravestone, perfectly mirroring Qin Zhiyi's bouquet. Zhao Yulong quickly sensed something amiss and voiced his confusion. "Huh? Why do your flowers resemble this person's so much?" Gu Qiu responded with an indifferent expression. "Just a coincidence." Zhao Yulong scratched his head. "What a coincidence. Why are you both adding a touch of carnation to this?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu slightly lifted his gaze to the inscription, and a kind, smiling visage from his memories surfaced before him. "Because our mother liked them." Gu Qiu's words prompted Zhao Yulong to recall the occasions when he had brought flowers to Aunt Lan, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded slightly. "Then I shall bring carnations next time." As he spoke, he noticed that Grandma Chun had already arranged the offerings, and he quickly picked up the bag containing paper money and gold ingots to move aside. In Yun City, there are many customs related to Qingming, and despite official reiterations of civilized remembrance, many families still uphold the tradition of burning paper money. The cemetery has had no choice but to compromise, and for safety reasons, small pits for burning paper have been constructed beside each grave. Before long, Zhao Yulong handed 3 long incense sticks to Grandma Chun. Once she had paid her respects at the grave, he turned and began to burn the paper money. On Qingming, the 3 incense sticks at the grave ignite, allowing the deceased to return from the underworld, savor the meals prepared by their family, and listen to the heartfelt words of remembrance. After the incense burns out, they depart with the paper money. This is the oldest and most widely known belief in Yun City, and it is one that Grandma Chun holds dear. Thus, after placing the long incense on the gravestone, she hurriedly began reminiscing with her daughter. "Lan Lan, how have you been over there? Have any little ghosts been bothering you?" No. My Lan Lan was a great benevolent person in life. Surely she is receiving special care. How could any little ghost trouble her?" Sighing, she continued, "Oh, you girl, how come you haven't visited me in my dreams? It has been over half a year since I last dreamed of you. I miss you, my poor Lan Lan." The most tragic of human experiences is when the white-haired remain, while the black-haired have departed. Grandma Chen's words carried a deep melancholy, and as she wept, her pain became palpable. The somber atmosphere swiftly enveloped the 4 individuals nearby, yet out of respect, none dared to speak, each bowing in silent reverence on the mats beside her. Gu Qiu occupied the 3rd position. As he knelt, the tears that had been swirling in his eyes finally betrayed him and fell. He silently vowed, "Mother, Qiu has returned." Qiu had a dream, one where he left Yun City, only to return once a year on Qingming, and even then he could not come back due to illness, which burdened me with guilt. Therefore, I have decided to remain in Yun City for this lifetime, and whenever I have free time, I shall come to converse with you, so that you will not feel lonely. As for you, do not worry about the family. Now, Along and I have some capabilities and can take care of ourselves. Grandma Chun and Aunt Sunday." Before long, he collected his thoughts and bowed 3 times. Just as he was about to take Along's place to burn the paper money, the latter began to stir up trouble again. Zhao Yulong was seen holding 2 stacks of already ignited banknotes, turned away from the grave and facing the sky. "Oh heavens, I accidentally burnt 100 billion in banknotes. There's only this left. I can't be bothered to count. It's all zeros anyway, and it's bloody USD, but surely there's a good bit here. I'll burn you 2 stacks. Just take care of my Lan Lan." As he spoke, a banknote was whisked away by the wind. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the caretaker, a middle-aged man who rushed over, panic-stricken, and shouted, "Hey, put the paper money in the pit. Or if it flies away and sets the mountain ablaze, just wait to spend your life in prison." Thereafter, the caretaker provided Zhao Yulong with a lengthy 10-minute safety lecture before departing. At this moment, the long incense on the gravestone had long since burned out. Zhao Yulong was left in tears. "I haven't even bowed yet. Should we light 3 more sticks to summon Aunt Lan back?" Gu Qiu's face was a canvas of exasperation as he raised a hand to his forehead. "You've really had enough." By the time Gu Qiu and his companions returned to Yunqi town, it was already noon. After some discussion, they decided to find a restaurant for a meal. This time, Gu Qiu cleverly contacted Qin Zhiyi first, asking her to secure a table ahead of time, ultimately saving them the hassle of waiting in line. The restaurant was of average quality, yet the dining environment was delightful, with the spacious private room boasting excellent lighting, allowing them to gaze out at the fish frolicking in the small pond outside. Zhao Yulong was called away to move his car, and upon returning, casually remarked, "It started to drizzle outside." At this, Grandma Chun seemed to recall something and turned to look at Qin Zhiyi. After such a long time, Grandma Chin's demeanor had softened considerably, and a warm smile graced her face once more. "Xiao, I'm so sorry this time. I couldn't take you out to have fun. She continued. Next time, I'll check the weather in advance, and I'll bring you over for a proper tour. Qin Zhiyi's clear eyes sparkled as she sweetly smiled. All right then, I'll be counting on you, Grandma. Grandma Qin replied candidly. What is the trouble in that? We'll just set it in stone. After all, both you and Achio have weekends off, so there is plenty of time. Upon hearing this, Guccio, who was teaching Siege how to play a game, looked up in confusion. Why am I being dragged into this all of a sudden? Weekends are meant for catching up on sleep, right? However, he also knew that speaking up now would only lead to another lecture from Grandma. So he simply lowered his head again. Soon after, the waitstaff began serving the dishes. Grandma Chan abruptly shifted the topic and curiously inquired of Qin Zhiyi, Xiao Yi. On such an important day as Qing Ming, one to your family, say anything if you don't return to pay respects? Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's smile instantly froze upon her face. Upon her rebirth, the first resolution she made was to win over Guccio, and the second was to sever all ties with her family, deleting and blocking all means of contact with them. In essence, anyone who dared to be a stumbling block on her path to happiness would find themselves crushed beneath her feet. Without further contemplation, she adjusted her expression and lightly chuckled. They have my brother, and that is sufficient. However, Grandma Chun astutely perceived the subtle shift in Qin Zhiyi's tone, and coupled with her earlier change in demeanor, she quickly formed a conjecture, inwardly scolding herself for having spoken too freely. Yet her initial intention was merely to inform this child about Achio and her own circumstances. While knowing nothing of Qin Zhiyi's family situation, she had intended to inquire further, hoping to foster the development of their relationship. Little did she realize that the discord between Qin Zhiyi and her family was quite significant. Yet this only deepened Grandma Chin's compassion for the girl who had grown up in a family that favored sons over daughters. Thus, she promptly shifted the topic, serving her some dishes. All right, let's enjoy the meal and chat. Come, Xiao Yi, this free-range chicken looks delightful. Do have a taste. Achio, Xiao Zhe. Put down your phones and eat. That afternoon, the four of them hurried back to Yunming District. Guccio had initially planned to return directly to school, but was compelled by his grandmother to stay for dinner, which delayed him until nightfall. The first evening class had already commenced for some time when he rushed into the office. Placing his soaking wet umbrella by the door and retrieving the exam papers he had kept close to his heart. At that moment, the head of the history department walked in. Teacher Gu, have you finished grading the papers? You're the last one whose scores are yet to be uploaded for the first-year students. Guccio nodded slightly and replied, I will input the scores into the computer shortly. Great, please do so as quickly as possible. Thereafter, Guccio utilized the office's desktop computer and expeditiously recorded and uploaded the scores for the 3 exam papers at hand. Just before the last evening's self-study session concluded, he also received the papers for classes 9 and 15. After a brief organization, he meticulously reviewed them and was soon taken aback. The difficulty of this exam had increased compared to the previous one, yet class 9 had shown some improvement. Even more unexpectedly, the scores of class 15 were not far behind those of class 9. Reflecting on his wager with Yen Jingye, he couldn't help but exclaim, it should be a safe bet. Chapter 43. The Rewards of the Monthly Exam. The following day, as the third morning class was nearing its end, Qin Zhiyi descended the stairs with her bag and happened upon Guccio approaching on his electric scooter. As he drew closer, she noticed the 3 boxes of AD calcium milk he was transporting. Her starry eyes blinked with curiosity as she guessed, preparing something for the students? Guccio parked the scooter, set down the kickstand, and replied nonchalantly, both classes performed quite well this time, so I thought I'd offer a little encouragement. With that, he first lifted 2 boxes, stacking them together, and after gathering some strength began to carry them toward the staircase. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi placed her bag on the seat of the scooter and moved to grasp the last box, following in his footsteps. With this, you should be able to win your bet, right? Not necessarily. We still need to wait for the final scores to be tallied. I believe in you. You should be believing in the students of class 15. I believe in all of you. You all have worked hard. As they chatted back and forth, they soon moved the AD calcium milk into the office. At that moment, only Chun Qian was present. Noticing their activity, he adjusted his glasses and smiled. Achio, are we celebrating early? Of course, we should celebrate the students' progress. Guccio responded casually, using a slightly damaged pen to cut the tape on the box. Retrieving 2 boards of AD calcium milk and placing one on each of the 6 desks. When it came to Qin Zhiyi, he raised an eyebrow, contemplated briefly, and ultimately handed her an entire board. Qin Zhiyi, observing this gesture, felt a smile bloom on her cheeks. Meanwhile, Chun Qian, not one to be polite, inserted a straw into a bottle and took a small sip. I haven't had this in nearly a decade. Thanks to Achio. It feels like a trip down memory lane. In response, Guccio simply placed the remaining 2 bottles on his desk. Brother Chun, don't be so formal with me. If you need more, just take it. I need to go park. When he first started working, Qin Zhiyi had been quite helpful to him, and he was one of the few teachers at the school with whom he could converse freely. After leaving that remark, Gu Qiu turned and exited the room. Before long, Gu Qiu returned to his electric scooter and noticed Qin Zhiyi's bag. He picked it up and turned to see if she was following, only to find her sipping from a board of AD calcium milk, her clear eyes sparkling with joy, her face radiating happiness, making her appear quite endearing. Gu Qiu was captivated by her expression, staring blankly until she approached him, prompting him to snap back to reality. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he quickly handed her the bag. Qin Zhiyi accepted it and slung it over her shoulder. Then, recalling something, she reminded him, "You don't need to go to the cafeteria for lunch. I'm going to Grandma's now. I'll bring you back some food later." Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu, who was about to turn the key in the scooter, slowed his movements. Puzzled, "What are you going to Grandma's for? She asked me to come over. Perhaps she likes me." As she spoke, a hint of pride glimmered in her eyes. Her reasoning was impeccable, leaving Gu Qiu with no choice but to shake his head helplessly, muttering, "I got it," before driving away. Qin Zhiyi watched his retreating figure, glancing at the AD calcium milk in her hand, and chuckled softly, "So sweet." Half an hour later, in class 15, as the class bell rang, Gu Qiu entered the classroom holding a stack of exam papers and his camera, although they were still in the score-tallying phase. Many students had already stealthily checked their scores in the office and discovered that the class's history scores had improved significantly. However, they were still unclear about their ranking, leading to a flurry of inquiries. "Teacher Gu, can we win? The 13th class was ranked 7th last time. We compared our scores, and theirs definitely isn't higher than ours. Can't the grading system release the scores one subject at a time? Why is the English exam taking so long to grade? Teacher, do you have any results yet?" Gu Qiu raised his hand to interrupt the chatter. "Stop asking. I don't have the results either, but the English scores are being inputted into the computer, so we should know by the end of the day." As he spoke, he adjusted his camera, pointing the lens toward the door. Then he removed part of the exam papers from a stack. "Su Jinlin, please distribute these papers." The history class representative, sitting in the third row, quickly walked up to the podium and began distributing the papers. Gu Qiu then turned and exited the classroom. Soon, students who received their papers began checking their answers while verifying their scores to ensure the teacher had not made any errors. Those without papers engaged in hushed discussions. "What's going on? Are those who didn't get their papers going to face teacher Gu's wrath? Impossible. Su Jinlin didn't get her paper either. The stack on the podium must be high scores. Teacher Gu is going to praise them. Am I truly to be commended for a mere score of 67? Oh, you might have lost your mind." As the crowd conversed, their chatter was abruptly interrupted by the sight of Gu Qiu outside, carrying 2 boxes of AD calcium milk, prompting an immediate chorus of exclamations. "Wow. The students, who had initially regarded the situation with curiosity, were now infused with excitement and enthusiasm. Gu Qiu set the calcium milk on the table, exhaled a sigh of relief, and after surveying the room, announced, "This exam was actually a bit more challenging than the last, yet you all performed admirably. Hence, I have prepared a small reward for you. In our class, 5 students achieved scores exceeding 90, and each shall receive 4 bottles." As he spoke, he opened a cardboard box and retrieved 5 trays of milk. Sufhiming 94. He handed the test paper and a tray of AD calcium milk to the girl who had approached him. Chinsimin 91. After distributing 5 trays, an air of envy swept through the classroom. Next, Gu Qiu divided the remaining milk and continued, "For those who scored above 85, we have 9 in total. Each will receive 2 bottles. Gaiki fa, dam wi dam." After distributing to these 9 students, only 2 test papers remained on the table. I initially hesitated to reward the next 2, as their scores were lower than many who did not receive milk, fearing it might cause discontent. However, after much contemplation, I decided to proceed, for their progress in this examination was remarkable. The awards for best improvement go to 2 individuals. Lu Qisong, who scored 45 last time, has now achieved 67, a remarkable improvement of 22 points. Su Xiaoan, who scored 57 previously, has now reached 79, also a 22-point increase. "Come, each of you shall receive 2 bottles." The boy who approached from the back wore a grin that stretched from ear to ear, radiating happiness. In contrast, Su Xiaoan in the front row maintained a calm demeanor, simply accepting her reward with a faint smile. Gu Qiu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, yet he refrained from further comment, turning instead to address the entire class. "There are still 6 bottles remaining. Shortly, we will call on individuals to answer questions, and those who respond correctly will receive a bottle, prioritizing those who have yet to receive any. For those who did not receive milk this time, do not despair. Keep striving, for at the conclusion of our next monthly exam, there will be further rewards. Moreover, as you're aware, I am creating short videos. When they gain popularity and funding, I shall procure even better prizes for everyone. Upon hearing this, the students responded enthusiastically. Hooray for old Gu. All right, without further ado, let us pose a few questions and then review the papers. A while later, having had an early breakfast and having busied himself with the students' rewards, Gu Qiu felt quite famished but refrained from visiting the cafeteria due to an arrangement with Qin Zhiyi. To his dismay, after waiting over 20 minutes in the office, where some students had already returned from their meals, he still had not caught a glimpse of her and received no reply to his messages. Finally, after staring at his phone screen for 3 minutes, Gu Qiu could no longer suppress his frustration. She is even less reliable than Alung. With that, he decided to abandon his wait and venture to the cafeteria for some leftovers to satiate his hunger. However, as he descended the stairs, he suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound emanating from the corridor leading to the back playground. Driven by curiosity, he walked over slowly. Turning the corner, he immediately recognized a familiar figure curled up on the steps. Xiaoan? Chapter 44. If you can take responsibility for your choices, then please stand firm in that decision. As Gu Qiu gazed at Su Xiaoan, whose face was streaked with tears, he instinctively rummaged through his pockets, only to realize he had no tissues. Simultaneously, Su Xiaoan noticed his presence and immediately stifled her sobs, though she could not suppress her quiet whimpers. Gu Qiu approached her, crouching down. Did you bring any tissues? Wipe your tears first. Hearing this, Su Xiaoan retrieved a pack of tissues from her coat pocket and dabbed at the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. Gu Qiu stood by patiently until she calmed down slightly, then inquired what happened. Is it because you did poorly in other subjects? When she remained silent, Gu Qiu continued to speculate. Did you have a conflict with a classmate? Is the academic pressure too much for you? Could be a romantic issue? Upon hearing the last suggestion, Su Xiaoan's body trembled, and the tears that had been held back threatened to spill over once more. Gu Qiu, noticing her subtle change, found it hard to believe that she was facing difficulties in matters of the heart. In his eyes, she had always been an introverted, composed, and quiet girl. With little interaction with boys, he never imagined she might secretly be in a relationship. After a moment of contemplation, he pressed on, is it a matter of incompatibility, or did your homeroom teacher catch you? Just then, a figure appeared in the corridor. Qin Zhiyi, who had seen Gu Qiu descending from a distance and initially intended to play a prank on him, followed him curiously when he turned and walked away, only to stumble upon this scene. She refrained from approaching, leaning against the wall and waiting for further developments. Su Xiaoan, who ging Hadkunis, remained silent for an indeterminate time until she finally met Gu Qiu's gaze and slowly began to speak. Gu Qiu listened attentively as she recounted her story, which revealed that she had been in an online relationship with a boy of her age since the second year of junior high. Their relationship had developed well, and they had kept it well hidden. Unfortunately, her mother discovered a gift from the boy while cleaning at home yesterday, forcing her to break up and informing Yan Jingye, who subsequently reprimanded her during recess for delaying her studies due to early romance. Upon hearing this, Gu Qiu frowned in contemplation. He found it difficult to judge whether Su Xiaoan's relationship was appropriate. However, he had overheard a group of teachers in the office that morning discussing her perfect scores in mathematics and English, with commendable marks in other subjects as well. And the principal had even considered transferring her to a key class. Thus, it seemed unlikely that her studies had been adversely affected. Meanwhile, as Su Xiaoan disclosed the events, the pent-up emotions she had suppressed erupted uncontrollably, and she began to weep once more. Witnessing this, Gu Qiu felt utterly at a loss. Suddenly, Qin Zhiyi emerged from behind. She handed Gu Qiu her bag containing a lunchbox and then knelt beside Su Xiaoan, gently patting her back in a comforting manner. Mr. Gu, leave it to me. At her words, Gu Qiu stepped back, retreating to the wall. Observing her confident demeanor, he was reminded of the Qin Zhiyi from his previous life. However, the next moment, she playfully winked at him. Are you sure you want to hear her story? Hearing this, Gu Qiu pressed his lips together, realizing he could not linger any longer. He left her with a parting remark before turning to depart. If you need anything, just call for me. All right. Qin Zhiyi responded with a gentle smile. Watching him walk away before like Su Xiaoan, she sat down on the steps, hugging her knees. After blinking a couple of times, she softly asked, do you like him a lot? Su Xiaoan, still in tears, nodded without hesitation upon hearing this question. Qin Zhiyi also nodded slightly in response. She lifted her clear eyes, gazing into the distance for a few moments before speaking softly. Let me share my story with you. In my junior year, I found myself engulfed in personal turmoil, my emotions plummeting and my life spiraling into disarray. It was a time when I felt utterly despondent. However, one fateful day, I encountered a boy through gaming, who was 2 years my junior. Upon learning of my plight, he consistently offered me guidance and comfort. Gradually, under his influence and companionship, I began to heal and developed a burgeoning interest in this boy who had become my savior. Eventually, I realized that what I felt for him was indeed affection. Unfortunately, my mother inadvertently discovered this development and sought to learn about the boy's background. Upon finding out that he was an orphan, without power or influence, my family vehemently opposed our relationship, insisting that I end it. Yet, I was resolute in my desires and refused to yield, steadfastly adhering to my choice. Listening to her, Su Shaoan's tears ceased to flow silently. Qin Zhiyi glanced at her with a gentle smile and remarked, "Are you surprised that I did not advise you against early romance? I understand that feelings cannot be controlled. Rather than suppressing them, it is more prudent to guide them towards a positive direction." While this conversation unfolded, on the staircase stood Gu Qiu, occasionally glancing back and then focusing intently on the lunchbox nestled within his canvas bag. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled by a hand that landed on his shoulder, causing him to jump. Su Yutian had not anticipated such a reaction and quickly offered her apologies. "I'm sorry, Lao Gu, did I scare you?" Gu Qiu exhaled, casting her a disgruntled look. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunqing, holding a bag of chips, leaned in closer and observed the canvas bag in Gu Qiu's possession with curiosity. "Hey, if I'm not mistaken, ISNT that Qin Lasher's bag? Lao Gu, are you waiting for her? Don't tell me you're going on a date?" Gu Qiu, already irritable from having skipped a meal, retorted curtly, "What date?" Sensing his foul mood, Jiang Yunqing wisely chose to remain silent. However, Su Yutan, having heard Qin Zhiyi's voice from further back, grew curious and approached. Following her lead, Gu Qiu and Jiang Yunqing trailed behind. Before long, Su Yutian spotted Qin Zhiyi comforting a girl. She eagerly sat beside Su Shaoan, quickly joining in the discussion. She occasionally patted Su Shaoan's back, offering words of comfort or lightheartedly teasing Yan Jingye, while snatching a few chips from Jiang Yunqing to feed Su Shaoan. After nearly a quarter of an hour had passed, Su Shaoan's spirits had notably improved, and Qin Zhiyi concluded her persuasive efforts. "If you can take responsibility for your choices, then please remain steadfast in them. Love is not a solitary affair. You must communicate these matters with him and devise a plan together. I hope you can persevere. For a relationship that blossoms during student years and endures to fruition is truly romantic." Chapter 45. Is that person Teacher Gu? If you can take responsibility for your choices, then please remain steadfast in them. Su Shaoan murmured Qin Zhiyi's words twice, as if a knot within her heart had been untied, a smile blossoming on her cheeks as she nodded vigorously. "I will absolutely not give up." She and Song Song had promised to attend the same university, to raise a puppy and a kitten together, and to travel hand in hand, envisioning a future filled with joy, ready to face the challenges and tribulations that lay ahead. With that, Su Shaoan raised her gaze to Qin Zhiyi and bowed appreciatively. "Thank you, Teacher Qin." She then expressed her gratitude to Gu Qiu and the others nearby. "Oh, I suddenly remember who you are. You're that prodigy from class 15, right?" I'm Su Yutian from class 9. That stern old man from your class is always unreasonable and loves to pin baseless labels on people. Just look at how Lao Gu has escaped his clutches. If it gets too unbearable, you can always transfer to our class. I'll look out for you." Su Zutian, Naidali Aogum, took Su Shaoan's hand as they strolled back along the corridor, chattering away. Gu Qiu followed quietly behind, stealing glances at Qin Zhiyi, curious about what she had said to Su Shaoan to restore her confidence so swiftly. He found himself silently echoing her earlier words, pondering, "So, coming to Yun City to find me is your choice for this lifetime?" Qin Zhiyi, not privy to his thoughts, casually inquired as they reached the staircase, "Shaoan, have you eaten yet?" At this, Su Shaoan's head drooped in silence. After a moment's hesitation, she truthfully shook her head. Observing her, Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled with determination as she suggested, "At this hour, the cafeteria likely has little left. Allow me to take you out for a meal." Su Shaoan shook her head once more, softly replying, "Teacher Qin, I've already troubled you enough, and I still have duty today, so I want to go? I'm not very hungry. Missing one meal isn't a problem." But just then, Su Yutian interjected, "What nonsense! A person is iron, and food is steel. How can you skip a meal?" She thrust half a bag of chips into Su Shaoan's hands. "Here, have some. That fat guy has instant noodles and bread. I'll go grab them for you in a bit." Hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you're giving away my stuff as a favor and acting like it's perfectly reasonable? Fat guy, I'm just worried that if you take it over, people will misunderstand. Especially since Su Shaoan wouldn't even look at you with that face of yours. What's wrong with my looks? I haven't eaten your rice. And you're healthy and balanced in your diet, yet you're still not growing taller. You're asking for it, aren't you?" As their banter escalated, Gu Qiu shook his head in exasperation and retrieved a dark green lunchbox from his canvas bag, offering it to Su Shaoan. "Shaoan, you should eat this one. To preempt her refusal, he added, "But it's not free. I'll deduct points from your history credits later." Su Xiaoan hesitated and countered, "What about you, Teacher Gu?" Gu Qiu shrugged. "I have no classes this afternoon. I can eat whatever I want when I get home." However, the moment his words left his mouth, the two bickering adversaries turned in unison to look at him. "Lao Gu, are you leaving? Weren't you supposed to go over the exam papers with us at noon?" Gu Qiu shot them a disgruntled glance, considering fine, "Then Jiang Yunqing can bring me your bread and instant noodles later." Su Yutian's eyes brightened. "That works." Jiang Yunqing sighed in resignation. "Lao Gu, you can't exploit students like this. That's their afternoon snack." "Exactly." After a moment of silence, Qin Zhiyi chuckled lightly and, after considering the situation, took the lunchbox from Gu Qiu and handed it to Su Xiaoan, instructing Xiaoan, "Eat this. Yunqing, you go grab some snacks for Teacher Gu to fill his stomach, and I'll head out to buy another meal, along with some treats for you. How about some hand-grabbed pancakes?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing's eyes sparkled with delight. "That sounds amazing. Long live Teacher Qin." Thus, everyone unanimously agreed with Qin Zhiyi's arrangements. Su Yutian initially intended to pull Su Xiaoan along with her, yet upon noticing her rooted in place, seemingly eager to converse with Qin Zhiyi, she wisely joined Jiang Yunqing in escorting Gu Qiuxiang up the staircase. "Old Gu, did you distribute the AD calcium milk to class 15? Don't forget about us." "Indeed, we mustn't play favorites." As the trio's figures gradually faded from sight, Qin Zhiyi observed Su Xiaoan holding a lunchbox in front of her and approached with a warm smile, gently tidying the somewhat disheveled strands of her hair. "All right, don't overthink things. If you don't eat soon, this meal will turn cold. If you're worried about causing too much of a stir in the classroom, you can eat at my desk in the office. With Teacher Gu and Su Yutian around, no one will criticize you." Her tender words of concern enveloped Su Xiaoan in a comforting warmth. The latter nodded obediently, watching as Qin Zhiyi turned to leave. Suddenly, curiosity compelled her to voice a question. "Teacher Qin, is that person you mentioned Teacher Gu?" Qin Zhiyi paused, glanced back with a smile, and raised a finger to her lips in a shushing gesture. "Keep it a secret from me, okay? I will." As evening descended, the burden of the last 2 evening study sessions was lifted from Gu Qiuxiang's shoulders thanks to Qin Zhiyi's assistance. After the conclusion of classes, he returned home, took a brief shower, and began editing the video intended as a reward for his students. At that moment, he uploaded the edited video to the dream-seeking short video platform. Taking a sip of the ice-cold cola from the coffee table, he reclined back onto the sofa. For reasons unknown, he felt a strong premonition that this video would become a sensation. Thus, Gu Qiuxiang incessantly refreshed his latest video, eagerly anticipating the shift in statistics. Finally, after nearly 10 refreshes, the solitary heart he had clicked transformed into 2, accompanied by a new comment. Previously, it would take nearly 10 minutes for any changes to manifest. Yet this time, less than 2 minutes after posting, someone had already liked and commented, seemingly affirming his intuition. With excitement and anticipation, Gu Qiuxiang took a couple of deep breaths to steady himself before delving into the comment section. The very next moment, he encountered the sole comment. First comment, "History is not as fragrant as me. Hee AD calcium milk delicious, love it." Gu Qiuxiang was taken aback that this comment did not discuss the classroom atmosphere or critique his decision to reward his students, but rather fixated on the AD calcium milk. The content of the comment immediately conjured an image of someone joyfully sipping AD calcium milk while grinning foolishly, leading him to unaccountably recall Qin Zhiyi's adorable expression as she drank AD calcium milk that day. He quickly shook his head to disperse the thought, only to notice the commenter's username. "History is not as fragrant as me," he murmured, glancing down to see his own account name. "Xiaogu loves history," and his eyes widened in surprise. What on earth? Why does this feel a bit like a couple's ID? Instantly, he clicked on the person's profile, only to find that they had left no information behind, not even a gender indicator. Gu Qiuxiang sat in a daze on the sofa. In a moment of introspection, he pondered how celebrities and internet influencers often have a dedicated fan base, known as wife fans, yet he currently had a mere 1,000 or so followers, which logically should keep him below their radar. However, recalling a recent news story about a male college student being stalked and subsequently drugged by a woman, coupled with his own decent appearance, made the notion of being targeted by a female admirer seem plausible. After imagining a dramatic scenario where he was pursued and cornered by a crazed female fan in a narrow alley, Gu Qiuxiang shivered and couldn't help but exclaim, "Being an internet celebrity isn't easy these days." With that, he raised an eyebrow, contemplated for a moment, and promptly deleted the comment. Tossing his phone aside, he stood up to pull the window shut, preparing for sleep. Meanwhile, the female admirer he envisioned was humming a tune as she strolled down the quiet campus path. Qin Zhiyi had not anticipated that her casual click on dream-seeking would coincide with Gu Qiuxiang's video update, and with glee, she claimed the first comment. Currently, the short video platform lacked an IP feature, meaning Gu Qiuxiang could not trace any information about her and remained oblivious to his reaction upon seeing her username. However, she had no intention of revealing her identity just yet. She planned to continue commenting on his videos, hoping to secure several more first comments. Once she amassed a sufficient number, she would find a serendipitous moment to reveal herself, ensuring a mix of surprise, delight, and romance. With this thought, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. She then clicked back into Dream, seeking to check Gu Qiuxiang's video, hoping to see if anyone had liked her comment. If only she could snag the most liked comment as well. However, upon reopening the comment section, she found her comment had vanished, and the first comment label had shifted to another remark. Momentarily, Qin Zhiyi felt a bit disoriented. Assuming it was a system glitch, she refreshed and even restarted the app. But the outcome remained unchanged. She opened her comment details, only to see the notification. Your comment has been deleted by the video author, Xiaogu Loves History. Please edit again. Note, comments must comply with Dream-Seeking app comment publishing standards. Qin Zhiyi immediately pouted, stomping her foot in frustration. That insufferable man. The following afternoon, as the school bell rang, Gu Qiuxiang exited class 15. Descending the staircase, he fortuitously encountered a group of students from class 9 who had just finished their physical education class. Hello, Teacher Gu. In response to the greetings from a throng of students, Gu Qiu continuously nodded in acknowledgement. Among the crowd, Su Yutian, sharing spicy strips with a friend, turned her gaze and followed closely behind Gu Qiu. Old Gu, has that fellow yet apologized to you yet? Noticing Su Yotian's subtle movements, Jiang Yunqing, who remained downstairs, decided against climbing further, opting instead to chew on his crispy noodles while keeping pace with the two. Gu Qiu shook his head and casually broke off a small piece of dough from where Jiang Yunqing had not bitten, popping it into his mouth. He had encountered Yan Jingye 2 or 3 times that morning, and each time, the latter had promptly changed direction, clearly avoiding him on purpose. Observing this, Su Yutian crossed her arms and huffed. I suspected he wouldn't keep his word. I heard from a senior that he once set goals and rewards for students. But when they met the targets, he delayed the rewards for 2 years, looking completely unwilling to fulfill his promise. She continued, honestly, in terms of character and teaching ethics, Old Gu, you outshine him by a mile. I simply don't understand how he has the audacity to bet against you. Hearing her candid remarks, Gu Qiu couldn't help but smile. Soon after, Jiang Yunqing pressed further, Old Gu, what do you plan to do about it? You can't just let it slide, can you? Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Yan Jingye approached from the corridor ahead, with no side path to divert to and unable to turn back. He steeled himself and walked forward nonchalantly. Gu Qiu initially thought that after this lesson, Yan would cease to question him or oppose him. So there was no need to insist on an apology. After all, it was his reputation at stake. However, since the students had brought up the issue, failing to confront Yan might lead to misunderstandings about his resolve. Gathering his thoughts, Gu Qiu suddenly spoke as he was about to brush past Yan. Teacher Yan, have you forgotten something? The wager had stipulated that if the history scores of class 15 ranked within the top 5 of the grade, Yan Jingye would no longer interfere with Gu Qiu's teaching and must apologize for his previous remarks. With the results now in, Gu Qiu was well within his rights to seek an explanation from Yan, who viewed the wager merely as a test of this young teacher. After Gu Qiu's victory, Yan chose to retreat, avoiding confrontation. However, Gu Qiu disregarded him entirely, confronting him directly in front of 2 students. Realizing this, Yan's expression darkened as he replied tersely, Teacher Gu, don't you understand how our class has made such significant progress? Others may be unaware, but as the subject teacher, you should know better. If it weren't for the students dedicating substantial time to review and practice, how could they achieve such results? I've always maintained that fixating on textbook knowledge alone is futile. Improvement comes through relentless practice and examinations. I trust you have realized this by now, but don't blame me for the reminder. With so many subjects to study, they can't afford to squander their time and energy solely on your history class. This time, many students neglected their English studies in favor of history, leading to a noticeable drop in their grades. In such a situation, 1T recur. Gu Qiu had initially hoped that Yan would show some humility, and even a slightly poor attitude would suffice. However, upon hearing Yan's outrageous statements, his lips twitched, and he couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. So by your logic, should I thank you for not encroaching on the students' extracurricular time, allowing them to study history? Detecting the sarcasm in Gu Qiu's voice, Yan shot him a sidelong glance and continued, There is no need for gratitude, but please remember, Teacher Gu, not to become complacent due to momentary success. If the scores drop in the next monthly exam, I will still petition the school to replace you with a more suitable history teacher for our class." At this, Guccio, disinclined to engage in further pleasantries, retorted plainly, "As long as you refrain from imposing your rigid and obstinate teaching philosophy upon me, I can assure you of the student's performance." Yin despised being labeled as inflexible, especially when it was stated openly by Guccio. His teeth clenched in irritation. "Umph. I shall wait and see." With that, the two parted ways, each walking in opposite directions. Yet, they had barely taken 2 steps when Su Yutian, who had been walking alongside Guccio, began to mock him. "TSK, TSK, TSK. When the students perform poorly, it's old Gu's fault, but when they do well, it has nothing to do with him." What absurd reasoning. Jiang Yunxing, finishing the last bite of his crispy noodle, chimed in. "Alas, some people simply can't let go of their dignity, unaware that they've long lost face. If you're afraid of losing face, don't gamble. If you gamble and can't follow through, isn't that just foolish?" He continued, "Somehow, the loser can still embellish their reputation. That's clearly a sign of thick skin." This pair of adversaries had honed their banter to perfection, often engaging in witty repartee, and they didn't forget to elevate their voices, deliberately ensuring their words reached Yan Jingye's ears. While Yin felt resentment during their exchanges, at that moment, his body radiated anger. However, since the two students refrained from naming him directly, he had no recourse but to clench his fists and hasten his pace away. Guccio glanced back slightly, noticing that Yin had vanished, and interrupted the still chattering duo. "All right, you've scared him off." Su Yutian crossed her arms and huffed. "He deserves it. If it weren't for his position as a teacher, I would have lashed out at him for his nonsensical arguments." Finally witnessing the truth, she declared, "The head teacher of Class 15 is indeed as peculiar as the rumors suggest." Jiang Yunxing added with a smirk. Guccio shook his head with a faint smile. This rivalry had undoubtedly solidified, yet drawing upon nearly a decade of teaching experience from his previous life, he felt confident in handling any future troubles Yin might conjure, or even retaliating if necessary. Shifting his focus away from the unpleasant encounter, he turned to chat casually with the two. "Did you have physical education class last period?" "Yes. The sports meet is next week, and we both signed up." "Oh, you're participating too? With your physique, you're only good for throwing the shot put." "Huh. I'm a formidable contender. Unlike you, little shorty, who gasped for breath just climbing stairs. Let us see how you embarrass yourself in those 3 running events." "Fatty. Shorty. All right. You two take your quarrel back to class. It's quite a racket." As a new week progressed, Wednesday arrived, heralding the commencement of Yunmeng High School's annual spring sports meeting. The event included student track and field competitions, faculty-friendly matches, the Happy Football Cup, the youth song bonfire party, and amusing contests between teachers and students, boasting a scale rivaling many university sports meets. Spanning 4 days, the school encouraged maximum participation from faculty and students alike, allowing even the heavily burdened seniors to indulge in 3 days of revelry. The emphasis was on relaxation, physical fitness, and well-being. By the time morning had passed its midpoint, the opening ceremony had just concluded, and various events began to unfold in an orderly fashion according to the schedule. Students participating in the men's 50-meter preliminary round from the first-year class, please report to the registration area. A melodious female voice echoed throughout the campus, but Qin Zhiyi, surrounded by a group of students from Class 9, happened to pass beneath the loudspeaker. The sound jolted her, causing her to grimace and cover her ears, as she cast a resigned glance at Su Yutian, who was linking arms with her. Not only did Su lack an aesthetic sense, but she was severely deficient in athleticism as well. Initially, Qin had intended to indulge in some leisurely moments in the office during the sports event, occasionally peeking out to watch the competitions. To her surprise, right after finishing an episode of a drama, she was coaxed and forcibly dragged to the playground by the students. Soon, they arrived at the viewing and resting area for Class 9. Noticing a small patch of shade beneath a tree, Qin Zhiyi sat down without hesitation. "I didn't apply sunscreen, so I'll just sit here." "Ah, is that the reason you were reluctant to come down? You should have said so earlier." "I brought some." Su Yutian, clad in a red athlete's vest, replied with a playful pout. She then quickly made her way to her seat, rummaging through her desk before retrieving a tube of sunscreen and handing it to Qin Zhiyi. She also called out to Jiang Yunxing, who was engrossed in a game among the boys in the back row. "Hey, could you bring over some snacks and drinks?" Jiang Yunxing initially intended to retort, but, upon noticing Qin Zhiyi's presence, complied instead. Simultaneously, many girls in the class began distributing their purchased snacks to Qin Zhiyi. Watching the plethora of treats flood in from all directions, Qin Zhiyi hurriedly attempted to halt the onslaught, though her efforts proved futile. Within moments, her desk was piled high like a small mountain. "These were all bought with your class funds. Isn't this a bit excessive?" Su Dutian Linit Gelo, lowering her voice with a teasing smile. No waities. After all, your husband spent quite a bit on prizes for us. You might as well consider this his treat. At this, Qin Zhiyi playfully tapped Su's head. So now you're starting to tease me, are you? Despite her words, a cheerful smile graced her cheeks. Part of her joy stemmed from finally hearing the phrase Guqiu and husband mentioned together. Moreover, since starting her job, this harmonious and delightful atmosphere within the group had provided her, who had always been solitary in her past life, a distinctly different life experience, making her even more grateful for her initial choice. Shaking her head lightly, Qin Zhiyi chose not to dwell on it further. She picked up the sunscreen and began applying it, while glancing around to see the playground was sparsely populated, with their section particularly empty. There is hardly anything to see. Su Yutian, tidying up the snacks, casually replied, "It's only just begun. Besides, the morning is mainly about the opening ceremony, and there aren't many events." "Then why did you drag me down here?" "Isn't it in accordance with the principal as guidance? Seeing a good friend sitting still for too long. One should encourage her to get up and move for the sake of health and holistic development." "Oh dear, Ijia, don't be silent. How about I join you for a game? Honor of Kings, do you play? I'm quite skilled in the mid lane." "Haha, I'm also a mid lane player." As the two exchanged banter, they suddenly spotted a familiar figure approaching. Su Yutian was the first to raise her hand in greeting. Xiaoan, Su Xiaoan, clad in a thin black t-shirt and holding 2 cups of milk tea, strolled over and politely acknowledged them. "Teacher Qin, Yutian." Su Yutian promptly moved the desk aside to prevent Su Xiaoan from having to navigate around it. Once she settled in, the desk returned to its original position, and Su made space for her to sit. "What brings you here?" Su Xiaoan explained her presence through action, pushing one of the milk teacups toward Qin Zhiyi. "Teacher Qin, thank you for your guidance the other day." Qin Zhiyi lightly swept a stray lock of hair from her forehead and replied with a gentle smile. "I appreciate your milk tea in return. However, you are a student, and I am a teacher. Assisting students with their difficulties is simply my duty. Please don't feel obligated to treat me this afternoon. Save your money for yourself, as it would burden me to accept gifts from students. And it could also cause trouble with the school." Su Xiaoan listened patiently and nodded obediently. She then scanned the area around them. Su Yutian had assumed the other cup of milk tea was meant for her, but upon noticing Su Xiaoan's demeanor, she pursed her lips and speculated. "Looking for old Gu? You probably won TC him today. He has a basketball match tomorrow morning and was called for training." At this, Su Xiaoan's gaze fell slightly. Previously, when Guqiu had given her a test paper, he casually mentioned treating her to milk tea one day, which had lingered in her mind. However, the past 2 weeks had offered no opportunity, and now, the timing was equally unfortunate. She sighed silently and turned to Su Yutian. Since that's the case, Yutian, if you don't mind." "Not at all." Su Yutian boldly accepted the milk tea. Her personality was always straightforward, and she wouldn't sulk or refuse just because the drink was initially intended for someone else. After inserting a straw, she promptly offered it to Su Xiaoan. "Here, take the first sip." Seeing this, Su Xiaoan's face flushed slightly, but she still took a small sip. Su Yutian followed suit, and just as she was about to give a thumbs up in praise, the loudspeaker interrupted with an announcement. "All first-year students participating in the women's 200-meter preliminary race, please report to the registration area." Immediately, she set the milk tea down. "I'm off to register." Qin Zhiyi had learned which events Su was participating in during the trip there and nodded slightly, reminding her, "Placement isn't important. Just be sure to prioritize your safety." "Okay." Su Yutian signaled in response, and, just before leaving, turned back to Su Xiaoan. "Xiaoan, just stay here and keep Jie company. Feel free to indulge in the snacks on the table. I'll be back shortly." Su Xiaoan nodded, then offered her encouragement. "Good luck. I'll channel your spirit towards the finish line." Su Yutian, somewhat dramatically, responded with a fist pump before dashing away. After a moment, Qin Zhiyi opened her own cup of milk tea, casually tearing open a bag of sunflower seeds and pouring them onto the table between her and Su Xiaoan. She then inquired, "Have things been resolved?" Su Xiaoan understood she was referring to her romantic situation and took a deep breath before softly replying, after discussing it with him. "We've decided to temporarily take a break. In 2 years, when we're in college, no one will be able to keep us apart. Well, at present, that seems to be the only course of action." Qin Zhiyi nodded while munching on sunflower seeds. Su Xiaoan glanced at her, and after a moment's pause, curiously asked, "Teacher Qin, do your family members accept your relationship with Teacher Gu now?" Qin Zhiyi paused in her actions and then shook her head. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaoan quickly pressed, "What will you do?" This time, Qin Zhiyi responded with a calm smile, shrugging her shoulders. "I mentioned before that once a choice is made, one must walk that path with conviction. No one can change it." Su Xiaoan nodded, taking her stance to heart. However, Qin Zhiyi worried she might emulate her, fearing she would repeat her past mistakes, and reminded her, there are two more points you must remember. First, it is crucial to develop your own strength. Do not display an attitude of sacrificing everything for love without sufficient capability, as that may lead to ridicule. Secondly, your other side is the companion who stands by you when you confront the adversities and hardships of life. Never forsake this ally in pursuit of a fleeting victory, for without them, triumph will forever elude you. These two statements may be somewhat perplexing for Su Shaoan at present, yet she diligently committed them to memory. Ironically, this very action would later transform the latter statement into a clever stratagem that salvaged her romance. Qin Zhiyi, having decided not to delve further into this subject, intended to inquire about her participation in the competition. However, she inadvertently caught sight of the heart rate monitor adorning Su Shaoan's wrist, seemingly pondering something. But before she could pursue her inquiry, a figure in the distance collapsed heavily onto the track. Suddenly, Jiang Yunqing, who was seated at a desk ahead, let out an exclamation. Little Shorty. Chapter 49, Little Shorty. Due to the opening ceremony, the remaining time on the first day was scarce, and naturally, the events were limited. The track events scheduled were primarily short-distance sprints, which should have proceeded seamlessly, yet an unforeseen incident occurred. During the girls' 200-meter preliminaries for the first-year group, as the starting gun fired, all competitors surged forth like arrows released from a bow. Among them, a girl in the third lane, though not tall, exhibited impressive speed, perfectly balancing explosiveness and endurance. However, just as she vied for the lead against another competitor, her foot faltered, and she tumbled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. In the resting area of Class 9, Jiang Yunqing, engaged in a game, leaned in when he heard classmates mention the commencement of the race and moved closer to observe. Earlier that morning, he had exchanged playful banter with Su Yutian over the number on her sports vest, 0911. And being the most familiar with her height in the entire class, he instantly recognized the fallen girl as Su Yutian. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in concern, and he exclaimed, Little Shorty. No sooner had he spoken than he nimbly ducked under the safety barrier and dashed towards the competition area. A moment later, several class leaders, slightly slower to react, quickly followed suit. Meanwhile, a tall boy in a competitor's vest, having been closest to the incident, reached the scene first. Su Yutian. Su Yutian had taken quite a hard fall, lying dazed on the ground for a moment before managing to sit up. Almost immediately, she felt a sharp pain radiating from her ankle, prompting her to grit her teeth in discomfort. After taking a couple of breaths to steady herself, she turned her head and soon spotted a pebble about the size of a half-egg in the area where she had just run. Simultaneously, two teachers and several nearby volunteers quickly gathered around. A slightly older male teacher was the first to speak. Student, are you all right? I accidentally stepped on a stone and twisted my ankle. Su Yutian replied softly, her gaze lowered. Upon hearing this, the male teacher noticed the pebble as well. Where did this stone come from? Who checked this track? Suddenly, the first boy to arrive spoke again. Su, your arm is injured as well. Why don't you go to the infirmary for a bandage? At this, Su Yutian noticed the boy with curly hair, somewhat handsome, who she recognized as Yuan Hao, the captain of the sports specialty class, who had previously attempted to gift her something, only to be turned down. Upon his reminder, she realized her right arm was also scraped and quite painful upon inspection. The male teacher nodded in agreement. The doctor on duty for the sports event won't arrive until this afternoon. Let's head to the infirmary. With that, Su Yutian slowly rose with the support of several classmates. Take it easy. You can't make it there alone. Just a moment, I'll call over a couple of female volunteers, said a male volunteer, preparing to move. However, in the next instant, Yuan Hao unexpectedly positioned himself in front of Su Yutian, bending down to indicate for her to climb onto his back. That would take too much time. I'll take her over directly. This scene was witnessed in its entirety by the hastily arriving Jiang Yunqing. The chubby boy was panting heavily, sweat streaming down his cheeks, yet he made no move to wipe it away, merely staring blankly between Su Yutian and Yuan Hao. Once he caught his breath, he inexplicably glanced down at his protruding belly, his expression revealing a hint of complexity, as if deep in thought. Su Yutian was known for her keen awareness of news. In school, particularly among her peers in the same grade, she was privy to many happenings across classes. Although Yuan Hao appeared harmless and kind-hearted on the surface, rumors had circulated last year about him playing both sides, even possibly juggling 3 romantic pursuits. This was also the reason she had initially rejected his advances, despite her fondness for handsome boys. Now, as he offered to carry her, she wondered what ulterior motives he might have. Thinking this, Su Yutian shook her head and firmly declined. Thank you, but no. While speaking, her gaze drifted toward a certain area of the crowd, and she huffed in dissatisfaction. Fortunately, in the blink of an eye, Gu Yin arrived with students from class 9. Su Yutian instantly adopted a pitiful expression. Teacher Wu. Having observed the movements of class 9 while previously watching the long jump competition, Gu Yin had guessed something was amiss with her students and hurried over. She approached Su Yutian, briefly assessed her injuries, and learned the cause of her fall. Furrowing her brow, she directed her inquiry at the male teacher overseeing the competition, who had spoken earlier. Teacher Lee, did you not check the venue before the event? My oversight. I sincerely apologize. Please allow the student to receive treatment. Gu Yin understood that pursuing accountability at this moment would be futile, considering other students were still competing. As the homeroom teacher, she could not leave, so she planned to send 2 students to escort Su Yutian to the infirmary. However, before she could speak, Qin Zhiyi squeezed into the crowd, walking straight up to Su Yutian and scrutinizing her intently. See, I told you, it's better to be a slacker than to overexert yourself. With that, she tucked the remaining sunflower seeds into her pocket and smiled at the somewhat frozen Yuan Hao. Could you please step aside? Hearing this, Yuan Hao, who had been caught off guard by Su Yotian's rejection, snapped back to reality and slowly retreated a couple of steps. Following his lead, Qin Zhiyi turned to Su Yutian and bent down, saying, Hop on, I'll take you to the infirmary. At this, Su Yutian's eyes lit up, without hesitation. She climbed onto Qin Zhiyi's back. This moment astounded both the teachers and students present. Gu Yin paused for a moment before speaking slowly. Ziyu, Yin Ye, I have nothing else to do, so I'm just helping you look after her. But you don't need to carry her. Oh please. I have a good relationship with her. Well, fine then, thank you. I'll treat you to milk tea tonight. Seeing Qin Zhiyi's insistence, Gu Yin had no choice but to acquiesce. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qin Zhiyi carried Su Yutian through the throng, heading towards the exit of the playground. Several students from class 9, witnessing this heartwarming scene, quickly exclaimed, Hurry, take a picture. Woo, Teacher Qin is such a good person. I could cry. I declare this will be the most memorable and valuable photo of our class in this sports meet. By the way, didn't that sporty boy earlier also want to carry Yutian? Yuan Hao is it? He once pursued Yutian, but I heard he is quite the scoundrel. Without a moment's hesitation, Yutian turned him down. Upon overhearing discussions about himself, Yuan Hao clenched his fists. The thought of being rejected by Su Yutian once more, after a 6-month hiatus, darkened his gaze as he stormed away in a huff. In the rear of the crowd, upon witnessing Yuan Hao's crestfallen return, Jiang Yunqing could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, accompanied by an inexplicable smile. He raised an eyebrow in contemplation before discreetly detaching himself from Class 9's ranks and stealthily following the 2 departing figures. Chapter 50, The Overweight Boy. On the campus path, a gentle breeze caressed the wisps of hair between Qin Zhiyi's brows. Su Yutian leaned against her shoulder, reaching out to smooth her hair, then playfully inquired, Teacher Qin, I'm not too heavy, am I? Qin Zhiyi brushed aside her hand that obstructed her vision, feigning disdain. What do you think? I can barely breathe under your weight. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian pouted and huffed. Then why are you still carrying me? Didn't you say we're good friends? Seeing you injured, I couldn't bear it. Qin Zhiyi adjusted her hold, responding casually. At this, Su Yutian's expression froze momentarily. Recalling her earlier remark about good friends needing to get up and move after sitting for long periods to ensure their health and holistic development. Delighted that the words had resonated, she started to wiggle with glee. Yeah, I adore you. While the upper half reveled, the lower half bore the brunt of the weight. Qin Zhiyi hastily steadied herself, exclaiming, Hey, stop squirming, or I truly won't be able to carry you. Hee, I got a bit too excited, my apologies. Honestly, do you weigh 120 pounds? 120 pounds? I weighed myself yesterday. I'm only 81. Then why is it so strenuous to carry you? Perhaps it's because you're too weak. Yeah, you need to be careful. Otherwise, old Gu might bully you, and you won't be able to get out of bed. You little rascal. Keep talking like that, and I might just toss you aside right here. Whoa, I was wrong. The 2 continued their banter until, at a turn, Qin Zhiyi suddenly sent someone trailing them. Pausing to observe, she realized it was Jiang Yunqing and let out a scoff. Su Yutian followed her gaze, noticing him hiding behind a tree, his rotund figure betraying his presence. She grimaced, that fatso is at it again, playing hide and seek. Qin Zhiyi's starry eyes blinked. Responding to her words, though you 2 bicker constantly, he does seem to care about you. He is probably just here to watch my embarrassment. Su Yutian retorted. Despite the earlier commotion, she noticed that Jiang Yunqing had arrived earlier than both the old classmate and the rest. If he genuinely cared for her, upon seeing her awkwardness with Yuan Hao, he should have stepped in to help her out. Yet this overweight boy simply stood by watching the show, which only fueled her irritation. Consequently, she turned away, murmuring, Yeah, let us hurry, my arm hurts. Hearing this, Qin Zhiyi abandoned the idea of calling Jiang Yunqing over and quickened her pace towards the infirmary. Nearly half an hour later, in the infirmary, the middle-aged female doctor on duty examined Su Tian's injuries, sprayed medication on her foot, and cleaned the wounds on her arm. Rest for 3 days. If the condition of your foot worsens or fails to improve, remember to go to the hospital. After offering her advice, the doctor picked up a tray of medicine and exited the rest area. However, just as she stepped outside, she nearly collided with a figure lurking by the door. She sighed in relief and scrutinized the seemingly sneaky little chubby boy, noting he didn't appear ill or in discomfort, which aroused her suspicion. She frowned and inquired, "Student, do you need something?" Jiang Yunqing had only intended to discreetly check on Su Tian's condition and leave, but did not anticipate such a ruckus. Without a second thought, he abruptly turned to flee the infirmary. Yet the doctor was quick, swiftly grabbing his collar. "Hey, why are you running? I'm asking you a question. Were you peeping outside? You should learn better at your age. Which class are you from?" The commotion grew louder, attracting the attention of the two inside. Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly. If we don't let him in soon, he might truly be mistaken for a pervert and caught. Serves him right. He deserves to be caught, Su Tian muttered, casting a sidelong glance at the ceiling. Nevertheless, the next moment, she called out toward the door, "Doctor, he has a classmate who came with me. Please let him in." Upon hearing this, the doctor temporarily set aside the idea of reporting Jiang Yunqing to the administrative office, but still interrogated him before allowing him into the rest area. Upon entering, Jiang Yunqing greeted Qin Zhiyi with a sheepish smile before his gaze shifted to Su Tian, lingering on her arm smeared with red medicine, awkwardly scratching his head. "So, are you all right?" Su Tian shot him glare. "Am I blind? Do I look fine?" Strangely, whether due to her being injured or another reason, Jiang Yunqing refrained from retorting, remaining silent in place. Yet, his silence reminded Su Tian of his earlier behavior on the playground. "Oomph. You came all this way just to stand here as a door guard? If you're not going to speak, just go back." Jiang Yunqing blinked his small eyes, suddenly replying, "Oh." At this moment, he truly did not know what to say. Staying here would only result in awkwardness, seeing that he genuinely intended to leave. Su Tian turned her head away in discontent. However, the next second, Jiang Yunqing tentatively inquired from behind, I'm going out for lunch. Do you want me to bring you some fried chicken or something else?" Stunned, Su Tian paused. In the past, getting this chubby boy to bring her something was akin to climbing the heavens. Now he was voluntarily offering to fetch food for her. What on earth was happening? Had the sun risen in the west? Regardless, Jiang Yunqing's attitude dissipated much of her resentment, prompting her to reply, "Yes, the fried chicken should have honey mustard. And give me a portion of stir-fried noodles from Old Wang's place by the bridge. Mildly spicy, no cilantro." Jiang Yunqing nodded, taking mental notes, then added, "What about a drink?" "MHM, that works." Su Tian nodded slightly, only to be surprised that he knew her favorite beverage. However, Jiang Yunqing did not linger any longer and quickly exited. Su Tian glanced at his retreating figure, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Qin Zhiyi observed the entire interaction, suddenly feeling that this pair might have potential, provided Jiang Yunqing could shed some weight, as it seemed Su Tian had a discerning eye. Chapter 51. Autumn and Intent. The next day, the faculty basketball friendly match was scheduled for that morning. Guqiu finished breakfast and set off for the meeting point. Compared to his usual maturity and composure, at this moment, he donned a white jersey, exuding a vibrant and lively charm. Coupled with his inherent youthful good looks, he garnered a significant amount of attention as he walked down the street. Some young girls, utterly captivated, took out their phones to sneakily capture his image, while others rushed towards him with milk tea in hand. Suddenly, Guqiu's expression tightened, just as he began to doubt whether his attire was perhaps a tad too ostentatious. He discovered that the milk tea was being delivered by a girl from Class 9. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, only to resolutely decline the offering. "You can keep it for yourself." The bespectacled girl shook her head and, regaining her breath, explained, "Old Gu, this is from Su Shaoan." "Su Shaoan?" Guqiu raised an eyebrow. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that when he had once given Su Shaoan a test paper, she had felt somewhat guilty and jokingly requested a cup of milk tea in return. Little did he expect that she would take it so seriously and remember it until now. However, it struck him as odd that Shaoan hadn't delivered the milk tea herself and instead had sent a classmate from Class 9. Just as his mind was swirling with questions, Su Shaoan strolled over from the main road. Upon spotting Guqiu, she paused momentarily, her eyes lighting up, and quickly approached him, extending the milk tea she held in her hands. "Teacher Gu, this is the milk tea I promised to give you that day." Guqiu, momentarily at a loss for words, glanced down at the 2 cups of different brands of milk tea, then turned his gaze toward the girl from Class 9. Song Yi. What's going on here? Song Yi, caught off guard by the unexpected encounter, appeared slightly embarrassed. She quickly divulged. This cup of milk tea was sent by Su Yutian under Su Shaoan's name. She mentioned that she enjoyed the milk tea Su Shaoan prepared for you yesterday, and wanted to make sure you receive another today. After explaining to Gu Qiu, Song Yi turned to Su Shaoan. Su Yutian asked me to let you know, but I couldn't find you after circling class 15 a couple of times. Upon hearing this, Su Shaoan's clear eyes flickered. Initially, she had thought of treating Su Yutian to the milk tea, but she was touched that Yutian would go to such lengths to ensure it was replaced. Yesterday, upon learning of Su Yotian's fall, she had intended to accompany Qin Zhiyi to check on her, but had been stopped midway by Yan Jingye. She had searched for Yutian in the afternoon and evening, but either couldn't locate her or was delayed by evening classes. With this thought, Su Shaoan quickly replied, I just stepped out. Is Yutian resting in the dormitory because of her injury? Song Yi glanced at Gu Qiu and shook her head. She said she wanted to cheer you on, so she should be setting things up on the basketball court right now. Su Shaoan nodded silently, making a mental note to visit her later. Gu Qiu had learned of Su Yotian's injury only yesterday afternoon through a photo in Class 9's group chat, which showed Qin Zhiyi carrying Yutian. Now, realizing that Yutian was still busy because of him, he raised an eyebrow and said, she really can't sit still for a moment, not wishing to dwell on it. He faced a pressing dilemma, how to choose between the 2 cups of milk tea. After pondering for a moment, he suggested, why don't you both take your respective cups back to enjoy? I'm not particularly fond of such sugary drinks. Su Shaoan promptly shook her head. I had some yesterday. What does having it yesterday have to do with today? No, I promised to give this to the teacher. Seeing the 2 of them stubbornly refuse to yield, Song Yi decisively intervened, snatching the cup from Su Shaoan's hands and thrusting both cups into Gu Qiu's embrace. Why complicate things? Just accept both cups. And if you're worried about not finishing them, you can share one with Teacher Qin. Before Gu Qiu could respond, she pulled Su Shaoan along and hurried away. Hey, you two. Watching their figures recede, Gu Qiu shook his head in exasperation, resigned to carrying the 2 cups of milk tea as he continued on his way. In no time, he arrived at the office, which was empty. Gu Qiu walked straight to his workspace, prepared to retrieve the sports vest from his drawer, but noticed a bottle of sports drink sitting on a desk. Instantly, his dark eyes widened. No way. Another one? Originally thinking it was another gift from a student, he picked it up only to find a pink sticky note affixed to the back. Keep it up. Even without the signature, he could recognize Qin Zhiyi's handwriting by the strokes. His gaze lingered momentarily on the expression drawn in red ink before he smirked, his tone tinged with mock disdain. How childish. After saying that, Gu Qiu glanced at the 2 cups of milk tea he was holding and recalled Song Yi's words. He paused, then retrieved a pen and a sticky note from his drawer, bending over to write. Thank you. After sketching a couple of expressions, he felt it was somewhat overdone, crumpling the note and tossing it aside. Ultimately, he settled on 3 simple words. Thank you, Qiu. Subsequently, Gu Qiu affixed the note to the cup of milk tea sent by Su Yutian and placed it on the desk across from him. Just then, he heard Sun Yi's voice from outside. Teacher Gu, it's time to gather. Gu Qiu jolted, swiftly returning to his position, hastily grabbing his vest and sports drink, while opening the remaining milk tea to sip as he walked. You can't drink and carry at the same time. You might get too full to run. What can I say? It's all heartfelt. No wonder they say you're a star teacher. Even before the competition, people are bringing you water. I'm quite envious. Even if you say that, I won't be sharing with you later. Puffed, as if anyone needs your generosity. Not long after they left, Qin Zhiyi entered the office, her chest adorned with a small digital camera. Seeing that the sports drink on Gu Qiu's desk had been taken, she smirked slightly before noticing the extra cup of milk tea on her own desk. Her curiosity piqued as she approached to investigate. Upon discovering Gu Qiu's note, her starry eyes filled with delight. He actually brought me milk tea? Unbelievable. After a moment of reflection, Qin Zhiyi picked up the note again and suddenly had the idea to photograph the 2 notes side by side. Glancing at Gu Qiu's desk, she quickly spotted the one she had left earlier. She walked over to retrieve it, only to find a crumpled note nearby, which she opened. When she saw Gu Qiu's half-finished expression, a giggle escaped her lips. Returning to her seat, she smoothed out the crumpled note, arranged it on her desk, and placed the 2 notes she had exchanged with Gu Qiu on either side. Moments later, she lifted her digital camera and captured several photos. Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Teachers participating in the faculty basketball match, please report to the basketball court next to the Qin Zhiyi building. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi tucked the notes away, grabbed the milk tea, and swiftly exited the office. A little later, at the basketball court, due to the numerous events, the faculty-friendly matches had historically been scheduled simultaneously with the students' games, except for the final day when the football matches occupied the field. This arrangement served two primary purposes. It naturally saved time. Secondly, the students' attention was wholly focused on the athletics meet, resulting in a less crowded environment, which allowed the teachers to engage in the festivities with less anxiety. However, this year's basketball tournament seemed to have taken an unexpected turn. In the memories of many teachers, previous tournaments had typically attracted a modest crowd of merely a few dozen spectators, and on particularly sunny days, the stands would often be empty. Yet at this moment, the stone steps flanking the basketball court had transformed into a bustling grandstand, filled to capacity, while tables and chairs had been set up in the vacant spaces. With an estimated attendance of at least 300 to 400 people, among the crowd, two groups stood out prominently, proudly displaying an array of homemade banners with slogans such as Guccio, Guccio, 1 against 5, go, old Gu, and Teacher Gu is the coolest. The student from Class 9 had even purchased small toys for cheering, creating an exuberant atmosphere akin to that of a pep rally. In truth, the substantial turnout was undoubtedly linked to the excitement generated by the two classes in the lead-up to the event. Simultaneously, the culprits behind this lively scene found themselves playfully surrounded by several participating teachers. "This is the first time I've played in such a popular match," remarked Oldley. "It's all thanks to our Teacher Gu. If we can spark the kids' interest, having them come out to play basketball is splendid. Sitting in the classroom all day lacks vitality. Speaking of which, with the current situation, I hope Guccio's little fans won't rush over to give us a beating if we lose. Huh, just look at our morale. Do you really think you can defeat us? We'll see who prevails on the court." Guccio, appearing calm and amiable, lingered at the back of the crowd. Although he hadn't anticipated drawing such a large audience, he felt that the increased energy would only enhance the game. There seemed to be no issue at all. Soon, an announcement echoed from the small speakers on the basketball court. "Please, the competitors, enter the field." With that, both teams of teachers made their entrance onto the court. Notably, in order to facilitate the identification of teammates during the match and to avoid any mix-ups, the school had prepared large vests in white and yellow. However, the teachers had prearranged to wear corresponding colored shirts, and the referees ultimately agreed to allow them to forego the vests. As Guccio, clad in his jersey, stepped onto the court, the crowd erupted into a thunderous cheer. "Go, old Gu! Charge, Teacher Gu!" At that moment, Qin Zhiyi appeared leisurely on the outskirts of the crowd. After scanning the area, she quickly spotted Su Yutian, who was waving at her from within Class 9's group, and made her way over. "Sister, I save you a seat, come sit." Su Yutian squeezed aside, offering half of the cardboard she had been sitting on. "Don't move, I can manage on my own." Qin Zhiyi cautioned, concerned about aggravating her injury. She slowly navigated through the crowd, adjusted her clothing and belongings, and took a seat. Su Yutian naturally linked her arm with Qin Zhiyi's. "The game is about to start. I thought you weren't coming. This cramped little place is unbearable. The school promised to build an indoor basketball court, but if they don't start soon, I might not see it before graduation." At that moment, Song Yi, seated beside Su Yutian, noticed the milk tea in Qin Zhiyi's hand. With a light scoff, she leaned closer to Su Yutian's ear and relayed her earlier suggestion to share a cup with Teacher Qin if Guccio couldn't finish his drink. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian chuckled and immediately conveyed it to Qin Zhiyi, adding, "So, is this cup of milk tea consider my treat to you or old Gu's?" Qin Zhiyi rolled her eyes, casting a glance at the figure on the basketball court, and inwardly mused, "How could you, a fool, suddenly become so perceptive? It seems you've turned me into your little garbage bin." Despite these thoughts, she felt neither embarrassment nor displeasure. After all, it was a form of sharing from him. With a slight shake of her head, she arched an eyebrow and replied, "Of course, it's his treat." Su Zutian pouted. "Oh, you seem to have a tendency towards infatuation." Qin Zhiyi shot her a glare, choosing not to continue the debate, and instead adjusted her digital camera. Shortly thereafter, with the sound of a whistle, the match officially commenced. As a forward, Guccio quickly seized the ball at the start. After a few deft dribbles, he faced the advancing Sun Yi and decisively passed the ball. After some back and forth, the ball returned to his possession. Observing his positioning and movements, the opponents assumed he was about to shoot, sending two defenders racing towards him. Unexpectedly, he executed a sidestep feint and instantly tossed the ball to the tallest physical education teacher on his team. The latter, positioned beyond the three-point line, took a decisive shot, sinking a three-pointer. "Wow, Teacher Chun is so cool." While Teacher Chun was indeed impressive, old Gu's feint was equally dazzling. "What? Old Gu is too flashy?" As the white team scored, the crowd erupted in jubilant cheers. The yellow team's teachers finally grasped the level of morale their opponents had mentioned earlier. On the white team's side, several teachers exchanged glances. A subtle smile graced Guccio's face. He had long anticipated the heightened enthusiasm of the crowd, knowing the opposing team would focus on him. So he opted to pass the shooting opportunity to his teammates, playing the role of facilitator instead. As the game intensified, both team scores climbed steadily. Numerous spectacular moments were captured by the dedicated photographers documenting the event, while many students recorded from various angles. Additionally, one camera focused solely on Guqiu. Although Qin Zhiyi's photography skills were modest, she had her own vision, ensuring Guqiu remained at the center of her lens. Before long, halftime arrived. Both teams of teachers retreated to their respective benches. Qin Zhiyi had no intention of putting down her camera. Through the lens, she captured Guqiu as he approached the sidelines for a drink. Noticing he took sips from both a bottle of mineral water and the functional beverage she had given him, her lips curled into a subtle smile. Observing this, Su Yutian leaned closer, quickly discerning the focus of her photography. Could this be what they call "I only see you in my eyes"? Chapter 52. Accompanying Qiu to watch the sunset. Over half an hour later, Guqiu's white team triumphed over the yellow team with a score of 82-67, claiming victory in the basketball match. The venue erupted in cheers, and once the excitement subsided, many began to depart, particularly the students from Class 9 and Class 15, who had come solely to support Guqiu. Amidst the crowd, Qin Zhiyi carefully removed her digital camera and stowed it in her bag, simultaneously retrieving her phone. In the next moment, she noticed 2 missed calls from Grandma Chun on her lock screen. Her eyes widened slightly. First, she assisted Song Yi in helping Su Yutian to her feet, then quickly made her way to the side under the announcement board to return the call. After a few rings, the call connected. "Hello, Grandma. I was watching the game and had my phone in my bag, so I couldn't answer." Upon hearing her explanation, Grandma Chun responded warmly. "Oh, are you still busy?" "Not all, Grandma. If you need something, please feel free to say. If you're free, come over for lunch. That rascal Along bought a lot of food today, and he also mentioned he wanted to ask you something." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi paused. She was well aware that Aaron sought her out primarily for her earlier promise to assist him in contacting a private investigator to search for Song Qing. With her starry eyes blinking, she responded with a light laugh. "Sure. By the way, you should bring a Qiu along as well. That rascal said he would come and visit my dear wife every weekend. Yet it has been several days since I last caught a glimpse of him after Qingming. Goodness, he has indeed been quite busy lately." "Ah, you need not defend him. I must speak my mind today. All right, I'll go fetch him for you. See you later." After their brief exchange, Qin Zhiyi hung up the phone and turned around only to find Su Gan and Song Yi still waiting by the stone steps for her. She hurried over to the two, bending down to glance at Su Yotian's foot. "You should hurry back to your dorm and rest. If you don't take care of your injury properly, it could lead to lasting disabilities or complications." Su Yutian pouted. "You shouldn't curse me like that. You ought to say that darling Yutian will recover swiftly." Qin Zhiyi rolled her eyes in disdain. "Don't be so nauseating." Nevertheless, she assisted Su Yutian alongside Song Yi as they moved forward slowly. After only a few steps, Su Yutian inquired, "Yijia, are we having lunch together at noon?" "No. I made plans with someone else," Qin Zhiyi replied. Upon hearing this, Su Yotian's bright eyes twinkled with mischief as she grinned. "Ah, a date, huh? It's only fitting to celebrate after winning the match. Are you really not considering bringing me along? I promise not to be a third wheel. I might even be able to assist you." Qin Zhiyi chose not to counter her words, as she indeed needed to call Guqiu shortly. But she did not acquiesce to her request, responding instead, "Once your leg heals, I'll take you out for some delicious food. That SA deal. Su Zutian zelente." After a moment of thought, she added, "But I'll be bored in the dorm this afternoon. If you finish early, let's play some games together." All right. Just be careful not to sprain your other foot," Qin Zhiyi cautioned. A little later, Guqiu returned to the apartment building, flushed and dripping with sweat. Intending to take a shower, grab some fried chicken and chilled beverages, and luxuriate on the sofa for the afternoon. However, as he climbed to the 5th floor, he spotted Qin Zhiyi standing at his door, appearing to wait for him. "What's up? You haven't forgotten your keys again, have you?" Upon hearing his words, Qin Zhiyi's eyes suddenly lit up as she muttered instinctively, "Oh right, no one said I couldn't use that excuse again. Huh, ahem, never mind." Quickly collecting her thoughts, Qin Zhiyi altered her response. Grandma asked us to come over for lunch." Guqiu felt a twinge of annoyance at this. Why was Grandma calling him back for lunch without even contacting him directly, opting instead to notify Qin Zhiyi? Sighing inwardly, he nodded slightly, replying, "Got it. I'll take a shower first." Saying this, he used his fingerprint to unlock the door. Standing outside, Qin Zhiyi tentatively asked, "Aren't you going to invite me in for a while?" That might not be appropriate, given that it's just the two of us. Besides, I still need to shower. I'll definitely invite you next time," Guqiu replied, casually closing the door. Qin Zhiyi stomped her foot in frustration, inwardly cursing, "Stupid man. It's not like I haven't seen him before. He used to insist on showering together with me. At noon, at Granny Chin's noodle shop, when Guccio and Qin Zhiyi arrived, there happened to be two customers in the store. Noticing Granny Chun busy in the kitchen, Qin Zhiyi took the lead and walked over. "Granny," she called out, intending to lend a hand. Granny Chun, noticing her white dress, quickly blocked her at the door, smiling as she refused. "It'll be ready soon. I don't want you to get your clothes dirty." After saying this, she shot a knowing glance at Guccio. Guccio understood that Granny was scolding him for not visiting in so long, scratching his head with an awkward smile. "Granny, I've been really busy these days. I'll talk to you during lunch. Aaron is behind us, so you should take Lily over first." Hearing this, Guccio helplessly gestured with his lips, guiding Qin Zhiyi down the back corridor. Their interaction was observed by a middle-aged man standing not far away, who frequented the shop and was familiar with Granny Chun. He casually asked, "Aunt Chun, I've seen that girl several times. Is she your grandson's girlfriend?" The kitchen and dining area were separated by a window, and Granny Chun stood by it, responding with a gentle smile. "Not yet, but it's likely to happen soon. This girl is beautiful, filial, and sensible. Your grandson is quite fortunate, and so are you." "Indeed, haha." The conversation naturally reached the ears of the two who had not walked far. Qin Zhiyi's lips curled into a faint smile as she cast a sidelong glance at Guccio, who pretended not to hear, clearing his throat and walking straight into the small dining area at the back. At that moment, the square table in the dining room was already laden with delectable dishes. Zhao Yulong, sitting nearby and watching videos, immediately put his phone away and approached them. "Sister Qin, Achio, you finally made it. If you had come any later, the food would have gone cold. All right, now that we're all here, let us eat." "Where's Granny?" "She is still busy," Guccio replied, walking to a corner table, pouring himself a cup of warm water from the electric kettle. Hearing this, Zhao Yulong's eyes sparkled as he leaned toward the door to take a quick look before swiftly returning to the dining table. He opened a prepared yogurt and handed it to Qin Zhiyi, asking curiously, "Sister Qin, have you heard anything from that private investigator you mentioned last time?" "Yes, I contacted him, but he is currently pursuing a case of infidelity within a marriage, so it may take some time before he can come." As she spoke, Qin Zhiyi took a small sip of the yogurt. Following that, she pulled out her phone, performed a few simple actions, and placed it on the table. "I forgot to add you as a friend last time, so let us do that now. I'll send you the investigator's contact information so you can discuss things in detail. Additionally, I have a classmate who studies at Lingxing University. I've asked her to help with the investigation, and she can inform you as soon as there is news." Seeing her take such an interest in his affairs, Zhao Yulong felt particularly moved. However, he didn't rush to act, but instead turned to look at Guccio, who had just sat down on the other side. Noticing Guccio's fixed gaze upon him, he asked cautiously, "Why are you staring at me?" Zhao Yulong inquired tentatively, "Should I add her?" Although he had no ulterior motives regarding Qin Zhiyi, they would inevitably converse later, and he felt it might be inappropriate to proceed without Guccio's consent. Guccio merely rolled his eyes. Just add her. He was all too familiar with Qin Zhiyi and Aaron's characters. Observing the interaction between the two brothers, Qin Zhiyi couldn't help but chuckle softly. Subsequently, Zhao Yulong added Qin Zhiyi as a friend on WeChat. Upon receiving her friend request, he quickly added the private investigator, who surprisingly accepted the request almost instantaneously. At the subsequent luncheon, his attention was entirely absorbed by his phone, rendering him inattentive to his meal, which earned him a stern reprimand from Grandma Chun, consequently diverting the ire towards Guccio. After the meal, Guccio and Qin Zhiyi vied to assist Grandma Chun with the dishes and tidying up. However, it was not long before Guccio, due to a slip of his hand, shattered a bowl and was promptly banished from the kitchen. Upon returning to the back hall, he discovered Zhao Yulong seated on the worn-out sofa, lost in thought, his expression reflecting profound melancholy. He approached and sat beside him, tentatively inquiring, "Did the conversation with the detective fall through?" Zhao Yulong slowly emerged from his reverie, shaking his head. "No, it's just that the detective mentioned that they could not ascertain her general whereabouts, which might complicate the search. Indeed, where had Song Qing vanished after dropping out? Even her parents were in the dark. The world is vast, and amidst the sea of humanity, can a detective truly succeed in finding her?" Guccio's eyes flickered at this thought. In his previous life, he spent his final days inseparably accompanied by Long. Yet there were a few days when the latter specifically returned to Yun City, and it was during that time that he learned Song Qing had met her in there. Yes, this is indeed a crucial piece of information. Why had he not valued it before? Reflecting on this, Guccio lightly tapped his forehead and asserted, "Regardless of the circumstances, whether due to misfortune or accident, a person often clings most dearly to their hometown. Unlike Qin Zhiyi, who was prone to impulsive and nonsensical remarks, Guccio carefully constructed his rationale before offering a suggestion. Therefore, I recommend that you instruct the detective to commence their investigation in Yun City. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yulong, in his current state of turmoil, did not fully absorb this profound insight, but was intrigued by the prospect of results. He lifted his gaze with a hint of suspicion towards Guqiu. Do you know something? Guqiu felt a shiver under Zhao Yulong's penetrating gaze, but fortunately, he maintained his composure and forced a smile. What could I possibly know? You want to focus on Yin City? It's merely my sixth sense, and ordinarily, investigations would start in the area where she grew up. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yulong gradually averted his gaze. After a moment of contemplation, he found Guqiu's reasoning quite sound. Moreover, it was his prior suggestion that led him to discover Song Qing's unfortunate fate. Thus, he resolved to trust his sixth sense. In the afternoon, Qin Zhiyi had initially intended to remain in the noodle shop a bit longer to keep Grandma Qin company. But the elderly lady made a deliberate effort to create an opportunity for her and Guqiu to spend time together, suggesting they take a stroll. However, Guqiu, lacking in romantic awareness, claimed he had work to attend to as soon as they got in the car and ultimately returned to school out of necessity. Thank you for driving me back. Take this drink, no need to be polite. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi stood outside her home. Gazing at the ice-cold cola Guqiu had handed her, pouting slightly. Oomph. She accepted the cola, turned, and stormed back inside, slamming the door behind her as if to vent her frustration. Guqiu scratched his head in bewilderment. What is up with this woman? Is it that time of the month? Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi changed into her slippers and lay angrily on the pink sofa, shaking her fist at the cola. Work. Are we destined to swap roles in this lifetime? Yet, mid-thought, she suddenly halted her actions, her gaze vacant as she continued to mutter to herself. So this is how I was in my past life. Qin Zhiyi. Oh, Qin Zhiyi, you couldn't bear it just this once. While you treated him this way for 6 or 7 years in your previous life, he must have had countless moments yearning to share interesting stories, delightful foods, and sorrowful moments with you. Yet you were always too busy, forgetting that he moved to Hangzhou for you, that he erased all other females from his life aside from you, refraining from smoking or drinking, with no social life. You were all he had. But from a certain perspective, you had long abandoned him. How lonely and desolate he must have felt during that time. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, large tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes, splattering onto the sofa. In an instant, she succumbed to tears, occasionally murmuring, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Why was I so pathetic? I want to let it happen again. Not in this life, Ichio. I will make it up to you. Please don't leave me. It was unclear how much time had passed before her sobs finally ceased, yet her gaze remained hollow. Her eyes swollen and red, clutching a cushion on the sofa, lost in a daze. Suddenly, her phone, which lay beside her, rang. After a moment of confusion, she slowly picked it up, and, upon seeing it was a voice call from Su Yutian, she promptly answered. Hello, sweetheart, what are you up to? Nothing much. Qin Zhiyi replied flatly. Su Yutian, however, detected the despondency in her tone and quickly inquired, What's wrong? I'm fine, just reflecting on some past mistakes. Su Yutian continued to press. So? What mistakes? After a moment of silence without a response from Qin Zhiyi, she added, Never mind. Just remember that correcting your mistakes in a timely manner is what matters. Isn't there's a saying that goes, to err is human. Life is a process of making mistakes, correcting them, learning from experiences, and growing, right? Listening to her words, Qin Zhiyi felt a flicker of encouragement, nodding slightly. Yes, I will make sure to correct myself. Su Yutian let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. All right, don't overthink it. Want to play a game? Sure. Are you in the V zone or the Q zone? Q zone. Ah, perfect, let us play. Share your Q number. In the girls' dormitory, after a brief conversation, Su Yutian and Qin Zhiyi added each other as friends on QQ and agreed to use the game mic shortly, then ended the call. Qin Zhiyi settled into a more comfortable position, popped a couple of fries in her mouth, and opened the game, Glory. After creating a team and waiting a moment, she finally noticed Qin Zhiyi's formerly gray avatar light up. Just as she was about to invite her in, her attention was caught by the game ID. Accompany Ichio to watch the sunset. Chapter 53. Invite AE to watch the sunset. Accompany Ichio to watch the sunset. Su Yutian read Qin Zhiyi's game ID aloud, her eyes momentarily widening as if recalling something. Suddenly, she switched to the friends list interface, scrolling down rapidly. Due to the multitude of friends, it took her some time to locate the account noted as Old Gu. The avatar was gray, indicating the last login was a week ago, but that was inconsequential. What mattered was the ID. Invite AE to watch the sunset. Su Yutian raised an eyebrow, lost in thought. Last semester, due to academic needs, someone in class had added Guqiu, and she had taken note of his game ID at that time. It had circulated among classmates, and they had teased him in class, but since he had not responded, it gradually faded from memory. However, now it was evident who Ichio and Ae referred to. Musing over this, Su Yutian murmured, "So they were acquainted before?" Just then, a team request notification popped up on her phone screen. Su Yutian glanced down and saw it was from Jiang Yinqing. After a brief moment of surprise, a clever idea struck her, and she clicked to accept. Once in the team, Jiang Yunqing immediately activated his microphone, boasting, "Shorty, I made it to the finals in shot put." "Oh, congratulations." Su Yutian replied perfunctorily, then urged, "You lazy fatso, go call old Gu to join us." "Huh? Why should I call him?" "Stop talking nonsense, just go." After a brief exchange, Jiang Yunqing found himself unceremoniously kicked out of the room by Su Yutian. Sitting in the shade of the playground, he couldn't help but pout, then opened his messaging app to find Guchio's contact and sent a voice call, grumbling to himself. "If it weren't for the fact that you're currently injured, I wouldn't bother with you." Meanwhile, on the sofa, Guchio had just been preparing to retrieve his laptop from the bedroom when his phone buzzed. Pausing his movement, he pressed the answer button. "What's up?" Jiang Yunqing got straight to the point. "Old Gu, are you busy? Let's play some games together." "No time. I'm hanging up." Hey, don't rush. It's a sports meet these days. What are you so busy with?" "It's a fine afternoon. We should play a couple of games to relax and enjoy ourselves." "Do you think you deserve such a life?" Listening to his incessant prattle, Guchio felt a headache coming on. With a playful glint in his eyes, he replied, "Sure. But you have to add 2 history papers this week." At this, the other end fell silent. Seeing this, Guchio assumed Jiang Yunqing was about to give up, only for the latter to grit his teeth and agree. "All right." That definitely aroused a hint of suspicion in Guchio, but with the words spoken, it would be difficult to retract. "Then I'm hanging up. I'll go update the game." After the call ended, Jiang Yunqing wore a grim expression, somewhat regretting his decision to join Su Youtian's team. Meanwhile, Su Youtian had also pulled Qin Zhiyi into the team. "Ijia, turn on your mic, turn on your mic." On the other side, Qin Zhiyi had just washed her face and felt considerably better, so she opened her microphone. "I'll play mid." Su Youtian immediately refuted. "No way. I'm playing mid. I only know how to play mid." "Then we can't play. I'm not familiar with other positions, and I can't take 2 mages, can I? I see you have more support matches on your profile. You should play support." Hearing Su Youtian's insistence, Qin Zhiyi bit her lip. She had primarily played mid until she met Guchio, which led her to gradually learn various support roles. However, since her rebirth, they had not played together, and she was reluctant to support anyone, so she picked mid again. Besides, after such a long time without playing support, her skills would likely be lacking. After some thought, she sighed, "Fine, since it's not ranked, I'll pick Jiaoshan for top, but if I mess up, don't blame me." "Su Dudian Lauet Dits Misin. I believe you'll definitely play support well." Her tone brimmed with confidence, for at that moment, her phone screen displayed Guchio's account data, which was filled with marksman heroes. Qin Zhiyi didn't understand her nonsensical remarks, but didn't probe further. "All right, let's start." "Wait, is anyone else joining?" "Yes, we're waiting for 2 more." Qin Zhiyi assumed Su Youtian had called classmates from their class, thinking that if they had some skill, it would be easier and more harmonious to play together. To her surprise, she only guessed half right. Upon seeing the familiar avatar and ID of the last person to join the team, she was both startled and delighted. Su Youtian smiled and spoke first. "Lazy fatso, well done, you get a gold star. Quickly, switch places with Ijia. Old Gu, turn on your mic." On the other end, Guchio was momentarily dumbfounded. The somewhat ambiguous IDs were ones he and Qin Zhiyi had started using in their 3rd year of acquaintance, and since his rebirth, he hadn't touched the game and had completely forgotten about this. He never anticipated they would end up together again. Without needing to think, it was clear that this ridiculous idea had originated from this pair of adversaries. He then turned on his mic and said irritably, "Su Youtian, you'd better add 2 history papers to your assignments for this week and hand them to me next Monday. But I'm currently a patient. No negociations." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunqing chuckled happily. That feels great. At the same time, he noticed Guchio's and Qin Zhiyi's IDs and wisely switched places with Qin Zhiyi. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow," inviting Ai to watch the sunset and accompanying Ichio to watch the sunset. Su Youtian then inquired, "Old Gu, Ijia, you 2 knew each other before, right? What was your relationship then?" Guchio immediately replied, "Friends." Qin Zhiyi echoed, as she had previously agreed with Guchio to just be friends for now. However, while they were friends in the past and present, what the future held was uncertain. Su Youtian, of course, did not believe their words. To use such an ID, even if they weren't lovers, they must at least share a relationship beyond mere friendship. However, given old Gu's occasional aloofness towards Ijia, it seemed they had quarreled before. Suddenly, she recalled that Qin Zhiyi had mentioned earlier that she had made a mistake. But considering old Gu's decisive nature, he hadn't completely severed ties with Ijia. He hadn't even changed his game ID, suggesting that Ijia surely hadn't committed any fundamental error. After her deductions, Su Yutian suddenly felt that the pairing of Chiu and Yi was even more appealing and decided to help them get together. Immediately, she set aside her thoughts and teased. Ordinary friends using couple IDs? Oh, I see. Hearing her somewhat sarcastic tone, Guqiu rolled his eyes and glanced at the screen. Suddenly noticing that Su Yotian's and Jiang Yunqing's IDs were Xiao Tian wants to grow taller and Xiao Tian won't grow taller, respectively. He retorted, "Aren't you two using couple IDs as well?" Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian simultaneously exclaimed in excitement, "We are not." Chapter 54. What did you do to provoke them? Su Yutian leaned against the headboard, gazing at Jiang Yunqing's game ID displayed on her phone. Angrily biting a couple of French fries that were brought to her lips, she said indignantly, "Old Gu, how do you see this as a couple ID? It's clearly his curse on me. Just look at how wicked he is. He should be penalized with 2 papers too." Jiang Yunqing immediately retorted, "What are you talking about? This is clearly a statement of fact. Also, I've already been penalized with 2 papers for calling old Gu here. And you still want him to penalize me? What a malicious heart you have. Fact, I've grown a full centimeter taller in the past 6 months. I will definitely develop long legs. Did you take off the height-increasing insoles before saying that? If you keep exposing my flaws, I'll tear your mouth off." We agreed to argue with words, not fists. Qin Zhiyi had grown accustomed to their routine of banter and chuckled softly. Meanwhile, Guqiu, wearing headphones, was nearly driven mad by their bickering and quickly interjected, "Stop. Can we play the game or not? Let us play." Su Yutian immediately initiated the game matching. Before long, they successfully matched and entered the hero selection interface. Just as Su Yutian was about to ask Qin Zhiyi what she wanted to play, a message from a passerby on the first floor popped up. "What the heck? Getting trolled by couples in ranked. Thought I'd come play a casual match to adjust my mood. Turns out, I ran into 2 pairs at once. The next second, 3 voices rang out in unison. We are not." The bystanders were evidently taken aback by the situation, pausing for several seconds before continuing their responses. "Aren't you two under the same idea couple? What a joke." Seeing that explanations were futile, the trio lost interest in further discussion. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi, seated before the screen, recalled how she and Guqiu had often been mistaken for a couple when playing duo matches under this very ID. A gentle smile gracing her face. With time running short, everyone hastily selected their heroes. The player on the first floor decisively chose the solo lane, picking Lu Bu. Jiang Yunqing initially intended to play Jing, but upon seeing Su Yutian secure Xiao Qiao, reconsidered and opted for Lanling Wang instead. Faced with the roles of marksman and support, both Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi, having once mastered these positions, found themselves somewhat out of practice and in a quandary. As the selection countdown began, Guqiu reluctantly chose Gong Sun Li, the hero he had previously played the most. Qin Zhiyi, in the final second, locked into Qiao. Once in the game, Guqiu took a moment to adjust to the controls and then cautioned, "I haven't played in over 3 months. I might be a liability." The bystanders immediately responded, 6. Jiang Yunqing replied nonchalantly, "Just play as you wish. It's not ranked." Su Yutian added, "Exactly, old Gu, relax. Even if you give first blood, we won't hold it against you." However, no sooner had she spoken than Guqiu, upon reaching the lane, was caught off guard, failing even to strike a minion before being hooked by the opposing Zhong Kuei. Attempting to escape with his first skill, he accidentally misdirected it and was swiftly eliminated by Lu Ban's barrage. The kill announcement echoed, declaring, "First blood." Observing this, Jiang Yunqing, who had just returned to the blue area after clearing his red, couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "Little guy, your bad luck is unmatched." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Su Yutian quickly reassured, "It's all right, old Gu. I'll take the lead this time. You could die a couple more times without worry." Guqiu offered no response. In front of his phone screen, he shook his head, inwardly lamenting, "Now preoccupied with life's challenges, my gaming skills have undoubtedly waned." Having thought this, he maneuvered his character back to the lane. Qin Zhiyi, having gained control in the mid lane, also made her way down. Yet over the next 3 minutes, their lack of synergy and repeated mistakes led to both being killed twice in succession, which also resulted in the demise of Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian, who had come to their aid. Within 6 minutes of the match, seeing his dismal score of 0-5, the opposing Lu Ban could no longer contain himself and began a taunt. "To manage such a poor performance with the Qiaoli duo, you truly have no rivals. Indeed, couples are utterly useless. If only we could encounter you in ranked matches." In response, Lu Bu, who had been idling in the top lane, chimed in first. "What kind of egg manages to play this poorly? With such prowess, yet you choose to play casual matches? Su Jutian Dito Indi Gang Di. It's fine, old Gu." But before she could finish, Guqiu interjected, "Stop." Jiang Yunqing added with a laugh, "If you keep cursing, old Gu will lose it." I was merely going to say that I can assist old Gu in confronting this little egg. No need. I'll handle it. Just wait for me. Gu Qiu softly acknowledged, then cleared the wave of minions, whispering, teleport. Huh. Qin Zhiyi was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't anticipated Gu Qiu would suddenly address her this way, but she recognized he was now serious. Taking a calming breath, she began to play attentively. As the recall skill was executed, Gu Qiu waited for the countdown to near its end before dropping his umbrella in place. In this current version, elevator flow was still viable. After restoring health and mana in the fountain, Gongsun Li promptly returned to full state. Subsequently, he secured the river spirit, cleared the small jungle camps, and finished the minion wave. Keeping a vigilant eye on the entire map, Qin Zhiyi alerted, the enemy mid lane has come down. Gu Qiu positioned himself for an ambush, but, seeing no sign of the enemy, promptly clicked on the river's central bush on the mini-map for emphasis. Yudian, come down, surround her. Since this was a casual match, both teams could select the same hero, and the opposing mid laner happened to be Xiao Qiao, just like Su Yutian. Having just defended a wave of jungle area for Jiang Yunqing, Su Yutian intended to return to mid lane to clear the wave. Upon hearing Gu Qiu's call, she rushed down and, with the cooperation of the three, managed to eliminate the enemy Xiao Qiao hiding in the river bush. Gu Qiu's score transformed from 0 to 3 to 1 to 3. At this moment, the hastily arriving Zhong Kuei attempted to hook him, but was easily thwarted by Gu Qiu's second skill. Following this, Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi returned home to regroup. Upon their return to the lane, their synergy markedly improved. The monkey's here. Lu Ben has no flash. I can engage. I have disruption. Teleport. Watch out for the hook. Gradually, Gu Qiu began to equalize his previously negative score. With Qin Zhiyi unleashing to Qiao's ultimate, their team coalesced, resulting in a team wipe of the enemy, with Gu Qiu claiming 4 kills, completely turning the tide of the match. Growing bolder with each engagement, by the 12th minute, Gu Qiu had already outpaced Lu Ben by 2 items. After pushing down the bottom lane, he and Qin Zhiyi stationed themselves in the enemy's blue area, where he unleashed a torrent of damage upon Lu Ben as soon as he showed his head. Observing Lu Ban's score plummet from 0 to 5 to 6 to 18, Su Yutian couldn't restrain herself from mocking. How are you doing, little egg? What on earth did you do to provoke those two? Unexpectedly, while she was typing, the enemy Xiao Qiao suddenly approached, executing a combo that sent her back home to the fountain. Darn, that sneaky player. Yet in the next moment, she noticed the warning sign above Xiao Qiao's head indicating Lan Ling Wang's presence. A glance revealed the enemy frantically flashing away and casting skills, causing her to chuckle. Let's see if you dare to ambush again. Chapter 55. Who else would watch you so intently? The first game concluded with the opposing Lu Ben being killed to the point of going idle, leading the other 4 to surrender. The subsequent match commenced with a much more harmonious atmosphere, culminating in a comfortable victory. Su Yutian even unexpectedly secured a pentakill, leaving her exhilarated. Yet, just as she was about to initiate a third game, Gu Qiu canceled his preparations. We agreed on 2 games. I'm heading out. You all carry on. Hearing this, Su Yutian felt a tinge of disappointment and muttered softly, so it's just 1 game per exam? If it's not enough, just add a couple more for that chubby guy. Jiang Yunqing immediately retorted, why don't you add some for yourself? Enough of the banter. I genuinely have matters to attend to. I'll join again next time. Gu Qiu interrupted their exchange in a calm tone. At that moment, he suddenly recalled something and continued. By the way, Su Yutian, there should be quite a few people in our class recording videos of today's basketball game, right? During the brief pause in conversation, Su Yutian opened a bag of chicken feet, took a bite, and mumbled indistinctly, what is up? You want to post them on Xiumen? By now, Gu Qiu's venture into short video creation had become widely known among the students. Yes. Please help me ask for those videos. Send them to me later, Gu Qiu replied candidly. Due to the influence of the sports meet, the school was closed for 5 consecutive days, preventing him from recording teaching materials. However, he still needed to ensure regular updates, and thus opted to share some videos related to himself. Alright, I understand. Upon hearing Su Yotian's agreement, Gu Qiu bid farewell and exited the group. Meanwhile, seated cross-legged on the sofa, Qin Zhiyi blinked her clear eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up. I won't play anymore. I'm feeling a bit dizzy and want to take a nap. Well, alright then. Make sure you rest well, darling. Naturally, Qin Zhiyi's dizziness was merely an excuse. After exiting the game, she promptly messaged Su Yutian. Feel free to use my video of the basketball game. I'll organize it for you. On the other side, Su Yutian had already started a ranked match with Jiang Yunqing, but upon seeing the message, she immediately switched to WeChat to reply. Alright, someone was filming you the entire time. Sister E, did you anticipate this? How thoughtful and caring of you. After reading her teasing message, Qin Zhiyi rolled her eyes. That mischievous girl. After a brief moment of banter, she grabbed her bag from the entrance and returned to her room. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. Qin Zhiyi imported the morning's basketball game footage from her digital camera to her computer, subsequently editing the video. Ultimately, she produced a 3-minute video. A quick transition video of under a minute and a dozen photos. She sipped her coffee and browsed through them again. The 3-minute video showcased Gu Qiu's scoring moments. The shorter video captured his impressively handsome moments on the court, including a particularly stunning dunk that made Qin Zhiyi watch it several times. The photos were mostly extracted from this video as well. After enjoying the footage and confirming there were no significant issues, Qin Zhiyi opened her external hard drive and located the folder named. This folder was neatly divided into 2 sections, videos and photos. Qin Zhiyi first clicked on the video section, which currently housed 3 videos titled Drooling Gu Qiu, First Kiss, and Barbecuing with Gu Qiu. She then saved the recently edited short video into this folder, naming it Gu Qiu Dominating the Court. Pausing for a moment, she couldn't help but rewatch the video of their kiss at the crab pot restaurant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, yet a sweet smile graced her lips. After composing herself, she navigated back up a level and opened the photos folder. This section was subdivided into many smaller folders, besides the 3 that overlapped with the videos. There were also a D-calcium gifted by Gu Qiu, 3 thought flower, and awkward pair balloon. She created 2 new folders, naming them Qiu and Yi's sticky notes and Gu Qiu Dominating the Court, then stored the sticky note photos taken in the office and the newly extracted basketball photos accordingly. Once everything was in order, Qin Zhiyi refreshed and backed up the folder, then picked up her phone to send the original video and the 2 edited clips to Su Yutian via a messaging app. Shortly after, Su Yutian replied with surprise. Wow, you've already edited the video for Gu Qiu? You really pamper him. Hearing this, Qin Zhiyi chuckled and typed back, "Stop the chit-chat and send it to him quickly. I'm serious. If you 2 end up together one day, you must thank me properly. If that happens, you can be my bridesmaid, okay? Are you serious? Absolutely serious. Then it's settled, I sweet. Shall raise the flag for Qiu and Yi." After a brief exchange, Su Yutian forwarded the video to Gu Qiu. Meanwhile, Gu Qiu had just finished preparing lesson plans and review schedules for the upcoming 2 weeks and the midterm exams. He stretched lazily when he heard the notification sound from his phone. Upon discovering the video, he began to view them sequentially. The first video lasted 40 minutes, which he didn't scrutinize closely. However, after watching the subsequent 2 videos, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. He then texted in confusion, "Did you edit this for me?" Su Yutian sent him a photo of a half-filled exam paper and added, "I certainly didn't have the time. I haven't finished my exam yet." Seeing this, Gu Qiu pressed on further. "So where did this video come from?" On the other side, Su Yutian paused momentarily at her desk in the dormitory. Qin Zhiyi hadn't instructed her to keep it secret, and she felt that silently contributing would only move herself. If she did something, the other party should be made aware. After some contemplation, she replied, "What do you think? Who else would focus on you so intently but her?" Chapter 56. Is Qin Zhiyi that obsessive? Upon reading Su Yutian's message, Gu Qiu was momentarily stunned. He immediately understood that she referred to Qin Zhiyi. After a brief moment of daze, he clicked on the 2 edited videos, viewing them multiple times before finally playing the 40-minute full basketball game video. After about 10 minutes, noticing the camera consistently focused on him, he murmured, "It seems only this silly woman would persistently film me with the camera." He spoke with a tone of mild disdain, yet his dark eyes sparkled with amusement. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Gu Qiu rose and stepped out. He slowly walked to Qin Zhiyi's doorstep, hesitated slightly, then raised his hand to knock. After waiting a moment without response, he muttered, "Has she gone out?" He sighed softly, casting his gaze downward before returning home. Once back on his sofa, he pondered for a moment and decided to first edit and upload the video before expressing his gratitude to her. He promptly began to operate his computer. Although Qin Zhiyi's aesthetic sense might be average and her photography skills lacking, how badly could a video that she had thoughtfully filmed and patiently edited turn out? Therefore, Gu Qiu did not spend much time or effort. He merely added some sound effects and subtitles to the 3-minute video, made a few simple adjustments, and uploaded it to a platform without altering the background music that Qin Zhiyi had selected. The caption read, "Loves history, loves basketball, and also loves." On the other side, Qin Zhiyi had just returned home after purchasing some beverages. She reclined on the sofa, opened a bottle of fruit beer, and took a pleasant sip. As she reached for her phone, she noticed a notification from the app she frequently used. Special notice: the blogger you follow, Little Gu Loves History, has updated a video. Hurry over to check it out 2 minutes ago. Without hesitation, Qin Zhiyi clicked on it. upon seeing that Guccio had utilized her video without making significant changes. A smile slowly spread across her face. She then noticed the video caption in the lower left corner, which instantly brightened her day. Entering the comment section, she saw that no one had commented yet, quickly seizing the chance to leave the first comment. Also loves me. Meanwhile, Guccio, unaware of what reaction his unrelated video might elicit from his fans, continuously monitored the site's notifications. Upon seeing the first comment alert, he clicked on it immediately. However, the next second, he furrowed his brows in dismay. How is it this brainless fan again? Upon catching a glimpse of the Iron Fan in first comment, tags trailing the other party's ID, the thought that this individual was constantly monitoring her updates sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to decisively delete their comment. Soon after, Qin Zhiyi, blissfully grinning as she held her phone, noticed the comment had vanished. That insufferable man has deleted my comment again. This time, she refused to relent and reposted, declaring, "You like me too." On Guccio's end, he relentlessly refreshed the comment section, only to delete her comment again. "You do like me. Delete it. You simply like me. Delete it. Like me. Delete it." This back and forth bickering continued for nearly 10 minutes until the video gained traction and more comments flooded in, finally bringing their quarrel to a halt. Suddenly, Guccio recalled that the neighboring Douyin platform had a blocking feature, prompting him to search for it. He swiftly located her profile and added her to his blacklist. After completing this task, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Phew, how could I have forgotten about that function? After uttering this thought, he scrolled through the comments section once more, ensuring that the other remarks were benign. Before feeling free to exit the dream-seeking platform, he paused for a moment, then opened the messaging app to send Qin Zhiyi a message. "Thanks for the video." Qin Zhiyi replied almost instantaneously. "Little dog crying JPG. Not only did you delete my comment, but you also blocked me." She had initially planned to collect a slew of first comments to create a collage as a surprise for Guccio, but her venture had been thwarted midway, and she couldn't be bothered to create a new account, opting instead to reveal her identity outright. Guccio stared at the message and the pitiful expression she had sent, momentarily taken aback. What? Qin Zhiyi? Is that creepy person? He mentally merged the two images, envisioning Qin Zhiyi approaching him with a lewd grin, causing goosebumps to erupt all over him. He quickly shook his head, banishing those chaotic thoughts. Guccio swallowed hard and replied, "Where in history is my fragrance yours? What else could it be? You didn't say anything. I thought you were a creep. Little cat with arms crossed, tilting head and snorting JPG. I am not. Yes, yes, yes. Huh? Am I a creep in your eyes? No, no. Remove me from the blacklist." Immediately, Guccio switched back to the dream-seeking backend and performed a few operations. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi responded to his initial message. "I spent an entire afternoon editing that video for you, and all you say is thank you? No acknowledgement. How about this? I bought ingredients for barbecued meat, but I can't finish it alone, so come over and eat with me as a token of gratitude and to make amends for blocking me earlier." At her words, Guccio's lips twitched, more a reverse way of saying thank you. Although perplexed, he felt compelled to acquiesce to Qin Zhiyi's insistence. All right then. After a brief tidying up, he made his way to Qin Zhiyi's residence. Chapter 57. Good night, my husband. As night fell quietly, a thin veil of clouds obscured the Milky Way. In the distance, the treetops occasionally echoed with the sounds of chirping insects, while a cool breeze wafted through the sheer window into the modest yet pristine and bright living room. On the dining table, Qin Zhiyi laid slices of barbecued meat on the electric grill. Instantly, they sizzled and released an enticing aroma. She sprinkled seasonings over the freshly grilled bacon and placed it on the plate in front of Guccio. "Try it." Guccio felt a bit embarrassed by her actions. Setting aside the matter of the comment section, which was genuinely a misunderstanding, the fact that she had helped him edit the video, invited him for barbecue, and even personally grilled for him felt somewhat excessive. Noticing his silence, Qin Zhiyi surmised his thoughts and pouted. "Don't think I'm just treating you to food for free. It's simply that I've never been to this ingredient store, and I'm unsure about the taste. I just need you to be my guinea pig." Naturally, Guccio did not believe her words, but he complied and wrapped the bacon in a lettuce leaf, bringing it to his mouth. "How does it taste?" "Delicious. It seems my taste remains consistently excellent." After patting herself on the back, Qin Zhiyi continued to serve him more grilled meat. Suddenly, she lifted her starry eyes, seemingly recalling something. "I bought some fruit beer. Would you like a taste?" While Guccio was busy wrapping meat, he quickly shook his head. "No, thank you." His alcohol tolerance was hardly commendable. He would be tipsy after just one bottle. Qin Zhiyi, aware of his habit, chuckled mischievously. "What is the matter? Afraid I'll eat you up?" Guccio raised an eyebrow, choosing silence as he handed over the wrapped barbecue to her plate. Seeing him appear somewhat nervous, Qin Zhiyi laughed. "Oh, I was just joking. The fruit beer isn't very strong, a little 1T hurt, and your home is right across the street, so you can return any time if you get drunk. Saying this, she lowered the grill's temperature, took a piece of grilled meat, and dashed over to the sofa. Thus, under Qin Zhiyi's enthusiastic coaxing, Guqiu ultimately could not resist joining her for a drink. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that consuming an entire bottle of beer was a feat he could only achieve after extensive practice in his previous life. In this body, he would barely manage a cup. Ultimately, under the influence of a bottle of fruit beer, he soon found himself slumped over the table. A little later, after Qin Zhiyi had tidied up the space, turned off the grill, and helped Guqiu onto the sofa, she fetched a light blanket from her room to cover him. She sat sideways on the floor, gazing intently at Guqiu for a long time. Suddenly, she recalled how not long after they were married in their past life, Guqiu had been drinking with the school teachers during a gathering and had returned home inebriated, collapsing onto the bed. Back then, he would occasionally call her wife lady or mistress. Naturally, those flowery titles were just little quirks between the young couple. Gradually coming back to her senses, Qin Zhiyi placed her hand on his flushed cheek. Gently caressing it a couple of times, she softly whispered, "Good night, my husband." Several hours later, the night had deepened. In the pitch-black living room, the luminous clock shaped like a large white dog ticked softly, its hands resting precisely on the number 1. Guqiu, lying on the sofa, struggled to open his eyes. Since he had consumed fruit beer, he didn't feel an excruciating headache, but rather a sense of muddled confusion. After a moment of adjusting, he suddenly realized he was still at Qin Zhiyi's house. Just as he attempted to rise, he felt a soft and warm sensation in his palm. Glancing sideways, he saw Qin Zhiyi, clad in sleepwear, lying beside him. Her breathing was steady, indicating she was sound asleep. Guqiu froze in place, staring at her for a moment. Whether it was the lingering effects of alcohol or the proximity between them, her gentle breath wafting toward him ignited a subtle heat within him. Seeing this, he hurriedly suppressed the rising warmth and averted his gaze. Taking a deep breath, I surveyed my surroundings in the dim light of the room. Having already charted a perfect course to circumvent Qin Zhiyi's departure, my gaze inadvertently fell upon the blanket draped over me, and I hesitated, unable to bear the sight of her lying there so still. With great care, I slowly rose and gently lifted her into my arms. Yet in the next moment, I found myself frozen in place, grappling with uncertainty. My eyes cast toward the nearby sofa, then glanced toward her bedroom. "Oh well, I shall be a good Samaritan," I murmured to myself, stealthily carrying Qin Zhiyi into her room. After tenderly placing her on the bed, I removed her slippers and tucked her in. Once I had completed these tasks, I took 2 steps back and turned my gaze toward the colorful LED lights on the bedside tables, whispering to myself, just as in my past life, she still fears the dark. Then, utilizing the faint glow, I gazed at the enchanting figure resting on the bed for a brief moment. Suddenly, a serene smile graced my lips. "Good night." With that, I turned and departed with measured steps. Moments later, upon hearing the soft click of the door closing from outside, Qin Zhiyi, enveloped in darkness, slowly opened her eyes. This was no scripted drama. Her sleep had always been light, and the moment I rose, she had already awakened, choosing to remain silent to observe my actions. Feeling a slight pang of disappointment as I resisted her alluring charm, she found solace in the series of gestures that followed. Qin Zhiyi dismissed any further thoughts and blissfully twisted her body, drifting back into a tranquil and steady slumber. Chapter 58. Hurry to Save Shaowen. The current sports meet unfolded seamlessly, with both teachers and students reveling in the festivities. However, as the new week commenced, everyone swiftly returned to the rigors of study. As the impending college entrance examinations for the senior year and midterm assessments for other grades loomed on the horizon, unexpectedly, a significant incident arose at this juncture. On this Tuesday, during the lengthy break, a somewhat unsteady figure hurried into the first-year teacher's office at an impressive speed. Yiji, hurry to save Shaowen. At that moment, Qin Zhiyi was deeply engrossed in her computer, drafting experimental theories related to her past life from memory. Hearing Su Youtian's frantic voice, she lifted her head in confusion. "What is it?" Su Youtian's expression was fraught with urgency. "Shaowen has a heart condition, yet Mr. Yin is forcing her to participate in the morning exercises." Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's brow furrowed. She snapped her laptop shut and rose to head outside. "Don't worry, I'm on my way." "All right." Although Su Youtian's foot injury was not severe and she could walk without issue, she certainly could not keep up with Qin Zhiyi's pace. And not wanting to be a burden at that moment, she nodded repeatedly. The two then exited the office, with Su Youtian watching Qin Zhiyi's swift retreating figure, her hands clenched in regret for her actions the previous day. Time rewinds to a day prior. It was also during a lengthy break. Monday's lengthy break typically consisted of the national flag-raising ceremony and the weekly morning meeting. The theme of today's meeting addressed early romantic relationships, stemming from the discovery of several couples hiding at the back of the crowd, kissing, hugging, and even engaging in more intimate behavior during Friday's bonfire gathering, which incited the ire of the school leadership. At this moment, in the corridor outside Class 9 of the first year, Su Yutian, nursing her injury and exempt from assembly, preferred not to be cooped up in the classroom. Instead, she held a bag of French fries, leaning against the wall to bask in the sun. As she listened to the admonitions blaring from the loudspeakers, her gaze caught a familiar figure in the corridor below, prompting her to call out, "Shaoan." Hearing her name, Su Shaoan, also enjoying the sun, looked up and waved back. Su Yutian blinked her clear eyes and urged, "Come up." Su Shaoan nodded and quickly ascended to the third floor. Upon their meeting, Su Yutian instinctively took hold of Su Shaoan's hand and offered her some French fries. Inquiring curiously, "Why didn't you go down? Isn't it the case that your class must assemble regardless of illness, as long as you're not dead? Aren't you worried about Mr. Yin giving you a hard time?" Su Shaoan casually took 2 fries and raised her heart rate monitor bracelet, explaining nonchalantly, "I have a heart condition." Su Yotian's eyes widened in shock, and she immediately felt remorseful. "I'm sorry, I didn't know. It's fine, it's not something I can't talk about. I've heard having a heart condition can be quite painful, right? I'm okay. It's benign, not too serious." Just then, the loudspeaker announced a directive from the school principal. Following a decision by the school administration, in order to rectify the campus atmosphere, a series of actions would be undertaken to rigorously investigate and punish early romantic relationships. All teachers and students are urged to cooperate actively. Su Yutian seized this opportunity to change the subject, exclaiming, "Looks like the days of those couples who stroll on the playground right after school or sneak into the woods are coming to an end." Su Shaoan nodded slightly in agreement. "I've heard that 2 couples have already been sent home for reflection. It seems the school's crackdown this time is quite severe. I wonder how many more will face misfortune." Su Yutian scoffed and rolled her eyes, then turned her gaze back to Su Shaoan, her face alight with curiosity. "You're in a good position. You don't have to worry about online dating at all. Come on, tell me how you met your boyfriend." Su Shaoan shyly lowered her head. "It's nothing special, really. I had a question I couldn't solve, so I used a quiz app to look it up. When I couldn't find an answer, I uploaded it to a study community to see if anyone could help. He happened to see it, solved it for me, and then we became friends." Su Yotian's interest peaked. "Oh, so he's a top student too?" "Yes. He's currently in the top 3 in our grade and may be recommended for further studies." "Wow, that's impressive. A romance between academic elites. Sounds captivating. Please continue." Su Yutian exclaimed excitedly, wrapping her arm around Su Shaoan's. However, just then, an unwelcome figure appeared at the staircase, one they least wished to see. Yan Jingye was one of the supervising teachers for the lengthy break that week, holding a registration sheet. Hearing their conversation, he intended to reprimand them, but upon recognizing Su Shao and from his class and recalling her as one of the students who had assisted in humiliating him earlier, his expression darkened. He strode directly up to them, first targeting Su Yutian. "Class name, why aren't you down?" "Class 9, Su Yutian. I was injured during the sports meet, and our homeroom teacher is aware." Su Yutian replied in a low tone, sensing his unfriendly demeanor. After completing the registration, Yan Jingye shot her a disdainful glance and let out a cold snort. He then turned to Su Shaoan, sternly admonishing, "Just because you've made some progress in the last monthly exam, you think you can let your guard down? Do you even know how poorly you performed in that subject? 40 minutes of break time, and instead of going out to exercise, you can't even take the initiative to study in class? Focus more on your studies and stop mingling with those unworthy individuals. They are nothing but stumbling blocks on your path to success." Hearing this, Su Shaoan timidly lowered her head but still murmured, "Teacher, Yutian is my friend. She's not an unworthy person." Su Yutian felt a surge of indignation and grievance as she was maliciously belittled by the other party. The more she pondered over it, the angrier she became, ultimately unable to restrain herself from retorting, "Isn't the long break considered a time off? Don't the students have the right to do as they please? I was merely conversing with Shaoan. How did that turn into a stumbling block?" Upon hearing this, Yan Jingye's expression shifted to one of irritation. "I was merely reminding Su Shaoan. Why are you arguing with me? I'll ask your class teacher how they usually educate you. You have no respect for teachers and can't even conduct yourself properly, let alone excel in your studies." With that, he did not linger. Casting a scrutinizing glance at Su Shaoan, "Return to your class, and I see you have plenty of energy. You don't seem ill at all. Tomorrow, join your classmates in some exercise." After saying this, Yan Jingye continued on his way. Su Yutian then made a face in the direction he had departed. But recalling the old dog's last remark, she looked at Su Shaoan with some concern. Xiaoan, you can't engage in vigorous exercise with a heart condition, right? Don't mind him. Yet, Su Xiaoan replied with a smile, it's fine. I'll head down first to avoid any further remarks from him. Su Yutian couldn't shake the thought that if she hadn't called Su Xiaoan upstairs and subsequently argued with Yan Jingye, Xiaoan wouldn't have been targeted. This weighed heavily on her mind, and after class, she immediately headed to class 15 to check for Xiaoan, only to find no trace of her. In a moment of desperation, she sought the teacher's assistance and serendipitously spotted Qin Zhiyi in the office. At this juncture, she had already reached the perimeter of the playground, her heart fervently hoping that nothing untoward would occur. Alas, her wishes were dashed as she saw a crowd gathered not far off, with Qin Zhiyi rushing into the throng. In an instant, Su Yotian's body trembled. Xiaoan. Chapter 59. First Aid. Bang. Ouch, I'm so sorry, classmate. It was unintentional. As the long break commenced, the path connecting the teaching building and the playground became exceedingly crowded. A boy clad in black, frolicking with his friends, inadvertently collided with a rather petite and frail girl. Quickly offering his apologies, Su Xiaoan nearly toppled over but was fortuitously steadied by Qin Zhiyi, who, seeing her friend was about to retaliate, shook her head in advance. It's fine. The boy awkwardly chuckled an apology before turning to leave. Once he had distanced himself, Qin Zhiyi produced 2 wet wipes, giving one to Su Xiaoan before wiping the sweat from her own brow. That yin is truly insane, knowing you have a heart condition. He still insists you come and run laps. Today's weather is stifling and sweltering. What if something happens? Su Xiaoan exhaled slowly, accepting the tissue and forcing a smile. I'm not that fragile. An occasional instance should be manageable. Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow. Not that fragile? Huh, do you even believe that? She vividly recalled the first few days of school when a girl in their dorm, unaware of Su Xiaoan's health issues, playfully teased her, resulting in Xiaoan struggling to breathe and nearly collapsing. After a moment's thought, Qin Zhiyi muttered, why didn't you switch to class 2? I heard their teacher really values you. If you went there, you wouldn't have to endure this suffering. Are you reluctant to leave me behind, or are you attached to old goo? Don't be ridiculous. Su Xiaoan retorted, a hint of urgency evident in their casual banter. Su Xiaoan felt a bit more at ease, but the heat and the recent collision still left her feeling unwell. Observing her friend's condition, Qin Zhiyi advised as they reached the designated area for the running exercises, take it easy when you run. When we reach the bushes at that bend ahead, we'll drop back. Su Xiaoan nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Moments later, as the music shifted, the exercise officially commenced. However, just as class 15 began to move, Su Xiaoan was abruptly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, her breathing becoming labored. After taking another step or two, she collapsed onto the ground. Xiaoan, Su Xiaoan. Qin Zhiyi and the other students from class 15 halted in shock, encircling Su Xiaoan. Yan Jingye, who had been chatting with other teachers by the bleachers, quickly noticed the commotion. Realizing that there was an issue in his class, his expression darkened, and he approached with an air of impatience. In that very moment, Qin Zhiyi entered the playground in a hurry. Spotting the gathering crowd, her heart raced, and she rushed forward. Xiaoan, Qin Zhiyi ned beside Su Xiaoan. Watching her clutch her chest in pain, feeling frantic yet unsure of how to help, appearing somewhat helpless. Fortunately, just seconds later, Qin Zhiyi squeezed into the crowd. Make way. Upon seeing Qin Zhiyi, the students of class 15 seemed to have found a savior and quickly parted to let her through. Qin Zhiyi assessed Su Xiaoan's condition, her brow furrowing deeply, and swiftly moved to her side, commanding quick call 120. Everyone else, disperse. The crowd, placing their trust in Qin Zhiyi, promptly stepped back. Meanwhile, the teachers who had gathered quickly took out their phones to dial for emergency assistance. Simultaneously, Qin Zhiyi's gaze returned to Su Xiaoan. Noticing her breathing had quickened even further. Xiaoan, don't panic, just focus on calming your breath. As she spoke, she began to search Su Xiaoan's person. Do you have any medication on you? Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Qin Zhiyi's presence miraculously seemed to revive Su Xiaoan, whose consciousness had been fading. Instinctively, she moved her right arm. Without hesitation, Qin Zhiyi followed her movement, swiftly retrieving a small bottle of medication from Su Xiaoan's right pants pocket. After quickly assessing the medication and its effects, she retrieved a pill and administered it to Su Xiaoan. Here, take it slowly, place it under your tongue. Once Su Xiaoan had taken the medication, Qin Zhiyi adjusted her sitting position for comfort and assisted her in regulating her breathing. During this entire ordeal, the playground remained in disarray, with the crowd continuing to swell, and a limping figure somehow managed to join the throng. Su Yotian's face was etched with worry, her eyes welling with tears as she focused intently on Su Xiaoan, yet she hesitated to step forward, fearing she might complicate matters for Qin Zhiyi. and thus remained rooted in place, silently praying. Finally, after several minutes, Su Xiao's breathing transformed from rapid to steady. Her hand resting on her chest gradually relaxed, although her complexion still appeared pale. Observing her transition from peril to safety, Qin Zhiyi breathed a sigh of relief. The surrounding teachers and students also felt a sense of reassurance, soon engaging in hushed discussions. That was terrifying. What happened to that girl? How did she suddenly collapse? Heart condition, perhaps? Yes, I was in the same class as Su Xiaoan last semester. She indeed has a heart problem. But heart patients shouldn't engage in vigorous exercise. Why was she running laps? I heard it was a requirement from their class teacher. Class 15? That old dog Yin? Not surprising. If it weren't for teacher Qin's timely arrival, that child might have faced dire consequences. How irresponsible of Yin to impose such demands knowing a student's health condition. Yan Jingye had also positioned himself at the periphery of the crowd. His earlier annoyance now transformed into anxiety as he witnessed Qin Zhiyi administering aid to Su Xiaoan. After all, he was responsible for his own student and had insisted on her participation in the morning exercise, should anything happen to Su Xiaoan. Even if he could leverage connections to evade imprisonment, his teaching career would likely come to a premature end. At that moment, seeing Su Xiaoan in good health, his anxious heart finally found solace. However, upon hearing the surrounding murmurs of doubt, dissatisfaction, and even faint insults aimed at him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of embarrassment. After a moment's hesitation, Yan Jingye stepped forward. He moved slowly to Qin Zhiyi's side, just as he intended to lean in to inquire about Su Xiaoan's well-being, when the distant wail of an ambulance pierced the air. In an instant, all eyes converged toward the sound. A small electric scooter and an ambulance came to a halt at the edge of the playground, and soon, a man clad in black riding the scooter, accompanied by several medical personnel, rushed into the crowd. Quick, over here! Gu Qiu, who had barely managed to sleep after a late night, had intended to indulge in a leisurely morning, but was suddenly reminded of a historical topic meeting he needed to preside over during the third period. In a hurry, he rode his scooter to prepare, only to witness Qin Zhiyi and Su Yutian anxiously rushing onto the playground. Curiosity piqued, he followed them, only to discover that Su Xiaoan was in trouble. He promptly dialed for emergency assistance and hastened to the school gate to direct the ambulance. At this moment, seeing Su Xiaoan relatively unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nevertheless, despite his uncertainty about the events that transpired, he suspected that Yan Jingye was somehow involved and regarded him with a frosty demeanor. Stand aside, irrelevant bystanders. Yan Jingye clenched his teeth at the harshness of Gu Qiu's tone. Gu Qiu, Chapter 60. This was indeed a difficult situation to address. Su Xiaoan's incident should have been handled by Yan Jingye, the homeroom teacher. Yet, Gu Qiu's dismissal of him as an irrelevant party, coupled with his unfavorable tone, seemed to mock his inaction. With this thought in mind, Yan Jingye's brows furrowed in anger, ready to retort. However, before he could utter a word, Gu Qiu raised his arm and shoved him aside. Yan Jingye, caught off guard, stumbled dangerously close to falling. Gu Qiu paid him no mind. Observing that the medical staff had gathered around Su Xiaoan to assess her condition, he moved closer to Qin Zhiyi. Crouching down, Qin Zhiyi handed the medication she had previously administered to Su Xiaoan to the doctor and briefly recounted the steps she had taken during the emergency. After finishing, she exhaled a sigh of relief, brushed a loose strand of hair from her forehead, and suddenly noticed a long hand reaching out towards her. Qin Zhiyi's gaze froze, and as she slowly lifted her eyes, she found herself meeting Gu Qiu's deep yet gentle eyes. You've worked hard, Gu Qiu said softly. Qin Zhiyi felt a surge of surprise. It seemed to be the first time he had taken the initiative to engage with her in such a public setting. Unable to suppress the smile that blossomed on her pale pink lips, she placed her hand in his, allowing him to assist her to her feet. You worked hard too. Thankfully, it didn't turn into a tragedy. At this, she shot a glare at Yan Jingye, filled with indignation. Before long, the doctor completed a preliminary diagnosis, confirming that Su Xiaoan was out of danger but still intended to take her to the hospital for further examination. Just then, two middle-aged men squeezed into the crowd, the first being Chui Jiangwo, followed closely by the round-faced director of education, Huafeng. How is she? Huafeng's complexion was flushed, and his expression was unusually anxious. He had been preoccupied with urgent matters that morning and had not come to supervise the morning exercises, never anticipating such a significant incident would unfold. Immediately, a teacher who was familiar with him and had witnessed the unfolding events approached, whispering the details into his ear. Upon learning that the student was no longer in danger, Huafeng let out a sigh of relief and turned his attention to Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi. Teacher Qin, Teacher Gu, we owe you our gratitude today. It seemed that mere verbal thanks were insufficient, for he raised his hands in applause. Your prompt action in saving a student's life and well-being sets a commendable example for young teachers. Seeing this, the surrounding crowd joined in applause, though it was unclear whether they were genuinely appreciative or merely seeking to curry favor. Nonetheless, the students of Class 15, who had exerted themselves to the utmost, likely felt sincere gratitude for the presence of Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi. However, the two, enveloped in applause, felt a shared sense of awkwardness. Gu Qiu lowered his head silently, while Qin Zhiyi hastily sought an excuse to depart. Someone needs to be with Xiaoan. I'll go to the hospital. Upon hearing this, Huafeng paused his actions and promptly replied, All right, remember to keep the school informed of any developments. Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, preparing to leave, only to realize that Gu Qiu was still holding her hand. Glancing down at their clasped hands, she turned to him and blinked playfully. Gu Qiu quickly realized, releasing her hand and clearing his throat awkwardly. Noticing this, Qin Zhiyi let out a sweet laugh as she chased after the medical personnel who had already moved away. Before long, once the crowd had dispersed and the ambulance was out of sight, Huafeng finally turned his attention back to Yan Jingye. His expression grave, he sternly admonished, Teacher Yin, this matter is not over. You must provide an explanation to Su Xiaoan and the school. With so many people discussing, mocking, and now rebuking him, Yan Jingye's brow was tightly knit, and his face was as dark as thunder. I don't need your reminders, he replied through clenched teeth, shooting a frosty glance at Gu Qiu before turning to leave. After taking a few steps, he retrieved his phone from his pocket and made a call. Witnessing his attitude, Huafeng felt a tinge of displeasure and sternly attended to the order of the playground. Suddenly, the onlookers scattered, leaving only Gu Qiu and Cui Jiangwo behind. Gu Qiu pondered for a moment before asking, Brother Cui, isn't it time to reconsider Yan Jingye's suitability to continue as homeroom teacher? Cui Jiangwo, discerning the implication in his words regarding whether the school would dismiss Yan Jingye, sighed and shook his head. It's not as simple as you think. At this, Gu Qiu looked at him in confusion. Noticing this, Cui Jiangwo whispered, Yan Jingye is the brother-in-law of the vice principal. Without that connection, given the numerous complaints from students, the school would have dismissed him long ago. Gu Qiu's eyes widened in realization. In his past life, he had also had conflicts with Yan Jingye, but nothing on this scale had occurred. Furthermore, he had resigned and left for Hangzhou at the end of the semester, unaware that Yan Jingye was connected in such a way. No wonder that old man acted with such audacity and even dared to speak to the director of education in that manner. However, considering Su Xiaoan's near brush with death, how could Yan Jingye escape without consequence? Yet, this situation is indeed complicated, Cui Jiangwo remarked, observing Yan Jingye's back as he angrily spoke on the phone. Gu Qiu looked at him puzzled. Cui Jiangwo chuckled softly and raised a finger to the sky. Our newly appointed principal seems to have a distaste for the vice principal. He might leverage this incident for his own purposes. At this, Gu Qiu stood frozen, while Cui Jiangwo lightly patted his shoulder, advising, I noticed when Yan Jingye left. He cast you a look that seemed to suggest he wanted to swallow you whole. I've heard that he forced that Xiaoan to participate in the exercise. Stemming from the conflict between you two, you should lay low for a couple of days, if necessary. I can grant you a few days off to rest and avoid getting involved. Gu Qiu's gaze turned blank, and he nodded stiffly. Understood. Thank you, Brother Cui. Cui Jiangwo refrained from further comment, taking a deep breath before trailing behind the dispersing crowd. Gu Qiu ambled along, his mind incessantly replaying Cui Jiangwo's words. In a fleeting moment of abstraction, he could not help but emit a low, derisive chuckle. Is the life of a child merely a tool for the powerful to vie for dominance? That evening, by the narrow path behind Grandma Chen's noodle shop, the moon hung bright amidst a sparse array of stars, a gentle breeze sweeping away the day's accumulated heat. Gu Qiu perched on the flower bed by the roadside, his face flushed, a third of a bottle of fruit wine clutched in hand, gazing vacantly at the heavens. Time slipped away unnoticed until a delicate hand suddenly obscured his vision from behind. Why are you sitting here drinking alone? Chapter 61, Movements from All Sides 1. Qin Zhiyi waved her hand in front of Gu Qiu, and upon noticing his lack of significant reaction, she settled down beside him. Tilting her head, she scrutinized him for a moment. Then her gaze landed on the 2 bottles of fruit wine beside him. Selecting one with a pear flavor, she uncorked it and took a small sip. Qin Zhiyi did not rush to disturb him, merely choosing to sit quietly beside him. Finally, after nearly 10 minutes, Gu Qiu slowly regained his senses and, with a somewhat hoarse voice, inquired, How is Xiaoan? Qin Zhiyi took another sip of the fruit wine, responding softly, All the necessary examinations have been conducted. There are no significant issues, and her parents are at the hospital with her. She smiled faintly and added also, Su Yutian took a day off, bringing many things to visit Xiaoan, feeling guilty that her conversation with Xiaoan yesterday may have triggered today's incident. She was inconsolable on the way back, clinging to my arm and crying, claiming she was a troublemaker. You can't imagine how hard it was to comfort her. Guqiu listened patiently to her recounting, pausing before stating in a low, somber tone, "It doesn't matter that Yutian feels regret. The true culprit merely seeks to evade responsibility." What does this signify? Qin Zhiyi's eyes blinked gently, a look of confusion crossing her face as she voiced her concern. Is the school not planning to punish Yan Jingye? Knowing that Su Xiaoan has health issues, yet still forcing her to engage in activities, strictly speaking, this could be considered attempted manslaughter. Even if it's difficult to pursue criminal charges against the individual, such a negligent teacher should be dismissed from the school, shouldn't they? Guqiu let out a cold laugh, then briefly recounted Cui Zhangwo's statements from earlier that day. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi immediately expressed her indignation. The principal and vice principal are at odds, which presents an opportunity. If they are united in their interests, does this matter simply end? What do they regard Xiaoan's life as? No, if the Yin doesn't face due punishment, the students of Class 15 will likely feel even more intimidated in the face of similar incidents in the future. If I save Xiaoan's life, then if the school chooses an action, I shall seek justice on her behalf. Listening to her fervent words, a glimmer of light flickered in Guqiu's deep-set eyes. He turned his head, gazing intently at her. This woman's thoughts aligned remarkably with his own. Long before Qin Zhiyi's arrival, he had resolved that should the school fail to take action against Yan Jingye, he would speak out independently. Noticing Guqiu's fervent gaze, Qin Zhiyi transformed from righteous indignation to shyness. "Why are you looking at me? Am I wrong in what I said?" "You're the foolish one," Guqiu chuckled lightly. Qin Zhiyi, a tad haughty, tilted her head defiantly. "You're the one who's foolish." Then she realized, "So you're sitting here drinking because of this incident? You must share my sentiment. However," she added with a hint of concern, "if it escalates to that extent, we might both lose our jobs." Upon hearing her, Guqiu turned his gaze back to the night sky. Logically, as someone well-versed in the unspoken rules of society, without any extraordinary advantages, and lacking wealth or status, he ought to choose to turn a blind eye to such matters and focus on his own well-being. After all, having lived a second life, he should strive for greater happiness and ease. Yet, he was inherently a good-natured person. He could not remain silent while witnessing injustice befall students. Perhaps his influence was limited, and taking action might cost him his job, but at the very least, it would bring him peace of mind. Not dwelling further on this, he smiled and said, "That would be fine. If you lose your job, don't come crying to me. Just return to Hangzhou to continue your studies." "Not a chance. With my capabilities, finding a job in this little yin city would be a breeze. If all else fails, I can always help out at Grandma's noodle shop as a dishwasher. Regardless, you won't be able to drive me away." Qin Zhiyi pouted defiantly. Seeing her audacity, Guqiu could only shake his head in resignation. Qin Zhiyi then shifted her focus, contemplating, "On another note, we shouldn't jump to the worst conclusions just yet. Since the principal seems intent on using this incident against the vice principal, why not fan the flames? If we make enough noise, the school will have to provide an explanation." Guqiu cradled his chin thoughtfully. "Spread today's events?" Qin Zhiyi nodded. "Yan Jingye secretly recorded a video and sent it to me. Should I post it using my dream-seeking short video account? How foolish of you. Posting it from that account would be like revealing our hand. What then? Leave it to the professionals. I know a friend who specializes in this. And she can even alter the location to Yun City, ensuring it leaves no trace. How do you have so many dubious acquaintances? Honestly, do you not know how to speak?" Thus, the two sat side by side on the roadside, quietly devising their plan. Meanwhile, at the back door of the noodle shop, Zhao Yulong had noticed that Grandma Chen's breakfast milk had run out a few days prior. Taking the opportunity to buy 2 more boxes that evening, he discovered Qin Zhiyi's car parked outside. After wandering around, he found the two sitting behind, drinking alongside Grandma Chen, who was standing by the back door. From the moment Guqiu arrived, Grandma Chen had inquired about the situation and relayed it to Along. After hearing the details, Zhao Yulong intended to approach Guqiu to offer comfort, but Grandma Chen stopped him, leaving him to mutter to himself, "That brat. He encounters trouble and doesn't even think to inform me, as if I'm invisible to him. That Yin, relying on his family's connections, has been utterly lawless. But to bully my brother? He's just bitten off more than he can chew." He promptly turned to leave, but was once again restrained by Grandma Chen's grip on his sleeve. With a serious expression, she admonished, "You scamp, do not act rashly. Achio is intelligent. He will find a way to resolve this." Zhao Yulong understood that Grandma was worried he might misuse his connections in the underworld, fearing he might lose control and end up in trouble himself. However, He had matured significantly and was now more measured in his actions. Don't worry, Grandma. I assure you I won't engage in anything illegal. After all, I still need to support you and see Ichio settle down. As he spoke, he patted Grandma Chen's hand, signaling her to remain at ease. Then, he adjusted his sunglasses and strode away. Grandma Chen watched his retreating figure, casting a glance at the conversing Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi, then sighed and shook her head, lamenting, sigh. Not a single one is easy to manage. Chapter 62, Movements from All Sides, 2. On the other side, Yimeng Middle School, the evening class has just concluded. Jiang Yunqing, on duty today, was aimlessly wiping the blackboard when his peripheral vision caught sight of a weary figure entering from outside. His eyes brightened, and he casually tossed the damp cloth onto the podium before hastening to follow. That little squirt, requesting leave without a word? Is Su Xiaoan okay? Despite being in the hospital, Su Xiaoan had clearly stated that this matter had nothing to do with her. On the way back, Qin Zhiyi had continuously offered comfort and guidance, yet Su Youqian's mood remained dismal, failing to engage in her usual banter with the chubby boy. She walked straight back to her seat, tidying up the stack of test papers and practice books, responding casually, I'm fine. The doctor said a couple of days' rest will suffice. Jiang Yunqing nodded slightly. That's good. The two were seated at adjacent desks, and he settled into his seat facing Su Yutian, continuing, Did you know? Today, aside from you, Old Gu also took leave. There's a rumor that he's worried about being implicated in the matter concerning Class 15. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian lifted her head, her expression bewildered. Isn't it the responsibility of the Yin family to handle Xiaoan's situation? How does Old Gu fit into this? Jiang Yunqing glanced around, lowering his voice. The Yin family is related to the vice principal. That old dog has hidden it well, but because of that, he might evade punishment. This afternoon, he even held a class meeting to brainwash his students, urging them not to spread rumors about today's incident. Su Yutian was taken aback, her mind racing. After a brief pause, she exclaimed indignantly, Why should that be? Were the students in his class saying? Calm down. Jiang Yunqing quickly reassured her, then continued. The students in Class 15 certainly won't compromise. After all, if they back down this time, who knows if something like Su Xiaoan's incident might happen to them next. I discreetly inquired with a friend, and many in their class have decided to report this to the educational authorities this week. The Yin family has genuinely stirred up public outrage. To date, no one has even dared to lodge a complaint against him. After hearing this, Su Yutian regained some composure. It should have been done long ago. She narrowed her eyes in contemplation. If the Yin family truly has some influence, merely relying on Class 15's reports might not suffice. We need to stoke the flames further. Jiang Yunqing raised an eyebrow. He recalled a rumor from his middle school days about several students from a neighboring school who banded together to report their teacher, only for that teacher, having connections, to retaliate by expelling those students. Realizing this, he quickly said, You don't intend to report him too, do you? Even Old Gu isn't getting involved. What are you thinking? Su Zutian hope fet dietz me sin. I don't believe Old Gu would remain uninvolved. I know what you're worried about, but think about it. If we have enough people, the school can't expel us all, can they? I advise you to reconsider, Jiang Yunqing replied, rolling his eyes. The school won't expel everyone, but the mastermind behind this will certainly face dire consequences. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Su Yutian pouted. Don't meddle. Xiaoan is my good friend, and I must do something to help her. With that, she stuffed a few practice books and a test paper in her backpack and stood to leave. Jiang Yunqing remained momentarily stunned. After contemplating, he sighed, I really can't do anything about you. He quickly rose and called out to another boy busy at the back. Zhao Long, lend me a hand, and I'll send you a skin when we get back this week. Sure thing, foster father, Zhao Long replied. And Jiang Yunqing hurried after Su Yutian. Hey, little squirt, slow down. Don't act impulsively. Discuss any plans with me first. In the following days, the situation escalated dramatically. On Wednesday, as if an invisible hand was at play, topics that had been fervently discussed the day before, such as the high school girl being forced to run laps, suffering a heart attack, and nearly losing her life, and Yin Jingye's tyrannical behavior, violating teacher ethics, suddenly fell silent, with no one daring to mention them again. However, this was merely a superficial facade. The deliberate suppression only fueled greater curiosity among the students, prompting them to exchange rumors of various kinds. Claims that Yin Jingye had bribed the school's higher-ups, that he was a pervert taking out his frustrations on students, or even that Su Xiaoan's condition had worsened, with some alleging she had died on her way to the hospital. The absurdity of the tales knew no bounds. Fortunately, Su Xiaoan returned to school on Thursday morning, dispelling the rumors of her death. However, it is noteworthy that her parents, for reasons unknown, not only refrained from confronting the school regarding their child's incident, but also publicly expressed gratitude to Yin Jingye for his strict guidance of Su Xiaoan. This scene prompted a spectrum of reactions. Some deemed Su Xiaoan's parents as outdated in their thinking. Others suggested they appeared uneducated and had been brainwashed by Qin Zhiyi, while some speculated they might have been threatened. In any case, no one believed that Qin Zhiyi was a responsible teacher. Subsequently, just as everyone thought the matter would be swept under the rug under Qin Zhiyi's iron-fisted control, a video recording of the incident that day rapidly circulated on Doulong and Xiaoming, capturing the scene of Su Xiaoan's episode, showcasing Qin Zhiyi's desperate attempts to assist her while Qin Zhiyi stood by, coldly observing. The contrasting images of him later arrogantly confronting the dean sparked outrage among righteous netizens, who took to their keyboards to denounce him. The incident's notoriety skyrocketed, and the comment section of Yunming Middle School's official media was soon inundated. Yet, this was merely the beginning. By Friday evening, a group of individuals gathered outside the school gate, holding banners denouncing the garbage school for harboring unscrupulous teachers and oppressing students. Many parents arriving to pick up their children, upon learning the details, joined in demanding accountability from the school. Meanwhile, numerous reporters and social media influencers seemed to have foreknowledge of the events, mingling among the crowd for interviews and live broadcasts. The school, under immense pressure, managed to endure until the weekend, believing they could finally catch their breath. However, complaint calls and emails poured in like a torrential downpour. On Saturday evening, a room on the second floor of the academic building remained aglow. "All right, we will definitely provide you with a satisfactory resolution," a balding middle-aged man, seated at his desk, chuckled as he hung up the landline phone, leaning back wearily in his chair, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This man was none other than Zhang Jinlong, the current principal of Yunming Middle School. On this day, he had received no fewer than 100 complaint calls and over 100 emails. Just then, the dean, Hua Feng, entered the room. "Principal, the complaints and reports from the Education Bureau have also been overwhelming, all concerning Su Xiaoan's case." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinlong's expression froze, and he abruptly looked up. "What arrangements did you make?" Yunming Middle School is a private high school under the Yunzhong Nantian Education Group. He had been transferred here only 6 months prior, but had known the current vice principal Qian for a long time. In their past competition, due to underhanded tactics on Qian's part, he had taken many detours, and Qian had expected to succeed the principal after the former principal's retirement. Little did he know, Zhang had outmaneuvered him and had been facing various obstacles in his work ever since. Upon learning of the connection between Qin Zhiyi and the individual surnamed Qian, he resolved to leverage this information to eliminate him. He arranged for Hua Feng, a close associate, to disseminate the news, unaware that the situation would escalate to such an extent. Unexpectedly, Hua Feng displayed a look of helplessness. "Principal, I haven't done anything at all." He had intended to follow Zhang Jinlong's instructions to circulate the prepared surveillance footage and certain vice principals' dubious pasts. However, due to his lack of understanding in these matters, he had spent the past few days seeking advice and preparing, leaving him with no time to disseminate anything. Hearing this, Zhang Jinlong's expression turned doubtful. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, the landline rang once more. Assuming it was yet another complaint from a parent or student, he quickly answered with a smile. "Hello, this is the principal's office of Yunming High School. How may I assist you?" However, upon hearing the caller's words, the smile on his face gradually faded until he finally spoke. "Understood, I will certainly cooperate with the investigation team." After hanging up, he placed the receiver back on the phone. Noticing his change in demeanor, Hua Feng inquired curiously, "Principal, what happened?" Zhang Jinlong exhaled deeply. "The headquarters has also received a report, stating that an investigation team has been established and is on its way. We are required to provide a public explanation within 3 days." Hua Feng raised an eyebrow. "And you? As the principal, I cannot evade responsibility. Should we still proceed with the information we prepared to release?" "Of course. We initially intended to spread the word, but what is the situation now? Are you hoping for the flames of controversy to burn even brighter?" Hearing Zhang Jinlong's irate tone, Hua Feng quickly lowered his head and contemplated. "Shall I issue a statement to appease the netizens and prepare to welcome the leaders of the investigation team?" At this, Zhang Jinlong calmed slightly and nodded. "Yes. Furthermore, regarding that individual surnamed Yin, given the magnitude of this incident, no one will be able to protect him. We can also arrange for the handling of school affairs and the selection of a substitute homeroom teacher in advance." "Understood." Hua Feng noted his words and turned to leave. Subsequently, Zhang Jinlong leaned back, a smile playing on his lips. "Though it is regrettable to incur losses while attempting to harm another, Qian, your days of prosperity may soon come to an end." Chapter 63. Acting homeroom teacher? The incident surrounding Su Xiaoan spread widely, even reaching the top 10 of major video and social media platforms. Consequently, Yinming High School announced the establishment of an investigation team on Friday evening to look into the matter, promising to disclose the results to the public. However, after 2 days without any updates from the school, many impatient netizens erupted in anger, hurling insults and accusations, while numerous self-media outlets and marketing accounts began to spread rumors. In contrast, Guqiu remained remarkably composed this time, having just returned to school after a 5-day vacation. He received a notification that a meeting would be held in the auditorium the following morning, likely to reveal the disciplinary actions against Qin Zhiyi. Old Gu, we can win this time, right? Su Yutian, whose leg had healed, rushed to the office immediately after morning reading class, eager to glean information from Guqiu. Upon learning about the meeting, she leaned against the desk and inquired. Before Guqiu could respond, a voice interjected, "Rest assured, victory is guaranteed." It was Qin Zhiyi, who had just entered the office. Noticing Guqiu munching on a steamed bun, she raised an eyebrow and casually handed Su Yutian a pancake. "I bought an extra one for you." Su Yutian glanced at Guqiu, understanding the unspoken communication, and accepted it. "Thank you, Yi. How can you be so sure we will win? Do you have some inside information?" Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "I just ran into Director Cui, who assured me you wouldn't be disappointed and hinted at a small surprise." Intrigued, Guqiu lifted his head. "What surprise?" "I'm not sure. I didn't inquire further." Su Yotian's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her hands joyfully. "That's fantastic. All my efforts will be worthwhile." Yet, no sooner had she spoken than Gu Yin appeared silently behind her. "Oh, what efforts have you made?" At this, Su Yutian stiffened, turning her head to force a laugh. "Hee, old class. What else could I have done but pray earnestly every day?" In truth, she had been gathering friends to lodge complaints against Yin Laogo with the Education Bureau. Although she assured old class that she would keep it confidential, she knew she would likely be scolded or lectured in return. Thus, it seemed prudent to keep her efforts under wraps. Without lingering, she waved goodbye to Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi before hastily exiting the office. Unbeknownst to her, as the homeroom teacher, Gu Yin was well aware of Su Yotian's character. From her tone and somewhat anxious demeanor, it was evident that Su Yotian was not entirely truthful. However, she chose not to dwell on it, redirecting her attention to Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi. "I just saw that the principal has arrived. Let us head over." "All right." Qin Zhiyi placed her small handbag on a chair and returned to Gu Yan's side. Guqiu nodded in agreement, stuffing the remaining portion of his bun into his mouth, leaving only a red bean paste bun on the table. He grabbed the prepared cash and followed the two girls. A moment later, outside the auditorium on the west side of the school, Guqiu observed the crowd gathering at the entrance and asked Yin, "Jian, not all the teachers are coming, right?" Yin replied softly, "Of course not. If all the teachers came, who would teach the students? What are the criteria for attending today's morning meeting?" Guqiu realized he had posed a rather silly question, masking his embarrassment with a smile before pressing on. Yi Yang, unfazed, replied, "I'm not entirely sure, but I received a notification from the homeroom teacher group." Upon hearing this, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi exchanged glances. "Then why were we both summoned? Perhaps last week's incident has something to do with you two." Qin Zhiyi's eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. "That's great. We'll know the handling results right away. Don't be too nervous. We'll find out soon enough." As they conversed, the trio entered the building, walking down the spacious corridor for several steps before joining the line to enter the auditorium. The auditorium, not small by any means, could accommodate 1,000 people, predominantly adorned in red, equipped with comprehensive facilities. The large stage at the front was typically used for various competitions and events, while the massive screen at the back could be utilized for public lectures or film screenings organized by the school. Guqiu observed for a moment and soon noticed Cui Jiangwo approaching him directly. "Brother Kui." Cui Jiangwo beamed with a smile. "Today brings nothing but good news for you. I'll keep you in suspense. Why don't you take a seat up front? Can't you tell me in advance? It's just a matter of a few minutes." "All right then." After exchanging a few brief words, Cui Jiangwo hurried off to the back to greet Zhang Jinlong and his entourage. Before long, teachers from all 3 grades in the high school, numbering over 100, took their seats in the front row. Principal Zhang Jinlong, Vice Principal Qian Yue, and the leaders dispatched from the headquarters arranged themselves on stage, while the Director of Education, Hua Feng, took the microphone to speak first. "Esteemed educators, I trust you are all aware that a grave incident transpired at our school last week, which posed a significant threat to the safety of a female student from the first-year class, 15. I would like to extend my gratitude and commendation to the teachers, Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi, for their prompt response and actions during this crisis." As he spoke, he led the applause, which was soon echoed by the school leadership and faculty present. Having set the tone, I believe you're all now aware of the core subject of today as morning assembly. Almost all present are homeroom teachers, and thus, Huafeng read from his notes for nearly 15 minutes, primarily emphasizing the necessity for everyone to show greater concern for the physical and mental well-being of our students. He urged against viewing students through a biased lens, treating them differently, or maliciously targeting any individual. Only then did he segue into the main topic of the day. Now, I would like to invite our principal Zhang to address us and announce recent personnel adjustments and arrangements within the school. Immediately, the microphone was handed to Zhang Jinlong. After clearing his throat twice, he stated, "This significant incident at our school carries an undeniable responsibility that I, as principal, cannot evade. Here, I engage in deep reflection and hope each of you can join me in extending greater care towards our students to prevent similar occurrences in the future." Following a heartfelt yet rather tedious speech, he cleared his throat once again and continued, cough. The homeroom teacher for the first year, 15, class, Qin Zhiyi, knowing full well that a student was unwell, nonetheless coerced her to participate in physical activities, nearly culminating in a disaster. Such behavior is exceedingly irresponsible. Furthermore, his lack of action and indifference post-incident represents a severe breach of the moral and ethical standards expected of a teacher, potentially infringing upon legal boundaries. Therefore, our school, in conjunction with the investigative group, has convened and decided to terminate Qin Zhiyi's employment, with subsequent matters to be handed over to law enforcement. Regarding the vacancy of the homeroom position, after discussions among the school leadership, it has been decided that history teacher Gu Qiu will temporarily take on the role for the first year, 15 class. The assembled faculty was not surprised by Qin Zhiyi's dismissal, given the external uproar, yet the appointment of Gu Qiu, who had only recently joined the school, was somewhat unexpected. Even Gu Qiu herself found this turn of events hard to believe, standing momentarily in a state of astonishment. Beside her, Qin Zhiyi excitedly shook her arm, exclaiming, "Ah Qiu, you have finally become a homeroom teacher again." Guyan was about to offer her congratulations when, intrigued by Qin Zhiyi's words, she leaned in and asked again, "Has Ah Qiu been a homeroom teacher before?" Realizing she had misspoken, Qin Zhiyi furrowed her brow, her eyes darting as she hastily concocted an excuse. "No, it's just that I dreamt last night that teacher Gu became a homeroom teacher, which is why I said again, Yi Yang." Having previously heard Gu Qiu recount her career path, knew she had come to Yunming High School straight after her undergraduate studies, and that the probability of securing a homeroom position during her internship was quite low. Thus, she accepted Qin Zhiyi's explanation with a gentle smile. "I see. Zhiyi, your dream is remarkably accurate. No wonder you two work so well together. It seems this is destiny." Qin Zhiyi returned her smile, refraining from countering her friend's assertion. She then glanced at Gu Qiu, who remained in a daze, seemingly oblivious to the conversation between her and Guyan, and let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Jinlong continued his address. Young teachers may lack experience, yet they possess vigor and find it easier to communicate and connect with students. I have heard that under Teacher Gu's guidance, the history grades of the first year, 15, class experienced a remarkable leap in the last monthly exam. I am confident that he will seamlessly take on the baton of homeroom teacher and achieve further excellence. Let us extend our warmest applause to congratulate and encourage him. In an instant, the grand auditorium was once again filled with applause. Gu Qiu, prompted by the reminder from Cui Jiangwo, collected her thoughts and stood to respond. "I am grateful for the trust from the leadership and the support of my fellow teachers and seniors. I will approach my responsibilities with seriousness and dedication, striving to progress alongside my students." After the proceedings concluded, Gu Qiu sat back down. At this moment, she had accepted the reality of becoming a homeroom teacher less than a year into her tenure. Yet, she reflected on Qin Zhiyi's earlier words. Casting a sidelong glance at her as she conversed softly with Guyan, a subtle smile gracing her lips. A dream of becoming a homeroom teacher? Were it not for her own experience of rebirth, she might have genuinely believed her whimsical tale. However, she had always been cautious in her actions, rarely erring in word or deed. Yet this lifetime had revealed several inconsistencies, leading her to suspect there might be an element of intentionality behind it. Was she testing her? Contemplating this possibility, Gu Qiu discreetly shifted her gaze. She intended to observe Qin Zhiyi a little longer, not yet ready to disclose her own rebirth. The meeting persisted for nearly 20 more minutes before concluding, and as the leaders departed the stage, the faculty dispersed. In the hallway, Cui Jiangwo walked alongside Gu Qiu and the others. "How was it? Surprising enough for you?" Gu Qiu responded with a calm demeanor, smiling as she countered, "Cui Ge. This was all you're doing, wasn't it?" Cui Jiangwo adjusted his slipping belt and replied, "It was merely a casual mention when Director Huo inquired, but primarily, you did exceptionally well. Your students' remarkable turnaround in the last monthly exam, coupled with your diligent work ethic, has garnered positive feedback from both teachers and students. You may not know, but Director Hua casually spoke with several teachers and students last night about you, and the responses all praised you as a responsible and capable teacher. Especially Guyin and that chubby student from Class 9. They practically sang your praises. Upon hearing this, Guqiu glanced at Cui Jiangwo and Guyin, whispering her gratitude. Cui Gu, Yin Jia. Thank you both. Guyin shook her head. What is there to thank? I merely spoke the truth. Cui Jiangwo patted Guqiu's shoulder, smiling broadly. Don't just say it. According to school regulations, new teachers must serve for at least 3 years before qualifying to become homeroom teachers. Your appointment in under a year is indeed an exception, a promotion of sorts. You must treat us to a meal. Guqiu, fully aware of the importance of social reciprocity, and given that Cui Jiangwo and Guyin had always treated her well, nodded enthusiastically. All right, I'll choose the venue for tonight. However, Cui Jiangwo shook his head. The investigation team needs to stay a few more days, and I have a lot on my plate right now, so we'll discuss another time. Understood. Let us leave it at that. With a new position comes a plethora of responsibilities awaiting you, but don't feel anxious. If you have any uncertainties or questions, feel free to ask me or Teacher Gu. Okay. Afterward, Cui Jiangwo parted ways with the group. On the way back, Guyin added Guqiu to the first-year homeroom teacher group, while also briefing her on some fundamental responsibilities of the role. Simultaneously, the official Weibo account of Yunming High School, which had been silent for 2.5 days, released an announcement following the conclusion of the meeting, detailing the reasons, processes, and outcomes concerning Yin Jingye's actions towards Su Xiaoan, and, of course, included the notification of Vice Principal Qian Youwei's demotion to Yun Zhongnan Tian Group S. Yunhe First Primary School. Justice and fairness are left for the public to judge. Thus, the incident involving Su Xiaoan's heart condition was officially laid to rest. Chapter 65. Who was the genius who captured this image? A moment later, Guqiu and her companions returned to the area outside the office. Walking ahead, Qin Zhiyi noticed Su Yutian and Su Xiaoan lingering at the stairwell, observing them. And she smiled, shaking her head. Halting his steps, he turned to look at Guqiu. Teacher Gu, the students of Class 15 must be eagerly awaiting the outcome regarding Yin Jingye. Perhaps you should first provide them with some clarity to prevent their minds from wandering and affecting their focus during class. Guyin also slightly turned her body. Well, since the announcement will be made by the end of the major break at the latest, it would be better to ease their anxiety in advance. Upon hearing their suggestion, Guqiu raised an eyebrow thoughtfully before nodding. Very well, I shall go. Qin Zhiyi winked at him, waving her hand in farewell. Good luck, and don't be nervous. Guqiu responded with a gentle smile before turning to leave. He didn't mention that he had nearly a decade of experience as a homeroom teacher in his previous life, nor did he feel particularly anxious despite a slight tumult within him, as he was already familiar with the students of Class 15. Meanwhile, Su Yutian had pulled Su Xiaoan closer to eavesdrop on their conversation and then rushed back to Class 15 ahead of the others. Hush! Old Gu is here to announce the verdict on that old dog Yin. Su Yutian had frequented the class lately and was well acquainted with everyone. After announcing loudly, she squeezed in beside Su Xiaoan and took a seat. At her words, the once boisterous classroom fell into an immediate hush, with everyone returning to their seats. Even those who had been dozing off raised their heads in drowsy curiosity. Soon, Guqiu entered the classroom, noticing the students staring at him in silence. He raised the corners of his lips and slowly walked to the podium. Are you all eagerly awaiting this? As soon as he spoke, he noticed Su Yutian in front of him and curiously added, What brings you here? Ah, never mind these trivial matters. Just tell us what happened. Su Yutian uget, her eyes sparkling. In unison, the students echoed her sentiments. Yes, old Gu, what is the result? Given the magnitude of this incident, even if Yin is the principal's own father, he should be packing his bags, right? I'll say this. If he doesn't get expelled, I'll transfer next semester, lest I find myself in danger under his hand one day. Stop the nonsense. Let old Gu speak. Exactly. Class is about to start. Everyone quiet down. Seeing the attention return to him, Guqiu wasted no time and announced the news of Yin Jingye's dismissal. Upon hearing this, the classroom erupted in jubilant chaos. Phew. Thank you for sparing my life. Yay, we won again. Finally free from the clutches of that bald tyrant. Hey, Chingo, why are you crying? You wouldn't understand. These are tears of joy. Just thinking about not being squeezed dry by that old pervert anymore makes me genuinely happy. Just as the atmosphere was jubilant, a voice from the back drew everyone's attention. Don't celebrate too soon. We still don't know what our new homeroom teacher will be like. At this remark, the classroom gradually quieted once more. A girl seated in the front raised her gaze towards Guqiu. Teacher Gu, do you know who our new homeroom teacher is? Before Guqiu could respond, a voice rang from outside the door. Far away in the sky, yet right before your eyes. Suddenly, Everyone turned to look. Entering was Li Yuan, clad in black work attire, holding 2 books. Gu Qiu tilted his head slightly, raising an eyebrow, since he had clearly declined her offer of breakfast previously. She hadn't appeared in his line of sight since, and he had encountered Nyonyo only a handful of times. What brought her here today? Simultaneously, Li Yuan was a well-regarded teacher at the school, and the girl who had previously asked recognized her, continuing to inquire, "Teacher, does far away in the sky. Yet right before your eyes mean that you are our." But before she could finish her question, Li Yuan playfully tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and shook her head with a smile. "Don't misunderstand. I am your new English teacher. As for the homeroom teacher," as she spoke, she pointed at Gu Qiu on the podium. "Here he is, right before your eyes." Upon realizing this, the students collectively paused for a few seconds before erupting in an even louder uproar than before. "What? Old Gu is the new homeroom teacher? I must be hearing things. Nice. Finally our suffering has come to an end. Great. I won't have a transfer anymore. After being tormented by that surname Yin for half a year, our blessings have finally arrived." As laughter filled the classroom, the bell for class rang. Gu Qiu cast a glance at Su Yutian, who was pouting. "Hey, class is starting. You can't linger in my class anymore." At his words, Su Yutian appeared even more aggrieved. "He truly is a heartless man, already trying to chase me away. Old Gu, now that you are the homeroom teacher, does that mean you want to love us kids from class 9 anymore?" Gu Qiu stifled the impulse to give her a playful smack on the head and retorted, "Are you feeling mischievous or just too idle? How about I assign you a couple of extra sets of exercises today? I assure you, whether I am homeroom teacher or not, I will treat all students equally, diligently, and hope you all study well so we can progress together." This remark was directed at Su Yutian, but also served as a sentiment regarding his new position. Upon hearing this, Su Yutian felt a sense of relief, preventing Gu Qiu from truly assigning her extra work. She waved goodbye to Su Xiaoan and dashed out of the classroom, disappearing in a flash. Gu Qiu shook his head and exchanged a glance with Li Yuan before stepping out. He anticipated that would be teacher Li taking over the class. He had thought that after Yan Jingye's dismissal, the school would appoint a teacher from the same grade as a temporary replacement, not expecting Li Yuan to be assigned. Li Yuan had completely moved on from her feelings for Gu Qiu and felt much more at ease in his presence. "So, Teacher Gu, are you not welcoming me?" Hearing her light-hearted tone, Gu Qiu understood and replied with a smile. "How could I? You are a renowned figure frequently appearing on the honor roll. I will be most delighted to welcome you." Li Yuan refrained from engaging in banter and explained, "Ideally, a teacher from the first year should take over your class. But every teacher S class is currently at capacity. They had no choice but to draw from the second year, and I was chosen. However, I am only a temporary replacement. Adjustments may be made depending on the situation later on. I believe with you here, our class's English performance will soar to new heights." Gu Qiu smiled lightly. "I trust that too." Li Yuan didn't mind whether his words were mere pleasantries or genuine. She nodded slightly. "Then, let us have a pleasant collaboration." "Pleasant collaboration. Well then, I won't disturb you any further, Teacher Li." "All right." After a brief conversation, Li Yuan returned to the classroom. Gu Qiu stood at the door and remarked, "All right, while I want to squeeze you all, I also want to indulge you. Don't let your spirits get too high." After applying a little pressure, he noticed Su Xiaoan staring at him intently. Sensing she had something to say, he added, "Pay attention in class. Su Xiaoan, come to my office after class." With that, Gu Qiu did not linger and turned to leave. However, just a few steps out, his phone buzzed with a message notification. Upon checking, he discovered it was a message from Guyan in the homeroom group chat she had recently added him to. "Dear class advisors, the recent mental and physical well-being of our students has become a matter of paramount concern for our faculty. The results of last week's investigation into early romantic relationships have emerged, yet due to the significant incident that transpired last week, coupled with the impending midterm examinations for grades 1 and 2 and the upcoming joint examination for grade 3 across 8 provinces, the affairs at hand are manifold. Consequently, it has been decided that this matter will be entrusted to each class advisor for individual handling. Please, esteemed advisors, review the images captured from the aforementioned surveillance footage and ascertain whether any of your students are depicted therein." Gu Qiu, after perusing the text, grasped that the school is currently under immense public scrutiny. Additionally, with the investigation team still present on campus, further escalation regarding early romantic relationships would be ill-advised. Thus, it was deemed prudent to downplay the situation and allow the class advisors to address it in a more subtle manner. With curiosity piqued, he ambled forward while examining the images. However, upon reaching the 10th image, he found himself frozen in disbelief. This was a moment from that time. Who was the genius behind this capture? Chapter 66, We Truly Are Not. Gu Qiu slightly bowed his head, his dark eyes fixated on the image on his phone. In the picture, A young couple strolled hand in hand along the dimly lit campus path. The boy, leaning slightly to the side, appeared both composed and charming, while the girl, standing with her feet together, a blend of joy and bashfulness as she lowered her head, was illuminated by the moonlight, casting elongated shadows of the two that seemed to collide, a scene reminiscent of a youthful anime or a campus drama. Thanks to an upgrade in the school's surveillance cameras at the beginning of the term, and with the proximity being quite close, their faces were captured with remarkable clarity. Indeed, the individuals in the image were none other than Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi. This captured moment marked their first return from Granny Chen's noodle shop, having agreed to be friends thereafter. At Qin Zhiyi's request, Gu Qiu had merely shaken her hand, thinking no one had witnessed it, only to discover it had been recorded by the camera and subsequently misinterpreted as evidence of early romance. As this realization dawned on him, Gu Qiu's expression darkened considerably. He had no idea who had reviewed the surveillance footage, but it was apparent that the distinction between teachers and students had been blurred. The selected frame, which most resembled a hand-holding moment, had been taken out of context, and the teachers responsible for the investigation had failed to scrutinize it properly, seemingly choosing to play along with the narrative. He continued to mutter to himself until he reached the office door, feeling a headache coming on as he rubbed his temples. Several minutes had elapsed since the images were disseminated, and it was likely that numerous teachers had already seen them, with the director's retraction no longer feasible. He could only hope that the teachers would focus their attention on identifying their own students in the images, rather than fixating on this particular one. However, such a hope seemed futile. Without further scrutiny or comparison, Gu Qiu was unaware that among all the images, his and Qin Zhiyi's was the clearest, with a composition that most resembled a couple, sure to catch anyone's eye for a moment longer. For instance, at that very moment, Gu Yan was intensely observing the same image for nearly a minute. Noticing Gu Qiu entering the office and taking a seat opposite Qin Zhiyi, her gaze flitted between the two before she could no longer contain herself, beaming with an amused smile as she inquired, "You two are holding hands and strolling at night. Yet you haven't made it official. Planning to engage in a clandestine romance, are we?" At that instant, Gu Qiu, who had just taken a sip of water to ease his nerves, nearly choked. Cough, cough, cough. Meanwhile, Qin Zhiyi, oblivious to the unfolding situation, remained engrossed in her materials at the computer. Upon hearing the commotion, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes filled with confusion as she munched on a chip she had just placed in her mouth. "What nighttime stroll?" she asked, only to have Gu Yan send her the saved image. With her chat window open on the computer, Qin Zhiyi casually clicked on it. Upon seeing the picture, she, like Gu Qiu earlier, fell into a brief stupor. Being one of the individuals involved, she was fully aware of when and where this image was taken, yet she was curious as to how it had been unearthed, prompting her to question Gu Yan. It seems the teacher reviewing the footage didn't pay much attention. Seeing how close you two appeared, they simply captured it, Gu Yan explained. After listening to Gu Yan's rationale, Qin Zhiyi nodded thoughtfully, then tilted her head to glance at Gu Qiu, suppressing a laugh. Gu Qiu shot her a glare, exasperated. Had he known better, he would have never agreed to shake hands with this woman. After a moment of internal lamentation, he hastily concocted a story. "Sister Yin, it's not what you think. That day, I happened to run into Teacher Qin outside, and we had a meal together. On the way back to the apartment building, she was feeling a bit unwell. So I just helped her a little, but it seems that was recorded. Due to the lack of forethought, this impromptu tale was rather flimsy, and it nearly suggested the absurdity of Qin Zhiyi driving while intoxicated, compounded by his hastened speech that failed to convince Gu Yan." Gu Yan scrutinized the two once more, her smile fading slightly as she spoke earnestly. "You young ones have many ideas, and while playful pursuits are understandable, please do not treat emotions lightly. Do not let each other down. Like with you, Achio, if you're not caught, then you can keep it under wraps. But with this evidence readily available, you should possess the courage to admit it openly. Sister has always believed in this pairing. Knowing about it would only lead to my blessings." At her words, Gu Qiu felt utterly despondent. "Sister Yin, we truly are not." Seeing his expression of distress and his struggle to refute her claims, Qin Zhiyi's smile broadened. However, she chose not to merely watch the spectacle unfold. She shifted her chair slightly towards Gu Yan to help diffuse the situation. "Sister Yin, you've truly misunderstood. We have been out all day and returned quite late. I wasn't feeling well, and it was Ah Chio who assisted me. As for him mentioning drinking, that must have been a different occasion when I had indeed had too much, and he helped me back. Must have mixed it up." She then turned to Gu Qiu. "Right?" Gu Qiu, seizing the opportunity, replied, "Yes, there have been several occasions when I returned with Teacher Qin at night. My memories have become a bit muddled." Witnessing the two earnestly attempt to justify themselves, Gu Yan could only shake her head in resignation. "All right then, I concede to your words. But I still believe there is something more to your relationship. Yet, On the flip side, it was evident that both of them were keenly aware of each other. However, every time they interacted, even if it was merely someone uttering their names together, they would become noticeably tense, often working to clarify their relationship, even appearing somewhat contrived. This behavior seemed less like that of a couple and more akin to divorced spouses. Realizing her thoughts were becoming somewhat absurd, she refrained from pursuing them further. Just then, another female class advisor entered, carrying breakfast and a bag, and upon noticing Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi together, she playfully remarked, "Teacher Gu, congratulations on your promotion. And when can we expect to taste the wedding sweets from you and Teacher Qin?" Gu Qiu pursed his lips, unable to suppress a sigh. "We sigh." On the other hand, Qin Zhiyi could not help but stifle a laugh, her gaze drifting back to the image on the computer screen. She clicked a few times to save the image, silently contemplating. It seems that for the foreseeable future, Gu Qiu and her names will be intertwined. Since the rumor has already spread, should she intensify her efforts? Perhaps not. Haste makes waste. After all, Gu Qiu is hers. Chapter 67. I know you're not dating, but be honest with me. Today's morning meeting entailed a summary of the incidents that transpired last week, consequently taking up more time than usual. This led to a sense of urgency among the students, who were accustomed to procrastinating until the big break, hastening their steps through the corridor. In the midst of this bustle, one student nearly collided with Gu Qiu, who had just returned. "I'm sorry, teacher." "No problem, but do be careful." Gu Qiu replied with a brief admonition before entering the office, where he found Su Xiaoan engaged in conversation with Qin Zhiyi. He paused momentarily, filled a cup with water from the dispenser, and inquired with a calm demeanor, "Xiaoan, how is your recovery? Have you been feeling unwell these past few days?" Upon seeing Gu Qiu, Su Xiaoan had already risen and gently shook her head to indicate she was fine. Gu Qiu returned to his seat and continued, "That is good to hear. Please compile a list of your symptoms and the precautions you need to take." While he would not go to the lengths of putting Su Xiaoan in jeopardy, like Yan Jingye, he was nonetheless concerned about the potential for another incident due to a lack of understanding. Seeing the concern in Gu Qiu's eyes caused a spark of hope in Su Xiaoan, but it quickly morphed into worry. Noticing her change in expression, Gu Qiu smiled gently. "If you have any issues, feel free to voice them. I will help you resolve them." Su Xiaoan shifted her tone and asked, "Teacher Gu, may I remain in my current class?" After the monthly exam, Director Cui and the head teacher of Class 2 had approached her regarding a transfer. But she had initially declined without hesitation, unwilling to part with Gu Qiu, Qin Zhiyi, and her good friend from Class 15. However, after last week's events, her disappointment and fear regarding Yan Jingye, coupled with the suffering endured by her classmates, along with Gu Qiu's absence and various rumors circulating, led her to reconsider. She thought that perhaps leaving would ease the situation, and thus she submitted a transfer request to Director Cui once more. Unexpectedly, the situation had changed dramatically, and now she wished to stay. After learning the details, Gu Qiu raised an eyebrow in contemplation and asked, "Did Director Cui mention transferring you to that class?" Su Xiaoan replied softly. Director Cui said it would be difficult to arrange a spot in the key class and suggested I could first transfer to a regular class until the next monthly exam. Gu Qiu nodded slightly. It would certainly take some time to adjust Class 15, and compared to that, transferring Xiaoan to the key class would be much more stable. However, if it was merely a regular class, then whether she transferred or not was inconsequential. With this thought in mind, he took out his phone and messaged Cui Jiangwo for clarification. Just then, Su Yutian and Jiang Yunqing entered the office, following Gu Yan. Su Ogan discreetly vepasuan. The next moment, a WeChat call from Cui Jiangwo came through, and Gu Qiu quickly answered. Noticing Su Xiaoan's wide eyes fixed on him with a look of anxiety, he switched the call to speaker mode. "Qiu, that child Xiaoan is quite sentimental. She stayed in Class 15 primarily because of you and Teacher Qin. So when I learned that you might become the head teacher, I kept her transfer request on hold. Why not ask her what she thinks now? If she still wants to transfer, she can fill out a new form after next week's monthly exam to move to the key class." As soon as the call ended, Su Xiaoan breathed a sigh of relief and promptly interjected, "Teacher Cui, I don't want to transfer anymore." "Oh, Xiaoan, you're right there, aren't you? Not transferring is fine. Just ensure you study well with Teacher Gu and strive to improve your scores in the elective subjects." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoan immediately promised. "I will. Good. Pass the phone to your Teacher Gu." "Cui Gu, I'm here. Go ahead," Gu Qiu responded. Cui Jiangwo cleared his throat and said apologetically, "Qiu, the issue with the surveillance images was my oversight. I was preoccupied with handling matters concerning Yan Jingye and didn't review them thoroughly. My apologies." It's nothing too serious," Gu Qiu replied, harboring some resentment but refraining from expressing it towards Cui Jiangwo. To his surprise, The latter continued to chatter on. You know, I've always thought you and Xiao Qin made a perfect match. At this declaration, all the teachers and students in the office, including Qin Zhiyi, turned their gazes towards him. Guqiu felt his face flush with embarrassment, hastily shutting off the speaker mode and retorting, Chui Gu, I have something to attend to. I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, Chui Jiangwo, who was busy printing documents in the office, noticed the busy tone on his phone and pursed his lips. These young folks are so easily embarrassed. If that photo accidentally spreads, Achio will probably have to keep his head down for a few days. I suppose I'll have to give him a hefty gift when he gets married as compensation. At that moment, Su Yutian regained her composure, seemingly catching a whiff of gossip, and leaned closer to Qin Zhiyi, lowering her voice to inquire, Ijia, is there any new development? Qin Zhiyi slightly tilted her head, noticing Gu Yin staring in their direction, and smiled, giving a subtle signal. Su Yutian, following her gaze, quickly returned to Jiang Yunqing's side. Yi Yan, with a stern expression, addressed the two. Do you know why I called you here? Upon seeing the seriousness in her demeanor, Su Yutian and Jiang Yunqing immediately sobered, shaking their heads in unison. Gu Yin then opened her phone and placed it on the table. Take a look. The two leaned in, and upon seeing the content, their eyes widened in surprise. Soon, realizing that the couple they had been rooting for had finally made progress, they exchanged grins. Su Yutian even turned to give a thumbs up to Qin Zhiyi. Observing their reactions, Gu Yin seemed to realize something, picked up her phone again, and indeed found that she had displayed the wrong photo. Feeling somewhat vexed as she admonished, I posted the wrong image. Don't spread this around, understood? Got it. They replied in unison. Following this, Gu Yin tapped the screen twice, changing the photo to reveal an image of Su Yutian and Jiang Yunqing playfully tugging at each other's ears in front of small shop. She then continued to scroll back 3 more images, all depicting the two engaged in playful antics in the stairwell, cafeteria, and playground, each featuring physical contact. Gu Yin put her phone away and scrutinized the two again. I usually keep an eye on you both, thinking this early love investigation wouldn't concern our class. Yet here I've uncovered 4 photos, all featuring you two mischief makers. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian, as if in a silent agreement, each took a step away from one another and simultaneously exclaimed, Teacher, we're not dating. Gu Yin understood that while these two often bickered, their relationship had not evolved into romance. Rather, their rivalry had yet to transcend to a deeper affection. She empathized with the notion of youth, exploring different feelings, but was also wary of how these feelings could lead them astray, having experienced it herself. Therefore, a gentle admonition was warranted. Just as she was contemplating this, she noticed the two had begun to engage in a silent stare-down, as if blaming the other for their predicament, which made her both amused and exasperated. All right, I know you're not dating, but do behave yourselves. Chapter 68. You don't really dislike me, do you? After advising Jiang Yunqing and Su Yutian, Gu Yin casually mentioned a few of their recent academic shortcomings. As the class time approached, she decided not to prolong the discomfort for the bickering pair. Meanwhile, after confirming that she wouldn't have to leave class 15, Su Xiaoan finally felt at ease. After receiving a new set of extracurricular practice papers from Guqiu, she departed alongside the two. On their way back, Su Yutian took the initiative to move to Su Xiaoan's right side, distancing herself from Jiang Yunqing. She pouted, glaring fiercely at him. It's all your fault, you big fatso. You always go against me. Are you happy now after getting scolded? Jiang Yunqing retorted without hesitation. 3 out of those 4 photos were taken when you were stealing my snacks, and you didn't mention a word about that. With a tilt of her head. So Yutian shot back, pooh. And what about the one where you tugged on my braid? You've always been hands-on with me. Be careful. Or I might report you for harassment. We can eat whatever we want, but we must watch our words. I merely tugged your braid, and I've never touched anywhere else. If you keep this up, I could accuse you of slander. Jiang Yunqing replied, equally indignant, tilting his head in defiance. You'd better not sneak snacks during class anymore, or I'll report you every single time I catch you. Su Jutian, Fiten. Who is afraid of who? If you have the guts, don't read comic books during class. Fatso. You incompetent little squirt. The two adversaries volleyed insults back and forth, inching closer together, seemingly on the verge of a physical altercation. However, as their eyes locked, they simultaneously recalled what their homeroom teacher had said just 3 minutes prior and abruptly retreated, putting distance between them. Caught in the middle, Su Xiaoan glanced left and right, unable to suppress a sweet smile. To ease the tension, she shifted the topic, asking Yutian, what did Director Chui mean when he said that old Gu and Teacher Qin are a good match? Does that have anything to do with the photos that Teacher Gu mistakenly placed? Upon hearing this, Su Yutian eagerly opened up, whispering, let me tell you in that photo, Old Gu and Jia were holding hands, and it looked like the background was a dark and stormy night. As she elaborated with embellishments, Jiang Yunqing cleared his throat to interrupt. Hey, shorty, don't forget that old man said not to spread rumors. Besides, it's not as exaggerated as you claim. Don't let rumors circulate that could trouble old Gu and teacher Qin. Just wait and see how old man deals with you. Su Yutian, unfazed, stuck out her tongue. I'm just sharing with Xiaoan. Do you think we're that unreliable? Right? She winked at Su Xiaoan. Su Xiaoan nodded slightly, eschewing. I want to tell a fourth person. Ignoring Jiang Yunqing, Su Yutian continued chatting with Su Xiaoan as they walked. Jiang Yunqing observed their retreating figures. Given Su Xiaoan's somewhat introverted nature, she likely wouldn't share this with others. But Su Yutian was bold and had many friends. She might accidentally let something slip. With a resigned sigh, he thought, fine, I'll keep an eye on things to prevent any rumors from spreading. See, I told you that little shorty is a troublemaker. He muttered to himself, recalling how old Ban had looked at them with suspicion in the office, while Su Yutian had distanced herself from him, disdainfully stating, we're not dating. He raised his eyes to gaze at her figure. A hint of sadness lingered in Jiang Yunqing's gaze. You don't really hate me, do you? Ahead, Su Yutian said her goodbyes to Su Xiaoan at the stairway, reminding her not to tell anyone about the photos. Although she appeared carefree, she was quite perceptive and knew the bounds of propriety, often more so than her peers. Lost in thought, she recalled the 4 photos on Guyan's phone. Upon reflection, similar scenarios occurred daily. After nearly a year of interaction, people often refer to them as rivals, with some even suggesting that Jiang Yunqing had feelings for her. She had never refuted these claims, as she didn't genuinely dislike him. On the contrary, his presence brought her much joy. Her earlier behavior in the office was merely to appease old Ban. She wondered if that big fatso would take it to heart and truly keep his distance from her. Suddenly, Su Yutian snapped out of her reverie and glanced to her side, realizing Jiang Yunqing was not in sight. A wave of panic surged through her as she turned her head, only to find him standing not far behind, and she breathed a sigh of relief, rolling her eyes. What are you doing just standing there? You didn't even touch your math paper. If you don't start copying soon, you'll be standing there listening to the lecture. Hearing her voice, Jiang Yunqing regained his focus. He decided not to dwell on it any longer, took a deep breath to adjust his state, and strode forward, replying, I was just resting because I got tired. Why the rush? You're so demanding. You're so fat you can't even walk properly, and still don't know how to lose weight. I haven't eaten any of your family's rice. Keep babbling, and don't copy my test paper. Hey, I take it back. The two continued their playful banter as they made their way to Class 9. Both realizing that neither had changed due to old Ban's words. Chapter 69. How about we grab a bite together? That evening, a small moth followed the cool breeze to a window where it perched on the screen, peering sneakily inside. There sat a woman with disheveled hair, clad in a pure white camisole nightgown at her vanity. Instead of preparing herself for the day, she was focused intently on assembling a beautiful decorative lamp. Moments later, the lamp took shape, revealing a majestic tree as its base. Once plugged in, it radiated a soft pink glow, rich in colored radiance. And combined with a light-emitting device below, it created a scene reminiscent of falling flowers, strikingly lifelike. In front of the tree, 2 figures stood amidst a sea of blossoms. A man in a robe with a silly tuft atop his head, and a woman in red adorned with fox ears. Indeed, this lamp was a recent obsession of Qin Zhiyi, inspired by the anime Fox Spirit Matchmaker. She gently tapped a few buttons on the control panel at the base, adjusting the brightness to her satisfaction before placing it on the bedside desk she had prepared in advance. After reconnecting the power, she admired it silently for 2 to 3 minutes before suddenly bringing her hands together in prayer, earnestly beseeching, Oh, grievance tree, though I lack demon power, I am willing to give everything I can, hoping to rekindle the bonds of our past lives. Meanwhile, the little moth was drawn to the dazzling light, fluttering its wings and bumping against the screen. The tiny commotion was interpreted by Qin Zhiyi as a response from the grievance tree, causing her to smile brightly. After tidying up her vanity, Qin Zhiyi moved to her work desk. She lightly touched the mouse, waking up her previously dormant computer. The screen revealed the moonlit hand-holding image that had sparked much discussion among the teachers regarding her relationship with Guqiu. This particular image had been edited to remove the timestamp from the lower right corner, enhancing both quality and clarity. With her chin resting on one hand, Qin Zhiyi gazed at the image of the two. The angle of the surveillance camera, the positioning of the two, and the overall atmosphere were all perfectly aligned. Anyone unaware might mistake it for a professional photograph, making her increasingly fond of it. Simultaneously, she felt a profound gratitude towards the teacher who had reviewed the surveillance footage. Capturing this moment that so closely resembled a hand-holding encounter, It was uncertain how long Qin Zhiyi had been seated in front of the computer when she gradually returned to her senses. She grasped the mouse once more, opening the folder dedicated to documenting every detail of her relationship with Guqiu and save the image in the Pictures folder, aptly naming it Hand in Hand Under the Moonlight. Once she had secured the file, Qin Zhiyi habitually revisited the previous photographs and videos. As she came across the video of their barbecue during the Qingming festival, it struck her that she had not fed him in many days. Upon further reflection, it seemed that her plan to save money for his betrothal gifts had also been neglected for quite some time. With this thought, she couldn't help but rake her fingers through her still damp, long hair. Oh dear, foolish Qin Zhiyi, you must not be so inconsistent in your efforts. He must see your determination, or when will you ever marry him? Immediately, she leaned over her desk, gazing up at the ceiling. What should she prepare for him? A few days later, on Sunday, the first day of the May Day holiday, the large electronic alarm clock on the table let out a series of beeps as it struck 10:40. Qin Zhiyi swiftly exited the kitchen to turn it off before returning. She poured the freshly made strawberry milkshake into 2 cups, adding a hint of taro balls and garnishing with mint leaves, finally sealing them with lids and placing them in a delicate pink wooden basket on the table. The small basket was already filled with nearly 10 assorted meal boxes, and with the addition of 2 bottles of beverages, it appeared somewhat cramped. Yet unsatisfied, Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow in contemplation and fetched 2 bottles of chilled low-alcohol fruit wine from the refrigerator in the living room. After reorganizing the basket, she managed to fit everything inside. Once she verified that all was in order, she felt a sense of satisfaction and clapped her hands. Task accomplished. As she recalled that it was nearly 11 o'clock, she hurriedly removed her apron and retreated to her room to touch up her makeup. Shortly after, dressed in a refreshing blue and white dress, Qin Zhiyi stepped outside with a basket in hand, standing in front of Guqiu's door. She intended to send a message to inquire whether he was awake, but upon hearing a clattering sound from within, she opted to knock instead. Just a few seconds later, the door swung open, revealing none other than Zhao Yulong. He, too, had not checked the peephole and was slightly taken aback. Sister-in-law? Teacher Qin. He had only heard Guqiu mention that he lived quite close to Qin Zhiyi, but today he discovered that they were indeed neighbors. The only 2 households on the 5th floor, while he had been gossiping with Guqiu in the kitchen. Just as he had broached the topic of sister-in-law, Qin Zhiyi arrived, and his mind was slow to process, causing him to blurt it out without thinking. Qin Zhiyi was momentarily stunned by his words, her face flushing slightly as she softly inquired, "Along, what brings you here?" "Oh, I just had some free time and wanted to invite Guqiu out for a meal, but he said he didn't want to go out, so I had to come find him," Zhao Yulong explained with a smile, then countered, "Teacher Qin, do you need something?" Qin Zhiyi nodded slightly, but was immediately distracted by the enticing aroma wafting from inside. Just then, Guqiu emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of dishes, casually announcing, "All done. The dishes are ready." Upon noticing Qin Zhiyi standing outside, he scanned her with his gaze, taking a couple of laps around her before pausing briefly on the small wooden basket. Qin Zhiyi's gaze fell upon the sweet and sour ribs he held, and she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment, lowering her eyes. After a week of 6 consecutive classes, and with Guqiu having just taken on the role of homeroom teacher, he must be more exhausted than ever. She had intended to prepare a delicious meal to reward or comfort him, while also fulfilling her own plan to nurture him. She had ventured out early to buy groceries and spent the whole morning poring over numerous recipes and tutorials, only to find that he had already prepared the meal. She let out a silent sigh, yet managed to force a smile. "I'm not here for anything specific, just worried that Guqiu might skip meals. So I thought I'd remind him. You all enjoy your meal. I one tea intrude." With that, Qin Zhiyi made to leave. However, before she could turn away, Guqiu spoke in a calm tone. "Why not join us for a meal?" He had already guessed what was in the basket and understood her intentions. To refuse would seem ungrateful. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi's eyes brightened. Really? Typically, even if Guqiu had prepared a meal, she would shamelessly insist on sharing lunch with him. But today, with Zhao Yulong present, it felt inappropriate to impose, as it would contradict her promise not to overly intrude on his life. So she had chosen to leave. Zhao Yulong, having noticed the basket during their exchange, came to realize that Qin Zhiyi had specifically come to bring Guqiu a meal. He couldn't help but chuckle and warmly usher Qin Zhiyi inside. How could you turn down such an opportunity? Since you're here, it's just a matter of adding more chopsticks. As he spoke, he took the basket from Qin Zhiyi's hands, inspecting it before exclaiming, "Wow, Teacher Qin, you've prepared quite a feast. It seems I've come at just the right time. Otherwise, you two wouldn't be able to finish all this food. But does that mean I'm interrupting your intimate dinner together? Oh, I'm so sorry. Next time, I'll be sure to give you a heads up." Qin Zhiyi raised an eyebrow, smiling lightly as she shook her head. "It's no trouble at all. Guqiu, observing Zhao Yulong's exuberant demeanor, retorted. Why are you so chatty? Go wash the chopsticks and serve the rice. You're giving me orders now? What a reversal of roles. Zhao Yulong shot back, but still placed the basket on the dining table and headed into the kitchen. After placing the ribs down, Gu Qiu walked to the entrance, retrieving a pair of pink slippers from a shoe cabinet and placing them before her. Come in and sit. Qin Zhiyi glanced at the slippers before turning to Gu Qiu. Realizing his gaze, Gu Qiu awkwardly cleared his throat a couple of times. I bought the wrong slippers a few days ago. It was only a cheap pair, so I didn't bother returning them. Qin Zhiyi blinked her eyes. She had come to understand that whenever Gu Qiu offered explanations, most of the time, they were mere fabrications. However, this foolish boy rarely lied in his previous life, and in this one, he seemed to effortlessly weave small excuses and fibs. She would have to pay more attention in the future. Nevertheless, she kept her insights to herself and simply changed into the slippers. They fit perfectly. Chapter 70. So you're thick-skinned. Gu Qiu prepared 6 dishes with the ingredients brought by Along, and combined with the 8 Qin Zhiyi had prepared. They filled the dining table with a total of 14 sumptuous dishes, making it appear somewhat crowded, yet undeniably lavish. Zhao Yulong finished distributing the bowls and chopsticks, and casually inquired, Sister Qin, with so many beautifully presented dishes, you must have been busy all morning, huh? What a hard worker. Qin Zhiyi took a seat, smiling lightly as she replied, It's nothing much. Since it's a holiday, I had the time to practice my culinary skills. Zhao Yulong added a compliment. I wonder who will be lucky enough to marry you. They will surely be well taken care of. As he spoke, noticing Gu Qiu still preoccupied with adjusting the positioning of the dishes, his eyes flickered mischievously, and he teased, right? Qiu? Gu Qiu responded with a dismissive glance. However, upon turning his head, he found Qin Zhiyi gazing at him with sparkling eyes, softly replying, In this lifetime, who knows, but in the last. He certainly didn't enjoy much happiness. Qin Zhiyi detected a hint of reluctance in his tone, yet she bore no ill feelings. Instead, she simply smiled, for she understood that rather than engaging in grandiloquent speeches, it was far more effective to demonstrate through actions that marrying her would be undeniably worthwhile. Without further contemplation, she inserted straws into 2 cups of strawberry milkshake and presented them before the 2 of them. Zhao Yulong suddenly became attentive, realizing that these 2 cups had originally been prepared by Qin Zhiyi for their intimate gathering, and felt it inappropriate to monopolize them. Shifting his gaze, he noticed a bottle of fruit wine resting beside the basket, seized it, and pushed the milkshakes back toward Qin Zhiyi. Sister Qin, you should enjoy it yourself. With such a splendid array of dishes, it would be a shame to forego a little wine. Saying this, he bit the bottle cap open and took a small sip. This fruit wine is quite delightful. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi had no choice but to keep the milkshake for herself. Just as she was about to pick up her chopsticks, she suddenly remembered something and inquired, How will you drive after drinking? Gu Qiu, who had just lifted his bowl of rice, also looked toward Zhao Yulong, noticing that the 2 had already taken up their chopsticks. Zhao Yulong added a piece of sweet and sour ribs to his bowl and took a small bite. What a coincidence. My car is in for maintenance today. You two needn't worry. I'll call a little brother to pick me up later. Now, eat up, Teacher Qin. Do try the ribs made by Qiu. He is usually quite lazy, but he inherited his culinary skills from his grandmother. He proceeded to serve numerous dishes to both Qin Zhiyi and Gu Qiu, his chatter unabated. By the way, speaking of little brothers, last week, in order to help you take down that scoundrel surnamed Yin, I gathered quite a few brothers to stir up trouble at the school gate. To voice justice. I promised them a meal afterward and almost forgot about it. I need to arrange something later tonight. Upon hearing this, Qin Zhiyi raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked, The ones who unfurled the banner at the school gate last Friday were you doing? The act of unfurling a banner to denounce the incident, if it had been carried out by Su Shaoan's parents, would have held far more credibility. However, if it were done by outsiders, no matter how noble their intentions, such impulsiveness was unlikely before the matter was clarified. She had thought perhaps it was the principal trying to push Vice Principal Qian out, but she never imagined it was Zhao Yulong who had instigated it. Zhao Yulong tilted his head slightly. I controlled the intensity. I had originally planned to go all the way and break that Yin fellow's legs. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qiu, sitting nearby, spoke with a serious expression. Along, I can handle my own affairs. Please don't act impulsively and get yourself into trouble, causing worry for me and Grandma. Zhao Yulong, however, remained unyielding. Nonsense. How can a brother stand by idly while someone bullies his own? I'm making this clear. From now on, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, they'd better be ready to test whether my fists are tough enough. Qin Zhiyi was already aware of Zhao Yulong's protective nature from her past life. Having experienced it firsthand, yet she still advised, Along, were not that fragile, but before she could finish her sentence, Zhao Yulong took a hearty swig of wine and laughed heartily. Sister Qin, don't listen to this kid. You should know that in Yin City, I may not be able to walk around with impunity, but in the underworld, I have my fair share of connections. As long as I don't kill anyone. There won't be any problems, so don't worry. Guqiu rolled his eyes. Bragging, keep bragging. This guy used to have some ties to a gang. 3 years after Zhao Yulong dropped out to work, one night, after finishing his shift, he witnessed someone brandishing a knife, chasing an elderly man. He intervened and saved the old man, only to later discover that the elderly gentleman was a prominent real estate mogul, secretly involved in lending and quite respected in the underworld of Yin City. On that day, he had fallen into a trap set by a desperate debtor, and had it not been for Zhao Yulong, he would have lost his life. Consequently, the old man intended to take Zhao Yulong under his wing as an adopted son, but he had humorously declined, saying, "I saved you, and you want to be my father?" Nonetheless, the old man was grateful and provided substantial support, or else. Given another 10 years, Zhao Yulong might not have been able to open the Yulong bar. In the past, if Zhao Yulong had gotten into any serious trouble, he could have relied on this connection to extricate himself. However, the crackdown on gang activities by the authorities has become increasingly severe, and even the dragons and tigers of the underworld must tread carefully, let alone someone as minor as him. As for his so-called little brothers, they were merely a group of small-time thugs working odd jobs in the northern part of the city. Therefore, both Guqiu and Grandma Chun were keen on avoiding any trouble from him. Zhao Yulong glanced sideways at Guqiu and smirked. "Humph. I always deliver on my promises. I vowed to ensure Grandma's longevity and peace, and to protect Qiu's happiness. And I have lived by that oath until now, and will continue to do so." Without further debate, he grasped the wine bottle. "All right, let us not dwell on these dreary subjects. To celebrate Qiu's promotion to head teacher, let us have a toast." Guqiu and Qin Zhiyi exchanged glances, both displaying a resigned expression, yet they complied and lifted their drinks to clink with his. "Cheers." Guqiu took a small sip of her milkshake, her dark eyes sparkling as she suddenly asked, "Have there been any updates on Song Qing?" Perhaps only finding him a wife could temper his impulsive nature to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Upon hearing this question, Zhao Yulong's gaze faltered. Swallowing the wine, he took a moment to steady himself. "Not yet." As he spoke, his eyes darted toward Qin Zhiyi. "However, the detective you introduced, Liu, is truly impressive. In just a few days, he has uncovered leads that confirm she is currently in Yin City." Qin Zhiyi's eyes softened as she gently reassured. "At least the range has narrowed significantly. I'm sure it won't be long before we find her." Guqiu patted his shoulder in support. Zhao Yulong nodded in response, then sighed deeply. He had been eager to uncover what had happened to Song Qing, but now that the truth was gradually unfolding, he felt anxious about whether he should meet her. Suddenly, he grew restless, shaking his head to change the subject. "Let's not talk about that for now. Aki, do you remember when Grandma's birthday is?" Hearing this, Guqiu's gaze sharpened. The older generation typically celebrates birthdays according to the lunar calendar. Grandma's birthday falls on the 13th of the 4th lunar month, which corresponds to late May in the Gregorian calendar. However, over the past 4 years while he was away at university, he had always celebrated her birthday during the May Day holiday due to travel and time constraints. But with the incident involving Su Shaoan last week and his recent appointment as head teacher, coupled with the impending midterm exams, he felt overwhelmed. He raised his hand to lightly thump his forehead. "I've been so busy." Fortunately, today marked the first day of the May Day holiday, so there was still time to prepare. He then turned to Zhao Yulong and asked, "Have you made any arrangements?" But as soon as he asked, he recalled that in previous years, he had almost always been the one to remind this guy. Sure enough, Zhao Yulong shrugged his shoulders. "Unfortunately, I only remembered this morning." Seeing this, Guqiu couldn't help but furrow his brow. Acquiring a cake and preparing a meal are tasks that pose no challenge. However, when it comes to selecting a gift with such limited time, it is not merely a matter of preparation, but also a struggle to conceive what would be appropriate. Observing his furrowed brow, Zhao Yulong promptly offered encouragement. "In the past, your studies made things inconvenient, but now that you are back, we can celebrate as we typically would. We still have half a month after all." Yet, Guqiu expressed his concerns. "That may be so, but previous celebrations have always taken place around a May Day holiday, and suddenly changing the date could lead to misunderstandings for Grandma." Zhao Yulong chuckled. "Even if you forget, it's unlikely the little old lady will remember. Even if she does, it's no matter. Let her think we've forgotten, and after a few days of disappointment, on her birthday, we'll make it grander, creating an even greater surprise." Guqiu rolled his eyes at this notion. Just as he was about to retort, Qin Zhiyi, who had been silent until now, interjected, "Grandma's getting older, It's not good for her to have such fluctuating emotions. How about this? I'll subtly remind her this afternoon that the date has been changed, so she won't feel disappointed waiting for her birthday cake these next few days. Through their time together, Qin Zhiyi had come to understand Grandma Shan far better than in her past life, knowing that although her memory might be fading, she would certainly remember anything concerning a Qiu and a Long. Upon hearing her suggestion, Gu Qiu nodded in agreement. Thank you, Qin Zhiyi replied with a smile. It was refreshing that she didn't add any expressions of inconvenience. Yet, Zhao Yulong posed another question. But what should we give her as a birthday gift? The gifts he had personally crafted, as well as the exquisite and expensive ones, had all been given over the past few years. It wouldn't do to repeat the same ideas, as that would seem lackluster and insincere. Gu Qiu took a sip of his drink, voicing his frustration. This is all you're doing. Last year, you made quite a fortune and prepared 18 unique gifts for Grandma, which was splendid at the time, but has now left us with a significant dilemma. Reflecting on his previous life, Gu Qiu recalled that he had only purchased a set of clothes for Grandma over the course of the year, but crucially, Qin Zhiyi had given her 2 outfits just last week. Contemplating this, Gu Qiu discreetly glanced at Qin Zhiyi. To her, it seemed as though he was hoping she might offer some suggestions. After blinking her lovely eyes and pondering for a moment, a light seemed to dawn on her. While chatting with Grandma before, she mentioned her sister who married into the neighboring province. They haven't seen each other in 5 or 6 years and miss one another. Why not consider preparing a gift that includes a visit to reconnect? At her words, Zhao Yulong raised his eyebrows in delight. Yes, Grandma even called during the new year to inquire about Chun Ernai's health. I believe this suggestion from Teacher Qin is excellent. Gu Qiu calculated the timeline in his mind before nodding. That works. The crowds during the May Day holiday would be overwhelming. This way, we not only avoid that but also find a suitable excuse for the delayed birthday celebration. Zhao Yulong glanced at Gu Qiu and Qin Zhiyi, recalling Grandma's insistence that they should spend more time together, and continued, Teacher Qin, why not join us for the outing? Me, Qin Zhiyi, having taken only a few bites of her meal, widened her eyes in surprise, appearing quite charming. After blinking a couple of times, she turned to Gu Qiu, awaiting his opinion. Gu Qiu shrugged and inquired, do you have time? Absolutely, Qin Zhiyi replied without hesitation. Gu Qiu smiled faintly. Then let us go together. The more, the merrier. After all, this idea originated from you, and Grandma will surely invite you. Qin Zhiyi beamed, her bright eyes sparkling with delight at the invitation. Wonderful. After the meal concluded, Zhao Yulong chose not to intrude further and discreetly took his leave. Gu Qiu saw him off, intending to tidy up the kitchen, but turned to find Qin Zhiyi already donned in her apron, scrubbing the dishes at the sink. From behind, she truly resembled a devoted wife. After a moment of watching, Gu Qiu snapped back to reality and quickly averted his gaze, awkwardly clearing his throat. I'll handle this. With Zhao Yulong gone, Qin Zhiyi felt more relaxed and emboldened in Gu Qiu's presence. What is the hurry to send me off? Gu Qiu was clearing out kitchen waste and casually responded, I never said that. If you don't mind the boredom, you could sit in the living room for a while. Qin Zhiyi chuckled, but didn't pursue the conversation further. She brushed aside some hair that obstructed her view and asked, what are your plans for this May Day? Nothing much, just lying around at home. Gu Qiu replied as he disposed of a bag of trash and began wiping the countertop. However, pondering her question, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. All right, I promise, son, I play basketball with him this afternoon. Do you need me to cheer you on? Standing side by side, Qin Zhiyi tilted her head and flashed him a sweet smile. Gu Qiu, however, responded with a teasing look. Are you not satisfied that our rumors haven circulated enough already? I don't mind. Qin Zhiyi stuck out her tongue. Then you're the one with thick skin. Gu Qiu retorted, thoroughly cleaning the stovetop and range hood. Once he had nothing left to do, he boldly took over Qin Zhiyi's spot. All right, I'll take over. It's not right to make a guest work. There are cherries in the fridge that Long bought, and I've already washed them. Help yourself if you want some. Seeing this, Qin Zhiyi made no objections. As she exited the kitchen, she took off her apron and draped it over Gu Qiu. Then, she retrieved a small plate of cherries from the fridge, intending to feed him a couple, but he declined, leaving her to settle on the sofa. Opening a new savings app to begin editing. Total cost of ingredients, 21,632 yuan. Personal cooking fee, 200 yuan. Total, 41,632 yuan. System notification, your dowry plan for a Qiu has deposited 83,264 yuan today, leaving a balance of 694,673 yuan. After completing her tasks, Qin Zhiyi meticulously double-checked the entries, confirming their accuracy before glancing toward the figure still in the kitchen. If she stayed in for the next few days, did that mean she could feed him daily? Yes. She decided this would be her goal. She aimed to accumulate her dowry to 10,000 yuan within the next 5 days.